I can't believe that you made it to part 10. That's already over 100 hours. Crazy, huh? But so worth it. This story gets better with every chapter, so keep tuned and enjoy. Oh, and now that you listened for over 100 hours, you are basically obligated to subscribe. Enjoy? Having parted ways with the group from the 10th ship, Rio and Abel decided to head towards the Chouchi Empire by land. With the map they received and the alchemy tools for tracking Emperor Tsuin given by Commander Tin of the Forbidden Army, they believed they could manage. It was clear to anyone that the journey wouldn't be easy. They would likely face terrifying difficulties. However, the two pressed on to save the Emperor. Whether they left the port town of Meihai with such a solemn determination was uncertain. Abel occasionally tilted his head in confusion. Traveling on foot was tough, especially on a mountain path that wasn't paved like the one they were on this time. It was also common to struggle with food procurement, yet they were munching on rindo as they walked. Was this really a difficult journey? Abel, if you have something to say, just say it. No, Rio, I have nothing to say. That's a lie. You've been glancing at the cart and tilting your head ever since we started. As Rio pointed out, Abel's gaze was wandering. It was understandable. Behind Rio, 2 carts capable of carrying about 3 people each were following. Most of what was loaded was food, and every time the carts rolled, the road ahead was paved with ice. Rio, your attention to detail remains impressive. I have a saying from my hometown, God is in the details. Those who don't cut corners in the finer aspects can reach the pinnacle of excellence. I see. That sounds quite challenging. I feel like I've been easily misled, Rio frowned. From the 4th day, it seems we should progress through the forest. Yes. They say that if we keep to the road, we might encounter the Peiyu army around the 4th day. War is happening everywhere. Rulers are more competent when they solve issues without resorting to war. I completely agree with that. Abel nodded in agreement with Rio's words. But if that's the case, we should have brought Andalusia and the Garden Watchers with us. Garden Watchers? They're the golems that clean the garden. Oh, the garden of their mansion, Rondo Mansion, was cleaned by ice golems. But don't golems lack combat capability? Sure, they can't use swords like you, Abel, but just charging with spears can be pretty effective. Captain Ryle praised them. They protected the princely residence under the command of number 2, right? That was still war. Inside the Imperial capital, the war, filled with human folly, must look quite different from the perspective of the golems. Sometimes, Rio would become philosophical. Is there any answer besides humans are foolish? No, it was a sad topic. While discussing such matters, the two headed north. Along the way, they chose to take a fork in the road as marked on the map. They thought they were making progress, but on the 3rd day, is this? A road? It could be called a beast path, but normally beast paths aren't marked on maps. Before the two stood a path that hardly resembled a road. Beyond it lay what could only be described as a forest. They could see the trees thickly clustered. There's a slight possibility we've taken the wrong path. Yeah, we definitely took a wrong turn. Both Rio and Abel sighed. However, neither sank into despair because, let's take a break and eat something. Yeah, how about grilling some fish? Indeed, they had an abundance of food. The cart following Rio was loaded with meat, vegetables, fruits, and even fish. Of course, everything was preserved in Rio's ice, so it was fresh. Naturally, they had all the tools for starting a fire, led by Flint. The two enjoyed grilled fish in the heart of the forest. Their expressions were filled with happiness. We must go save His Majesty the Emperor, but it seems his health is good. Can those tracking alchemy tools discern such things? Yes, it appears he is eating properly and taking care of his health. I suspect he is under house arrest, not in a dungeon. To open the corridor, the Emperor's presence is required. What could that mean? I don't know. Isn't the corridor located northwest of Darwei? Are they planning to take the Emperor there for something? Both Rio and Abel spoke without understanding. Yet, amidst it all, a light bulb sometimes flickered in their minds. Speaking of which, didn't the treasure vault in the Natore Royal Castle say it can only be opened by the king? Yes, it's the Chamber of Heroes within the treasure vault. Rio recalled and Abel responded. They say King Richard gathered the finest of alchemy to create it. Right, it holds items that could even disrupt the balance of the world. The fact that His Majesty the King can open it means it likely reacts to royal blood or something similar, right? Such is the nature of alchemy. I don't know the details either, but since registration is necessary, I don't think it's simply about having royal blood. Oh, I see. It seemed that it didn't necessarily read the royal genes or DNA. This made things even more confusing. What exactly is needed from His Majesty the Emperor? At the very least, he must be kept alive. Indeed. After taking a moment to enjoy their grilled fish, the two prepared to move again. However, Rio noticed something. Abel, people are coming from the north. What, on this beast path? I can't tell. About 6 people. Oh, wait, they're not people, they're phantom beings. Seriously. We're still within the Peiyu Nation. Are they engaging in sabotage or reconnaissance? Both Abel and Rio were surprised. They were still within the Paiute nation with at least a day's walk left to the border. And yet the Chauauchi Imperial army had advanced this far. We'll encounter them in 5 minutes. But Rio tilted his head. What is it? You mentioned 6 phantom beings, but while 2 of them are definitely phantoms, the other 4 seem strange. Strange? Yes, I can't pinpoint it exactly, but they feel different from the phantoms we've met so far. As Rio repeatedly tilted his head, analyzing information gathered through passive sonar, Abel pondered silently. There were indeed 2 ordinary phantoms present. General Yun, whom they fought in Rondo Mansion, was quite a skilled swordsman. There was a possibility they were of that caliber. They couldn't let their guard down. Let's put the normal phantoms on the back burner for now. From analyzing their manner of movement, the other 4 seemed to be slower. I see. Abel accepted Rio's suggestion. It was Rio who collected and analyzed the information. Thus, the strategy recommended by Rio was likely the most suitable option. What formation are they approaching in? In a single line. The usual phantom at the front and back. Then I'll take out the 2nd and 3rd. I'll handle the 4th and 5th. As expected, having traversed many intense situations together, they quickly coordinated their roles in just a few exchanges. That was the bond of comrades. Even those who loathe war can become comrades. In fact, it could be said that being comrades is what allows them to fully understand the horrors of war. The 6 members of the 1st Army's 2nd Scout Unit of the Chauauchi Empire had already advanced more than a day south of the border. Go take the life of the great general who has ventured into the rear of the Paiute army. Such reckless orders as always. Captain Sanjang, leading the 2nd Scout Unit, muttered. He then raised his right fist slightly, and the 2nd Scout Unit came to a halt. What's the matter, Sanjang? The deputy captain Rara, who had followed from the back, approached and asked. Just double-checking the map. I see. Rara's response hinted that he wanted to say something more. The other 4 stood lined up, waiting. What's wrong, Rara? Well, I just have a bad feeling. Sanjang furrowed his brows. Rara's instincts were not to be taken lightly in times like these. Let's have those guys drink some water. The Paiute people are horseback folk. While they might not be in the forest, they would certainly be in the plains. That said, let's prepare for anything that might happen. Understood. Rara instructed the 4 standing still to drink water, and he took a sip himself. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, but he felt an unsettling premonition. It was an incredibly foreboding sensation, unlike anything he had felt before. Sanjang, shouldn't we halt our advance? Rara was surprised that the words had come out of his mouth. It was an experience he had never encountered before. Sanjang was equally wide-eyed at what he was being told. I'm sorry, Rara hastily apologized. What's the matter, Rara? Well, I just have a really bad feeling. Is it that bad of a premonition that you just blurted it out? Yes, Rara nodded while grimacing. With that level of concern, Sanjang had to think. Rara had a track record of insightful instincts. This was the first time he had expressed such a strong feeling. However, orders are orders. Yes, Sanjang made the decision, and Rara complied. To be honest, the Chauauchi Empire's army was newly formed and could be said to be still feeling their way through various aspects. However, if they were to defy orders, punishment awaited them. Since all members were phantoms, there was no such thing as death, but even so, none would willingly choose to disregard orders. Let's complete our mission as quickly as possible and return to the main force. Yes. With that, the 6 began to run south once more. 10 minutes after the 6 members of the 1st Army's 2nd Scout Unit restarted their run, it happened suddenly. When Captain Sanjang turned around after noticing something, a man wielding a red magic sword had already taken down one of the vessels. The man with the magic sword was not only fast with his sword, but also quick in his movements. In no time at all, the 2nd vessel was also defeated. Both defeated vessels disappeared. The magic sword man looked slightly surprised at the scene, but quickly turned to face Captain Sanjang again, as if to say that the other 3 were not his responsibility. Captain Sanjang had already drawn his sword, but found himself unable to move. He was overwhelmed by the aura emanating from the magic sword man. Moreover, he caught sight of 2 more vessels, simultaneously disappearing behind the man. It appeared there was another enemy. That enemy was dressed in a pale robe, a mage or a sorcerer. The robed figure faced Rara while brandishing a blue sword. It didn't seem like they were easy opponents. However, Captain Sanjang had his doubts. Why were enemies here? True, they had already crossed over a day into Paiute territory. If they advanced a little further south, they would reach the rear base of the Paiute army, where the great general, responsible for gathering the Paiute forces, would be stationed. The role of the 2nd Scout Unit was to assassinate that great general. Though they were scouts, being phantoms granted them overwhelming physical prowess compared to humans. Thus, 2 scouts commanding 4 vessels would likely ensure success. It was a strategy with sufficient prospects for success, especially since a surprise attack through the forest would be quite effective against the Peiyu army, known for being horseback people who detest entering forests. That was how it had been explained. Indeed, Captain Sanjang had thought so too, yet they had encountered the enemy. What's more, they were on the receiving end of a counterattack, and astonishingly strong. Just a moment ago, I took down 2 vessels, so that must be what they call vessels. The magic sword man spoke with a casual demeanor. It seems so. These 2 appear to be ordinary phantoms, replied the robed figure. However, the ones referred to as these 2 were none other than Captain Sanjang and Deputy Captain Rara, who were taken aback. Did they just refer to us as phantoms? How do they know we are phantoms? Wait a minute, didn't the magic sword man also mention vessels? How do these Peiyu people know about phantoms and vessels? Where did the information leak from? Captain Sanjang pondered. However, a slight shift in his expression might have given him away. The magic sword man facing him called out, "What's the matter, Phantom? Are you curious about something?" The magic sword man had red hair and was quite tall. His black cloak, however, seemed dyed red as if soaked in blood. Above all, it was apparent just by facing him. Incredibly strong, thus Captain Sanjang found himself unable to speak. Though he did not want to admit it, he was feeling pressured. As a phantom, he was supposed to be overwhelmingly stronger than a human, yet here he was, pressed by a human swordsman. You must be surprised by the prowess of the Peiyu Empire's intelligence network that managed to catch you. The robed figure facing Rara stated, "So we were indeed tracked. Otherwise, they couldn't have ambushed us in such a forest. I've never heard that Peiyu's intelligence was this advanced. No, fundamentally, Peiyu." Having thought that far, Captain Sanjang decided to speak up boldly. Even if they had to retreat without advancing further south, gathering information to take back was surely the better option. Did Peiyu decide to call itself an empire? Huh! The robed figure looked surprised by Captain Sanjang's sudden inquiry. Clearly, he hadn't been expecting to be asked that. He glanced nervously in their direction. "More than that, I'm surprised you've come quite a distance inside the border," the robed figure retorted. For some reason, the magic sword man shook his head slightly, but Captain Sanjang did not understand what it meant. For just a moment he thought they might be trying to cover something, but before he could pursue that thought, the magic sword man lunged at him. "Ugh!" A voice involuntarily escaped Captain Sanjang's lips. The sword flash was that sharp. No, it wasn't just the sword. His movements were also fast, akin to when he defeated the vessels. But Captain Sanjang was the leader of the scout unit. In the small number of Chouchi Imperial army, the scout unit was like a trump card. To blend into the darkness and carry out a swift assault on the enemy's main force, taking down the commander. That was their trump card. An army without a commander is incredibly fragile. It was said that the northern Peiyu region was uninhabitable according to the eastern nations. However, that only indicated the difficulty of sustaining a vast territory and large population, and there indeed existed nations consisting of thousands of people. Several nations even counted hundreds of people. Yes, they existed, all of them conquered by the Chouchi Empire, and now they were no more. Those who once lived there continued to live their lives as they always had, sending tributes to the empire. The scout units had played a significant role in conquering those nations. For that reason, the scout units had confidence in personal combat. Both Captain Sanjang and Deputy Captain Rara were skilled individuals even among the scout unit. While they could not use magic or sorcery, they had produced results that rendered such things unnecessary. But the magic sword man facing Captain Sanjang now was strong. "You're not too bad yourself." Words slipped from Captain Sanjang's mouth involuntarily as praise escaped from the magic sword man's lips as well. Yet Captain Sanjang understood. The magic sword man was not fully serious. Why, even if he did get serious, Captain Sanjang thought he wouldn't be easily defeated. He would fight tenaciously, seeking an opening for a chance to counterattack. He wouldn't lose easily, but why wasn't the swordsman before him giving his all? Did it seem like he was stalling for time? No, was there even a reason to stall for time here, at that very moment? "It's over." The robed figure's voice reached Captain Sanjang's ears. Stealing a glance to the other side, Captain Sanjang's thoughts came to a halt in that instant. But they were in the middle of a battle, so he leaped back, putting distance between himself and the magic sword man. Then he quickly refocused on what had halted his thoughts. It was an ice chunk. For residents of the Chouchi Empire, it wasn't a rare sight. Indeed, such an ice chunk measuring about 2 meters in length was seldom seen. No, that wasn't the point. What was inside that ice chunk? Rara! It was something he didn't want to believe, but Deputy Captain Rara was frozen inside. "I understand this is shocking, but she is still alive." "Huh!" The words of the magic sword man, but Captain Sanjang couldn't comprehend. Alive, still alive, even in that frozen state she was alive? Really? Yes. If you don't believe it, you can come closer and see for yourself, the magic sword man said, stepping aside. Captain Sanjang approached slowly, nearing the ice-encased deputy captain Rara. Then he looked at Rara's face. Although her eyes were wide open, they indeed moved slightly. She moved, Captain Sanjang gasped. If you answer a few questions, I can thaw her out while she's still alive. Captain Sanjang was taken aback by the magic sword man's words. But if you don't cooperate or if you resist any further, she... No, I'll answer. Captain Sanjang did not hesitate. Certainly military orders were important. The nation had treated them relatively well. However, the one he trusted and valued the most was Rara, no comparison to anything else. What do you want to know? It seemed the questions were directed towards Captain Sanjang from the magic sword man. The other robed figure remained somewhat distant. Why were you running through such a place? You're quite far from the border. We received information that your great general had arrived at the rear base. Our goal is to assassinate that general. Ah, I see. Captain Sanjang's almost brazen answer left the magic sword man slightly flustered for some reason. Didn't they ambush them because they had grasped their movements? Captain Sanjang felt a twinge of doubt, but what he was most focused on was Deputy Captain Rara. He wanted to liberate her from the ice as quickly as possible. What's the next question? I want to free her as soon as possible. Okay, what about the distance to the capital of the Chawauchi Empire from here? The capital? Why do you want to know that? Is it okay to ask such questions? You want her freed as quickly as possible, right? Damn it, to the border. It would take 2 days on foot. From there to the capital, another 4 days on foot. That's pretty close. This is the northern region, you know. If we go further north than this, even we won't survive. Captain Sanjang responded with a frown at Abel's candid observation. I want a map to the capital. Here. Take it. In response to Abel's gamble of a question, Captain Sanjang immediately replied, producing a map from his pocket and handing it over. He must have been very eager to see her freed quickly. I heard that the Chawauchi Empire kidnapped Emperor Darwei. Is that true? How do you know that? Is Peiyu cooperating with Darwei regarding the path to the capital? Captain Sanjang tilted his head in inquiry. Hearing that, Abel nodded. The captain of the scout unit thought they were from the Peiyu nation. That's something you shouldn't ask. It'll make it harder to free you. Abel lowered his tone as he spoke. That seemed to have an effect. I'm sorry. I won't ask anything more, just forget that, Captain Sanjang hastily exclaimed. Receiving that, Abel nodded easily. It is true that Emperor Darwei was indeed abducted. He's not in the royal palace but at the summer villa. Is it okay to say even that much? Anyone from the Chawauchi Empire would know that. Is that summer villa adjacent to the capital? Yes, it's right next to the south of the capital. Just head towards the capital. Do you know the scale of the guards at that villa? I honestly couldn't say, but there shouldn't be many. Captain Sanjang responded while grimacing. Given that Deputy Captain Rara's life held in the balance, he deeply wished to answer all questions truthfully, but there were things he simply didn't know. The Emperor and the Phantom King are both positioned with their main forces near the Peiyu border. The Emperor, the Phantom King. Upon hearing Abel's mutterings, Captain Sanjang showed a look of realization. He felt he had perhaps gone too far by mentioning the Phantom King. The Phantom King? I know of that existence. I also know what can be done against phantoms. Abel stated firmly. He continued with his words. I've heard the Emperor aims for Darwei, and the Phantom King aims for the Central Nations. That was likely something Captain Sanjang hadn't anticipated. His eyes widened in surprise. You should know that we possess more information than you think. As Abel spoke, Captain Sanjang seemed to have resigned himself. The Emperor wants to dominate Darwei, while the King wishes to advance into the Central Nations. I've heard that much, but I don't know the reason. We have no choice but to follow. What was present there was the image of the citizens being tossed around by the power of their rulers, a timeless sight. After providing several other detailed pieces of information, the interrogation came to an end. As promised, Rara was liberated from the ice. Rara, Sanjang, I've held you back. Don't worry. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Sanjang embraced Rara. The two found themselves underneath a rather spacious ice covering. It wasn't transparent, but rather a bluish ice. We've covered it with ice with a radius of 10 meters. If left alone, it will automatically thaw in 6 days. We've also left water and food here, so I'd appreciate it if you could wait patiently. Understood. Captain Sanjang nodded in agreement to the robed figure's explanation. Indeed, a substantial amount of water and food was placed within the ice vessel. The two would likely survive without issue for 6 days. And with that, the magic sword man and the robed figure walked northward. Rio and Abel quickly headed north, relying on the map provided by Captain Sanjang. That captain earlier seemed so pitiful. Huh, he looked like he was about to break from your questioning, Abel. Really? As Rio shook his head with a sigh, Abel tilted his. At first, when he saw his frozen comrades, he felt that way, but afterward, he seemed determined to respond. He felt like he was doing his best to save his comrades. That's all because you suddenly froze another person, right, Rio? That's not my fault. It worked when I tried the ice coffin, Rio replied in a flustered manner to Abel's questioning. He knew that after covering himself with Rio's water attribute during the downpour, the ice coffin could freeze mages and sorcerers. However, just using the ice coffin alone wouldn't be enough to freeze a mage or sorcerer. So he thought it would be impossible again and threw the ice coffin, especially since the opponent was a phantom being. It was partly experimental, and then he succeeded in freezing them. What on earth are phantom beings? Yeah, they're definitely different from the non-humans we've faced so far. Absolutely. The first two, or should I say two entities, they vanished when I tried to knock them out. That's right. Those were the vessels, right? They were fragile. But the fact that the captain brought them means they could be effective against humans if used properly. Weren't we told that they could use sorcery if given commands? Abel recalled some details he had extracted from General Yun's head. Was that information written down? I think it was, saying that he promptly began flipping through the paper. Of course, he was moving quickly. Yep, it's written here. You're quite dexterous, Abel. Is that so? As Abel found the relevant section and pointed it out, Rio praised Abel's nimbleness. Thanks to Rio's magic, they were moving almost in a straight line through the forest, causing minor destruction along the way. After all, even though they had the map provided by Captain Sanjang, they reasoned that a straight line was faster. Of course, the map was being used as a reference. It depicted the area from the capital of the Chawauchi Empire to the border of the Peiyu Nation, and even part of northern Peiyu, making it a fantastic resource for the two who had no prior knowledge. However, as they moved in a straight line, 36 hours later, the two found themselves on a cliff overlooking a road below. There's something like a checkpoint down there, right? Where are we? It seemed both Rio and Abel had ended up in an unexpected place. They looked over the map again together. There was no checkpoint near where they were supposed to emerge. Ah, here it is, Rio found it on the map. No, isn't it quite far away? Abel tilted his head. The mark for the checkpoint was considerably distant from where they were supposed to pass. If that was the case, if they were to head toward the Empire's capital from there, we're going to have to pass through the location where Captain Sanjang said the main forces of the Chawauchi Empire are stationed. That's troublesome. Rio's finger slid across the map, and Abel frowned. That finger clearly crossed the spot where Captain Sanjang had marked with an X, saying, "The main forces are here. We should avoid that." I would, but I won't stop you, Abel. If you want to charge in, make sure to take down the Phantom King or those around him properly. Yeah, I'll pass. Both Rio and Abel agreed to avoid the main forces of the Chawauchi Empire and head toward the capital, even if it meant taking a longer route. Another 30 hours later, there are a lot of phantom beings. How did it come to this? The two had remarkably arrived near the main forces of the Chawauchi Empire. To be precise, they were about 400 meters away, thanks to Rio's passive sonar. Abel, we didn't come here to start a war. Right, we only came to rescue the Emperor. Rio and Abel confirmed their objective. This was an important matter. If they made a mistake here, everything could go wrong. Yes, the two did not want to fight. However, conflicts are not determined by the circumstances of one side alone. Clang, 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 clang. The sudden ringing of a bell echoed. Enemy attack! Cries rose from various parts of the Imperial army. Have we been discovered? Did they find us? The two immediately took a combat stance, but according to Rio's passive sonar, horse units are coming from the west, and from the south as well. Horse units, we're in the forest here, but this response indicates they are mounted. Generally, it is incredibly difficult to charge through a forest on horseback. Even walking slowly would be impossible for someone unaccustomed. Yet, they're surprisingly fast. Rio was astonished as he observed through the sonar. Is it really possible to charge through the forest at this speed? We can't get caught up in this. We shouldn't interfere with these attackers. Let's sneak past them. Agreed. The ones who attacked the main forces of the Chawauchi Empire were indeed a group of horsemen. They charged through the forest, perfectly in sync with their mounts, striking the Chawauchi Empire army. Charge! With a near-reflexive shout from the commander. Whoa! Completely on reflex, the subordinates charged in. The battle between the walking phantom beings and the mounted army of Peiyu turned into a chaotic melee. Isn't it a bit thin for what they call the main force of the Imperial army? Did you think so too, Abel? While glancing at the chaotic battle, the two who had crossed the border were now walking briskly towards the capital of the Chawauchi Empire. Actually, none of the phantoms I know were among them. Who is it? The Phantom King? No, I can't tell from the sonar response of the Phantom King. When I faced Cubivasa, the outer layer was Duke Helb. Ah, Envoy Burke and his subordinates who came to Rondo Mansion. They weren't among them, Rio said with a frown. They're diplomatic envoys, so they probably wouldn't be on the battlefield, right? That might be true, but... You see, General Yun, whom we captured, he wasn't there either, right? Isn't he one of the 7-star generals? It's strange that he's not there, isn't it? I see, that does sound odd. Of course, neither of them knew exactly what position the 7-star general held within the Chawauchi Imperial Army, but they thought that he was in a higher position than the leaders of the scout unit they had interrogated. After all, he was a general. So, does that mean that wasn't the main force? Or should we say the strong units called the main troops are elsewhere? Neither Abel nor Rio had any precise answers. However, they both felt that the main force they had encountered earlier was quite weak. The phantoms related to the Chawauchi Empire that they had faced in Darwei up to now had all been incredibly powerful. Compared to them, this was just two. Honestly, this country is still quite confusing even up to this point. I completely agree. When I think about it this way, I start to feel that our kingdom is actually quite decent. That's right. There were some strange things going on with the Royal Knight Order in the past. But now, under Captain Danton's leadership, they're doing their best. Yeah, that's true. Both the first Duke and the King properly praise those who are working hard. Even so, our kingdom has a long history. Because of that, it's probably quite strong at its roots. Certainly, the Chawauchi Empire seems like a young country, but we really lack knowledge about the phantoms who make up that country. That's true. Should we have asked more questions to the 2 scouts the other day? They were scared of Abel, so that would have been impossible. I didn't do anything, though. Captain Sanjang and Vice Captain Rara of the 2nd Scout Unit. At least those 2 did not seem like bad people, or rather bad phantoms. Just because they're phantoms doesn't mean they're all bad. Of course, there are good people and bad people among humans too. Abel replied to Rio's words as if acknowledging the obvious. Abel is, no, never mind. Rio seemed to be about to say something but stopped midway, making it quite conspicuous. You're being too obvious. No, there's nothing behind it at all. Did you know, Rio, whether I should resume your weekly cake privilege is something I can decide? That's unfair, Abel said with a sly grin, and Rio opened his eyes wide in protest. I'm a good person, right? Taking cake as a hostage. Even when Abel laughed at something uncharacteristic of him, it was simply a playful banter. Despite the peaceful atmosphere they were creating, their feet did not stop. They continued to walk briskly. By the way, the cart following behind Rio had been reduced to 1. They had left 1 behind for Captain Sanjang and Vice Captain Rara of the 2nd Scout Unit. Should we also think about what to do after rescuing His Majesty the Emperor? Moving through the forest is going to be tough. Right. Well, since he has basically been in the Imperial Palace, it's going to be difficult, right? Yeah, that's true. While saying that, Abel looked at the path they had walked and the road they were about to proceed on. A path covered with ice created by water attribute magic. It's almost a straight line. Since we can use magic, we should use it. It would be a waste not to. Why, yeah? Abel thought that if it was a path like this, even the Emperor would manage to get through the forest. The 2 continued walking. We have already entered the Chawauchi Empire, haven't we? Yes, in fact, we should reach the capital in about 2 days. Yet we haven't seen. Not even a single. Right, we haven't seen not just a city, but not even a village. Even Abel and Rio found it strange. Despite having advanced this far beyond the border, they had not encountered a single city, village, or even any citizens of the Empire. Could it be that there's only the capital? That's a possibility. But didn't Captain Sanjang say something? That there are several hundreds of people in the small nations north of the Peiyu Nation, and that thousands of people from those nations are paying tribute. He did say that. They won the war and have them under their control. Yes, Rio had asked out of curiosity after the interrogation. Why the Chawauchi Empire? Rio wanted to know the meaning of Chawauchi, but Captain Sanjang answered regarding the empire. In other words, it was because they were controlling several countries. And during that time, the scout unit played an active role. However, not encountering anyone up to this point makes me wonder what a country really is. And here comes Abel's philosophical nation theory. What's that? Don't use such a weird expression, Rio said casually, and Abel frowned in response. I believe a country is a group of people gathered to live. That's probably fundamentally true. But you see, just like there are various types of people, there are different kinds of countries as well. Yeah, that's probably it. Maybe it's strange to force the shape of the country I know onto my thinking. Abel seemed to have somewhat come to terms with it. He nodded several times. 2 days later, they arrived at a hilltop. This is not a failure, it's as calculated. Why, yeah, Rio declared loudly, and Abel accepted it. Certainly, it was not the capital, but being at the top of a hill did not entirely count as a failure. Because from there, they could see a vast area with large buildings scattered in the distance. According to the alchemy tools they received from Commander Tin for tracking Emperor Tsuin, they knew he was there. In other words, that place was, it's the Summer Villa. We made it somehow. We didn't get lost on the way at all. Yeah, there's no need to tell a lie that can be found out quickly. By the way, who are you making excuses to? Abel let out a small sigh. The next moment, Rio's face frowned. What's wrong? No, I checked with the sonar, and indeed His Majesty the Emperor is present. Yeah, but there's another familiar response. Who else is there? It's Maria. Marie, who is that? Abel seemed to genuinely not remember. Marie Cloche, you know, the phantom being who attacked the Imperial Palace during the wedding reception. Oh, it seemed Abel recalled upon hearing that. She was a fire attribute mage, right? Yes, she certainly uses fire attribute magic, but she seems capable of close combat as well, huh? Did you think so too, Abel? Just a feeling. Rio thought the same. Yeah, her footwork gave that impression. Footwork, I see. Abel nodded repeatedly at Rio's observation. He knew that Rio's observational skills were quite remarkable at times like this. She's a pretty troublesome opponent, huh? Indeed, her magic is on par with Demon Leonor, and she's also a phantom being capable of close combat. Abel, I'll handle Marie. Got it. That means I need to secure the Emperor and protect him. Please do. The two then descended the hill and arrived in front of the summer villa. Water Jet 8. The gate of the villa was sliced open by a line of water. The two charged in from the front. Marie Cloche, we've come to retrieve His Majesty the Emperor. Rio's voice, trained by Kendo, echoed loudly. Of course, the phantoms surrounding them were on high alert. Icicle lance shower fan. Ice spears spread out like a fan, accurately piercing the throats of the vessels. At the moment they were pierced, all the vessels vanished. Seeing this, the other phantoms were left unable to act. The men in robes and cloaks who had attacked were extraordinary beings, and even they, vastly superior to humans, understood in an instant that they couldn't win. Thus, they merely surrounded from a distance without engaging. After a while, the front door opened and a woman emerged. Rio recognized her, Marie Cloche. Oh, you finally came to rescue me. You took your time. A robe. We've met somewhere, haven't we? You blocked my attack when you raided the Imperial Palace. Right, I remember. Dynamic steam mine, huh? Yes, I did use that magic. Marie Cloche nodded vigorously, and Rio tilted his head in confusion. He certainly cast the dynamic steam mine magic, but why did she remember that? Right, you came to rescue Emperor Darwei, didn't you? He's sleeping in that bedroom over there. Sleeping? Yes, he just donated blood. I think it's better not to disturb him for a while. Donated blood? Rio was surprised to hear a familiar term. Oh, come to think of it, they did that in Twilight Land. They had constructed a system for collecting the blood of humans needed by vampires. Could it be that phantoms, like vampires, also require human blood? Do phantoms need human blood like vampires? Rio decided to ask candidly. No, it's not like that. The blood of Emperor Darwei is needed because of the leader's orders. It seems it's necessary to open some corridor. I don't know much about it, Marie shrugged. From the way she said it, it didn't seem like she particularly liked the job. I can't go against the leader's orders. Oh, I've been managing Emperor Darwei's health properly. The blood donations are spaced out, so it should be fine. Yes. Rio suddenly had a flash of insight. For a moment he thought it was unrelated, but perhaps it was the phrase, I can't go against the leader's orders, that caught his attention. Could it be that leader is the Phantom King? Upon hearing Rio's words, Marie's eyes widened significantly. Not metaphorically, but her eyes became rounder in surprise. How do you know that word? Because he said it himself. A phantom being I know was possessed by the Phantom King. We fought, and during that time the Phantom King himself said it. That idiot leader. If that was the case, he should have told us. He absolutely wants to make himself look good, pushing the image that he never fails. That kind of facade falls apart quickly, Marie cursed at the Phantom King. Rio could only remain silent. After a moment of cursing, Marie seemed to notice something and looked at Abel. By the way, you can go to Emperor Darwei's bedroom. That swordsman over there, you were in the Imperial Palace too, right? You sliced the Shadow Stalker. Ah, yes. But the one who will fight me is that mage over there, right? With a faint smile, Marie looked at Rio. Do we really have to fight? Of course. Personally, I wouldn't mind taking Emperor Darwei back, but if I just let him be taken without doing anything, the leader would get angry. Besides, at that moment, Marie's smile subtly changed. From a carefree laugh to one that hinted at something grim. You're strong, aren't you? I like fighting strong people. Ah, a battle maniac. True, I won't deny that. Rio sighed, looking up at the sky. Why was it that he always found himself in such predicaments? I'm a pacifist, you know. Liars. You're smiling too. That's absurd. Indeed, Rio didn't realize it. He was faintly smiling. Someone who truly loves peace doesn't move like that. You can do both magic and close combat. You can too, right, Marie? There stood two battle maniacs. Abel moved to the indicated bedroom and confirmed that Emperor Tsuin was resting. He checked his pulse and understood that everything was fine. Then, he opened the window facing the courtyard where the two were confronting each other. "The Emperor is fine," he informed Rio. Rio nodded in response. "Now, can we fight without reservations?" "Yes, it's all clear." The two laughed together, but that smile was the smile of those who expose themselves to battle. "Let me introduce myself again. 7-star General Marie Cloche. Natore Kingdom Duke Rondo Rio Mihara. Sounds great, Natore. Huh, isn't it cool? Right, compared to that. Yeah, why does our place have to be Chu-Ouchai? Marie lamented, but then, as if recalling something, she lifted her head. "Weren't you a water attribute mage?" "Yes, that's correct. Then you must be Henohenomohaji." Huh, Rio was taken aback by the sudden remark. He certainly had used that, but he had just introduced himself with his real name. "You introduced yourself as Henohenomohaji to Garibchi and Yun Chen, didn't you? Why? Such an obvious isn't good. Huh, it's like you're saying you're a reincarnator." Huh, Rio was now struggling to comprehend the words he just heard. What did the woman in front of him, Marie, just say? "Did you say reincarnator?" "Yes, I did. Rio, you are a reincarnator, aren't you?" "That means—" "Yes, I'm a reincarnator, too." Rio recognized that there was a third reincarnator. "The first thing I thought was about dynamic steam mine. Mine means mine, right? And steam? Water vapor. Yes, that magic turned water vapor in the air into a mine-like magic. I felt the presence of a reincarnator more from the name of the magic than the magic itself." But. Right, it doesn't mean you are the one who created that magic. The namer isn't necessarily you. Yes, but just now I was certain. Rio Mihara, black hair, you look completely Japanese. That much? Rio couldn't retort against Marie's assertion. Well, since she was pointing out the truth, there wasn't much to argue about. "By the way, I'm also Japanese. But your hair is green." Marie was a beauty with long hair that could be described as deep green and large black eyes. The black eyes aside, deep green hair. "Oh, this is something you can choose when you reincarnate. I decided to go with green hair this time. It stands out, doesn't it?" "It stands out. But that's not the point. Reincarnate?" An ominous term had appeared. "Yes, we call it reincarnation. Basically, phantoms wander this world after their physical bodies have perished with only their souls." "What? And when a mass that can hold a soul is found, they enter it and become a phantom being. What about the vessels?" "They were created as vessels, so they remain as vessels forever. No soul can enter them. They are puppets. Phantoms seem to have their own complexities." "Well then, shall we fight now? So we really are going to fight." "Of course. If Darwei the Emperor is taken without a fight, that would be pretty bad. But even if that weren't the case, I want to fight you, Rio. There's no helping it." At that moment, Rio finally noticed the sword that Marie held in her left hand. It was in a sheath, but it was thin and curved. "A Japanese sword?" "Yes, this feels the most comfortable for me." Marie laughed as she unsheathed the sword. "You didn't have it when you attacked the Imperial Palace the other day, did you?" "You remember well, I broke it right before that. The blacksmith was really angry with me, but I got a new one made like this." She flaunted the sword. "Ah, it's beautiful. Isn't it?" Rio praised it, and Marie nodded. "What about your weapon?" "This is mine," Rio said as he drew Murakumo, revealing the blade. "An ice sword. It's called Murakumo." Rio looked pleased. "When drawn, the orbs scatter. From the Nanso Satomi Hakkenden, right?" "Exactly." Marie nodded as she said this, and Rio nodded again. "Sounds good. I'm challenging you with my kotsu." "Oh, then let's go." Thus, the battle was set to begin. However, the first action taken by Marie Cloche was quite peculiar. She sheathed the sword she called kotsu once again. Then she placed it back at her waist. With the koi mouth cut, she bent her knees and lowered her waist, adopting a forward-leaning stance. Holding the sheath with her left hand, her right hand barely touched the hilt. "Could it be the sword-drawing technique?" Rio muttered. "The sword-drawing technique, or iaido. Even when looking at the whole world, it is a technique that almost exclusively exists with Japanese swords. There are people who say that iaido isn't fast, but that's only because they don't understand the structure of folded arms and the mobility of the wrist, which leads to such statements. To put it bluntly, it's fast." Rio was surprised but quickly calmed his mind. As usual, he assumed the Sagan stance. Under no circumstances would Rio adopt the stance of sword-drawing technique. Engaging in sword-drawing with a takai would be reckless. Or rather, impossible with Murakumo. Rio noticed that Marie's aura began to change once she took the stance of iaido. It felt like it was gradually becoming deeper and more intense. The atmosphere around them shifted. Zashu. Rio's abdomen was slashed in a single stroke. He jumped back in a hurry, but it was too late. However, this was not the end. The sword-drawing technique consists of a set that includes the next attack. Kakin. Rio received Marie's downward slash. That was a reaction possible because he knew the coordination of the second strike from the sword-drawing technique. However, Kakin. Marie unleashed a series of consecutive strikes. Contrary to the single slash of sword drawing, she aggressively pressed on with power and speed. Rio endured. A series of consecutive strikes combining power and speed, not to mention the characteristics of a Japanese sword. The characteristics of a Japanese sword lie in cutting and thrusting. It cannot cut by merely pressing the sword, it has to either pull or push. Each of Marie's strikes was capable of executing that. And there was the thrust from a slightly retracted position after the crosswise cut. This thrust incorporated into the consecutive strikes was surprisingly troublesome. However, this was Rio. Unlike the initial sword drawing, he began to show an impenetrable defense. After blocking all her consecutive strikes, Marie jumped back to create some distance. "Impressive, Rio," Marie praised him, but Rio couldn't respond. He had no leisure to answer. It had only been 5 minutes since the sword fight began, despite only having crossed swords about 20 times. The wound on his abdomen from the initial sword drawing had stopped bleeding. He had formed an ice membrane to halt the blood flow. Of course, he couldn't sustain a long fight. He exhaled deeply. As a result, he ended up inhaling deeply. An involuntary establishment of deep breathing. "All right, let's speak with our swords, shall we?" Marie said as she once again sheathed Kotsu. It would have been nice if Rio could have taken the opportunity to strike, but that was, of course, impossible. The severity of his physical damage wasn't that great. The reason it was impossible was that Marie had already set up her counterattack stance. If he were to jump into Marie's range, he would literally be cut down in this situation. The way she bent her knees and lowered her waist was merely a transition from defense to offense. There was no opening there. Rio once again assumed the Sagan stance. His half-open eyes were now fully closed. Marie executed a Godspeed step. The sound of slicing air became delayed. The ultra-fast sword drawing was impossible to catch with the eye. Kakin. But Rio's Murakumo received it. He stepped forward as if to fall forward and countered with a crosswise slice. That ensured Marie would not give him a second strike. Marie jumped back once again to create distance. "I can't believe you can even react to Iaido." That was a reaction that surpassed mere admiration and entered the realm of astonishment. "I saw it," Rio answered. "That's a lie. You had your eyes closed, right?" "Yes. After all, I couldn't catch it with my eyes." Marie pointed it out, and Rio agreed. Of course, he didn't close his eyes to mock her. "Could it be water attribute magic? Did you use the water vapor in the air or something?" "Yes. No matter how fast you move, it pushes the water vapor. The pushed water vapor gets pushed forward one after another." In simple terms, he was continuously applying active sonar on Marie. That's why he could capture the moment she moved, that is, the moment the distance changed. "That's amazing," Marie nodded, impressed. However, she still appeared to have some leeway. "Your reaction to power and speed was perfect, Rio. That means you must have fought against such opponents quite a number of times before, right?" "Indeed, I may have encountered many such opponents. The Duke Helb, who was taken over by the Phantom King, Demon Garwin, and even Demon Leonor, seemed to belong to that category. I thought while power pushing might be impossible, perhaps I could match you in finesse. Is that what the sword-drawing technique is?" "The sword-drawing technique is not something one can easily master. We're on Earth. Before coming here, my grandfather ran an Iaido dojo." "What?" "I wanted to pursue a profession where I could make use of that ability, but it didn't quite work out. Are there professions that can utilize Iaido?" There weren't any. "So being able to use it like this here might make my grandfather happy." "Oh, yes," Marie nodded, and Rio could only nod in agreement. If it were kendo, it could be different, but a profession that utilizes Iaido. Yeah, he couldn't think of one either. "I was suggested to join the police, but unless you were in the riot police or something, it wasn't necessary, right? But it seemed hard for a woman to join the riot police. It seems even in the riot police, Iaido isn't really needed." "Is that so?" Marie tilted her head. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of work do you do back on Earth?" "I'm a doctor." What's your specialty?" "Cardiac surgery." "I see." Marie seemed to be good at intricate tasks. Rio had heard long ago. He had heard that cardiac and neurosurgery required people who are skilled at delicate tasks. So, things like knowing which tendon to cut to immobilize or how to avoid the ribs while piercing with a sword, I can apply quite a bit of that in this job. "Your job?" "I get paid for it as the 7-star general." "You do your job properly too, right, Rio?" "Ah, yes." Marie said that doing your job properly is natural as a working adult. Rio could only nod. "That said, there are jobs you like and ones you don't." "Why, yeah. Honestly, I don't like holding the Emperor hostage to drain his blood." "I can imagine. But I love fighting against strong enemies like this, regardless of whether it's work or not." As she said that, the corners of Marie's mouth lifted. She wore a smile, but it was a smile that should be described as horrific or intensely brutal beyond just beautiful. Then shall we go for the second round? I can use a potion for that stomach wound if you want. No, I don't need it. Really? Well, it seems the bleeding has stopped. Huh. You intended to cut me with a decisive blow, but I dodged it. Yet you still sliced me to a fair depth, right? Why isn't the blood flowing? Because I'm a water attribute mage. ... Could it be you can also control blood? I can. Haven't you heard the story about General Yun being encased in ice? I heard. Rio spoke with a smile, and Marie's expression shifted from a grin to surprise. Could it be you can control the flow of others' blood as well? Want to give it a try? Marie frowned, and Rio wore a relaxed expression. The knowledge from Marie's past life on Earth as well as her profession as a doctor warned her. The water attribute mage in front of her was dangerous. Being able to control the flow of the opponent's blood might make him the strongest in a one-on-one battle. This could be a troublesome fight. But contrary to her words, a fiercely brutal smile appeared again, the greatest example of saying one thing and doing another. Unfortunately, Rio's muttering did not reach anyone's ears. Fire machine gun, layered ice wall level 10, the second round began with magical combat. Marie's fire attribute magic against Rio's water attribute magic. Over 1,000 fire bullets attacked Rio. Those were repelled by the overlapping ice walls, even while emitting the light of annihilation. I thought it wouldn't work. I've seen that magic before, Rio replied after confirming that Marie wasn't able to connect. What about this? Freya sphere. In that instant, the world was cut into a semicircle centered around Rio. A hemisphere with a radius of 10 meters. However, the boundary was searing flames. Layered ice wall 20-layer package, an ice covering automatically stacked outward from around Rio himself. The flames clashed against the ice walls and the light of annihilation danced. That's not a hemisphere. The moment Marie murmured that, the ground exploded. Flames spewed forth from underground. However, there was an icy floor to suppress it. I thought that would happen. Rio had already been countering with Ice Path. That's good, right? Do you know what happens when a water attribute mage overlaps fire with fire and increases the pressure? This happens. Fusion plasma. In that instant, lightning coursed through the air. That was the light of plasma. Electrons that had been orbiting around atomic nuclei were now plasma, separated from atoms. An enormous amount of energy was released. Instantly, the stacked ice walls vanished. Naturally, the center of it all, dust swirled. After a while, the center became visible. I'm surprised, Marie murmured. In the center was an ice sculpture. You encased yourself in ice to prevent evaporation? Marie murmured with a slight shake of her head. She was definitely not being careless. She was genuinely surprised. However, being surprised meant the thread of tension had snapped. Zewberry. A blade of ice embedded in the sword pierced Marie's left chest. The one who was surprised by the result was not Marie, who was stabbed, but Rio, who struck. The moment he made a distorted face, it became clear that he was shocked due to his failure. Marie reacted and moved slightly to the right. Rio's thrust had aimed precisely at Marie's heart. Flare, a fireball the size of a fist instantaneously swelled. Layered ice wall package, Rio deployed an ice package to encapsulate the fireball. Of course, he understood that it wouldn't be contained. What he needed now was not to suppress it. He needed to buy a little time. Marie cast her spell to create distance from Rio, therefore he couldn't allow her to create distance. He pursued the retreating Marie. Rio leaned forward. Too naive. The next moment, Rio's right arm was severed. Rio immediately cast a layer of ice to stop the bleeding. However, the damage was greater than he had imagined. His wrist and elbow had been cleanly severed, but that was a sacrifice he had to accept. I was supposed to decapitate you, yet you went and changed Kotsu's trajectory with your right arm. That arm must hurt, right? It hurts a lot. Marie grimaced as she said this, while Rio twisted his face in pain in response. Of course it was painful. His arm had been severed. In some cases, even death from shock was possible. You know how to wield a Japanese sword, so you understand. You can't swing a sword with one hand. Yes, I understand. Rio had thought about this before. He couldn't swing it with one hand. That was after his arm had been chopped off by Demon Leonor. At that time, he had managed to decapitate the opponent at the same moment his arm was severed, securing victory. But this time was different. He found himself in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation, but the fight was still ongoing. Surrender. Surrender? Marie suggested surrendering, and Rio frowned. What would happen if we surrendered? Well, I'll try to ask the leader not to take Rio's life. Even as she said this, Marie's expression was grim. In other words, what are the chances that request will be granted? 90%. That's not good. That's right, there were no Geneva Conventions here forbidding the abuse of prisoners. The likelihood of being killed after surrendering was higher. As a warning, but if you resist, I will definitely kill you. I'll resist and gamble on that 1% chance. There isn't even 1% left. For some reason, their banter felt surprisingly fitting. "You have some nerve to joke around in this situation. I'm being trained daily by my strong comedic partner. It doesn't seem like much of a crisis to me." Saying so, Rio glanced at Abel, his comedic partner, who was watching from outside the window. Following his gaze, Marie looked at Abel too. "I don't understand this world at all. Winning the world through comedy isn't easy, is it?" "Indeed. So you too intend to conquer the world with comedy?" "Yes, of course." Rio was engaged in what seemed like a pointless conversation. Of course it was a tactic to buy time. But time for what? I've roughly constructed a form, and then he chanted, "Ice create right arm." In that instant, an ice right arm sprouted from Rio. Marie was understandably surprised by this unexpected development. Rio lightly flexed and opened his fist to gauge how well it worked. Moving each finger is impossible. The limit is managing two states, opening and closing the palm, using magic. Even though I'm repurposing technology I used for the ice golem, I can't help that it's a rushed job. He had considerable dissatisfaction, but it was better than nothing. Rio's foundation was kendo. Murakumo was firmly gripped in his left hand, guiding the movement with his right. He could swing the sword with just his left hand, although the speed would be lacking, and he wouldn't be able to execute attacks that bypassed the opponent's defense. However, even if it was far from perfect, having this ice arm made a significant difference. "I never expected you to grow an arm of ice, and it can move properly." "Of course. It's not an exaggeration to say I've dabbled in alchemy just for this." For some reason, Rio said this with confidence. "By the way, Rio, when did you reincarnate into this world?" "Well, about 20 years ago." "Oh, you're young." You seem young too, Marie. I'm probably over 4,000 years old." Rio exclaimed in astonishment. "Basically, phantom beings don't vanish. They don't vanish. Even if the body is gone, they float in this world in a state like a soul and can enter another body somewhere." "That's incarnation?" "Exactly. That's why I can have various experiences. It's interesting. This world has too many long-lived races." Rio shook his head slightly at Marie's words. "Well, let's see what this newly grown arm can do." "No, a draw would suffice, though. I have taken no damage." "Right." Marie again sheathed kotsu. She bent her knees, lowering her stance, and the air around them changed. Rio took his usual Sagan stance. He turned on active sonar and closed his eyes. Zashu. Once again, Rio's right arm was severed. This time it was ice. "I knew you were coming in, but I couldn't react in time." Rio's face twisted in frustration. Then he quickly regenerated his arm. "You just need to strike faster than I can react." Marie said this with a slight smile, but when she saw Rio regenerate his arm again, her expression soured. "That's going to be endless. This is the result of all the effort I've put into living." Rio shrugged in response. In the end, he had lost his arm multiple times. "That means there's no choice but to decapitate me." "No, there's also the method of negotiating a resolution where everything is settled peacefully." "Negotiating as in? That's not the kind of negotiation I'm talking about." Even though they were both from Japan, their conversation seemed to remain parallel. How incredibly difficult it was to come to a conclusion that satisfied everyone. "Rio just wants to make a joke, doesn't he?" That comment from a swordsman watching from the window was lost on the two of them. And then, suddenly, the third round began with Rio's dive. It was judged that receiving the sword-drawing technique was too difficult. Naturally, this understanding was shared by the opponent as well. "You decided you couldn't take it, huh? Attack is the best defense." Rio feigned bravado in response to Marie's words. He understood that attacking first wouldn't change the fact that he was in a disadvantageous situation. But he also understood that if he continued to endure, he would eventually lose. In the past, he had managed to turn the tables against opponents who surpassed him in power and speed through impenetrable defense. But those past opponents had not differed much from Rio in terms of skill. However, this opponent was different. She surpassed Rio in both power and speed as a phantom being. Moreover, she had a higher level of swordsmanship than Rio, skills so high that he couldn't help but acknowledge them. Against such an opponent, Rio had no idea how to win. Without a clear picture of enduring with impenetrable defense, he understood that retreating would lead to certain defeat. That much was clear, so he tried to attack, but, "You're not going to win that way." Marie dodged Rio's kesagake with her body and executed a thrust diagonally upward from her lower left. Forced to retreat, Rio jumped back to create distance. He had no choice but to jump back in response to her thrust. "It feels like the flow of battle is being danced on the palm of Marie's hand." "Interesting expression." Rio said this in frustration, and Marie replied with a slight smile. Indeed, the difference in experience was clear. How an attack would cause the opponent to move. That knowledge was accumulated only through combat experience, foresight. The difference in combat experience between Rio and Abel was the largest gap Rio believed existed. That was foresight. An unpredictable development? If it devolved into a battle of strength, winning against an opponent skilled in foresight would be nearly impossible. I understand, I know, but Rio murmured in his heart. He also knew what he had to do to avoid it. I know, but I couldn't make up my mind. However, at this point, Rio steeled himself. He didn't know what kind of development would occur. He didn't know what would come. What should he do to avoid it? It was simple. He needed to lead it into a development that would inevitably come, and then aim for that inevitably coming moment. In Marie's swordplay, a technique that would definitely come. From re-establishing the stance, a technique that would definitely come. But that was precisely the strongest technique. I have no choice but to aim for the sword-drawing technique. Once he had successfully intercepted it, but that was when he still had his right arm. Now his right arm was an ice prosthetic. No matter what, it would inevitably react slower than a real arm. He had to intercept the sword-drawing technique with that right arm, so he hesitated, trying to initiate his own attacks. The dice have been cast. In response to Rio's decision, Marie sheathed Kotsu. She bent her knees, lowering her stance, and the atmosphere shifted. Rio raised Murakumo above his head, unusually taking the upper stance. Dynamic steam mine II active. He turned on active sonar again, closing his eyes as before. Sword flashes crossed. Godspeed step, ultrafast sword drawing from Marie. In sync, Rio stepped forward. The distance was off. Rio turned his body to the right while in a forward stance, to the position where Marie's sword drawing would strike from the front. With one arm, he held the sword and launched it with impressive speed. But he swung down Murakumo, held with both hands toward that Kotsu. The sword flew away. Yes, Rio's aim was the weapon. If he could knock the weapon away, the opponent wouldn't be able to attack. Normally, I am also a mage. After a brief flash of annihilation, Marie's voice, which should have been coming from where her weapon had been sent flying, was heard right behind Rio, making even him panic. Ice coffin. There was no time to check behind him, but he was certain an attack was coming. Moreover, it was magic. In that case, he had no choice but to encase himself in ice to boost his defense. However, that meant abandoning his movement. He had no choice but to remain stationary. Freya sphere. A wall of flames formed with a radius of 10 meters centered around Rio. From there it contracted toward the center, toward Rio's ice coffin. Layer it on further, fusion plasma. The plasma, reaching millions of degrees, instantly vaporized everything. All things disappeared. The sphere of flames was released. Inside there was nothing, not even the ice coffin. Marie was gasping for air. As soon as Kotsu was sent flying, she activated 4 specially made flying rings, propelling herself into the air. As she circled behind Rio, the wind attribute magic from the flying rings brushed against the steam mine, merely causing a flash of annihilation. In one swift motion, she blocked Rio's escape route with the Freya sphere and vaporized it with fusion plasma. Even for a phantom being said to have inexhaustible magical power, continuously using heavy magic like this was quite taxing. Temporarily, she must have consumed nearly all the magical power in her body. As long as I won, it's good. The moment she said that, Marie's head was severed. An ice blade then pierced through her chest, stopping just before her heart. I win, Marie, please surrender, Rio said quietly. I acknowledge my defeat. He heard the severed head say that. In the next moment, Rio withdrew Murakumo from Marie's body and knelt on both knees. Just then, a swordsman burst through the window. Rio, Abel. I won. The two's confrontation would conclude in tomorrow's 653 Rio versus Marie III. Marie's body walked over, picked up the fallen head, and returned it to its original place. Furthermore, she took a potion from her pocket and poured it around the neck. A faint light emitted, and the head was reconnected. What is that? Rio murmured while being supported by Abel, watching the scene unfold. I'm a phantom being, so it would eventually reconnect even if left alone. But if you use this potion, it will connect immediately. Is there really such a ridiculous potion? Rio was outraged. Yes, that indeed exceeded the limits of what a potion could do. Certainly, among the potions made by Viscount Kenneth Hayward, the highest quality ones could reconnect severed arms, but it wasn't as simple as just slapping it together and pouring some potion on it. That's right, Rio, you should use it too. With this potion, your arm will grow back as well. Huh! Marie's words were incomprehensible to Rio. Rio was a water attribute mage, but he also dabbled in alchemy. He believed he possessed considerable knowledge and skill enough to create golems, so he knew, you cannot regenerate limbs with a potion. He stated it clearly. That's right, usually you can't. Marie nodded in agreement. In other words, the potion Marie was handing over was not ordinary. I don't even know why this one can regenerate limbs. After all, I can hardly use alchemy myself. Then, where did you get that potion? I received it long ago. You got something like that. From whom? From a certain vampire. Marie looked off into the distance. She might have been remembering that moment. The only opponent I've ever lost to in a sword fight. Ah, now that I lost to Rio, it's two, Marie said with a grimace. It seemed she was still frustrated about losing to Rio. Rio is stronger with the sword than you, huh? Rio, that perception is incorrect. Huh, he is overwhelmingly stronger with the sword than I am, Marie stated clearly without a frown. It seemed different from losing to Rio. Losing to Rio was frustrating. Losing to that vampire was, of course, expected. The difference was that significant. Speaking of which, the alchemy was incredible too. The moment Marie said that, for some reason, the image of Lord Ancestor from Twilight Land flashed in Rio's mind. So he decided to ask, that vampire, did he perhaps go by the name of Lord Ancestor? Shinso? No, that wasn't the name. Did he lead other vampires? No, now that I think about it, he mentioned being banished. He was all alone. I see. It seemed he might be different. Where did you meet that vampire? In the Dark Continent. Oh, you're not thinking of going vampire hunting, are you? No, I have no intention of doing that whatsoever. Good. Don't try to take action. Even Rio would be finished in seconds. Ah, yes. Now Marie, who had just experienced Rio's full-force combat, said that. The strength of that vampire must be something to be reckoned with. Rio looked at the potion handed to him. It was a faintly blue potion. Is this what I should drink? Yes, you might want to remove that ice arm first. Understood. Rio steeled himself. He dispelled the ice right arm and took a deep breath. Abel, who had been supporting Rio, stepped back. While it was understandable to keep distance since they didn't know what would happen, I've been abandoned by Abel. If anything happens, I'll help immediately. Rio glared at Abel resentfully, shaking his head slightly. Abel's intention to help if something happened was genuine. Once again, Rio took a deep breath. And then, he drank the potion in one go. Nothing special happened. Nothing occurred. Huh, a small word escaped Rio's mouth, and in the next moment, ugh! A scream unlike any Abel had ever heard burst from Rio's mouth. With his left hand, he pressed against the severed right arm. An intense pain shot through the right arm. Oh, right limb regeneration comes with intense pain, Marie said while scratching her cheek. It seemed she had completely forgotten that detail. Such things should have been mentioned earlier. Before Rio could finish his complaint, another wave of intense pain struck. Along with it, Rio's right arm slowly began to regenerate. It felt as though it was being reconstructed from the severed point. Completely different from extra heal. Abel's mutter seemed to reach Marie's ears as well. That's right. That's truly a miracle from the gods. It regenerates with hardly any pain. Even from the perspective of regenerative medicine, it's inconceivable. Marie nodded as she spoke. While there were words Abel didn't quite understand, he couldn't help but agree that it was a miracle from the gods. Is that really light attribute magic? Marie murmured. Rather, it feels more like a reversal of time. That was such a quiet comment that no one heard it. Before the two, Rio's regeneration continued. Rio was gritting his teeth. However, the moment that overwhelming pain shot through him, even his strong will could not suppress the involuntary cry that escaped. That scene continued for over 5 minutes. Finally, the regeneration ended. Rio was taking shallow breaths. He still lacked the strength for deep breathing. Rio! Even Abel's call was soft. He approached slowly. Finally, Rio's breathing began to transition from shallow to deeper. Abel had experienced intense pain himself. During those moments of agony, one could hardly breathe. As the intense pain subsided, he finally transitioned to shallow breathing, eventually reaching deep breaths. From that experience, it seemed Rio's pain had finally begun to ease. Rio! Abel called out again. Yes, Abel. I'm fine, responding while consciously taking deep breaths, Rio answered. It seems you're okay now. Marie nodded. No, if such intense pain was coming, you should have told me beforehand. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot since I haven't done limb regeneration for others recently. Rio admonished, while Marie responded with a wry smile. Rio had noticed it. The severed arm had vanished. It seemed he had not ended up with 2 right arms. The severed arm became the material and the arm was reconstructed. He voiced what he thought. Certainly, if that were the case, conservation of mass would not be a problem. Many times he waved and flexed his new right arm. There was absolutely no discomfort, so he declared. My right arm is fully restored. With raised right arm, Rio silently vowed he would never experience such pain again. Rio suddenly looked at the window of the Emperor Tsuin's room where he should be sleeping. There stood Tsuin looking this way. Was the Emperor awake? From a certain point I was watching the battle with you all, Rio asked, and Abel answered. So if you're awake, it might be okay to leave here. It's better not to overdo it, but it would be troublesome if the leader or others returned and crossed paths, wouldn't it? Is it okay for you, Marie? Rio's question was whether Marie would not be held responsible. Who knows? I'm not sure, but I'll just speak honestly, Marie replied with a shrug. In reality, it was unclear what kind of reaction the Phantom King, as the Lord, would have. Well, he probably wouldn't praise her. There were those who couldn't be so pragmatic as Marie. Other phantom beings. They had remained at a distance from Rio and Abel and weren't moving. That was only natural. Marie had lost. They couldn't believe they could win on their own. Marie, what? It seems like the people around are confused. Ah, Marie looked around and understood the situation. Then she stated clearly, I lost, I will take responsibility. So I will allow these two and Emperor Darwei to leave. If anyone tries to take action, I will not forgive them. The words were almost devoid of emotion, merely businesslike. However, the other phantom beings seemed to understand and felt relieved. Most were nodding. At least, no one seemed to be attempting to attack Rio and the others. Also, I would appreciate it if I could get some bedding. Bedding? Yes, to lay in the Emperor's carriage, or rather the vehicle. Ah, you can take the ones from the bedroom without asking. Thus, Rio, Abel, and Emperor Tsuin were set to leave the summer villa. However, there was a problem. It would be harsh to make Emperor Tsuin walk a long distance. He wasn't an adventurer like Rio and Abel, and after all, the endurance of these two was exceptional compared to regular adult men, so he wouldn't be able to keep up. Therefore, they decided he would ride on Rio's cart. They had received bedding so that he could lie down in the cart, but the cart is great for carrying luggage, but it's quite lacking in cushioning for carrying people. Rio tilted his head, pondering various options. Even if they put Emperor Tsuin on it, the ride would surely be quite uncomfortable on unpaved roads. Wouldn't it be good to fix the road, like how Rio was doing when going through the forest or jungle? That's true. If the cart won't work, then we should just fix the road, Rio exclaimed, revising a line attributed to someone like Marie Antoinette in response to Abel's suggestion. What a versatile phrase that was. With that, Rio and Abel led the way, with the cart carrying the Emperor following behind, and the party made their escape. Inside the summer villa that the three had left in Marie's room. Rio mentioned dabbled in alchemy, the magic circle that Hal gave me. Should I have shown him how to generate that potion earlier? Saying that, Marie placed a card-like metal plate she took from the drawer on the desk and channeled magical power. In the next moment, a magic circle was drawn on the desk and in the air above it. I wonder if he would be happy to see a layered magic circle, Marie smiled. Speaking of which, Hal was a reincarnator too. If I meet Rio somewhere again, I might show him this layered magic circle then. On that day, deforestation occurred. For the sake of His Majesty the Emperor, who is not in perfect health, the trees of the forest have become sacrifices. Why, yeah. I think it's unavoidable. Rio and Abel walked quickly while talking. To ensure the comfort of the covered cart following Rio, a smooth ice path was laid down in the forest. Inside it, a futon was spread out, and the Emperor Tsuin, who had lost a lot of blood and was still far from being in good health, lay down. Abel, if something happens, please take care of it. What do you mean by, if something happens? Abel didn't understand what Rio was referring to. And Marie attacked the palace before she brought faceless ghosts with her. Faceless ghosts? They are gray monsters with no eyes, nose, or mouth on their faces. Ah, you mean shadow stalkers. Abel and the maid Mifa had repelled the two shadow stalkers that Marie brought. I've heard that those are monsters produced by the forest. That's what they say. Even someone as experienced as Abel in adventuring didn't know the exact details. That's how mysterious shadow stalkers were. I've also faced them once on my way to the Western nations. Seriously, that's rare. After that, I was warned by the forest. Oh, they might be in this forest too. And we are repeating deforestation. So the forest might be angry and send out shadow stalkers. If that happens, you're saying I should handle it? That's right. Normally, Abel would say that was unreasonable, but this time he didn't. They had originally set out to rescue the Emperor, but they still had to bring him back to Darwei. The cart carrying the Emperor was Rio's. Moreover, Rio was a water attribute mage skilled in defense. If that was the case, it would be ideal for Rio to defend while Abel attacked. Got it. If it comes to that, I'll fight, so Rio, you take care of the Emperor. Abel was a serious and good guy. However, their journey back was relatively smooth. Along the way, Rio and Abel often discussed what would happen after their return. I don't think Prince Kuri will hand over the great governance just because the Emperor returns. Great governance. Regency, I don't understand well, but you mean he won't return the power he's holding. I agree with that. More than the person himself, those around him will resist. In some cases, it might even become a fait accompli. A fait accompli? Ah, so you're saying they could make the Emperor disappear by force? That's what I'm saying. Neither Rio nor Abel were particularly scheming. But even those two could think that far. This meant that those strategists or advisors around Prince Kuri might naturally take such measures. It would be ideal for it to be unnoticed, but even if it's known, they can just kill him afterward. Well, they control more than half of the SH-Taif layer and hold the Imperial Palace. They could probably manage anything even if they do something outrageous. It definitely won't work to say we snuck back into the Imperial capital. We want to make a grand entry, one that leaves the opponent speechless. That sounds pretty difficult. They often had such conversations. But of course, they had also informed Emperor Tsuin of what had happened in the Imperial capital after he was kidnapped. I see, Kuri. Emperor Tsuin said that and fell silent. Rio and Abel also hesitated to say anything that would further strain Emperor Tsuin, who was still far from being in good health, and there wasn't much they could report. Most events had occurred while they were away from the Imperial capital. The information they had was almost entirely relayed from Minister Shu through Inspector Li Wu, so they thought they needed to gather information after reuniting with public ship No. 10. As days passed, Emperor Tsuin's health also improved. He had not been ill to begin with. Rather, he was waiting for the recovery of the blood lost during blood donation, so he just needed to eat nutritious food and not overexert himself. Thank you very much, Duke Rondo and Abel. Emperor Tsuin expressed his gratitude almost daily. No, Your Majesty, please convey that gratitude to Commander Tin and His Highness Lion. Rio responded that way each time he was thanked. Perhaps the one who felt the most grievance was Commander Tin. Prince Lion, who requested Rio's cooperation, fully understood the risks of being under the watchful eye of the new power holder, Prince Kuri. Compared to that, Rio and Abel were. We just moved a little distance and fought a life-threatening battle that resulted in an arm being severed. Don't forget, Rio. Yes, along the way many forests were destroyed and sacrificed. Yes, I'm sorry. In the world where limb regeneration was possible thanks to Phi, having an arm severed might not seem like a big deal compared to the deforestation. No, it shouldn't be like that, right? At the Royal Main Camp, located quite far from the capital of the Chawauchi Empire, the leader known as the Phantom King was present. Teorin, you say a report from Marie has arrived? Yes, it just arrived. Teorin, who went to the Darwei Imperial Palace with Envoy Burke, wearing a black mask to incite Prince Bin, handed over a report. The recipient was none other than the Phantom King. If someone who had seen Envoy Burke were there, they would have been surprised. The Phantom King and Envoy Burke looked strikingly similar. The only difference was their hair color. Envoy Burke had white hair that reached his back and wore black Eastern attire. The Phantom King had black hair that reached his back and wore white Eastern attire. But their manner of speaking was completely different. Envoy Burke was always polite. The Phantom King was rough. That Marie sent a report means something significant must have happened. Did the capital get destroyed or something? The Phantom King said this as he read the report. He frowned deeply. After reading it slowly again, he handed the report to Teorin. Read it, and when Burke returns, let him read it too. Yes, sir. Teorin received it and read the report, but he quickly raised his face. She lost a duel and allowed Tsuin to escape. Yes, it says so. That should not be allowed. There's nothing we can do about it. That's what happened. The opponent was Duke Rondo. Even if it was Duke Rondo, for Marie to lose in a duel. Teorin repeated it over and over with an expression of disbelief. However, after a while, he regained his composure. What shall we do about the pursuers? Leave it be. Huh. Who would we even send after them? It was the opponent that Marie lost to. The only ones able to fight are me or Burke. But both are too far away to pursue. However, Teorin understood as well. He had seen Duke Rondo confronting Envoy Burke at Rondo Mansion. That was indeed a strong opponent. But if they allowed the Darwei Emperor to escape here, that's true, the Emperor's southward advance could become troublesome. The Phantom King said with a laugh. There was no hint of respect in those words. But don't forget, what I want is the Central Nations. If the Emperor wants to obtain Darwei, he can do as he pleases. I won't stop him. I might even assist in attacking the Peiyu nation. We could even invade the northern part of Darwei together. But everything is to reach the corridor leading to the Central Nations. I understand. After all, I paralyzed the functions of the Duchy of Atinjo for the sake of the Emperor and caused a ruckus at the conference of the Eastern nations. That way, I choked off the rear of Darwei. Come to think of it, it was also Duke Rondo who disrupted that. The Phantom King remembered the robed man he faced in Cubivasa. There may be a troublesome fate involved. The Duke of the Natore Kingdom in the Central Nations, the Phantom King said with a slight smile. The report states that the blood of Emperor Darwei has been gathered as needed. We can't take action for a while longer due to preparations. For this matter, tell Marie to bring it here without questioning it. Understood, Teorin replied and exited the room. Who would have thought Marie would lose? When I fought her in Cubivasa, I certainly thought she was a troublesome opponent. I'm curious now. Should I try fighting her again in person? That doesn't sound bad. The Phantom King said that and laughed mischievously. Rio, Abel, and Emperor Tsuin took 7 days from the summer villa to arrive at the port town of Meihai in Peiyu. Your Majesty, you are safe. Rawu, don't make it hard for the crew of ship number 10. Such kind words. Emperor Tsuin smiled and addressed Captain Ra Wu and the others. Among them, some crew members were crying. Since the public ship was directly under the Emperor and the Imperial Palace, their feelings toward the Emperor might differ from those of the other Darwei Navy crew members. You are Inspector Li Wu from the Inspectorate, correct? How could someone like me have my name known by your majesty? I have heard from Minister Juon that you are an astute inspector. I am truly honored. Inspector Li Wu deeply bowed at Emperor Tsuin's words. The group moved to an inn adjacent to Meihai Port. It seemed the crew of ship number 10 had been waiting there for Rio and the others. First, here are the movements in the Imperial capital since the kidnapping of your majesty. Once they entered a spacious room, Captain Ra Wu said and laid several sheets of paper on the table. There, the movements of Prince Kuri's faction were highlighted, as well as the reasons why the faction of the third Prince Shure could not act actively. Shure has been appointed as the great general of the Northern Expedition. Rio unintentionally voiced a point that caught his attention. Shure is straightforward for better or worse, but that is also for the sake of the Darwei Imperial family and the citizens. If he is told it is for the country rather than himself, he will accept the position of great general. Emperor Tsuin replied. But that means he would also be seen as accepting to serve under Prince Kuri, doesn't it? Abel expressed his concern. Emperor Tsuin did not respond verbally to that concern, only nodding silently. With that acceptance, those in the SHTIF layer who were wise to benefit likely quickly distanced themselves and approached Prince Kuri. It may not be commendable behavior as a person, but those living around power must make such judgments and actions to survive. That is also a fact. If it is said to be for the country and the people, then it is predicted that His Highness Shure will accept, and as a result, the factions within Shure's camp will split. Prince Kuri is also quite impressive. That calculation is very much in line with Kuri's character. Emperor Tsuin nodded at Rio's words. However, his expression was one of concern. While that high calculation ability is splendid, the common people do not like to be shown calculations. Emperor Tsuin murmured. Rio nodded repeatedly at that murmur. The populace does not prefer rational explanations. In fact, that is the essence of the populace. In every era and in every world, the essence of the populace does not change. When one interprets history with that premise, many things can be understood. Rather, if one studies without understanding that, the moment the populace comes into play, they will be flustered. Why? Why do they act that way? It is not a matter of foolishness or wisdom. It is simply that way. And the moment one understands that, they are no longer part of the populace. Indeed, from the instant of understanding, one ceases to be part of the populace. So what do they become? That becomes a matter of personal choice, and is determined by what they do thereafter. However, one cannot return to being part of the populace. They can no longer return to being part of the populace. They become something other than the populace. While Rio was lost in such sidetracked thoughts, Emperor Tsuin continued reading the documents laid out on the desk. His gaze was that of a ruler. The determination to advance the country's politics was clearly that of an emperor. Rio exchanged glances with Abel. Abel nodded. Yes, he thought the same as Rio. Emperor Tsuin was attempting to regain his position as the Emperor of Darwei. They did not know how strong his will was. Was it permissible to forcibly eliminate Prince Kuri? If the Darwei army, including the Forbidden Army, were to turn against him, would it be permissible to fight them? What if there were forces obstructing his return to the Imperial capital? How far would he go? Rio and Abel thought they should directly ask Emperor Tsuin to confirm these matters soon. Lion is still holed up in the princely residence, claiming illness. Emperor Tsuin murmured as he read the documents, and Inspector Li Wu nodded. Has new information arrived? Rio was surprised. Such information should not have come in before Rio and Abel left. After Duke Rondo left this town, several situations have arisen. Captain Ra Wu said, gathering the documents Emperor Tsuin had finished reading and starting to lay out additional documents on the cleared space on the desk. This is detailed information from within the Imperial capital. This writing is likely from the Censorate's Shu, isn't it? That is correct, Your Majesty. It was delivered to me through Minister Juon from Minister Shu. Inspector Li Wu bowed his head. By the way, were you two in the same cohort for the central exam? Emperor Tsuin laughed. Inspector Li Wu and Captain Ra Wu exchanged surprised glances. Though Shu and Juon were key figures in the nation, they were astonished that the emperor knew such details. During the royal examination of the previous emperor, those two went head-to-head intensely. Even though it was a place to respond to the emperor's oral examination, they started arguing. There has never been anyone else like them before or since. Emperor Tsuin said this, smiling nostalgically. Now they get along well. That's because they acknowledge each other. Emperor Tsuin nodded once. Then he turned to Captain Ra Wu and said, I have a general understanding of the situation so far. Now, do you have any information or proposals regarding what comes next? Yes. I have been informed that Shu and Juan have some suggestions. Captain Ra Wu said and handed over something that resembled a tightly sealed envelope. Emperor Tsuin opened it and read it. I see, as expected of those two. Have you already informed the other side? Emperor Tsuin said, then handed the document to Rio. Is it all right if I read this? Of course. At this point, I must apologize, but I intend to involve Duke Rondo until the end. Rio took it and read. Abel leaned in from the side to read as well. Both of them had surprised expressions when they finished reading. I see, Roshuten knows. The other person can also be completely trusted in terms of loyalty. Yes, actually, I also know who that other person is. What? Duke Rondo has far more connections within Darwei than I thought. Emperor Tsuin said this, laughing cheerfully. It was likely the first genuine smile he had shown since his abduction. All right, the destination is decided. We will head to Bogo. The public ship number 10 set sail towards the city of Bogo in southern Darwei. Naturally, this meant they would not be stopping by the Hanlin Imperial capital. We were able to load sufficient food at the port town of Meihai. I also expressed our gratitude to the daimyo's office, so there shouldn't be any problems, Captain Ra Wu explained. I believe you handed over a handwritten letter of thanks from His Majesty the Emperor, Rio confirmed. Yes. Captain Moa Shu of the Meihai Port Guards was quite moved, Captain Ra Wu replied. Although they were neighboring countries that had previously experienced an unfortunate clash, it seemed they were trying to move towards a path of peace. After Captain Ra Wu left, Rio called out to Abel, who was reading a book next to him. Peace is truly a wonderful thing. I completely agree. Abel, our Natore kingdom should also push forward with the diplomacy of letters of gratitude. What do you mean by that? The king tilted his head at the first duke's suggestion. We should scatter letters of thanks handwritten by King Abel to the lords of neighboring countries. Isn't it better not to give out letters of thanks too often? Issuing them recklessly could have a counterproductive effect. Is that so? You're only saying that because writing them is a hassle, aren't you? Rio looked at Abel with a dubious expression. It was an unusual reversal of roles for them. Think about it. If a lord of the kingdom had a handwritten letter of thanks from the emperor of the Debuhi Empire displayed in his office, what would you think? He would surely betray us someday? Right. Indeed. Let's stop the diplomacy of letters of gratitude. Rio frowned and shook his head slightly. Even if the intention of diplomacy was to bring peace, it didn't always lead to peaceful outcomes. How difficult diplomacy could be. The next morning, Captain Ra Wu presented the sailing schedule to Bogo. I don't have accurate navigational charts or reliable information about the winds, but it is expected we will arrive in about 3 weeks. Understood, Emperor Tsuin nodded. Since their departure, Emperor Tsuin had been holed up in the captain's cabin writing letters. After declaring our survival in Bogo, he will send them to various places, he thought. Once the explanation concluded and they dispersed, Emperor Tsuin returned to the captain's cabin. Watching this, Abel muttered, "Rally the citizens, that's what it feels like. I'm not sure I understand." Abel, you wrote something similar back in the day, didn't you? Rio recalled. Yes, to liberate the kingdom that was trampled by the younger brother of the Crown Prince Raymond and the Empire, Abel rose up in the southern city of Run. At that time, he had written a proclamation to the lords within the kingdom, urging them to rise up together. The first to respond was the house of Marquis Hope in the west, Ignace's family, right? Ignace was a diplomatic expert, and the two had been on a delegation together before. He was the second son of Marquis Hope. Ah, yes, the leading noble family of the west, the house of Marquis Hope, along with the southern baron of Run and the house of Heinlein, quickly expressed their support. I knew the two southern noble families would support us early on, but the fact that Marquis Hope showed his support at that stage was significant, Abel explained. Originally, Abel was an A-rank adventurer belonging to Run. Thus, it seemed natural for the southern great nobles to support him in the eyes of the other noble families of the kingdom. However, it was impactful that one of the great nobles, Marquis Hope from the west, had supported him early on, not just from the south, but from the entire kingdom. I wonder if it will be the same this time. Who knows? The question is, can we definitively call the opponents enemies? Rio's inquiry caused Abel to tilt his head. Besides, more than half of the SH-Taif layer originally belonged to the faction of Prince Kuri, right? They gambled their future by joining Prince Kuri's faction, thinking their prince would grasp supreme power. How will they move? The emperor is the one with supreme power, isn't he? That's true, but there has been an announcement from the kidnap party stating he is dead. The people currently in the imperial capital probably don't know the emperor is alive. Indeed, how will they act once they are informed that he is still alive? That's a difficult question. Both Abel and Rio understood the facade. The true top leader, the emperor, has returned. It would be best for him to return to the throne and for the kingdom to continue operating as before. Yes, that was the facade. It also appeared that everything would smoothly come together. But they also knew that the reality could show an entirely different scenario. Just as the people of the Assassinated layer are under Prince Kuri, there are also vassals beneath each of those people. That's right. Those vassals have families and further subordinates. The choices made will carry responsibility for all of them. It becomes impossible to choose actions solely based on a sense of justice. Both Abel and Rio had seen various things within the kingdom. Thus, they did not want to unilaterally condemn those from the Assassinated layer who were aligned with Prince Kuri. I hope it doesn't lead to direct armed conflict. Going to Bogo is a part of laying the groundwork for that, Abel stated clearly. I don't want to fight. I hope they won't attack us. Does not prevent conflict. The very fact that they harbor such feelings indicates that they are not overwhelmingly strong against their opponents. Well, if we were overwhelmingly strong, they would not attack us. Indeed, if we are overwhelmingly strong, we wouldn't even need to think about that. If we are not overwhelmingly strong, they might attack us. What should we do? We need to become overwhelmingly strong? Exactly, that is the best answer. Abel nodded at Rio's response. That was the answer one should take as a king, confidently declaring it as the course of action to lead the nation. In times like this, I really do think of you as a king, Abel. What do you usually think of me? The hungry swordsman. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. In a corner of the Hanlon Imperial capital at the Kuri princely residence. The Kuri princely residence was home to many talents as guests. Various types, various positions. However, among them, one of the most famous individuals was undoubtedly Lord Rowan of the Six Saints. As the strongest water attribute magician, he occupies a place among the pinnacle of mages and sorcerers, and is also known as the greatest alchemist in the Imperial capital. Such Lord Rowan was walking in a corner of the princely residence that he usually didn't visit. There was no particular reason. Somehow, at that day and time, he found his feet heading there. But within that building were exceedingly rare individuals. What a surprise! The fire attribute B1, wind attribute Leolin, and dark attribute Barda. It's rare to see all three of the six saints of adventurers gathered. Huh, isn't that old man Rowan? The brusque voice belonged to the fire attribute magician B1. Despite being a magician, he stood nearly 190 centimeters tall with a muscular physique that resembled a swordsman's close combat profession. In fact, while B1 is a fire attribute magician, his strength as a swordsman is at the peak of the capital's adventurers, and he also ranks among the physical class's pinnacle, the Six Swords. At 30 years old, he was in his prime as an adventurer, and of course, a special rank adventurer. Beside him stood the slender wind attribute magician Leolin, a stark contrast to B1. Also 30 years old, he wielded a staff that was as large as his own body and overwhelmed with the seemingly boundless magical power through his continuous casting of attack magic. Despite his gentle appearance, his fierce barrage of attack magic was astonishing. Lastly, there was a short man dressed in a gray cloak with a deep hood, the dark attribute magician Barda. In the Central Nations and Western Nations, dark attribute magicians are quite rare. This situation remains unchanged in the Eastern nations, with their numbers smaller than the other 5 attributes. However, dark attribute magic, which can influence human minds, is powerful in various circumstances, and is not despised like in the Central nations, but rather valued. And the pinnacle of dark attribute magicians from the Eastern nations is this Barda. It is said that he always wears his hood low, and no one has clearly seen his face. Are the 3 saints preparing for a journey? Maybe I should just pretend I didn't see anything. You seem to understand. Only Prince Kuri knows about this. Does that clarify things? However, it's still unclear where the target will appear, right? There's a baron who is quite active. Oh, but that's as much as I can say. B1, the fire attribute magician, shrugged after saying that. Once again, I shall pretend to have seen nothing. You all don't fail, okay? Even though you are called the Six Saints. There are troublesome people around the target. Hey, old man, are you underestimating us? B1's light banter elicited a hint of anger from Rowan. The Six Saints don't matter. It's just that people who don't know us are praising us. But don't get it wrong, we are special rank adventurers. B1 clearly declared this, pride seeping into the words. Special rank adventurers do not fail. With that said, the 3 set off. As they watched them disappear from view, Lord Rowan murmured, If you all fail, I will have to step in. I want to avoid that. 3 weeks after the 10th ship departed from the port town of Mayhai, they arrived in Bogo. We have been waiting for you. The ones who welcomed the party were familiar faces to Rio and Abel. One was Earl Bashu Roshu Ten, the other was his uncle. Long time no see, Fu Ten. It was the former vice daimyo of Bogo, Fu Ten. I'm glad to see you're well, thanks to your majesty's mercy. The pleased Emperor Tsuin expressed his gratitude towards Fu Ten. Fu Ten, who had been the lord of the territory further south in Bashu, was responsible for the security of the Eastern Palace where the Crown Prince resided. On the very night he was in charge, the Crown Prince was murdered by someone in his quarters at the Eastern Palace. As a result, Fu Ten lost his position as the Earl of Barrow and became the vice-daimyo in the territory of his nephew, Earl Bashu Roshu Ten. However, there was not a hint of resentment in Fu Ten's gaze as he looked at Emperor Tsuin. On the contrary, it appeared as if he was offering genuine respect. Emperor Tsuin also looked happy to see Fu Ten again after a long time. After that, Fu Ten discovered unexpected individuals behind Emperor Tsuin. Adventurers Rio and Abel, correct, it's been a while. It's been a long time. Fu Ten, you seem well too, while Rio and Abel greeted cheerfully. It was another individual who became flustered. Uncle, those are the Duke Rondo and Lord Albert you spoke of. The one who hurriedly explained was Earl Bashu Roshu Ten. Of course, at first, Roshu Ten had no idea of this. But now he certainly knew that Rio was Duke Rondo and Abel was the guarding swordsman Lord Albert. My, how rude of me! In the Bogo Daimyo's office, where the group moved, soldiers were lined up. They are soldiers from the Bashu territory, but in fact some. Earl Bashu Roshu Ten began to explain, but quickly trailed off. It seemed there was something hard to say. Go ahead, I won't get angry, Emperor Tsuin encouraged him. Yes. In fact, the soldiers from the adjacent Barrow territory wish to lend their strength and have come. Barrow? Oh, right, that was Fu Ten's former territory. Emperor Tsuin nodded at Roshu Ten's explanation. Your Majesty, I apologize. The former Earl of Barrow, Fu Ten, bowed his head. The people probably wish to help you, Fu Ten. They might have thought that if they came here with me to the capital, your return would be hastened. It's proof of the good governance you displayed when you were the Lord. Emperor Tsuin spoke with a hint of joy. Then, after a big nod, he continued. Good. I had always intended to return the title of Earl of Barrow to you. This will only accelerate the process. Right here, I will regrant you the title of Earl of Barrow once more. Why, Your Majesty? That was certainly unexpected for Fu Ten. His voice completely cracked. As long as I have not abdicated, I am still the Emperor of Darwei. There should be no issue. Thus, Fu Ten was reinstated as Earl of Barrow after 5 years. Once this was conveyed, cheers erupted among the soldiers of the Barrow territory and spread out. That's wonderful, Fu Ten. Yes, Rio. No, Duke Rondo, thank you. While Rio could be called Rio, he understood that referring to him as Duke Rondo might be better in front of Emperor Tsuin and his retainers. Using different titles was quite a hassle, it seemed. When the Crown Prince was assassinated, there were opinions that perhaps my entire family, including myself, should face the death penalty. Really? However, Your Majesty took away my title as Earl of Barrow and issued an order for me to serve as the local vice-daimyo. Without letting anyone around say anything, you first distanced me from the capital. Moreover, my new post was in the territory of my nephew, Roshu Ten. It's all thanks to Your Majesty's mercy. If Your Majesty hadn't made that immediate decision, I cannot fathom what might have happened. At that time, I still had the ability to make judgments. As Fu Ten was explaining to Rio, Emperor Tsuin also arrived and said so. When I heard that Jun had died, I thought I must do something about Darwei. Thus, I think it was good that I promptly made the decision regarding Fu Ten. However, as days passed, I became more and more disheartened. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that Jun was truly gone. I became dazed. Jun appeared to be the name of the Crown Prince. Emperor Tsuin seemed to be recalling that moment. His face was contorted. Remembering one's past mistakes is not something that feels good for anyone. However, there are times when one must confront it. In most cases, it's not for oneself, but for something more important than oneself. I feel like I've finally begun to understand Jun's feelings recently. The feelings of His Highness the Crown Prince. He truly enjoyed going out and interacting with the people beyond the palace walls. To be honest, I didn't understand the reason back then. After shaking his head slightly, Emperor Tsuin continued speaking. It was simply that he was happy to see the people smiling. Ah, I wouldn't know such things as I've been cooped up in the palace all this time. Thus, I've started to occasionally go out of the palace recently. It was unfortunate that he had gotten kidnapped while doing so. With a wry smile, Emperor Tsuin noted that he seemed to have made some recovery as he could even laugh off being kidnapped. What about those individuals? They are expected to arrive tomorrow, Earl Bashu Roshu Ten answered at Emperor Tsuin's inquiry. As soon as Emperor Tsuin nodded upon hearing that, an urgent report came in. Emergency from the north? Emperor Tsuin received the report and read it. He immediately handed it to Earl Bashu Roshu Ten beside him. The contents of Roshu Ten's words were astonishing. The Peiyu nation has surrendered to the Chouchi Empire. Rather, we should say how well they have held out until now, Emperor Tsuin murmured. It was said that since Peiyu consists of horseback people, they would not easily surrender even if the capital fell. This was added by Inspector Li Wu, who belonged to the inspectorate and was familiar with the situation of the surrounding countries. In extreme terms, it means they wouldn't be defeated unless the king is captured. Fu Ten, who had returned to Earl Barrow, crossed his arms and murmured. Standing a short distance away from such leaders were Rio and Abel. They were technically outsiders and were not supposed to be deeply involved in the operation. Abel, the situation in the north is dire as well. It took 3 weeks to move across the sea. Well, I suppose we did well against the phantom beings. You're being cold, Abel. Rio expressed his dissatisfaction with Abel's calm explanation. Just because a country has been conquered doesn't mean it's all over. Why, yes, that's true. It depends on how each individual citizen thinks, right? Whether they feel okay with being occupied, want to rise up to return to their former state, or hope for a new country that is neither of those. Abel stated clearly, waiting alone would get them nothing. If they only waited for someone to give them something, nothing would change. Therefore, when Abel fought the Liberation War, he sought the strength of every soldier and every citizen. He avoided victory through Rio alone, understanding that sacrifices would be made, while conducting a liberation war that allowed soldiers and civilians to feel the reality of reclaiming their country through their own strength. The citizens are not that strong. Rio, who understood everything Abel had done and found it admirable, shook his head slightly. He knew ordinary people are not that strong. At best, they might do everything in their power to protect themselves and their loved ones, their families, but fighting for something as large and vague as a nation, guiding them to feel that way is difficult. That's true. Accepting Rio's feelings, Abel gently nodded with a smile. This is what it means to be a king. The next day, at the port of Bogo, we can see it on the southern horizon. A lookout climbed halfway up the mast of the 10th ship, docked at the port, and shouted from the crow's nest. In response, confirmation efforts began at the harbor using telescopes. Although Rio and Abel did not have telescopes, they were both excited. Finally, how many are coming? It seems there are about 30 ships, but all of them are warships. It must have been tough to come all the way to Darwei. Both were excited, but Rio was filled with pure interest, while Abel considered the hardships of the long voyage. A few dozen minutes later, 30 warships docked outside the harbor. They were certainly warships, but they seemed to come in various types. One of them began to enter the harbor. That's from the Suje Kingdom, the Rondark. Both Rio and Abel recognized the ship. When they previously visited Darwei, they were there diplomatically for Prince Lion's wedding. At that time, they were carrying Lord Protector Kavui Samaru of the Suje Kingdom, here to greet you on behalf of the expeditionary fleet. Lord Protector, thank you for your long journey, Kavui Samaru greeted, and Emperor Tsuin expressed gratitude. This expeditionary fleet was a joint fleet of the Suje Kingdom and the Kamakura feudal kingdom. Tomorrow, fleets from the Duchy of Atinjo and the Basanta Kingdom would also arrive. Some of these were due to the supply transport agreements made during the conference of the Eastern nations. But it was not just that. A large fleet and ground troops were set to arrive to demonstrate the authority of Emperor Darwei. Of course, this was a show of force by Emperor Tsuin against Prince Kuri's faction. The surrounding countries would recognize who held the power of Darwei. Naturally, for the neighboring countries, sending troops would allow them to earn favor with Emperor Tsuin. If Emperor Tsuin successfully returned to the throne, that would be great. Even if he couldn't return, they could justify their actions by saying, "We were compelled to send troops by someone who was once emperor." Unless they made a grave mistake, there shouldn't be any problems. Naturally, Emperor Tsuin and his followers understood this well, and they believed there would be no issues at all. What they intended was simply to avoid actual armed conflict. The military power Prince Kuri held originally belonged to Darwei. If an armed conflict occurred, it would lead to losses regardless of winning or losing. In other words, if armed conflict broke out, it could be considered a type of defeat. That is why they were trying to show a large force, hoping to prompt a decision that would avoid fighting. To avoid actual war, they amassed a large army. It seems paradoxical, but the original reason for preparing a large army is to win without fighting. That was mentioned in The Art of War, wasn't it? Something like, the highest command of military operations is to preserve the country, and destroying it comes next. Yes, that's it. Winning while preserving the enemy nation is the best, and defeating it to win is the second best. Rio mentioned that intimidation could force the enemy to acknowledge defeat, allowing us to seize their troops and resources. Abel explained, and Rio was clearly surprised. That's amazing, Abel. That's impressive, to say the least. It wouldn't hurt to remember, right? In such moments, Rio honestly felt Abel's greatness. It was a type of wisdom that was different from the capacity of a king. It was a fundamental cleverness as a person. Life is full of uncertainties. There are times when one inevitably encounters such uncertainties, and whether one can overcome them is a matter of that person's wisdom. So how does one obtain wisdom? How does one refine it? Naturally, it can only be obtained and refined through experiences up to that point. Logically, it's the only way. No matter how much one flounders after running into uncertainties, it does nothing. It's about how one lived before, what experiences one had, and what one absorbed. That produces and refines wisdom within a person. Abel had internalized the art of war, which Rio had mentioned casually. That was proof that Abel was honing his wisdom daily. He was not just living life aimlessly. Abel, I will follow you for the rest of my life. What? Abel looked at Rio's declaration with a puzzled expression. I am convinced that if I follow Abel, I won't go hungry. I see, Rio is honest. It's nothing special. Sighing in exasperation, Abel misunderstood it as a compliment, and Rio blushed for some reason. The leadership, including Kavui-Samaru, who had just arrived, moved to the daimyo's office. There, a meeting was held. The general policies were already decided. Now they would adjust the finer details of the schedule and iron out the coordination between ground and naval forces. Rio and Abel moved as a matter of course. They had the aspect of representatives from the Natore kingdom, just like the other eastern nations that had sent troops. That said, I don't think we will be fighting openly. I don't think so either. This is a conflict involving Darwei and, broadly speaking, the eastern nations. It is not something the Natore kingdom, which is one of the central nations, should intervene in, but doing absolutely nothing would be problematic. Did Rio say before that neutrality is bad? Did I? You mentioned that to Prince Willie of the Jew kingdom. Oh, right. During the Liberation War, a festival was held in the royal capital to demonstrate Abel's power as the new king. During that time, Rio had said to Prince Willie, remaining neutral will not only make you an enemy to the victor, but also lead the loser to view you as an enemy for not helping. That was very Machiavelli of you. I see, so that was it. That brings back memories. Abel nodded in understanding while Rio gazed off into the distance, reminiscing about the past. Then Rio quietly said, Prince Willie has chosen a difficult path. You should visit him someday. After all, he is Rio's pupil, right? Prince Willie was Rio's student as a water attribute mage. The hardworking Prince Willie practiced magic tirelessly until he reached his limits. Rio always felt anxious watching from the sidelines. Yes, if I get the chance, Rio said with a slightly lonely expression. For various reasons, it was quite a burden for Rio to go. In the daimyo's office's grand conference room, a meeting was taking place among the leaders. A map of all of Darwei was laid out on the central table, resembling a tactical exercise. After several details regarding supplies were finalized, they began discussing the organization of ground and naval forces. For now, the ships heading north were all part of a joint fleet from countries other than Darwei, except for Earl Bashu's fleet stationed in Bogo. Of course, there were differences in the capabilities of each ship, but there was an even larger distinction. Captain Ra-Wu of the 10th ship noted this. It's painful to say this in front of Lord Protector Kavui-Samaru, renowned as the invincible admiral of the Suje kingdom, but the Darwei fleet is not comparable to the fleets of other nations. Even Rio, who had a somewhat long-standing relationship with Captain Ra-Wu, was taken aback by the extremity of the statement. Of course, seeing Captain Ra-Wu's expression, it was clear he did not mean to disparage the fleets of other countries. However, Lord Protector Kavui-Samaru smiled slightly and nodded. It seemed he understood the reasoning behind this. However, no one else was nodding. Instead, they seemed puzzled. The one most puzzled was Emperor Tsuin. Of course, it would be best if armed conflict did not occur, and this is why we are assembling such a large army. However, if it does happen, the extent of the difference is. I cannot understand it, but Lord Kavui-Samaru, what do you think? Your Majesty, what Captain Ra-Wu is referring to is likely the magic cannon fire and magic barrier equipped on the Darwei ships. If that is indeed the case, then what he stated is accurate. When Kavui-Samaru looked at Captain Ra-Wu, he nodded. It seemed they had a shared understanding. Kavui-Samaru continued his explanation. After the wedding of Prince Lion, I was able to observe many exercises of the Darwei fleet. Based on that, I must say that in a battle, we would be overwhelmingly sunk. Really? The one who instinctively said that was Earl Fu-Ten. Once Fu-Ten had walked the battlefield, but that was on land. He was not well versed in naval battles. It seemed that many of the Darwei people present were in the same boat as him. In the eastern nations other than Darwei, naval battles primarily involve boarding battles. The nearly sole exception is the Go-War ship of the Duchy of Atinjo. That ship carries mages, and those mages engage in some form of bombardment, but it's an exception. Boarding battles involve colliding with the enemy ship to board and subdue it. Captain Ra-Wu supplemented Kavui-Samaru's explanation. However, the Darwei fleet uses alchemy tools equipped on their ships to attack and sink the enemy vessels before they can get close. Thus, boarding battles never happen, so they would be sunk overwhelmingly. Emperor Tsuin seemed to have understood this and nodded. While avoiding armed conflict is the best outcome, we should consider what to do if it does occur. I think that is something we should think through now. With that, Captain Ra Wu concluded. The eyes of the leadership turned to Emperor Tsuin. Emperor Tsuin looked at Kavui Samaru and asked, Lord Kavui Samaru, do you have any brilliant ideas? This question arose because it seemed there was something in Kavui Samaru's expression. In response to that expectation, Kavui Samaru nodded. Your Majesty, actually I do. Then he looked towards a water attribute mage. If we could receive the assistance of Duke Rondo, I believe we would have no problems. At that moment, all the leadership's gazes turned towards Rio. Under normal circumstances, Rio might have panicked, but this time he was confident because he had anticipated he would be called upon. A slight smile even appeared on his face, and he stated clearly, leave it to me. Prince Willie, who had not appeared even once since the second part began, of course, had his reasons. Yes, there was something that happened during the 3 years between the first and second parts. That something will be written about somewhere someday. I'm sorry for suddenly bringing this up without prior consultation. In front of Rio, Lord Protector Kavui Samaru bowed his head. Ah, please don't worry about it. I had a feeling it might come up. Rio replied cheerfully. He seemed glad to be of help. I recalled the scene when the Bralka was being constructed. Was it called the Queen Rain Shooter back then? You protected that ship from the magical cannon fire of the Duchy of Atinjo. Yes. Since I'm a water attribute mage, I'm quite good at defense. Then you sank all 5 ships with your ice spears. That's right. That was my favorite technique called Icicle Lance Shower Fan. I sank the ships without hitting a single crew member. It was a proud moment for a water attribute mage. Rio responded happily to Kavui Samaru's words. At that moment, Captain Ra Wu of the 10th ship arrived. Lord Kavui Samaru, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. I hope you understand that I never intended to undermine your authority. Of course, we're going into a life-or-death battle. There's no need to hold back in that meeting. Honest opinions will save the lives of our subordinates. Both Captain Ra Wu and Kavui Samaru were men of the sea and originally naval officers. They seemed not to dwell on trivial matters. It seems we will be stopping at the ports where Princess Xiao Fen made her announcement while heading north from Bogo. That's right. All the towns have large ports, so they can handle any supply needs without any issues. Captain Ra Wu nodded in agreement with Kavui Samaru's confirmation. Since the 10th ship, led by Captain Ra Wu, was part of Princess Xiao Fen's announcement fleet, they were all familiar with those ports. Will the flagship really be the Rondark? No offense, but the 10th ship is one of the hardest ships to sink among the Darwei fleet. If we face their fleet, the flagship will likely take the lead more often. Is it really all right not to use the 10th ship in case of emergencies? Captain Ra Wu asked. Yes, I completely agree. Kavui Samaru nodded with a smile. Then he continued speaking. However, it seems the Rondark has good luck. The captain too, but we sailors tend to value such things, don't we? I see, I can definitely agree with that. Kavui Samaru and Captain Ra Wu nodded as they laughed. The two left the room to receive reports from their subordinates. Isn't it nice? It feels like a bond between sailors, men of the sea. I understand what you're saying. Those kinds of connections can only be made between true specialists in that field. Rio and Abel talked about Kavui Samaru and Captain Ra Wu. Will you become like that someday, Abel? Me. What kind of specialist? Governance? Governance, who would I connect with? His Majesty Emperor Rupert of the Empire and His Majesty King Robert Perlo of the Union. I'm sorry, but I can't imagine that at all. Even though I said it myself, I couldn't imagine it either. It seems that connections between specialists don't happen easily. Perhaps it's more likely among swordsmen? I see, that does make sense. Like who? Mifa. Isn't that a bit different? Even though I said it myself, I couldn't imagine it either. It seems that masters and disciples are something different altogether. While such a meeting was taking place in the town of Bogo in southern Darwei, further north in the capital of the Peiyu Nation, which had fallen to the Chouchi Empire, in the temporary Phantom King's office. Leader, the Emperor is... I told you there's no need for an introduction. The one who entered the Phantom King's room was a man about 180 cm tall, dressed in luxurious Eastern attire. His features resembled those of Envoy Burke and the Phantom King, but he appeared to be around 60 years old. Compared to the other two, he gave a rather frail impression. Your Majesty, you have graced this disheveled place with your presence. No greetings are necessary, the frail man interrupted the Phantom King's greeting. He was Emperor Wanshan Ku of the Chouchi Empire. Now having conquered the Peiyu Nation, he had become recognized as an empire, both in name and reality. yet he seemed to lack composure as its ruler. But this was always the case when Emperor Wanshan Ku appeared before the Phantom King. He understood all too well that the Phantom King, who could manipulate all phantoms at will, held a stronger position than himself as the emperor, especially if that being was his own child. Furthermore, if that child had once been cast out of the court as a cursed child, it would weigh even more heavily. However, there was something he had to say. "Assist me in the attack on Darwei." His tone left no room for argument. Though that was the case, the Phantom King was smiling faintly, as if he were deliberately pondering something. Then the Phantom King opened his mouth. "You should be able to easily conquer Darwei with your Majesty's might, even without my assistance." "Be silent!" The sharp words of Emperor Wanshan Ku struck the Phantom King, but it had no effect on him at all. "You know that I hate Darwei, don't you? Because you were sealed away by Darwei's alchemists in the past." "Exactly, for 30 years. Sealed in a bottomless darkness where I couldn't hear anything, couldn't see anything. I will never forget that humiliation." Emperor Wanshan Ku spoke words that could only be described as a cry from the depths of his soul. That was indeed a curse upon Darwei and a curse upon Emperor Wanshan Ku himself. The Phantom King understood this. Being a curse, it was pointless to explain rationally. The only way to be freed from the curse was for one's wishes to be fulfilled. The Phantom King let out a small, truly small sigh. "Assist me." Emperor Wanshan Ku spoke again, this time with weight. The Phantom King shrugged slightly before responding. "I have 2 conditions." "What are they?" Emperor Wanshan Ku frowned. He didn't hide his displeasure. "Firstly, all vessels will be placed under my command. Your Majesty's main force will be able to use all monsters, so there shouldn't be any problem." "What is the second condition?" "Once we capture the imperial capital of Darwei, please grant the Duchy of Chouchi to Burke." "What? What do you mean?" "It means exactly that." Emperor Wanshan Ku not only frowned, but tilted his head as well. He didn't understand what was meant by handing over the Duchy of Chouchi. "You can take the imperial throne of Darwei as you please. Therefore, I request that you give the Duchy of Chouchi to Burke." "Are you saying I can't have it all?" "No, you may acquire it." Emperor Wanshan Ku trembled as he asked, and the Phantom King shook his head slightly in response. "Thus, under your Majesty's rule, grant the Duchy of Chouchi to Burke. If anything happens in Darwei's territory, as long as the homeland is safe, we phantoms can always start over." A minute later. "I understand. I will hand over the command rights of the vessels and entrust the homeland to Burke upon the fall of Darwei." "Thank you." At Emperor Wanshan Ku's words, the Phantom King bowed. A few hours later. 7-star General Marie Cloche, I have come to deliver the item you requested, my leader." Marie knelt respectfully and stated her purpose. 3 weeks is quite an excessive amount of time, isn't it?" The Phantom King, referring to himself as the leader, complained with a smirk. "If I rushed and spilled it, that would be bad, right? The jar contains the unfixed blood of the Emperor of Darwei. Transporting that on a bumpy road full of potholes, if you can even call it a road, would be quite troublesome." Really, at first she had spoken in a polite tone while kneeling, but that soon faded, revealing Marie's true self. While she didn't directly defy the Phantom King, it was typical for her tone to lack politeness. "Well, it's fine. You probably didn't want to take part in the attack on the Peiyu Nation, did you? Don't ask if you already know. I have no interest in torturing weak opponents. And if it's a command, I will obey, but ideally I'd prefer to fight against strong foes," Marie stated clearly. "Were Duke Rondo and Rio strong?" "Yes, they were strong." As Marie said that, she looked up as if recalling something and continued her words. "They weren't overwhelmingly strong. So if just a little bit had been different, I might have won. That's why I feel so frustrated. Indeed, strength lies in those little differences, doesn't it? When I think about it that way, they were indeed strong." Marie nodded several times. "Different from the vampire you lost to back then?" "Of course, but both." Marie looked directly at the Phantom King and stated, "Both are abominations." After leaving the audience chamber, Marie was immediately stopped by a guard. "The leader has requested your presence in the office." Then Marie entered the office. "I came because I was called." Her attitude was one of dissatisfaction, typical for her subordinate. As usual, the Phantom King did not scold her. On the desk was a piece of paper. It was clear that it was the document Marie had submitted upon her early arrival. "I read the letter." "Yes, it states you wish to leave the Empire. What does that mean?" "That's exactly what it means, just as it is." Marie shrugged in response to the Phantom King's words. "It doesn't seem to be about dissatisfaction with your treatment." "That's right, I have no particular complaints about that. I just wanted to go out and explore." "Is it because you lost to Duke Rondo?" "Yes, that might be part of it." While answering, Marie tilted her head. "Indeed, that might have been the immediate trigger, but it didn't feel like the main reason. I want to check out the Western nations and the Dark Continent." "I see, the Western nations and the Dark Continent," the Phantom King replied deeply, sinking into his chair. After contemplating for a while, the Phantom King opened his mouth. You know that, in the current state, you can't go to the Western nations, right? Because we can't pass through the corridor. We need to open the wall, and for that, we need the blood of the Emperor of Darwei. Now that we have that, you can open it, right? I mean, you wanted to go to the Central Nations anyway. To be precise, I don't need to open it myself. Excuse me? Marie tilted her head at the Phantom King's words. It took some time, but preparations to open the wall have been completed. All that remains is to inject the blood of the Emperor of Darwei and wait for a while, and a key will be formed. Any phantom being with a certain level of magical power can open it. Oh, is that so? Marie seemed disinterested. I want you, Marie, to open the wall with that key. Huh, Marie exclaimed in surprise. No way, leader. I decided to go to Darwei to fight. Do you want to fight Duke Rondo, Rio? That's one way to put it. But you lost while fighting at Cubivasa, right? Hey, the Phantom King looked hurt by Marie's words. He rarely showed such expressions. Make sure to say such things clearly. You're always so full of yourself that you can't report these matters properly at times like this. That's not something you should criticize me for. Well, that's fine. I can understand wanting to fight Rio in person once again, but why ask me to open the wall? I don't even know the location or the shape of the wall and corridor. Marie shrugged. The Phantom King let out a large sigh and began to speak. Do you know why the wall exists and separates us from the Central Nations? No, I don't know. It was built while I was at sea. About 1,000 years ago, maybe more. It was built to prevent Spellno from coming from the Central Nations. Spellno. Ah, those are the beings that humans call demons. Marie nodded once. That made sense to her. Spellno was troublesome, you know. Back then there were still quite a few of them. If they came in large numbers, the eastern region would be in chaos. But now their numbers have significantly decreased, right? So that's why you want to open the wall. Finally, Marie seemed to grasp the situation. That's part of it. Moreover, for several hundred years, the wall itself has been quite worn out. It was built by the greatest alchemist of this era, but after a millennium, it's only natural for it to open and close periodically. Well, I understand it's all right to open it, but is there really a need to go through all that trouble? Do you know why Spellno is nearly immortal? Well, because of the shrine. The shrine. I see, the one in the Central Nations and the Western Nations that connects to the ley line. Those are what replenish the life force of Spellno. Seriously, no wonder they are so strong. Marie learned the meaning of the shrine for the first time. Or perhaps it could be called a hidden temple. We phantoms will take that away. Oh, anyway, since there are hardly any Spellno left, it shouldn't be bad if we use those things that have become unused, right? That's the reason behind it. Marie finally understood everything. How about it? All right, if that's the case, I'll cooperate. After all, to go to the Western Nations, we need to pass through the Central Nations, and we need to open the wall to do that. The fleets of the Duchy of Atinjo and the Basanta Kingdom have docked. I hereby transfer the command of the Duchy of Atinjo's fleet to His Majesty the Emperor. I hereby transfer the command of the Basanta Kingdom's fleet to His Majesty the Emperor. The command is now entrusted to Emperor Darwei by the commanders of both fleets. In the name of Emperor Darwei, I will transfer the command of both fleets as well as the Darwei fleet to Lord Protector Kavui Samaru. I humbly accept this responsibility. Thus, the command of the entire Allied fleet, including the Darwei fleet led by Earl Bashu, has been transferred to Kavui Samaru. This is a protocol that must be followed before heading into battle. Unification of command, clarification of the chain of command. Without this, it would simply be a disorganized mob. The ground forces are led by Emperor Tsuin himself on his personal expedition. The naval forces are led by Kavui Samaru under the name of Emperor Tsuin in an allied fleet. All that's left is to head north now, Rio said with a cheerful expression. War is a sad affair, but it is only natural to feel uplifted in the presence of large armies and fleets. Moreover, conflict is not necessarily the primary goal. It is a movement to return the great authority held in Darwei back to Emperor Tsuin. It is indeed a magnificent show of force, Abel said with a wry smile. Moving a large army to avoid actual armed conflict, it really makes no sense when you only read it on paper. There's nothing we can do, that's just how it is, Rio and Abel shrugged. After a while, Rio opened his mouth. Being a ruler is difficult. What's got you saying that all of a sudden? Abel tilted his head at Rio's words. Abel, you are criticizing His Majesty the Emperor in your heart, aren't you? Criticizing. Well, not to that extent, Abel said, scratching his cheek before continuing. Some of the current situation is due to the Emperor's befuddlement after the Crown Prince's death. I won't go that far, but I believe it's a contributing factor. That may be true, but it's understandable. A child has died. A ruler cannot be afforded such leniency. That is true, but, Abel stated firmly, leaving Rio at a loss for words. Of course, Rio understood what Abel was getting at. A ruler, responsible for the lives of many people, must always keep governance in mind, no matter the circumstances, because neglecting it would lead to the people's misfortune. Abel, you are too harsh. But he's not wrong. Rio understands that, right? I understand, but Abel was articulating the words of a king. Rio was expressing the thoughts of an ordinary person. Even so, I don't think it's a bad thing to realize that one has been befuddled and to try to regain one's composure, Rio said. Indeed, that is an important thing. Even while harboring sad feelings, one must strive for governance. What a tremendous burden. That is indeed a burden. Normally, in regular jobs, one would be allowed to take a break until they can sort out their feelings. A ruler is not afforded such time. Yes, as long as one is alive and holds that position, they must always be a ruler. Both Rio and Abel shook their heads lightly. And the next day, at last, Emperor Tsuin's return to Darwei was announced. This was necessary to counter the previous announcement from the Chuauchi Empire that he had died, hence the need for a grand announcement. Currently, he is in Bogo, southern Darwei, and will be returning north to the imperial capital, Hanlin. There was also an announcement that various lords from surrounding countries would be accompanying him. For the general public of Darwei, the emperor who was said to be dead was alive. It was good news for them. They likely thought that it was a relief that no strange chaos would ensue. In reality, that was sufficient. This announcement was intended for the SHTIF layer within Darwei. Is it really him? It seems it was delivered to each town via the policy transmission line, the so-called 6 divisions line. It's used to convey imperial edicts from the palace to the lord's manors and the daimyo's offices across Darwei, right? Only the emperor, grand duke, prime minister, first-rank marquis, and princes can issue that. So that means it should be considered as coming directly from His Majesty the Emperor. Such rumors were spreading within the imperial palace. Don't panic. This came from the patrolling guards stationed next to the imperial palace. The patrolling guards are the office of the soldiers who maintain security in the imperial capital. The one who shouted at the panicked subordinates within the patrolling guards' training grounds was Count Hao Jin, who oversees the guards. Our duty is to protect the citizens of the imperial capital. We maintain security for their peace. Have you forgotten? No matter what happens in the palace, ignore it. Pursue your duties, he commanded. Yes, sir. Responding to his call, the patrolling guards rushed outside. Their expressions were now devoid of any hesitation. Hao Jin, in his 60s, appeared completely ageless. Standing over 190 centimeters tall, he had a physique that could only be described as muscular, with a stern face and piercing gaze. All of this gave an impression akin to that of an unyielding rock to anyone who faced him. By showing such an unshakable demeanor, Hao Jin instilled confidence in his subordinates, and he understood this well. Wow, even your voice is loud enough to be heard outside, remarked Shu Shiku, who entered the training grounds. Shu Dono, I don't want to shout, but if the guards waver, it will trouble the citizens of the imperial capital. It cannot be helped, Hao Jin said while shaking his head slightly. The two entered Hao Jin's office. Is it really okay to be out and about so boldly? Hao Jin initiated the conversation. You assisted in the emperor's return, didn't you, Shu Dono? And also Juan Dono from the inspectorate. Reports have come in that Inspector Li Wu has been active. I have information, and so does Prince Kuri. That may be so. Shu Shiku, maintaining his usual energetic demeanor, sipped his tea. If a person like you visits the patrolling guards, it could cause trouble, you know. The inspectorate and the patrolling guards are essential to maintaining the security of the imperial capital. If we think of it as natural collaboration, then there should be no problem, Hao Jin stated firmly. Both the inspectorate and the patrolling guards are guardians of the imperial capital. In modern Japan, one could liken the inspectorate to the prosecutor's office and the patrolling guards to the police. However, since there isn't a strict division, exchanges of information between top officials happen frequently, as in this case. In that sense, it is only natural for Shu Shiku, who effectively manages the inspectorate, to visit Count Hao Jin, the leader of the patrolling guards. Furthermore, I also appreciate your training of my foolish sons. Gaji, Jizie, and Gobo, right? They are adapting well to their roles in the inspectorate. The 3, named by Abel, have become the responsibility of the inspectorate due to various circumstances. Those are the 3rd, 4th, and 5th sons, correct? If I remember correctly, Count Hao Jin's eldest son is in the patrolling guards. His 2nd son is in the Forbidden Army, right? Indeed. My 2nd son has been trained by Commander Tin. Hao Jin nodded at Shu Shiku's confirmation. Commander Tin is still unaccounted for, though. He is no longer in the imperial capital, Hao Jin stated clearly in response to Shu Shiku's words. Oh, Shu Dono, that sounds contrived. You were the one who helped hide him in Duke Rondo's mansion. What could you possibly mean? Shu Shiku feigned ignorance. The patrolling guards responsible for the security of the Imperial capital have gathered much information occurring within it. Among that information was the fact that Commander Tin was being sheltered in Rondo Mansion. If that were the case, why wasn't a search initiated? Commander Tin was not being charged with a crime. He didn't break the law or harm the citizens of the Imperial capital. There was no need to capture him. However, I believe an order was issued from the palace for him to appear. Who cares about the palace's affairs? Hao Jin declared with a frown. If it were an imperial decree from the emperor, then yes. But a mere summons from the war ministry is not something the patrolling guards are obliged to obey. Well, that's certainly true. The patrolling guards have been given the role of protecting the security of the imperial capital directly from the emperor. That is why their leader is granted the highest official rank of first-rank marquis. Considering that even the top officials of the 6 ministries, the ministers, are only second-rank marquis, the status and rank of the patrolling guards are quite significant. By the way, the top of the inspectorate, the Minister of Justice Juan, is a second-rank marquis. And Shu Shiku, who effectively manages the inspectorate, is also a second-rank marquis. The one in Bogo is the real emperor, Shu Shiku suddenly stated. However, Hao Jin did not flinch. I know, that was all he said. You also have information from outside the imperial capital? Not exactly. It's because they used the 6 Divisions line. Oh, the 6 Divisions line is like an administrative communication network that connects all of Darwei. However, it is primarily for receiving messages, and only the emperor, princes, prime ministers, and the top officials of the 6 ministries, as well as first-rank marquises, can send messages. It is said that those with this authority can send messages even from outside the imperial capital, and this time that was proven true. I am a first-rank marquis. If I check the alchemy tools of the 6 Divisions line, I can find out who sent the message. I see. So that's how you determined it was sent by the emperor himself. Shu Shiku nodded at Hao Jin's explanation. As expected of the top scorer from the central examination, your intellect remains sharp. You must have gone to the palace to verify that information, which just arrived, right? 10 years ago, the top scorers were you, Shu Dono, and Juan Dono. You two were the only ones debating at the palace examination. Hao Jin wore an expression of feigned exasperation for the first time. Shu Shiku responded with a wry smile. To still be reminded of that after 50 years? That means no one else has done such a thing in 50 years. Over 10,000 people take the central examination in Darwei every year. About 200 pass, and among them the top 3 will take the oral examination, known as the palace examination, from the emperor. Naturally, those 3 will advance as administrative officials. Count Hao Jin, who is often described as the embodiment of a martial man, was one of those top scorers 40 years ago. Originally from a prestigious family, he took the central examination to test himself and climbed the ranks as a central administrative official through his own merit. Well, if Count Hao Jin understands that the emperor is still alive, then I have no role to play. What? You are one of the esteemed members of the Assassinated layer, yet you do not belong to any faction. If you say that, then Shu Dono and Juan Dono are in the same boat, aren't they? Well, we are. Shu Shiku simply laughed without specifying anything in response to Hao Jin's observation. Now then, how will the other members of the Assassinated layer react to this announcement? His Highness Lion has arrived at the palace. Those words were met with surprise in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Darwei Imperial Palace is the center where morning politics are conducted. It is where the emperor carries out state affairs. However, at present the master is absent. In his place, the one administering the national government is the second prince, Prince Kuri. Prince Lion, the 6th prince, had continued to decline repeated requests for his presence from Prince Kuri, citing illness. It is only natural that many would be surprised if someone who had not attended for over a month suddenly made an appearance. I have come to the palace as my illness has healed. I have been waiting. Prince Lion stated his purpose, and Prince Kuri, seated on the throne, responded. Normally, had the emperor been seated on the throne, it would be the emperor allowed to speak next. However, I have a matter I wish to inquire of my elder brother. Prince Lion raised his voice. Your Highness, that is disrespectful. Of course, that voice did not come from Prince Kuri. It came from a young man standing next to Prince Kuri, who was seated on the throne. Was it Earl Barfo who spoke just now? Prince Lion asked quietly, deliberately. Though calm, it was precisely because of this calmness that an indescribable sense of pressure was felt. Oh, Prince Kuri whispered softly, so softly that no one else could hear. Perhaps he was the only one among those present who noticed. The change in Prince Lion. At last, the tiger reveals its true nature, Prince Kuri thought with a faint smile in his heart. However, regardless of that, the situation continued to unfold. Indeed, it was I who spoke, the man referred to as Earl Barfo replied. I am currently appointed as Deputy Prime Minister, he answered seemingly confidently, but upon closer inspection one would see that his fingertips were trembling. He too was exposed to the indescribable pressure from the long-absent Prince Lion. That is a strange statement. The Deputy Prime Minister is to assist the Prime Minister in administering the government. Only His Majesty the Emperor should be able to appoint someone to that position. Now, when did you receive such approval from His Majesty the Emperor, Earl Barfo? I was appointed by His Highness Prince Kuri, who holds great authority. The authority for Prince Kuri to act as the representative of His Majesty the Emperor is dictated by law. It is based on past conventions. Naturally, the high-ranking appointment authority possessed solely by His Majesty the Emperor should not have been granted. Did Prince Kuri violate that and appoint Earl Barfo as Deputy Prime Minister? That is a lie. A lie? Earl Barfo was taken aback by Prince Lion's assertion. Prince Kuri is a talented individual well-versed in the law. There is no way he would commit such an unlawful act. It is only natural that what you say, Earl Barfo, must be a lie. Wah! Such boldness stems from this matter. Naturally, Prince Kuri was present as well. Since he was seated on the throne, that was to be expected. Therefore, everyone understood that Prince Lion did not take his own words seriously in the slightest. Moreover, everyone understood that while he verbally attacked Earl Barfo, in reality, he was indicting Prince Kuri. Foo-foo! Prince Kuri couldn't help but chuckle at the throne. It wasn't a loud laugh, but all eyes were drawn to him. I wish to speak with Lion alone for a moment. Everyone else, please step outside. With those words from Prince Kuri, everyone except Prince Kuri and Prince Lion exited the Hall of Supreme Harmony. All doors and windows were closed. Elder brother, please return the great authority to His Majesty the Emperor. Once they were alone, Prince Lion immediately brought it up. But that was a statement he shouldn't have needed to make. The Emperor of Darwei is Sol Litsuin. That emperor declared his return to all of Darwei. Nothing had changed, and they were simply returning. No ceremonies were needed, just a return. That is how it should be. Indeed, the news of the emperor's death had spread throughout the eastern nations from the Chouchi Empire. But what of it? Just because another country declared it, it holds no legal grounds. Just because another country said, the leader of your nation is dead, does not mean the told party responds with, yes. It is the law of that nation that decides whether or not someone is dead. That is all it is. Within Darwei, there had been no announcement regarding Emperor Tsuin's death. It was something to be announced right before the new emperor's accession. Otherwise, a power vacuum would emerge. Before the announcement of death, the individual declared alive and having returned. For the Kuri faction, they could argue that was a falsehood. They could strongly claim that. Prince Lion suspected that he would do just that, which is why he had come to the palace. If they made a strong argument, it would naturally lead to a higher possibility of military conflict. Prince Lion understood that it would benefit no one. Do you know why I was not made the crown prince after the death of brother Jun? Jun refers to the late crown Prince Jun. Prince Kuri's sudden words left Prince Lion speechless. The seemingly gentle inquiry from Prince Kuri hid an underlying anger. He could not respond to the question posed. That was a question that Prince Lion himself had long wondered about and still had no answer for. No. Thus, that was all he could respond with. Father suspected I was the one who had brother Jun killed. Surely not. Prince Lion's shock was genuine. Indeed, if the Crown Prince Jun had died, the next Crown Prince would be Prince Kuri, the second prince. If he were made the Crown Prince, it would lead to the throne. Thus, the reasoning for the assassination of the Crown Prince made sense. However, understanding it logically was one thing. It was fundamentally impossible to kill the sleeping Crown Prince within the heavily guarded Eastern Palace, both in terms of manpower and alchemy. At least no one has yet understood how that crime was committed. I do not believe Father can steer the ship of Darwei. Elder brother, that is? Prince Lion attempted to speak, but Prince Kuri raised a hand to stop him. You understand, Lion? Father is not foolish. However, he underestimates military matters and is overly absorbed in artistry. That is. Therefore, 10 years ago, I was relieved to see brother Jun appointed as Crown Prince, involved in the administration of Darwei thereafter. I thought that with brother Jun on the throne, this country would be all right. Prince Kuri's words were clear and devoid of any anger or hesitation. Only a slight sadness was what Prince Lion felt. But 5 years ago, my brother passed away. Prince Kuri shook his head slightly. Then he delivered a shocking statement. In fact, even at that time, I had already caught wind of the possible dangers from the north. What do you mean? It concerns what we now call the Chouchi Empire. At that time, we did not yet know the name of the country. That mattered to others. Of course, I informed them. I told father and brother Jun as well. Prince Kuri grimaced as he continued his words. Father dismissed it. He likely thought that since he had entrusted everything in politics to Crown Prince Jun, yet that brother, as expected, acted promptly. After shaking his head slightly, he continued. It was shortly thereafter that my brother was assassinated in his quarters in the Eastern Palace. Could it be the Chwauchi Empire? I don't know. Even they find it difficult to breach the celestial net. It was written in the report from the censorate, wasn't it? Prince Kuri pointed out the magic circle that had attempted to extract the magic formula inscribed within General Yun. If it were easy to breach, they wouldn't resort to such methods to gather intelligence. Thus, I too do not know who it was that assassinated Brother Jun or which faction was behind it. However, father must think it was me. Again, anger seeped through his words. It is only natural to doubt. It was indeed I who was closest to the crown prince's status, but if so, a proper investigation should have been conducted that would have proven my innocence. But there was no investigation, and I within these 5 years was sealed as a prince. Prince Lion remained silent. Honestly, he did not immediately know what to say. He had not expected Prince Kuri, who seemed to be leading the race for the next emperor, to be struggling with such anguish. But after a while, a question arose in his mind. The other day, I too was sealed as a prince. Yes, what did he think regarding that matter? I thought it would eventually come to pass. Prince Kuri said that in a rather gentle tone. You are worthy of being a prince, Lion. I truly believe that, more than Shure or Bin. Is that so? You resemble Brother Jun with a faint smile, Prince Kuri stated, but that also means it complicates things for me to become emperor. Elder brother, with marriage that has only intensified. Prince Kuri laughed clearly. If something were to happen to me, Lion should become the next emperor. Huh, that would be for the sake of Darwei and its people. That is not something for elder brother or me to decide. No, it is something for us to decide, Prince Kuri stated firmly. Father cannot protect this country. That is not true if elder brother and I support him. Why support him? Is it not better for us, Lion, to become emperor? Wouldn't that be for the betterment of this country? The terror of reason. The violence of logic. Because father is still the emperor. If a prince tries to remove him, it would disrupt the order, leading to chaos in the nation. So you mean the problem would be resolved if father abdicated? That is? With Prince Kuri asking him directly, Prince Lion struggled to respond. The army led by father is advancing northward. An army? Only the return of Emperor Tsuin had been announced. There should not be any information yet regarding the army led by the emperor, for him to know that means. Did you already know about this movement in advance, elder brother? Certainly, with such a large movement. They are coming from the archipelago sea region as well. It would be odd not to notice. You knew but did not act. Were you waiting to see how they would move? No, I knew they would gather their forces and advance north like this. They are gathering strength so that the main military of Darwei would not have the will to fight. Prince Kuri stated clearly. I will also lead an army south. You might want to come along, Lion. Is it all right for me to join? Of course, Shure, as the Northern Expedition Great General, can't come, and with Bin tagging along it would be pointless. But you, Lion, would be most welcome. Understood, Prince Lion agreed. As I mentioned earlier, it would be resolved if father abdicates. We are in agreement on that, are we not? That may be so. But I do not believe father will nod in agreement. And with that, Prince Lion left the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Afterward, Prince Kuri's muttering was, of course, unheard. If he were to pass away, it would amount to a forced abdication. The day after the announcement of Emperor Tsuin's return in Bogo, in the daimyo's office, a man knelt on both knees, crying like a child. Tin, I'm glad you came. Your Majesty. The one crying was the commander of the Forbidden Army, Tin Miao. Emperor Tsuin took Tin's hands, who was kneeling and weeping. It gives me great strength to have you here. Your Majesty, I failed to protect you. Tin's tears wouldn't stop. That was unavoidable. I have regretted dismissing your suggestion to increase the guards before setting out. Your Majesty. The commander of the Forbidden Army, Tin, who had conveyed the news of Emperor Tsuin's survival to Prince Lion and entrusted their rescue to Ryo and Abel, arrived in Bogo with the support of Shu Shiku from the Censorate and Minister Jiuan from the Inspectorate. After crying for a while, Commander Tin spotted Ryo and Abel and deeply bowed, placing his hands together. Lord Rondo, Lord Albert, thank you for rescuing His Majesty. I am sincerely grateful. No, Tin-san. We merely did what was natural as guests of His Majesty. Please do not mention it. Ryo said this as he returned the alchemy tools used for tracking Emperor Tsuin during the rescue. I return this to you who has shown the greatest loyalty. Thank you very much. To dedicate all his loyalty to a single person is not a simple task. Watching Tin return to Emperor Tsuin's side to protect him once more, Ryo nodded repeatedly. Abel in our kingdom, the one corresponding to Tin would be Warren, wouldn't you say? Indeed. The Warren family has produced the shields of the kingdom for generations. You could say they are the family that guards the king most closely. When Ryo asked Abel, he answered in this manner. Warren was a former wielder of the Red Sword, and is currently a central noble in the northern part of the kingdom as Count Carlyle, showing an unwavering figure as the shield of the kingdom against the Empire. Since he has become Count Carlyle, he won't be able to protect you right by your side, right? Well, that's true. Taking Abel's words into account, Rio nodded deeply. Then he continued. Then it's time for the ice golem? Huh, let's create a Warren golem and have him act as your shield holder, Abel. What? Don't worry. The usual golems are about 1.5 meters tall, but I will make a special 2-meter tall Warren golem. It will have the same build as human Warren, so I think you will feel familiar with it. No, I don't think I'll be familiar with a golem in the first place. Abel's mutter was ignored by Rio. Since it's an ice golem, it won't be able to talk, but then again, human Warren doesn't talk either, so there shouldn't be any discomfort there. Yeah, I think we can do this. Is that so? The voice of the person to be protected, Abel, was filled with suspicion. If I research the flying ring a bit more and incorporate it into the golem, it might be able to keep up with your flight, Abel. Aerial Guard Squad. I wonder about that. Abel flying with the flying ring, with the Warren golem flying around him. Or perhaps it might become a scene where multiple Warren golems are flying around. By the way, it's not just the golems. The royal castle is also protected by the Royal Knight Order and the Imperial Guards, you know? Abel attempted to resist. The Royal Knight Order is indeed being supported by Danton Knight Commander. Were there Imperial Guards? Rio tilted his head. They are the ones standing in front of each room inside the royal castle, holding spears, right? Oh, so they were the Imperial Guards. Even when Rio was sneaking around the royal castle, they were good people who ignored him. Of course, that was because they knew he was Duke Rondo. Well, since the Warren golem won't be ready right away, until then, please rely on the Imperial Guards and the Royal Knight Order. Yeah, I'll do that. For now, the sight of a bulky ice golem standing behind King Abel was avoided. After a while, Rio murmured, Abel, I can't help but feel anxious. That's rare. What's wrong? Considering the earlier discussion about the Warren golem, it was unusual for Rio to frown and say something negative, which prompted Abel to ask. I feel a sense of déjà vu about the current situation. Déjà vu? A scene that seems like I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, it's Run then. Yes, before you stood up as king and headed to retake the royal capital, it was when we were in Run. It might have been something Abel was already thinking about at the back of his mind. With Rio's words, the words flowed smoothly. Do you remember what happened back then? Well, all I remember is Rio lounging on my sofa, lazily reading an alchemy book. That's fine. Please delete any malicious memories. Well, putting jokes aside, could it be the attack by the 5 dragons? Yes, they were sent to assassinate you, Abel. It became a clash between the strongest parties of the kingdom. The A-rank party, 5 dragons, commissioned by the younger brother of the king, Raymond, attacked King Abel, who was in the city of Run. A fierce battle was to take place between the A-rank party, Red Sword, led by Abel. Assassination as a method is one to be despised. It is a method that should never be praised. However, history is filled with heroes who fell to the murderous blades of assassins. It is astonishing how effective this method can be. One assassination can lead to the collapse of an enemy's faction. I can understand the temptation to resort to that method. Rio shook his head sadly, while Abel shrugged. Both seemed to agree that assassination is not a good method, but their feelings about it differed. By the way, didn't Rio mention something before? What about? That if assassination of the Emperor of the Duchy Empire was necessary, just let him know. That was a joke. If you were to ask for something like that, I thought I would say, Abel has fallen to the dark side, and criticize you. Yeah, that way of thinking feels dark-side-ish. Joking with each other is a sign of their good relationship. If you're that anxious, wouldn't it have been better to stick with the ground forces instead of the fleet? When Kavui Samaru suggested it, I indeed thought I was needed. But since the thought of the Emperor's assassination has emerged in my mind, I've been hesitating. Oh, but I've already taken some measures for this situation, you know. What? If you've taken measures, then that's good, right? I think it will be all right since Tin, the commander of the Forbidden Army, is with us. And then the Emperor's forces departed from Bogo. The reason for the Emperor's main force to deliberately advance on land. It was because they were calculating on the local lords, who had been unable to act due to the uncertainty of the situation, rushing to join them. Of course, there were also proposals to keep the Emperor in the fleet for safety. However, Emperor Tsuin himself rejected that suggestion. He believed that he must immediately take the hands of the lords who had come to their aid. That extra effort would bind their hearts together. Hearing that, Abel nodded in his heart. Rio voiced it out. His Majesty the Emperor is truly a good lord, isn't he? This is probably his true nature. The death of the Crown Prince has taken its toll and led him astray. Abel agreed with Rio's confirmation. But the problem arose in the next town, Bant. Bant is a port town, but its harbor is not as vast as that of Bogo. As a result, the Allied fleet is anchored offshore. The Emperor's main camp in Bant is set up at the daimyo's official residence. The expeditionary force is stationed around the daimyo's residence. They were never letting their guard down. In front of the daimyo's bedroom, commander of the Forbidden Army Tin was keeping watch without sleep. Of course, even during the day, he was moving on horseback right next to Emperor Tsuin's carriage. In simple terms, he wasn't sleeping at all. However, that was something Tin himself had desired. To eliminate his sleepiness, he obtained something necessary. It was something called kakao fruit, which has awakening effects. Of course, it's not illegal. Unlike synthetic drugs from some worlds, it ultimately decomposes and is completely excreted from the body without any dependency. However, it is expensive. It can only be harvested in southern Darwei, and the quantity is limited. When there's a job that absolutely must be done, and failing to complete it would mean losing his job, this is the last resort bureaucrats in the central government rely on. One piece keeps a person awake for 12 hours. To be precise, due to micro-sleep cycles lasting a few seconds or even milliseconds, the damage to the body is less compared to staying awake continuously. Of course, compared to proper sleep, fatigue accumulates. Tin had obtained 40 pieces of kakao fruit. Southern Darwei is known as the production area for kakao fruit. He directly negotiated with Earl Barrow. Needless to say, Earl Barrow is Fu Ten, who had returned recently. Upon hearing the request, Fu Ten quickly procured them from his territory. Grateful, Tin promised that he would definitely pay for them when he returned to the Imperial capital. But Fu Ten shook his head. No payment is necessary, focus on your duty. With that, he returned to his work. Fu Ten understood Emperor Tsuin's life might be at risk. To prevent that, he was determined to protect it at all costs. Commander of the Forbidden Army Tin shared that intent. He had failed once. Therefore, this time he had to succeed. Fu Ten understood that feeling all too well. Because he had experienced it himself. He could never forget the incident with the crown prince that could not be protected. That's why he wanted Tin to succeed. Commander of the Forbidden Army Tin took the kakao fruit at 8 in the evening. By 8 the following morning, sleepiness should not have struck him. It shouldn't have, but is this sleepiness? Unthinkable. If it had been a kakao fruit obtained from someone other than Fu Ten, he might have doubted its authenticity. However, with Fu Ten, that was impossible. 5 years ago, before the assassination of the Crown Prince, Earl Barrow Fu Ten had fulfilled many roles in the Imperial Palace. His honesty, seriousness, and high problem-solving skills were trusted by both the Crown Prince and the Emperor. So he knew Fu Ten could be trusted. Then the reason for feeling sleepy must lie elsewhere. Tin quietly peeked into the garden from the hallway. There should have been soldiers on patrol, but are they all sleeping? He muttered, unable to believe the sight before him. But indeed, it was happening right in front of his eyes. Naturally, no one could be so fatigued as to be sleeping, nor could they be negligent in their patrols. If that were the case, they must have been forcibly put to sleep by some artificial means. One possible reason was that something had been mixed into their dinner. No, I didn't eat anything. That's right. Tin only drank water from the canteen he always carried. He had only consumed water and kakao fruit. Yet it was strange that he too was feeling sleepy. Could it be a scent that induces drowsiness? But there didn't seem to be anything like that. He couldn't sense any smell. I know it's not advisable, but I have no choice. With that thought, Tin took another kakao fruit. Overconsumption was not recommended. However, he also knew its effects were outstanding. And as expected, his sleepiness completely vanished. Then he began to realize something. There's something that acts directly on the mind. That was what was causing his sleepiness. Tin was a pure soldier, a warrior, and the protector of the Emperor. To protect the Emperor, he possessed a vast amount of knowledge. Naturally, that included knowledge of magic. Dark attribute magic, huh? Despite the vastness of Darwei, there aren't many dark attribute mages. Tin was aware of that. However, that didn't mean there were none. To put the guards to sleep, the aim is clear, Your Majesty's life. Just as Tin murmured that. Hey, there's someone awake over there, right? Come out. You're the only one still awake anyway. A voice called out, and 3 figures appeared in the garden. They seemed to have recognized that Tin wasn't asleep due to dark attribute magic. Tin hesitated. There was a master who needed protection sleeping in this building. If the hallway became a battlefield, it would be troublesome for his master to get caught up in it. That was something he wanted to avoid at all costs. He had no choice but to fight in the garden. There were no other options. Tin donned his bracers and held a drawn sword as he stepped into the garden. I see. It really is Commander of the Forbidden Army Tin Miao. Barda, you've lost. The commander has not slept. With that, the person who had been speaking non-stop burst into laughter. To his left stood a shorter figure deeply hooded, exhaling in discontent. To his right, a slender person silently shrugged. Tin had little information. However, now a crucial piece of information had emerged. The name of the dark attribute Mage is Barda. Special rank adventurer Barda, you all can't possibly be the Six Saints. Oh, this one slipped out. The large man in the center laughed exaggeratedly. Close to 190 cm tall, with a muscular build, he was also wielding a sword. If they were indeed the Six Saints, he would be among the six swords as well. A fire attribute Mage, B1? Oh, correct. As expected of the commander of the Forbidden Army, you remember all the names of the dangerous ones. Tin spoke haltingly, while B1 flashed a confident grin. The difference highlighted the overwhelming power disparity between the two. Do you understand? We, the three of the Six Saints, have come to take the life of His Majesty the Emperor. Commander of the Forbidden Army Tin, I know you are strong. However, that's only among humans. The Six Saints are non-human. Any one of us can easily defeat you. However, that is not part of the request. The request is solely for the Emperor's life. Of course, we have permission to eliminate anyone who obstructs us, but to be honest, I'd rather not, so don't get in the way. Are you telling me to just sit back and watch as my lord, the one I serve, gets killed? Tin's voice, strained, trembled. It wasn't from fear, it was from anger. I have failed once. My lord forgave me. Do you think I would trade my life for my lord's? Tin was trembling not just in words, but in his body with rage. Impossible. That would never happen. You will die. Go ahead and kill me. I will protect my lord's life even if it costs my own. I cannot afford to fail again. Even if my lord forgives me, I cannot forgive myself. Having stated that, oddly enough, Tin's trembling ceased. His anger became contained within his body, as if he had regained composure. All right then, I'll take you on. Fire attribute Mage B1 unsheathed his sword and faced him. I can tell just from standing here he's too strong. Tin muttered in his heart. He understood there was no chance of winning. He hated to admit it, but he understood. But I can't lose. It was Tin who initiated the battle. He knew his opponent was strong. That's why he moved, seeking to thrive in the midst of death. Clang. His sword was knocked away. In that instant, he was pierced in the abdomen by the sword and then stabbed again from his back. Tin couldn't understand what had just happened to him at all. The only thing that he understood, that was he had lost. The match was decided in a single exchange. Impossible. Your spirit was good. But this is the difference between you and me. As Tin crumbled to the ground, B1 stated the facts calmly. Commander of the Forbidden Army Tin, just watch as your lord gets killed from there. Without any triumph, B1 was about to carry out his duty solemnly. Once again, I am going to fail. Tin's voice was barely audible. Tears of regret welled up. The three special rank adventurers left Tin lying in the garden and tried to enter the building. However, 5 blue lights suddenly attacked the three from the side. The three erected barriers to defend themselves. The 5 blue lights stood between them and the building. Puppets, a golem, ice golems. Fire attribute B1 tilted his head, while wind attribute Leo Lin whispered softly, and dark attribute Barda stated clearly. Standing in front of the three were 5 ice golems, each brandishing a spear at their waists. Since they are ice, does that mean it's that Duke's doing? Without a doubt, it's Duke Rondo. In response to B1's question, Barda answered. But Duke Rondo is with the fleet, right? He's anchored offshore. Perhaps he anticipated an attack on the Emperor and stationed them here. I see. In that case, there's only one thing to do. B1 grinned and began to chant. Infernal flame purgatory. At that moment, pillars of flame shot up from the ground beneath the golems. However, they did not move. The golems melted or shattered. The unleashed magic was so powerful that they should have had no choice but to avoid it, yet they remained still. As if by standing their ground, they were preventing any intrusion. Thus, they continued to block the invasion with their bodies. But the pillars of flame relentlessly assaulted them, continuing to burn until the 5 golems were obliterated. Humph, that was trivial. Just as B1 spoke those words, the atmosphere shifted. All three felt it simultaneously. They quickly scanned their surroundings. Only the guards lying on the ground and the barely breathing commander of the Forbidden Army Tin were present. This is above. At B1's murmur, Barda shouted. In the sky were 2 figures. One was a red-haired man cloaked in a black mantle. The other was a man in a white robe, black-haired and filled with rage. 2 men descended from the sky. One was a red-haired man cloaked in a black mantle, while the other was a black-haired man in a white robe. The 3 men felt as if they were being crushed by the pressure emanating from the man in the white robe. These 3 were special rank adventurers. They were at the pinnacle of the Darwei adventurers, said to be beings that transcended humanity itself. And yet, even they felt overwhelmed. The golems I deployed were intended to buy us time until our arrival. Those words were spoken by the man in the white robe. His tone was quiet. It seemed very quiet, but that would be a mistake. Abel, standing beside him and always hearing his voice, understood. It was a quietness that wrapped around an astonishing rage, a calm before the storm. A small shock could cause that willpower to burst, and the anger would explode. You are adventurers, therefore you accepted the request to assassinate the Emperor and came here to carry it out. That is acceptable. However, along the way you defeated Tin and my golems as well. His voice trembled just a bit. Let's consider that acceptable. My golems did their duty buying us time. However, in return you... Rio pointed at the fire attribute magician B1. You said it was trivial. His finger pointing at B1 began to shake. Trivial, they performed their role admirably. They bought us time until we arrived. No one has the right to insult them. He clearly expressed his anger. I will not forgive you who have insulted my golems. Faced with Rio filled with fury, the 3 special rank adventurers remained silent. But finally one spoke. Then what will you do, Duke Rondo? The one who spoke was B1. He had not introduced himself, nor had he been introduced. But it was clear to Rio that the person before him was the infamous Duke Rondo. This level of pressure, it was the first time he had experienced it, excluding Lord Rowan. I will defeat you with sword and magic and avenge my golems, Rio said, drawing Murakumo and forming a blade. Beside him, Abel also drew his magic sword, but he seemed a bit confused. Rio, you're going to fight that fire attribute magician, right? Yes, he burned my golems. Abel, I leave the rest to you. Do as you like. Okay. Rio looked at Abel with complete trust, leaving everything after that to him. With such words, Abel had nothing to say. He couldn't express that he was facing 2 special rank adventurers. Well, I guess it's fine. With that murmur from Abel, the battle began. Haha, just as I heard, Duke Rondo, the pressure you exude is incredible. The fire attribute magician B1 muttered as he readied his sword. I am also an adventurer in the kingdom. So I understand. When requested by those in power, the difficulty of refusing such requests. But still, there must be requests that should not be accepted. That's a difference in perspective. In response to Rio's words, B1 slightly raised one corner of his mouth. I believe that requests that deviate from the way of humanity should be accepted as much as possible without refusal. What? Because that's right. It's precisely because no one else will take it that they offer high rewards to adventurers. Of course, I would refuse a request that could cost me my life, but if it's not, I believe it should be accepted. Even if it means you can't stay in Darwei anymore? As long as the new emperor grants a pardon, it shouldn't be a problem. Until then, I'll just go abroad. Prince Kuri seemed to have promised that the new emperor would grant pardons after ascension. Unfortunately, we are at an impasse. Indeed. Rio shook his head slightly while B1 shrugged. I have something I want to ask you. Why don't you just go ahead and ask? I feel no obligation to answer. If you answer, I'll spare your life. Is that so? Duke Rondo, you're quite the self-confident one. Rio said with a naturally casual expression, while B1, who had never faced someone who spoke so openly to him, was taken aback. It was only natural. He was a special rank adventurer who could silence even crying children. No one would dare say they would spare his life. What I want to ask is about Lord Rowan. Old man Rowan. What's with him? I hear Lord Rowan is an alchemist, but to what extent? To what extent? What do you mean by to what extent? You are one of the top adventurers in Darwei. The sights seen by someone who reaches the top in any field are different from others. Your perception of those at the top in other fields must also differ. Based on that, I asked how Lord Rowan's alchemy measures up. Oh, if that's the case, it's easy. Old man Rowan's alchemy is the pinnacle of Darwei. I thought so. Upon hearing B1's words, Rio nodded vigorously, confirming his expectations. It was something he had to know, something he wanted to verify with someone. Are there any other water attribute magicians aside from Lord Rowan in the Imperial Palace? I wouldn't know. To begin with, Old Man Rowan was in the military, specifically the military department, but there are no water attribute magicians above general. What about special rank adventurers? Are there any water attribute magicians? There aren't any, probably none in the advanced hall either. After all, water attribute magic is highly valued in commerce, so there's no need to risk becoming a dangerous adventurer. Water is always necessary for travel. I see, so that's how it is. With that, Rio solved one of the mysteries in his mind. Logically, that was the only conclusion. I have one more thing to confirm. Is that so? Would I really answer you? Who is stronger, you or Lord Rowan? What did you say? B1's gaze took on a menacing atmosphere, but please answer honestly. With that, Rio released the pressure he had been holding back, now unleashing it to its maximum. Why you? It was overwhelming. Even a special rank adventurer felt a physical sense of pressure. This was the pressure taught directly by the Dragon King Ruin and praised by the former King Robert Perlo. You abomination? Yes, that's right. Old Man Rowan is also an abomination. Stronger than me? I see. The 6 saints are said to be non-human, but that old man is in a league of his own, a genuine abomination. I understand perfectly. Rio nodded once and released the pressure. You bastard, you have annihilated my golems and spoken insult. You will not be forgiven simply for answering a few questions. Enough already, B1 shouted and began to chant. Infernal flame purgatory. Ice path. 20 layers, nothing happened. Impossible, B1 exclaimed in shock. He had constructed and activated the spell within himself. That was how he understood it. Flames should rise from the ground, dozens of them from beneath the feet of Duke Rondo. Looking closely at the ground, something was laid out. Ice. Yes, I made it an ice floor. That's the magic that burned my golems just now, right? There's no way the same magic would work twice. As soon as he said that, anger erupted from Rio. At least that's how it appeared to be one. Avatar. With Murakumo raised, Rio summoned 2 new forms of himself. What is that? B1 couldn't help but let it slip out. You pierced my golems with a great deal of flames, didn't you? His words were spun quietly. I will reciprocate in kind. Icicle lance shower water jet thruster. Countless ice spears were shot toward B1 from Rio's 3 forms. At the same time, fine streams of water erupted from behind the 3 Rio, rushing in at the same speed as the ice spears. The impact of the ice spears, the slashes from the 3 Rios, happened in an instant and converged all at once. What remained was B1, pierced by innumerable ice spears and impaled through the abdomen by 3 swords. As promised, I will spare your life, Rio said as he dismissed the avatar and chanted. Downpour coffin of ice. B1 was encased in ice. Beside him, a lone swordsman continued to battle against 2 magicians. The magicians attempted to create distance, while the swordsman sought to close the gap. It was a fundamental form of battle for both sides. As Abel tried to close in on the wind attribute magician Leolin, the dark attribute magician Barda generated a physical barrier to obstruct him. When Abel approached the dark attribute magician Barda, the wind attribute magician Leolin generated a physical barrier to obstruct him. This repeated over and over. In the meantime, the wind attribute magician Leolin unleashed attack spells toward Abel. However, every attack was deflected by Abel. Wind attribute attack spells are often invisible, but they are not entirely unseen. A slight distortion in the air is visible, allowing a swordsman of Abel's caliber to slice accurately. Thus, he sustained almost no damage. However, he also dealt no decisive blows. In reality, Abel was troubled, unsure how to turn the tide. In the midst of this, B1 has frozen. Wah! In the adjacent battle, the fire attribute magician was trapped in a coffin of ice by Rio. Barda and Leolin were astonished. But as expected of special rank adventurers, they did not leave any openings even at that moment. Even someone as skilled as Abel found it impossible to capitalize on it. However, the circumstances would not wait. Abel, thank you for buying time. We're finished over here so you can deal the final blow. Some water attribute magician said those words. Hey, Abel let out a small sigh. He certainly hadn't been buying time until Rio and the others finished their battle. He just didn't know how to defeat them. Those words from Rio reached not only Abel, but also the ears of the 2 special rank adventurers he was fighting. Buying time? This is the first time I've been ridiculed to this extent. Both Barda and Leolin, of course, they'd be angry. Abel understood their anger. Rio might not have intended to provoke them, but is there a possibility? It's something I always say. Taking away the opponent's calmness is the very basics of combat. In reality, the 2, having been provoked, were furious. It was evident that they had lost their composure. Dark attribute magic doesn't work at all? Why provoke further? Abel was convinced. It was deliberate. Rio's taunt must have been heard. He could see Barda's expression hardening. Sorry, my companion has a sharp tongue. Don't mind it. I won't forgive you. Abel apologized, but Barda became even angrier than before. It seems Abel has a higher ability to provoke than I do. A water attribute magician muttered this, but it went unheard. Despite such exchanges, in reality, Barda was frowning in his heart. Ever since the battle began, he had been trying to put the swordsman before him to sleep. It should have been several times more powerful than the magic he cast throughout the daimyo's office. But the effect did not manifest. Damn why, Barda cursed and then made his decision. I'll unleash my maximum power. Huh, Leolin was shocked by Barda's words. Wait, against the unleashed magic, Leolin resisted. He withstood Barda's sleep unleashed at maximum power. However, it didn't perform as it had before. His head spun, his footing became unsteady, and his spatial perception blurred. Of course, it recovered in an instant. But for the swordsman before him, even a moment felt like an eternity. Leolin received a shock to his head and lost consciousness. What? The most surprised was probably Barda. He certainly thought it would affect Leolin's performance. But in exchange, he believed he could put the swordsman to sleep. That was acceptable. However, the swordsman kept moving as before, and Leolin was knocked unconscious. And Barter as well, downpour coffin of ice, was trapped in a coffin of ice. Up to this point, it was merely the opening act. Abel, the main event is Lord Rowan. Huh! After placing the 3 coffins of ice at the daimyo's office and explaining to the Emperor and others, Rio and Abel returned to the fleet. Just as they had done when they left, they flew through the sky. It was then that Rio clearly stated this. Confused, Abel tilted his head. Lord Rowan is the water attribute mage and alchemist who is Captain Rio's master, right? Yes, that's him. Why is Lord Rowan the main event? By main event, you mean the real combat, right? Yes, all of this started with Lord Rowan. For a moment, Abel thought it was just another one of Rio's delusions, but this time it seemed different. Well, I don't really understand Lord Rowan, but the real main event is not there, is it? Huh, the real main event? Rio tilted his head at Abel's words. The real main event is the Phantom King, right? Ah, since we're planning to go to the Central Nations, I don't know the reason, but that's true, we must stop him. It must be for some ridiculous reason anyway. I don't know if it's ridiculous or not. Depending on the contents, we might need to stop him even if we have to fight. That power. It's as strong as a demon, isn't it? There are a lot of issues to tackle. The two sighed. Last night there had been a commotion, but as scheduled, the Imperial army had departed. In line with that, the fleet was heading north. Like nothing happened. If the army's departure is delayed, it will cause various rumors. My golems were sacrificed. That is certainly something to mourn, but they surely bought us time until we arrived at this ship's daimyo's office, right? We should praise them. Indeed, they did their best. Saying this, Rio raised the teacup he held in his right hand high. A toast, dedicated to the 5 ice golems who had sacrificed themselves for their duty. The two were drinking tea on the first deck of the Rondark, just like always. It was a familiar setting. Captain Gorick, Lieutenant Renat, Mechanic Gunno, and First Officer Mostara had transported the two from the Archipelago Sea region to the autonomous city of Cubivasa and took them along during the Blue Island incident as well. This Rondark is incredible, isn't it? It has been going back and forth between the Archipelago Sea region and Darwei. It must be the warship that has sailed the longest distance this year. I don't know if it's the longest, but it has certainly covered quite a distance. Abel nearly agreed with Rio's sentiment. Then Rio suddenly thought of something. Yesterday, we repelled the 3 attackers. Huh! The Kuri Prince's faction failed to attack with special rank adventurers, but what do you think about that? Will it have an impact on future operations? I don't think so. Abel answered immediately to Rio's question. Rio looked a little surprised. He continued, I think it's mostly negligible, but I can't answer as quickly as you, Abel. Really, attacking the enemy command with a small number is just lucky if it succeeds normally. Well, that's probably true. In situations where a large army is already mobilized, that becomes the common perception. The planners of operations generally believe such raid operations don't usually succeed. After all, leading a large army takes precedence. That is what they focus on, because of the large number of people involved. And the amount of money at stake. This means that if that fails, the damage taken is substantial. Striking them wouldn't hurt. I think it was that level of a move. Even special rank adventurers are just sacrificial pawns. Sighing and shaking his head slightly at Abel's words, Rio remarked, It's an unpleasant way to put it, but that perception might be correct. Abel shrugged, still grimacing. Despite being a king, Abel was also an adventurer. Thus, he understood the intentions of the planners of operations and the position of adventurers who were used. That was why he maintained a grim expression, which means the army Kuri Prince can mobilize is coming south. That seems likely. Whether there's a clash or a meeting, he wouldn't want this army led by the Emperor to enter the Imperial capital just like this. The moment they enter, it will be publicly clear that the Emperor still has power and has returned to the Imperial capital, regaining authority. The position of the Kuri Prince, who was the most likely successor to the Emperor, will be shaken. After all, he pointed a bow at the Emperor. Right, the SH-Taif layer will separate from him. That's why he wouldn't want them to enter the Imperial capital just like this. Absolutely, this is likely not according to Kuri Prince's calculations. The Kuri Prince, who is known to be calculating, where did he make the mistake? That would undoubtedly be with that phantom being named Marie. Abel responded to Rio's question immediately again. Marie, though I can't say it's just her, he probably didn't think that the Chouchi Empire would let the Emperor escape alive. Ah, that's certainly the point. The Kuri Prince must have thought that Emperor Tsuin would not return. And that thought was reasonable. After all, a nation declaring invasion on its own would abduct its supreme leader and even announce his death. It would be hard to believe he would return alive from that situation. No matter how skilled someone is at calculations, they can make mistakes. It's a reminder to review everything once more before the final submission. I don't understand. Rio reminisced about tests and Abel shrugged, not understanding. As a prince, Abel likely hadn't been through fierce entrance exams. That statement is proof that Abel has grown up in comfort. Why am I being criticized? The first Duke Rio might not be able to imagine the difficulties of a prince's education. Regardless of the unbridgeable gap between the first Duke and the king, both wished to avoid armed conflict if possible. After all, the clashing armies were originally meant for the sake of Darwei. However, since they are armies, they will move when commanded, and will fight if ordered to. Will there ever come a day when war or such things cease to exist? That seems difficult. That night, the group arrived at the city of Noros. While it wasn't as significant as Bogo, it had a considerably larger port compared to the previous Bant. Consequently, the Rondark and public ship No. 10 entered the port, while other ships anchored offshore. Only those two ships entered the port because a summit meeting was being held at Naro's daimyo's office. Rio and Abel were also invited to the summit. The army led by Prince Kuri departed the Imperial capital 2 days ago and is heading south along the coastline. If they maintain this speed, we'll encounter them in 10 days. Reporters were Earl Bashu Roshu 10 and Earl Barrow Fu 10. What about the fleet? I'm sorry, but we haven't captured any information on that at all. Since they left the Imperial capital 3 weeks ago, we don't know their whereabouts. In response to Emperor Tsuin's inquiry, Roshu 10 frowned as he answered. Previously, we received a report that a fast attack ship was at a northern port from Rawu, right? Yes, Your Majesty. At Shunbor, we were attacked by 22 fast attack ships of the Bafenhe class. They are likely to have joined the main fleet by now, but the incident where Captain Rawu was attacked while heading north to rescue the Emperor had already been reported. Everyone, including Emperor Tsuin, was deep in thought. Not being able to capture the enemy fleet means they have no idea when or where they'll attack, and they don't even know if they will attack at all. The coalition fleet led by Kavui Samaru is navigating relatively close to land to coordinate with Emperor Tsuin's forces on land. This also means that if something happens, land could obstruct them and hinder fleet deployment. Of course, this was something that had been considered from the start, but it was a chosen route nonetheless. Ultimately, the conclusion was to proceed as cautiously as before, and the meeting was adjourned. Instead of returning to the fleet, Rio and Abel had accommodations prepared in the city of Noros. This is really complicated. Problems keep coming one after another. Well, we're at war, or rather, we're on the march, so that's expected. Abel responded to Rio's complaint, stating the obvious. Even before departing Bogo, we gathered so much information and held a countermeasure meeting. That's war for you. The enemy tries to outwit us, we react to that, and then they try to outwit us again. It's a game of cat and mouse, so we have to keep up with the changes. That sounds exhausting. Of course it gets tiring. Rio shook his head slightly, and Abel chuckled at Rio's all-too-common sentiment. Considering that lives are at stake, it's not merely about being tired. I really dislike war. There's no doubt about that. With sighs at the absurdities of the world, the two lamented. As they were having such a conversation over tea in the dining hall, a man approached them. Please take your time and rest on land tonight. With a smile, it was Captain Rawu of Public Ship No. 10 who gently spoke to them. Yes, I'm grateful for having a room prepared, but what about tonight? That sounds a bit ambiguous. Both Rio and Abel tilted their heads. I'm sorry, I don't mean anything by it. Just that tomorrow night you will be resting on the ship. Come to think of it, the sea area tomorrow has steep cliffs on the land side, so there aren't any ports, right? Yes. It's also a challenging sea area with many islands, so the ship's speed will likely decrease. Even the Darwei fleet will slow down, and other countries' fleets that aren't used to it will certainly do the same. That's true, Rio nodded at Captain Rawu's explanation. Indeed, this fleet is a multinational force. Navigating in unfamiliar seas would be challenging enough, but passing through regions where even the national captains find it difficult would leave little room for relaxation. Rio had a sudden thought and decided to ask, how does communication between the fleet and the land generally work? Public Ship No. 10 is equipped with something called the Darwei Military Communication Box. It's only installed on larger ships among the Darwei fleet, but that's how we communicate with the land. And the equipment on the land is large, so we set it up during breaks or at night when the march stops to exchange messages. I see. Rio nodded at Captain Rawu's explanation, interpreting it as something akin to a wireless communication. Whether or not communication can be established during marches or operational actions is a vital aspect of modern warfare. That point seems unchanged in this Phi. The voice transmission magic of Alalian is valued in the Natore kingdom for such reasons. Of course, the voice transmission magic being a wind attribute isn't particularly difficult. There are likely hundreds of mages in the kingdom capable of using it. However, few can use it on the battlefield. You tried to solve it with alchemy instead of magic, huh? That was done in the kingdom too. But the distance, Rio murmured, and Abel replied in a similar tone. They might not claim they think alike, but perhaps the way people think, regardless of the east or west, has to follow somewhat similar paths. Speaking of which, I don't think communication will be possible with the land in tomorrow's sea area. Huh, really? The route the land forces are taking is quite far from the coastline. It might be possible if we anchor at night, but after such a conversation with the two, Captain Rawu left the dining hall. Being a sailor is tough, huh? I couldn't do it at all. Rio empathized with the crew's hardships, and Abel shrugged. But back then you rode a ship and drifted to the forest of Rondo, right? I only snuck onto a smuggling ship. Besides, I missed the chance to escape because it set sail earlier than planned. And then you were attacked by a kraken. The sea is scary. Indeed, the sea might not be a world people. The next day, the Allied fleet was approaching a difficult sea area. The continental side was a cliff, making it a region where coordination with ground forces was impossible. The crew seems unusually tense. Of course. Captain Rawu mentioned last night that this is a difficult sea area. The relatively accustomed 10th ship was leading the fleet. Right behind it was the flagship Rondark, with the Suje Kingdom Navy, Earl Bashu's fleet, the Basanta Kingdom Navy, and the Kamakuta Feudal Kingdom Navy following in that order, while the rear was occupied by the Duke Atinjo's navy. The ships were reportedly communicating through flag signals, though the two were not well versed in this and couldn't understand it well. It's possible they are discussing the elimination of the dangerous swordsman on the Rondark. I think it's more likely they're discussing the elimination of the dangerous mage on the Rondark. Rio and Abel were able to joke like this because they completely trusted the leading 10th ship and the Rondark they were on. At 3 in the afternoon, it seemed the Allied fleet had finally passed the difficult area. Though there are many islands ahead and the continental side remains a cliff, there seems to be no danger of grounding, Captain Gorick of the Rondark explained to the two. That's good to hear. It seems even the well-trained crew of the Rondark is quite fatigued. They have been on high alert the whole time after all. Rio felt relief, Abel was slightly concerned, and Captain Gorick chuckled. It was then. Ship sighted ahead, a crew member shouted from the mast. Simultaneously, a signal was sent from the leading 10th ship to the following ships, including the Rondark. According to reports from the 10th ship, there's a high possibility it's the Darwei fleet. How many? Number unknown. Understood. Captain Gorick said this before running to the bow and starting to look through a telescope. They've made their move. After we've exhausted ourselves passing through the difficult area, and with no coordination with land forces, they've hidden their ship in the shadow of an island ahead. This was calculated quite well. Neither Rio nor Abel were panicking. After all, they were on a ship, and there was nothing they could do. Lord Protector Kavui Samaru is with the 10th ship, right? Yes. Today, it's clear the 10th ship will lead, and as the commander, he mentioned this morning that he would be on board there. Could it be that he anticipated this ambush? That's a possibility. There was a chance he hadn't mentioned it to avoid stirring up anxiety. After all, it was best if no ambush occurred. After all, he is the invincible admiral of the archipelago sea region. After hearing from Captain Rawu, perhaps he determined that if an ambush were to occur, it would be here. If that's the case, that's impressive. If Abel is going to conquer the 7 seas leading the Kingdom Navy, he needs to be at this level. Yeah, I'm good. I'll leave it to the experts. What a lack of ambition. Rio shrugged exaggeratedly, although it was true that if Abel suddenly declared his intention to pursue world domination now, it would be troublesome. Well, it seemed unlikely. Report from the 10th ship, approximately 200 ships confirmed, flagship of the Kuri princely residence, Fadishin. The flags raised are the Darwei national flag and the Kuri princely flag. Does that mean Prince Kuri himself has come here instead of on land? Captain Rawu exclaimed in surprise at the report, unintentionally voicing his thoughts. Rio and Abel, who had come to the bow and were looking through the telescope, also heard the report and his musings. They had previously reported not detecting the Darwei fleet, but somehow the enemy's leader has boarded and is coming for us. The Darwei ships, which have artillery capabilities and high defensive abilities with their barriers, are quite strong. Even though we have Earl Bashu's fleet, most of their ships are other nations' vessels focused on boarding battles, so perhaps they thought it would be easy to take them down. So, they have no intention of negotiations? Precisely because they have no intention of negotiations, they were likely waiting in a location where communication with the Emperor on land is difficult. Abel replied bitterly. Kuri fleet deployed to the sides, a commanding shout came from the mast. The fast attack ship that fired upon the 10th ship also fired from the side, right? Yeah, from the ship's side. Abel nodded in response to Rio's confirmation. In Earth's history, when cannonballs were mounted on sailing ships, marking the end of boarding battles, one of the peak moments was the Battle of Trafalgar. Admiral Nelson, leading the British Navy, thoroughly defeated the French Navy at Trafalgar. As a result, Napoleon gave up on exerting military control over Britain and had no choice but to shift to an economic blockade strategy to subdue it. However, when Russia broke that blockade and sent supplies to Britain, Napoleon launched an expedition against Russia and suffered a great defeat, marking the beginning of his decline. In that Battle of Trafalgar, battleships played a vital role, ships equipped with dozens of cannons on their sides to perform bombardments. Due to their structure, when a ship turned its side toward the enemy, it could fire many cannons. Thus, the ships formed a line to engage in battle, hence the term battleships. If we consider that the Darwei ships are carrying alchemy tools that perform magic cannon fire instead of traditional cannons, it seems their usage will follow this fundamental principle of battleships. This is, the moment Rio spoke, 20 magic cannon fire was unleashed from the Kuri fleet ahead. Long range. Abel shouted. Compared to the bombardment from the previously experienced fast attack ship, they were still out of range. However, all the attacks were deflected by an ice wall. Rio, to suddenly fire without even a courteous greeting, that's not very gentlemanly. What is that? Rio had erected an ice wall in front of the 10th ship to deflect the bombardment. With 200 ships firing only 20 shots, it seems only the ships equipped with long-range alchemy tools fired. I see. After thinking for a moment, Rio addressed Captain Gorick, who was on the bow of the Rondark. Captain, I'm heading to the 10th ship. Understood. Captain Gorick responded without a moment's delay to Rio's words. He likely thought that was the right course of action, too. We're off, Abel. Got it. Rio used the water jet thruster, while Abel leaped with the flying ring, and they landed on the deck of the leading 10th ship. That last defense was from Lord Rondo, right? The one who asked with certainty was Lord Protector Kavui Samaru, commanding the fleet. Yes, while the 10th ship's barrier could likely deflect around 20 shots, we took extra precautions. Rio said, glancing at Captain Ra Wu, who was beside Kavui Samaru. Captain Ra Wu nodded in agreement. Naturally, the barrier was deployed in front of the 10th ship. As sailors, we dislike being on the receiving end. Kavui Samaru smiled slyly. In our country, we call it celebratory cannon fire. Captain Ra Wu replied with a sly smile as well. Then he shouted orders. Lin Zin, fire the 4 bow cannons. With that command, 4 beams of fire shot toward the Kuri fleet from the bow. By the way, Lin Zin was the public ship combat commander of the 10th ship. We also have long-range capabilities. Rio was surprised by the range. Public ships are equipped with the latest gear. Captain Ra Wu chuckled. The 4 magic cannon shots reached the Kuri fleet. They reached, but they were deflected. Rio blurted out while Captain Ra Wu tilted his head. Captain, seeing this, Kavui Samaru inquired. No, I expected them to be deflected, but the way they were deflected is strange. Strange how? It feels like they were deflected by something that isn't the barrier mounted on the Darwei ships, Captain Ra Wu replied. In response, Kavui Samaru said nothing. Naturally, even amidst this cannon fire, the Allied fleet continued to advance. Although the Kuri fleet had deployed to the sides and wasn't moving south, the distance between the Allies was continually shrinking as the Allied fleet moved forward. This meant they were about to enter the firing range of not only the long-range cannons, but the weapons of all 200 ships. To begin with, we have no chance of winning a cannon battle here. Kavui Samaru made a clear statement. Captain Ra Wu nodded in agreement. Aside from the 10th ship, only 10 ships from Earl Bashu's fleet were present against the Darwei fleet. The rest were ships from other nations, primarily focused on boarding battles. The fact they fired at us immediately means they have no intent for negotiations. In that case, there is only one thing we can do. After looking at Captain Ra Wu and Rio, Kavui Samaru said, We charge in. Nelson touch. Huh, Abel tilted his head at Rio's words. Well, it's the usual thing. The enemy fleet has formed a battle line, and the flagship that charges in from the front will be the focus of their bombardment. That makes sense. Once, Admiral Nelson boarded that flagship and charged into the enemy line. Oh, Rio was passionately discussing the Battle of Trafalgar, but Abel couldn't understand it at all. He only recognized that this Admiral Nelson seemed impressive. Nevertheless, he felt it was wrong to interrupt Rio, who was speaking with such fervor. Abel is a good guy. We charge in, break through the enemy line, and divide them. Once we divide them, all of our ships will face the enemy, and the tide of battle will turn. Ah, right. From there, we will encircle and annihilate one side and then crush the other. That's the Nelson touch. This is how we prevented the Emperor's landing. Rio raised his right fist high. Perhaps it was dedicated to Admiral Nelson, who risked his life to protect his country. By the way, Admiral Nelson, who is said to be the greatest hero in British history, died in this Battle of Trafalgar. Will it be the same this time? Ice wall multi-layer ice 50 layers. The hardest wall of ice that Rio boasts of. With this, the defense is perfect. Now all that's left is, hey, isn't Rio going to attack? Abel's question was directed at Ryo and Kavui-Samaru. If you use that icicle lance shower or whatever, won't you sink them? That's the attack that sank the Go-War fleet. Kavui-Samaru nodded at Abel's words. He nodded, but it seemed he didn't think it would go well. The enemy, Prince Kuri knows that Duke Rondo is beside His Majesty the Emperor. We don't know if he has grasped whether they are with the land forces or the fleet. Ah, even so, they challenged us to a naval battle. Why is that? Kavui-Samaru paused for a moment before continuing. I believe it's because they have something to counter us with. Something that can counter Ryo? To be honest, Abel didn't think there was anyone who could match Ryo. Every time I hear Duke Rondo's name in the Imperial capital, I was told this. It's like Lord Rowan. Ryo completed the sentence and nodded. I see, so the Lord Rowan is in that fleet. Abel nodded. Even so, deep down, he didn't believe there was anyone who could counter Ryo, because they are human. However, Ryo himself provided additional explanation. I have fought many mages and swordsmen both, but there is a type of opponent I haven't fought. Alchemists. Alchemy is a skill that can be said to be perfected by humans. Lord Rowan is a person who stands at the top of that. I see. Abel had seen it until now. Ryo had countered opponents who surpassed him in magic or swordsmanship with alchemy. This time, it might be an opponent who can surpass that alchemy. A top-tier alchemist is also a top-tier mage. An opponent who can surpass Ryo in water attribute magic and alchemy? That possibility exists. Ryo nodded clearly at Abel's words. He was neither flustered nor careless. Even so, Abel sighed and continued. It seems we prepared a large army to avoid military conflict, but in the end we look like we're about to clash. It symbolizes the foolishness of humanity. Ryo frowned and shook his head. Even if humans are foolish, wars proceed. Rather, because humans are foolish, once a war begins, it is not easily stopped. Duke Rondo attack? Yes, icicle lance shower fan. The thick ice spears shot out, spreading like a fan centered around Ryo, and attacked the Kuri fleet, which was deployed ahead. There were over 4,000 of them. However, all of them were annihilated. What? He had considered the possibility, but seeing all the interceptions unfold right in front of him surprised even Ryo, who had launched them. He could see the moment they hit. The ice discs crashed one-on-one. Ice discs, they say that's something Lord Rowan specializes in. Each disc moves as if it has a will of its own. As if it has a will. Is it alchemy, not magic? Captain Rawu nodded slightly at Ryo's words. He could feel the depth of alchemy in such aspects. Incoming bombardment, the lookout from the mast shouted. A simultaneous bombardment from the 200 ships of the Kuri fleet that had formed a battle line. However, all of it was deflected. Not through annihilation, but Ryo's ice wall, which enveloped the entire Allied fleet, deflected it. It's not annihilation. I showed them the overwhelming difference in power and deflected it. Why, yeah, as expected. Ryo asserted this to Abel, who stood beside him, and Abel praised him. Abel trying to lift Ryo's spirits during battle. He's quite mature. After some thought, Ryo nodded widely and said, All right, we have our pride too. He turned to Kavui-Samaru, the fleet commander, and proposed, Can I fire the previous icicle lance shower in rapid succession? That's fine, but are you okay with your magical power? I don't know, but challengers tend to push themselves. I leave it to you. Ryo's mood was that of a challenger. Come at me. Full barrage of ice spears. Your words don't sound like a challenger. Of course, Abel's words didn't reach Ryo's ears. Icicle lance shower fan. Over 4,000 thick ice spears. However, once again, all were annihilated. Expected icicle lance shower fan, 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 icicle lance shower fan. 10 consecutive shots of icicle lance shower fan. A total of over 40,000 ice spears attacked the Kuri fleet. And thus, the light of annihilation exceeding 40,000 erupted. Did they intercept all of that? Abel raised his voice in astonishment. His expression spoke of having seen something truly unbelievable. Ryo, he called out to his worried companion beside him. Abel, it's within expectations to be intercepted. Even after firing that many? Yes, all of it is a stepping stone for our ultimate victory. Abel, with a worried face, stood in stark contrast to Ryo, who radiated confidence and determination. Right, let's try one more thing, Ryo said, then chanted, Icicle lance shower pierce. The ice spears that had spread from Ryo earlier were now shot towards a single target, one after another, a total of 4,000. All of them emitted the light of annihilation and vanished. This is amazing. No, maybe it's more appropriate to say it's astonishing. Ryo nodded slightly. Of course, during this time, the Allied fleet continued to advance. This simply meant that the distance between the two fleets was closing. Ultimately, they would collide. What happens when two shields that can't be pierced by spears collide? They push against each other without breaking? Abel answered seriously at Ryo's question. In his head, he pictured a scene of shield users pushing against each other. Perhaps that can't be avoided, Ryo said, then looked at Kavui-Samaru. Receiving that gaze, Kavui-Samaru also nodded. All ships are prepared for boarding combat. However, both Kavui-Samaru and Ryo understood. They probably wouldn't be able to board the enemy's ships. Of course, they likely wouldn't be able to board their own ships either. And then the two fleets collided. The temporary flagship of the Allied fleet, Public Ship Number 10, charged right into the Kuri fleet at the center front. While Ryo was launching ice spears, magic cannon fire was being unleashed from the Kuri fleet. In particular, the density of the bombardment directed at the 10th ship was quite significant. Of course, all of it was deflected by the ice wall. In the center of the Kuri fleet, which spread out to the sides, there was a ship displaying the national flag of Darwei and the flag of Prince Kuri. That ship was the flagship, Fadishin. The 10th ship charged into it. The two flagships collided. One side deployed an ice wall, the other side deployed a ship barrier. As a result, it was a collision between invisible walls. There was no sound. However, a sight very rare for a fleet battle was unfolding there. The leaders of the Allied fleet, standing at the bow of the 10th ship. The leaders of the Kuri fleet, including Prince Kuri, standing at the bow of Fadishin. Both leaderships were glaring at each other. It was not the leaders themselves who opened their mouths. "You are the rumored Lord Rowan, aren't you?" Ryo spoke as he spotted an old man standing at the bow of Fadishin. "Indeed. Your Grace, Duke Rondo, it is a pleasure to meet you," the old man replied. The distance between the two was about 10 meters. Between them was an ice wall and a barrier separating them. "Yield," Prince Kuri said clearly. It was a natural statement, but upon hearing it, the Allied fleet hesitated. The one leading the fleet was Kavui-Samaru. He had been formally granted command authority by the Emperor. As part of his authority, he had the power to surrender. However, he was not a person of Darwei. The highest-ranking person from Darwei was Captain Ra-Wu of the 10th ship, but he was merely the captain of one ship. The decision he would make could potentially determine the future of all of Darwei, and he understood that it was far too heavy a burden. Thus, the Allied fleet hesitated. "Ryo," Abel called softly and gestured with his chin towards the center of the deck of the Kuri fleet's flagship, Fadishin. The moment Ryo saw it, anger flashed across his face. On the deck of Fadishin stood Prince Lion. With him were Chamberlain Wenshu and Captain Ryo. All three were suppressing their frustration. Though they were not captured, they were surrounded at a distance by what seemed to be Prince Kuri's royal army. Hostages, Ryo's suppressed words were inaudible even to Abel. It seemed this situation had been calculated from the beginning, since it had started with a mere 20 shots of cannon fire. In the end, the maximum firepower had also been deflected, confirming the presence of Duke Rondo, Ryo. If Ryo were not present, then defeating the entire Allied fleet would have been a solid victory in itself. If Ryo was present, they could force surrender by showing that they held Prince Lion as a hostage. The Kuri side understood that the Duke Rondo and Prince Lion had a cooperative relationship. If they could extract or neutralize Ryo, they could achieve victory without resulting in military conflict. It was despicable, but there was nothing to be done once it was said, because it's war. This was a battlefield. If victory could be achieved with a few sacrifices, many rulers would likely choose that option, and Prince Kuri made that choice. Ryo's insides were boiling. He understood that he had lost in the reading game, and he also understood that he still had a long way to go. But that would be reflected upon later. What he needed to do now was to protect those who were captured. "Abel, buy me some time." "Understood." Abel, surprised by Ryo's sudden echo of the soul, responded in agreement. He must have considered the possibility that even a whisper could be overheard. From what he could see, Ryo was facing forward as usual, but Abel understood. His focus was directed elsewhere. Most likely it was alchemy. In his head, he was engaging in something alchemical, either constructing or improving a magic formula. Well then, Ryo had entrusted Abel with buying time, believing in him. All he had to do was execute that. Abel steeled himself and extended his arm forward. "In Darwei, this is the way of the king." Words imbued with royal dignity from Abel struck the leaders of the Kuri fleet. Kavui-Samaru and Captain Ra-Wu were also taken aback by Abel's sudden words. He had shouted suddenly in front of the prince. However, what Abel was pointing to, "Prince Lion?" Captain Ra-Wu muttered as he spotted Prince Lion and the others on the deck of Fadishin. Kavui-Samaru also recognized his face since he had attended Lion's banquet, and he also knew that he was a rival of Prince Kuri. The reason Lion was on the deck of the Kuri fleet's flagship, in other words, he was a hostage. Abel pointed that out. At the same time, by making this accusation, he was conveying to Prince Lion and the others that they had been captured against their will. In the midst of this, both leaderships were surprised by Abel's actions. Except for one person who was not surprised, aside from Rio, that was the accused himself. "I see," Prince Kuri murmured, nodding before continuing. "That would be Albert, the guard of Duke Rondo, but in some circles he is referred to as Abel. I have heard there is a person named Abel around Duke Rondo, mentioned even in the Song of Natore Kingdom, the person who always accompanies Duke Rondo. Is that you, the hero King Abel the First?" Surprised were Captain Rawu and Lord Rowan. Kavui Samaru was not surprised because he already knew. "If that is the case, what will you do, Prince Kuri?" Abel's gaze pierced directly through Prince Kuri. It was undoubtedly a king's gaze. "I do not believe there is a need to explain to His Majesty, the hero, King Abel. But if the sacrifice of 3 lives can avoid war, then there is no reason not to take that course. How could a king like that have the people follow him? A king who makes the people feel ashamed to receive from them is unthinkable. That is a difference in perspective, Your Majesty. The country exists because of the people, after all." "No, the people exist because of the country. Without the country, the people cannot live," Prince Kuri declared firmly. The moment Abel heard that, he understood. He understood why Minister Shu disliked Prince Kuri and why Emperor Tsuin had not elevated him as the crown prince, to impose sacrifices on the people for the sake of the country. In reality, there are times when such a scenario occurs. Considering that politics is a means to pursue the happiness of the majority over the minority, it is perhaps unavoidable. However, even so, those involved in politics should not take it for granted. That was Abel's belief. He thought that because one must view the relationship with their own country or any other country from a higher perspective, they must always be aware of each individual citizen living there. That is what the country exists because of the people truly means. However, the prince before him, people are not tools for the king to govern the country. Words carefully woven by Abel, heavy and truly heavy. In response, Prince Kuri said nothing. It was clear he was not moved by Abel's words. His gaze had been directed at the silent Rio all along. Why did Duke Rondo reveal his identity while King Abel hid his status by calling himself a guard swordsman? I found it strange. Prince Kuri continued, still looking at the silent Rio. "I see, so the loyal Duke Rondo, who is sung by bards, gathered attention to himself to prevent his lord from being targeted. After all, if the hero King Abel had come to Darwei, it would be a serious matter." Prince Kuri spoke clearly towards Rio. But Rio, though his gaze was on Prince Kuri and the leaders of the Kuri fleet, remained silent. Prince Kuri was suspicious of his demeanor, and Lord Rowan. "Surely not," Lord Rowan muttered, and the moment he looked at Prince Lion in the center of the deck. Awareness flickered in Rio's eyes. "It is already too late. Arise, Neil Anderson." The instant Rio chanted, the ice submarine Neil Anderson was generated through alchemy in the center of the deck of Fadishin, surrounding Prince Lion and the others. In other words, the moment it was generated, Prince Lion and the others were now inside Neil Anderson. It took a while to change to such a special generation method. "Abel, you did great buying time?" "Sure." Rio gave a thumbs up to Abel in gratitude, and Abel accepted it, surprised. Abel had thought Rio would also use alchemy to rescue Prince Lion and the others, but he never expected Rio to generate Neil Anderson on the enemy flagship's deck. Ice spear raining down. Lord Rowan's ice spears rained down on Neil Anderson, but all of it was deflected off the exterior of Neil Anderson. Simultaneously with generation, the alchemy exterior has also been activated. "Do you want to test if it can be penetrated by defenses that even the Kraken could not break?" Rio said with a smug smile. That expression was filled with confidence. "I see this is indeed hard." Lord Rowan frowned for a moment but quickly continued. "If it doesn't work from the outside, then we'll have to do it from the inside. We shall drown them." "Infinite spring water." Lord Rowan chanted the spell, but nothing happened. "What?" For the first time, he clearly frowned. "You attempted to generate water inside Neil Anderson to drown Prince Lion and the others. However, that is impossible." "Why? Neil Anderson does not allow magic to pass through?" "Impossible." For the first time since their clash, Lord Rowan clearly expressed his surprise. "That cannot be true." "It is indeed possible," Rio retorted with a smug smile. Originally based on the theoretical physics knowledge Rio possessed from Earth, it was a product of the multi-layered ice he had developed through alchemy. Thus, for someone with only the knowledge of Phi, it is understandable that even someone who has studied magic and alchemy profoundly would want to shout, "Impossible." "Horatio, there are countless things in this world beyond the dreams of human knowledge." "What is a Horatio?" Rio spoke lines akin to Hamlet, leaving Lord Rowan confused. "The pursuit of human intellectual inquiry knows no bounds. As a result, it seems magic can also be interrupted." "I see." Lord Rowan nodded several times as he pondered Rio's words. "Interesting." It was a voice that seemed to be muttered. "Interesting." a louder voice than before. Interesting, a voice that could be heard normally. Truly interesting, it was a voice filled with mania, Lord Rowan's voice of ecstasy. Truly interesting, Duke Rondo, it is the mystery of magic, the pinnacle of alchemy, the reason that makes us human, to explore, to seek, and to seek further. Ah, how wonderful, to not know means that you can learn, what joy, what bliss, what delight. Like Lord Alalian, these kinds of people seem to give an impression of fear to ordinary people. Rio murmured, observing the reactions of those around him as they watched the ecstatic Lord Rowan. Kavui Samaru, Captain Ra Wu, and others on the deck of Fadishin shared similar sentiments. Abel, perhaps because he was used to Alalian, had a look that suggested, "Ah, there it is again." Prince Kuri showed no expression whatsoever. No, he was faintly smiling. Perhaps he understood this side of Lord Rowan and kept him close. "Duke Rondo, I would very much like you to teach me about that Horatio you are holding." It seemed Lord Rowan had misunderstood something, requesting Rio. "I refuse." Rio naturally declined. He thought about trying to clear up the misunderstanding, but ultimately gave up. It was fine to sacrifice Horatio. "I'm sorry, Shakespeare." "You refuse? Ah, I see. If you want it, then steal it. If you want it, show your strength. Of course, it is arrogant to think you can receive bait just by opening your mouth. A privilege allowed only for fledglings, not permitted for humans. Yes, indeed." Lord Rowan was in a frenzied ecstasy. Rio had already given up on a peaceful resolution. "Lord Rowan? Ah, Your Highness, this is impossible. Prince Lion, who was taken hostage, is inside Duke Rondo's ice. We have no choice but to win by force. Could you not take the magical creations of other water attribute magicians?" "Yes, Your Highness, I did indeed say that before. However, that was in the case of magic. The ice covering that deck was created by Duke Rondo's own alchemy. It cannot be taken." "I see." For some reason, he seemed quite pleased. No, he was likely purely pleased to be able to fight. Lord Rowan explained while laughing. Prince Kuri frowned. However, the decision came quickly. "Then please do it." "I thought you would say that. Infinite spring water," Lord Rowan chanted once more, but again nothing happened. Lord Rowan was trying to generate a vast amount of water on the deck of the 10th ship to drown them. "Indeed. I see, so this ice in front also prevents magic from passing through," Rio calmly explained, as Lord Rowan understood, filled with ecstasy. "Then we truly have no choice but to go at it with brute force. Celestial Wheel of Time." The moment Lord Rowan chanted, Rio looked up. There had been a reaction to the passive sonar he activated before the collision. In the sky, over 100 something appeared. In the next moment, ice rain poured down upon the Allied fleet. Just experimentally, I tried making magic and alchemy. Today, November 15, 2022 Tuesday, is the release day for the second volume of the comic. Just like the second volume of the novel, look for the red cover. It contains chapters 6 to 10. Thank you very much. Above the cover of Rio's ice wall multi-layer ice 50 layers is stretched. Countless icicles rained down upon it. It was not just a single volley, over and over again. Each time, tens of thousands of icicles fell. Like stars, 100 launch pads. You're raining down ice from launch pads created with alchemy, truly the pinnacle of brute force, Rio said, impressed. However, an ice cover that cannot be broken even by such brute force. And this isn't alchemy, is it? With pure water attribute magic, how can it withstand so much? Lord Rowan, still wrapped in frenzy, calmly analyzed Rio's ice cover. Just above, the rain of ice and the rebounding ice cover collided without pause, but the two water attribute magicians standing at the bow seemed to be chatting casually. "More pressure is needed. Your Highness, let the fleet commence magic cannon fire." "Understood. Open fire." Prince Kuri's command was transmitted to the entire fleet. At that moment, only Abel noticed a slight change in Rio's expression. Fire, the magic cannon fire unleashed from the 200 ships of the fleet. Neither Lord Rowan, who called for the bombardment, nor Prince Kuri believed the bombardment would succeed. However, it was a fact that both the ice wall blocking the fleet and the ice cover protecting the skies were created and maintained by a single magician. If that is the case, increasing the attack and applying pressure, ultimately leading to mana depletion, is a common tactic in magical combat. The significance of the fleet's magic cannon fire lies there. However, what is a common tactic? That means it can be predicted by the opponent. In this case, the opponent is Rio. The dynamic steam mine II has been deployed. Not the usual dynamic steam mine II created through water attribute magic, but the one prepared for the fight against Fan, made through alchemy. It was slightly modified. Induced explosion? No, induced freeze. The moment it hits, it will freeze all the way back to the launch pad. Rio's muttering could only be heard by Abel beside him. Of course, Abel didn't understand the meaning, but he grasped the situation by witnessing the phenomenon. The bombardment was executed from the alchemy tools set up for magic cannon fire on the sides of the Kuri fleet. As it flew a bit, it froze. From the frozen point, like a fire traveling along a fuse or gasoline, the entire alchemy tool used for the firing also froze. Every ship and every cannon that fired. That scene was visible even from the bow of the flagship Federation, where both fleets collided. Impossible! That voice belonged to Prince Kuri, perhaps. What in the world? That voice belonged to Kavui Samaru, maybe. Terrifying? That voice belonged to Captain Rawu, perhaps. Kyuha, the laugh that escaped involuntarily, belonged to Lord Rowan. That was alchemy. When firing, my moon had to deviate from the line of fire. I assumed it couldn't be protected. My, when did such a trap get laid? It is an immense honor to receive praise from Lord Rowan, the greatest alchemist in the Imperial capital. Rio responded refreshingly to Lord Rowan's admiration. When the trap he set operated perfectly and yielded perfect results, even someone like Rio would feel joy. With this, I have sealed off half of the Darwei fleet's bombardment, Rio said with a smile. Half? Abel tilted his head in confusion. It appeared as though all magic cannon firing alchemy tools on the Darwei ships, except for the flagship Federation that was colliding at the bow, had been destroyed. I destroyed those on our side, but the ones on the other side are still intact. Oh, indeed, magic cannon firing alchemy tools were installed on both sides of the ship. All those facing this side were obliterated, but those on the opposite side remained unharmed. I don't know if they can be moved, but... Rio wasn't sure exactly how the alchemy tools were set up. However, if they were like the ones used by Captain Ryo and his team on the Green Villa Plain, while they might be significantly more powerful than those, it wouldn't be impossible to relocate them with time and manpower. But they will probably come straight at us without relying on those ship alchemy tools, right, Lord Rowan? Rio said loudly, intentionally addressing the opponent, who was a water attribute magician and alchemist facing him directly. Very well, if that is what you desire, I shall oblige, Duke Rondo, Lord Rowan replied, still smiling. By the way, Lord Rowan, even with alchemy, there is mana depletion, isn't there? No, Duke Rondo. Depending on the method, mana depletion rarely occurs. That means if you use that string of 1,024 characters, the moment Rio said that, Lord Rowan's expression clearly changed. But he nodded immediately. He realized why Rio knew about it. Did Rio mention it? Yes, also the flying ring sold in the Imperial capital has a similar string. Ho, you opened the flying ring, huh? If opened poorly, the magic formula is designed to be erased. No, with all this alchemy and creating golems, Duke Rondo will have no problem. My apologies. No, but Lord Rowan's earlier, was it moon? That was protecting the ship. To perform such precise control in alchemy is impressive. And what is currently firing? Shall we say it is star? Shooting from countless angles like a star, that's also remarkable. If it were a different world, we could have debated alchemy day and night. Indeed, completely so. Laughing heartily, Lord Rowan did not ease his attacks. Rio received it all with a smile. Abel, listening to such a conversation next to Rio, had recently begun to understand. In battles of this caliber among non-humans, decisions are rarely made through brute force, and those involved understand this best. Thus, in situations like the current one, where it appears to be a kind of deadlock that looks like brute force is being met, both sides desire this state. Behind the scenes, they are thinking of ways to achieve a decisive victory and strategizing for it. In cases where nothing seems to be moving from the outside, the top-tier individuals are actually thinking and preparing. Abel contemplated, Rio's desire must be to secure Prince Lion and the others. Since they are currently absorbed within the USS Neil Anderson, nothing will happen immediately. However, the USS Neil Anderson itself is still on the enemy's deck. He might be thinking of wanting to move it closer, but he had no idea what Lord Rowan was thinking. With such a lifetime of experience, being called the greatest alchemist of Darwei and a water attribute magician, he certainly must be thinking about something. After a while, Lord Rowan laughed. It was different from any laughter before, a laughter mixed with ominousness. A laugh confident of having achieved his goal before his strong enemy. Duke Rondo, I seem to be able to take the initiative. My hand. The moment Lord Rowan chanted that, Rio felt the control of the ice wall multi-layer ice 50 layers protecting him was taken away. As if it had been seized by a kraken or fan, simultaneously it vanished. Almost unconsciously, Rio shoved Abel aside, and then Rio was encased in ice. Impossible, the stunned Abel muttered as he saw Rio frozen in ice. Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, what a delight. To freeze such a powerful water attribute magician, should it be termed as a laugh of madness, Lord Rowan laughed uncontrollably. If Rio is here, he'll break free, Abel involuntarily said. No, that would be impossible, Your Majesty Abel, Lord Rowan said, still laughing and bowing politely. This was made by alchemy. If it were magic, there might be an outside chance. But since I froze him with my alchemy, even a legendary magician cannot escape," Lord Rowan explained. Hearing this, Abel frowned. He recalled the earlier battle between Rio and Fan. In the end, Rio had used alchemy to encase Fan in ice. Fan, with the body of a dragon, truly at the pinnacle of water attribute monsters, but even she could not escape from the coffin of ice created by alchemy. So he understood. What Lord Rowan was saying was true, yet even so, the battle is decided. Surrender. Prince Kuri's renewed call for surrender came at the perfect timing, the moment when their strongest combat power had been lost, a perfect timing. If they surrendered, likely no harm would come to their soldiers. At the very least, he wouldn't issue orders for a brute force battle to Kavui Samaru or Captain Ra Wu. Rather, Lord Abel, what do you think? Kavui Samaru straightforwardly consulted Abel. He knew, but it had just become clear that he was King Abel. In this situation, consulting King Abel as the commander of the allied fleet was not a mistake. Abel turned his back to Prince Kuri and faced Kavui Samaru and Captain Ra Wu. "I would like you to wait just a little longer. That is, Duke Rondo will break through that ice?" "Is he frozen and still alive?" Abel asked. Kavui Samaru questioned, and Captain Ra Wu suspected that Rio might already be deceased. "No, the USS Neil Anderson and the ice wall still exist. This means, at the very least, Rio is not dead." Indeed, while the USS Neil Anderson was created through alchemy, the supply of magical power should come from Rio himself. Since they were not using a magic stone, Abel thought so. However, he heard a sound, and he realized something transparent had vanished. "They are peeling the ice wall one by one." Kavui Samaru must have sensed and understood. The ice wall that Rio had generated to protect the Allied fleet was being controlled and made to disappear one by Lord Rowan. The first ice wall taken over and peeled away by the magic called My Hand was the wall right in front of Rio and the others. However, there were other ice walls that had protected the Allied fleet. Those were being peeled away. "This is bad." That would be the catalyst for unease to spread among all the crew of the Allied fleet. For the fleet's leadership, it was extremely bad. "Rio," when Abel murmured that and looked at Rio, who was trapped in ice, counter-alchemy Perrin, "preparedness prevents worries." Saying that, Rio broke the ice and returned. Impossible. Without a doubt, the one who was most shocked by that sight was Lord Rowan. The best way to describe his state was that he was utterly dumbfounded. "I understand magic. One can simply dominate and shatter it as I did. But this is an ice prison created through alchemy? Impossible!" Lord Rowan repeatedly muttered, "Impossible." Having dedicated most of his life to magic and alchemy, and being a formidable expert known as Darwei, he understood very well what was possible and what was not. He had the pride of deeply understanding that boundary. From his experience and knowledge, it was impossible. Yes, I would have said the same before, impossible, but previously someone mentioned to me that there might be a possibility I could be encased in ice through alchemy. Right after the battle with Fan, Abel had said that. If alchemy can encapsulate Rio in ice, then it is indeed possible. The moment Rio heard that question, he froze. An ice encapsulation from which even Fan could not escape. Naturally, Rio would not be able to escape either. He couldn't definitively say that such a thing would never happen again. That's why he had to think of a way to counter it, a method to respond. That was what had come to fruition today. Indeed, that is a piece of foresighted advice. While Lord Rowan admired it, there was also a hint of frustration in his words. It was understandable that if he thought he had perfectly captured something only to have it broken through. "Yes, a wonderful partner, that's the difference between Lord Rowan and me," Rio stated clearly. "However, while breaking through the sudden rain ice prison was impressive, I cannot say that I have lost yet." "Indeed. I have not yet won," Rio nodded at Lord Rowan's words. "However, the battle will not be like before." "What do you mean? Why was I able to break through the ice prison created by alchemy?" "Of course, I had countermeasures prepared, but what exactly did those entail? They are not something that can be prepared so easily." "You had countermeasures prepared? Indeed, they are not easily prepared. I will acknowledge that Lord Rondo's alchemy is remarkable. However, I should not be lagging behind. Yet in reality, I was broken through." "Why?" Lord Rowan pondered. He seemed to have thought of a possibility. Looking surprised, he chanted to confirm. "Celestial wheel of time, countless aerial artillery were born, performing downward fire, but they did not manifest." He understood then. "I rewrote the magic formula of my alchemy?" "Yes." Lord Rowan's expression changed to one of shock, while Rio smiled brightly. "In alchemy, one writes magic formulas or magic circles onto something. Those that are inscribed are referred to as alchemy tools. For example, in Rio's case, the magic formula to generate the submarine USS Neil Anderson is inscribed in Murakumo's sheath. Thus, in this case, Murakumo's sheath is an alchemy tool. As for how it was inscribed, Ryo drew the magic formula or magic circle on a sheet of ice, then reduced that image to transfer it onto Murakumo's sheath. There are no limitations to the size of magic formulas and magic circles in alchemy, so it is easier to write when they are larger. However, they take up space. That's why it's often reduced and transferred. While Ryo was receiving Lord Rowan's magic cannon fire, he was also probing the location where Lord Rowan's magic formula was inscribed, which alchemy tool corresponds to what Ryo refers to as Murakumo's sheath. Although Lord Rowan had been using alchemy extensively in battle, there was no faint light emitted from anywhere on his body when he activated alchemy. That's why it took a considerable amount of time to uncover it. With a height of less than 160 centimeters, wearing deep blue Eastern attire, using a cane, with long white hair and beard, it should be somewhere on him. I thought he might have something on his wrists or ankles, but he didn't. Of course, it's not suitable to inscribe magic circles or formulas on something stretchy like clothing. From what I could see, I really couldn't tell. I didn't expect that it would be that cane. Of course, the cane didn't glow either. The cane was hollow, and the magic formula was inscribed inside the hollow part. That's why the light from the alchemy didn't leak out. Impressive. Lord Rowan nodded at Ryo's observation. However, even if I understood that, I cannot rewrite the magic formula of alchemy. I have applied protection to prevent that. Indeed, I took control of that protection. What? Just as you took control of my ice wall and placed it under your dominion, I took control of protection and placed it under my dominion. Protection was enacted by your own magic. Seriously, taking control of the magic of protection and rewriting the magic formula of alchemy. It was now alchemy that only Ryo could use, while Lord Rowan could not. By doing so, Ryo became the master of the sudden rain ice prison created through alchemy and released it. Furthermore, he rewrote the other magic formulas inscribed inside the cane to belong to him as well. Ryo heard a deep sigh. Defeated by alchemy, Lord Rowan murmured. However, there is still magic left. Clang. Lord Rowan closed the 10-meter distance between them in an instant. Ryo received that strike with Murakumo. You don't think I can't engage in close combat just because I'm a mage and an alchemist, do you? Of course not. I've heard you belong to the military department and have traversed battlefields. Enemies likely often engage in close combat targeting your life. If that's the case, getting close would mean the end. That shouldn't be the case. Lord Rowan laughed even while receiving a blow. Ryo received it with Murakumo, within the realm of expectations. Now what will you do, Duke Rondo? Would you show this old man your alchemy once more? Very well. Ryo said this, swung Murakumo widely, and took a back step to create distance. He then recited, Avatar, 2 Ryos were born. Is that a fusion of alchemy and magic? Lord Rowan's murmured words went unheard by anyone. Icicle lance shower, water jet thruster. From the 3 Ryos, including the main body, countless tiny ice spears were shot towards Lord Rowan. Simultaneously, an almost imperceptible stream of water erupted from the backs of the 3 Ryos, rushing forward at the same speed as the ice spears. The impact of the ice spears, the slashes from the 3 Ryos, occurred in an instant and converged all at once. What remained was Lord Rowan, pierced in both hands and feet by countless ice spears, with 3 swords halted just shy of his neck and chest. Impressive. I admit my defeat, Lord Rowan said with a slight smile. I'm sorry, but please be encased in ice. Downpour, coffin of ice, Ryo said this and encased Lord Rowan in ice. On top of that, I claim victory. Ryo's declaration of victory was directed not at the collapsed and frozen Lord Rowan, but rather at Prince Kuri. Prince Kuri, meeting Ryo's gaze head-on, shook his head. I do not acknowledge this, slowly and clearly. You do not acknowledge your defeat? Correct, I do not acknowledge it. Ryo confirmed it, and Prince Kuri nodded. I understand. Downpour, ice coffin 200. Ryo encased Prince Kuri and the entire crew of the Kuri fleet in ice. Hey, Ryo, what is it, Abel? Why did you encase everyone in ice? Because Prince Kuri did not surrender? Ryo responded with a tilted head to Abel's question. Well, I understand that, but honestly, I wanted to seek the Emperor's approval. I thought about having you fly over and bring the Emperor here, but... Abel was taken aback by Ryo's unexpected thoughts. But I also considered the possibility of something happening. Something happening that you might crash while carrying the Emperor. Crash, mana depletion, or a sudden attack by a phantom being. There are various possibilities, right? Well, I guess there are indeed various possibilities. If the King of Natore were to crash while carrying the Emperor of Darwei, it would definitely become an international issue. It would. To prevent that, I had no choice but to encase everyone in ice. They can be said to have fallen victim to Abel. Please thank them for the sacrifice they made for you. Yeah, there was too much of a logical leap in that last part. Abel wasn't swayed by Ryo's absurdity. You got lazy thinking about it all and decided to encase everyone in ice, didn't you? Please stop making assumptions. Is that not the case? I feel like it might not be, or it might be, or maybe it really is. Yeah, I get it. Encasing in ice simply because it was too much trouble, but there was a necessity to keep Lord Rowan encased in ice. Isn't it just to keep him unconscious? Yes, he has no consciousness. Is it because there's a possibility of him using magic without a trigger word? Abel recalled why Rio had encased him in ice before while having taken over a phantom's consciousness. That's part of it, but in a way it's also to protect Lord Rowan. To protect him from whom? Perhaps from His Majesty the Emperor and Prince Kuri? Emperor Tsuin was not entirely unexpected. However, Prince Kuri was, in a sense, Lord Rowan's employer. Of course, he is currently encased in ice, but is it really to protect him from such a person? Abel completely couldn't comprehend. I really wished I could have drawn out information in the middle of the battle, but there was no timing for that. Well, yes, I believe there will be interrogations eventually, so let's confirm it there. That was all Rio said. The day after the Emperor-led ground troops merged with Captain Kavui Samaru's allied fleet was the day after the next. Emperor Tsuin, who had arrived at the port earlier, was taken aback by the sight of many ice blocks floating beyond the allied fleet anchored offshore. A whole ship was encased in ice and floating on the surface of the sea. Moreover, 200 ships. Of course, he had received reports. However, the shock of seeing the actual sight was a completely different matter from a written report. That's the power of Duke Rondo's magic. How impressive! In response to that murmur, Earl Barrow Futen, who stood beside him, could only nod silently. Lord Kavui Samaru, thank you for your efforts. It seems I have caused various troubles for Duke Rondo as well. Your kind words are too much. I wish I could have done a bit better. Emperor Tsuin praised, Captain Kavui Samaru bowed, and Rio scratched his head. Lion, it's been a while. Your Majesty, no, Father, I'm so glad you are safe. Emperor Tsuin happily called out to Prince Lion, who had been rescued from the Kuri fleet, and Prince Lion rejoiced that his father, Emperor Tsuin, was unharmed. And finally brought from the Kuri fleet were Prince Kuri and the still frozen Lord Rowan. Kuri, Your Majesty, I merely did what needed to be done. Prince Kuri responded firmly to Emperor Tsuin, who looked sorrowful. With all due respect, you cannot steer Darwei, Father. Prince Kuri stated clearly. He did not possess his usual calm demeanor. Desperately, though against his will, he was pleading fervently. It was a kind of indictment. Perhaps that might be true. Indicted, yet Emperor Tsuin accepted it with a gentle expression. It would have been best if Jun, the crown prince, had been alive. The gaze of Emperor Tsuin, as he said this, was distant, as if he were looking at a memory that could never be reclaimed. Why did Brother Jun have to die? The words that slipped from Prince Kuri's mouth were not directed at anyone in particular. Emperor Tsuin, who heard it, also did not have an answer to that question. However, in fact, there was someone present who might hold the answer. That person seemed to be in a dilemma about whether to speak or not, but ultimately chose to remain silent in this situation, intending to convey it only to the Emperor later, and Emperor Tsuin noticed this peculiar behavior. Duke Rondo, do you have something on your mind? Rio, questioned, was genuinely surprised. He had decided to say nothing in this situation, yet was suddenly asked. And no, Your Majesty, it's nothing. This was the first time Rio had found himself in such a condition before Emperor Tsuin. Naturally, this led to Emperor Tsuin's suspicion. I swear I will not get angry no matter what you say. Duke Rondo, would you share what you know? His tone was exceedingly gentle. With the supreme authority of Darwei saying this, Rio could not escape. Your Majesty, this is merely a conjecture. Therefore, after a careful investigation, indeed, I would love to hear that. As Rio attempted to dodge the details, Emperor Tsuin cut through it with one decisive blow, truly, as expected of the emperor of a great nation. Rio took a deep breath. He realized he was more nervous than when fighting demons. Your Majesty, I believe that Lord Rowan was the one who assassinated Crown Prince Jun. In one breath, Rio spoke without hesitation. The reaction to such words was one of complete speechlessness. Not just Emperor Tsuin, Prince Kuri, of course, and everyone present was left speechless. Rio felt exceptionally uncomfortable. Yet now that he had said it, there was no going back, and remaining silent in that situation would clearly leave behind future troubles. Ultimately, now that he had arrived at the answer, he could not refrain from saying it. Duke Rondo, no, I understand that you did not make such an accusation lightly. I understand that, but still. Emperor Tsuin also chose his words carefully, but ultimately his words faltered. Prince Kuri couldn't say anything at all. In this place, there was another person who was receiving a great shock. That was someone close to the accused. Captain Ryo, Lord Rowan's disciple. Ryo, if you feel unwell, you can sit over there. Prince Lion said kind words to Captain Ryo, whose complexion had worsened. No, Your Highness, I wish to hear this here as well. If my master has truly gone astray, it is something I cannot turn a blind eye to as a disciple. The revelation of the truth saddens many. However, considering what might happen if it were not brought to light, it was unavoidable. I would like to know the basis for the claim that Lord Rowan took Brother Jun's life. The one who said this was Prince Kuri, who had remained silent all along and was likely the one who was most shocked in this place. In response to those words, Ryo looked at Emperor Tsuin. Emperor Tsuin nodded. The first thing I found suspicious was when water attribute magic was used within the Imperial Palace. That was when the phantom beings attacked, right? There was a malfunction in the celestial net at that time. No, Your Majesty, actually, even after that, I was able to use water attribute magic. What? At that time, I considered whether it was me being strange or if my magic was special, and thought of various reasons. After pausing for a moment, Ryo began to speak again. However, upon inquiry, among the military department in the palace, there are no water attribute mages except for Lord Rowan. Among the high-level adventurers who likely receive requests from the palace frequently, there are also no water attribute mages. Is it possible that there was a setting in the palace that only enabled water attribute magic? However, I cannot believe that the alchemist managing the celestial net in the palace would not notice that. Those alchemists are indeed remarkable, but they are not the top alchemist of Darwei. Are they? Surely not. A top alchemist of Darwei, a water attribute mage, and one who can enable water attribute magic within the palace without the palace alchemists noticing. There is only one person who could achieve that. Ryo pointed to the ice coffin, changing the transparency to reveal Lord Rowan, who was trapped inside. Lord Rowan's eyes were closed, his consciousness lost. I see. Emperor Tsuin nodded once. When we return to the Imperial capital, we will conduct a detailed investigation. Duke Rondo, could it be that Lord Rowan had connections with the Chouchi Empire? At Emperor Tsuin's question, many were startled and raised their heads. Indeed, the timing was too perfect. However, Ryo shook his head. Your Majesty, I think that is unlikely. Why? If that were the case, the Chouchi Empire would not have gone so far as to have General Yun captured just to gather information on the celestial net. They could have obtained much more detailed information from Lord Rowan. I see. Nodding at Ryo's explanation, Emperor Tsuin continued. I have one question I want to ask the person here before we return to the Imperial capital. Duke Rondo, is that possible? Yes, Your Majesty, that is possible, Ryo said and then recited. 50 layers of ice wall. First, he built a wall of ice around the outside of the ice coffin. This was to reduce damage in case Lord Rowan took reckless actions. And then, ice coffin partial release. Only the upper part of his head was released. Slowly, Lord Rowan opened his eyes. Looking around, he sighed when he confirmed that his body from the neck down was encased in ice. Your Majesty, it has been a while. Lord Rowan, I have something to ask. Yes, Your Majesty, anything, Emperor Tsuin asked with a calmly restrained voice. As always, it was Lord Rowan. Did you assassinate Crown Prince Jun? That question seemed to contain no anger whatsoever. His expression and voice appeared as if all anger had vanished. Yet that was an illusion. When anger reaches its peak and becomes too great, it bursts. The emptiness that follows is what Emperor Tsuin had cloaked himself in. The question stunned Lord Rowan for a moment, then he looked around. He glanced at Prince Kuri, then at Prince Lion, and finally at his disciple, Captain Ryo. Lastly, he looked at Ryo. At that moment it seemed he understood everything. I see, it seems much has been revealed, Lord Rowan murmured with a bitter smile. In that instant, anger erupted. Damn you! That was Earl Barrow Futen. At that time, he was the one responsible for guarding Crown Prince Jun's eastern palace. He was stripped of his position and had his territory confiscated. He could undoubtedly be called one of the victims. But more than that, the person he loved dearly and wished to protect with all his heart had been killed. It was only natural for him to be angry when the perpetrator stood before him. Wait, Futen. But Emperor Tsuin's words quelled that anger. I have only one question I want to ask. Why did you kill the Crown Prince? The moment Emperor Tsuin asked, all eyes were on Lord Rowan. Yes, they certainly wanted to know. The assassination of the Crown Prince, a hope for many, that was a significant negative for Darwei, a betrayal of the state. However, Lord Rowan could be considered a hero who had protected Darwei on the front lines of the military for half a century. Why, for the past 20 years, the power of Darwei has steadily declined. Lord Rowan began to speak. During that time, 10 years ago, Crown Prince Jun was appointed, and he began to move Darwei as the political center. At first, I had high hopes for the Crown Prince. I thought he would restore Darwei to its former power. However, that was not the case. No one interrupted. Under Crown Prince Jun's rule, Darwei's military might continue to dwindle. I spoke frankly to the Crown Prince. We must strengthen our military power. If this continues, the colossal Darwei will not be able to protect itself and will perish. But the Crown Prince responded that there were no strong nations threatening Darwei nearby. What the government should do now is enrich the lives of the people. Rather, they must reduce excessive military power and redistribute it to enrich the lives of the populace. How foolish. Is this what a ruler is? The people on the front lines are saying they lack strength. Why ignore that? Why reduce it further? It's beyond foolish. It's hopeless. Lord Rowan's passionate words struck at the now-deceased Crown Prince. Look at the weakened Darwei that cannot stand against the Chwauchi Empire. It is seen as a giant body that can be easily toppled. The palace has been attacked. A nation that nobody knew 5 years ago is now challenging Darwei. This is what I feared. A newly born country is full of vigor, but the massive Darwei cannot change course immediately. It is a common occurrence in history for a single blow from a newly formed nation to destroy an ancient giant. But I did not want to see my homeland perish that way. That's why I placed my bets on Prince Kuri. At first, Lord Rowan had been excited, but by the end of his words, he shook his head slightly with a sorrowful expression. No one said anything. Lord Rowan likely did not expect a response from anyone. He turned to Rio and said, "Duke Rondo, I have said everything I needed to say. I will accept whatever punishment comes. So could you return me to the ice once more?" Having said all that needed to be said and prepared to accept all punishments, with that resolve, Lord Rowan returned to a calm tone. Rio was unsure and looked to Emperor Tsuin. Emperor Tsuin nodded slightly. Downpour, coffin of ice. Once again, ice covered Lord Rowan's entire body. The following day, the group continued to head north once more. Rio and Abel were back on the deck of the Rondark as part of the Allied fleet. There, the ice coffin of Lord Rowan was also present. The other crew members of the Kuri fleet, having sworn allegiance to Emperor Tsuin, were released. Prince Kuri himself was following Emperor Tsuin in a daze. However, Lord Rowan alone refused and was being transported in the ice coffin. Since then, Rio had reflected on Lord Rowan's words many times. In 1205, Genghis Khan, who united the Mongolian tribes, invaded the Jin dynasty, which controlled northern China at the time. Just 6 years later, in 1211. For 2 years, they plundered through the Jin territory, leading to a humiliating peace treaty. Ultimately, that peace fell apart, and in 1215, the Mongols besieged and captured the original capital of Jin, Yanjing. Knowing the strength of a newly established and vigorous nation through studying history, Rio could not deny Lord Rowan's words. Abel, politics is difficult, isn't it? Are you perhaps referring to Lord Rowan's remarks from yesterday? Yes, everyone wishes to avoid war, to not be caught up in conflict, to maintain peace, yet misfortune arises due to the differing paths to that end. That's true, it is indeed difficult. But Rio, there's one method that should never be taken, no matter the path. What is it? That is the method of killing people. Oh, yes, Lord Rowan assassinated the Crown Prince for his own ideals. I don't believe that a path sought through killing people is the right path, Abel stated firmly. That was precisely the demeanor of a king. Perhaps Lord Rowan thought that sacrificing one person was better than having thousands or tens of thousands die in war. But even so, Abel is strong, isn't he? Rio looked at Abel with a gaze filled with admiration, akin to longing. No, I'm not strong either, Abel chuckled wryly. Going to the battlefield and asking someone to fight and die is hard. I don't think I'll ever get used to it, but everything is for the people. It's something that must be done for the happiness of the people. I'm merely acting on their behalf. I believe that is the role of a king. Politics is just a hassle no matter who does it, yet it's wonderful that a king willingly takes that on. I think the first duke could do it too. I respectfully decline. While both Rio and Abel harbored sorrowful feelings regarding Lord Rowan, they succeeded in looking forward. Perhaps having a partner during such times is a source of salvation. However, at that moment, urgent news arrived for the ground troops led by the Emperor as they headed north towards the Imperial capital. The Chwauchi Imperial army has crossed the northern river and seized Shuntai Castle on the northern shore. The tumultuous final chapter. At the northern border of Darwei, the northern river. This great river, similar to the southern river that flows through the imperial capital, can exceed a kilometer in width in some parts. For a long time, this northern river has served as the northern boundary of Darwei. The territory north of the northern river is considered to have less value due to the significantly colder climate. Therefore, previous dynasties before Darwei also established the northern river as the northern border, where nomadic horse tribes occasionally built their nations and engaged in conflict. The great river can be considered a natural fortress, making it difficult for the nomadic nations, like the Paiute nation, to invade Darwei easily. In particular, in recent decades, the relationship between the two nations had been favorable. However, just days ago, the Paiyu nation suddenly invaded Darwei. During that assault, they crossed over the northern river. The invasion was repelled by Prince Lion, who acted under an imperial decree. However, this time, the Chawauchi Empire, which had annexed the Paiyu nation, had crossed the northern river to invade. When the Paiyu nation attacked, it was deemed unlikely, so there weren't many defensive forces stationed on the southern bank. As a result, this invasion was permitted easily, but this time was different. Given the possibility of a southward advance by the Chawauchi Empire, the third Prince Shure was stationed there with 10,000 troops from the Forbidden Army as the Northern Expedition Great General. Shure was known as a prince who focused on martial affairs at the Imperial Palace. As long as he led the Forbidden Army, it was believed that they would be safe. Don't retreat. If you back down here, the invasion will continue without end, Prince Shure shouted. Around him, a chaotic melee was already underway. Your Highness, the enemy has deployed a new ogre unit, a subordinate reported with a desperate expression. Indeed, the Chawauchi Imperial Army was utilizing monsters in battle. Prince Shure understood that he had to assign their reserve forces to deal with the new enemy. But there are no reserve troops left to deploy, he muttered, biting his lip. The main force of the Darwei army that had been engaged in defense consisted of the top elite Forbidden Army of 10,000. The Forbidden Army fought without flinching, even against the ogres, which measured 2.5 meters in height. In fact, during the initial phase, they endured the attacks and even had moments where they could push back. However, the enemy was not only comprised of monsters. Here they come again, Talisman, watch above your heads. It was that, Talisman flying from the rear of the enemy forces. Hundreds of talismans flew through the sky, raining down stones and fireballs from above. You could protect yourself by raising your shields overhead, but doing so would hinder the battle against the monsters directly in front of them. As a result, the Darwei military gradually found their combat power and morale worn down. "I found you!" Clang. With a piercing sound, Prince Shure blocked a blow that came towards him with his sword. "That splendid armor isn't from a lowly soldier, but still, you're young. That means you're either a child of the Taif layer or a member of the royal family. What are you going to do about that?" Prince Shure replied casually to the assailant's deduction. His response was flippant, but he understood that the sharpness of the attack indicated that this opponent should not be underestimated. "I am Gan, the 7-star general of the Chawauchi Empire. I am the one who will take your life, remember that." "If you take my life, how can I remember you?" Prince Shure sighed at Gan's introduction. However, as a member of the royal family, he couldn't just let it go unchallenged. "I am Prince Shure, the Northern Expedition Great General of Darwei. Prince Shure, the third Prince, huh? Quite a big deal. Is that so? What will you do then?" "I will take your life." In the end, nothing has changed. The sword fight between the phantom being and the man began. Battles were also taking place around the two. However, most of them were monsters against the Darwei army. "Only you are commanding the monsters while the rest are merely minions?" Prince Shure asked. "Well, our population is small. We must make effective use of the monsters we can control," Gan replied with a frown. As they exchanged such conversation, their sword fight remained intensely fierce. Gan was predominantly on the offense, but Prince Shure was by no means losing. "I thought you were a weak prince, but you're actually quite capable. I thought royal family members just stayed back. If the prince doesn't lead from the front, no one will follow. That's only natural. Ah, I wish I could let our emperor hear this a little." After murmuring, Gan quickly added in a flustered manner, "No, it's only natural that you wouldn't come to the front because you're in command." "Yes, of course. Who are you trying to make excuses to?" Prince Shure tilted his head, not understanding the meaning behind Gan's words. While their sword fight was fierce, one side was the commander. Subordinates who had just defeated the monster in front of them raised their voices. "Your Highness, do not come, this one is mine." However, Prince Shure refused the reinforcements that tried to assist. "Wouldn't it be better to have someone help you?" "Unfortunately, Phantom Being, you are strong. My subordinates cannot match you," Prince Shure stated clearly. He understood that he was the only one capable of countering Gan. Yet he also recognized that he was the only one who could command the overall situation. I must not make a mistake with the timing of the retreat. He knew they were at a disadvantage. As the great general, he was being thrown into the chaos of battle, and there were no reserve troops available. The ogres that had just been deployed and the talismans unleashed as a follow-up. With those two factors, the Darwei army's front lines were on the brink of collapse. To be able to think of the front lines while engaged in such intense swordplay, impressive, Prince. "That is the role of a great general," Gan said in sincere admiration, and Prince Shure responded with a grimace. The moment he said that, he saw a group that had been resisting stubbornly was broken through by the ogres. "Is this the limit? However, I won't let you escape." Gan also sensed that their side was gaining the upper hand. Under such circumstances, the prince in front of him would naturally try to retreat. The most challenging part is a fighting retreat. As the enemy pursues, it becomes more difficult. With this level of swordplay, you won't be able to command a retreat, will you? Gan smirked as he spoke, leaving Prince Shure unable to retort. Gan's point was valid, however. Raise the second retreat signal, Prince Shure shouted. Upon hearing that, multiple attendants took out black boxes the size of card cases from their pockets and slammed them to the ground. From the smashed black boxes, orange smoke erupted. Orange smoke rose from several locations on the battlefield. In the next moment, over 100 objects flew in from the rear of the Darwei army. Boom, bang. When they hit the ground, they erupted with a roar and dazzling light. This confused the monsters. What? Gan was genuinely surprised. Prince Shure would not miss the opportunity. Slash. Damn it, Gan, having his stomach slashed open, cursed and leaped back. Naturally, Prince Shure did not pursue. He ran together with his retreating troops. Thus, the Northern Expedition Army led by Prince Shure was defeated by the Duchy Imperial Army. It seems that Prince Shure has been defeated in the north, but we must first enter the Imperial capital and demonstrate to everyone that His Majesty the Emperor is safe. Why, yeah? The only one who can tighten the spirits of the Darwei citizens, who may be hesitant due to the defeat, is His Majesty the Emperor. That's true. So why are you telling me this? Abel questioned Rio suspiciously as he suddenly began to speak. Because there's a possibility that Abel might act rashly and charge into the Duchy Imperial Army by himself. I want to prevent that. I see, but it's fine. I'm not thinking about doing anything like that at all. At that point, Abel realized, it's not me but Rio who is getting impatient. What are you saying? I don't understand, Rio said, looking away with a frown. It was entirely unconvincing. Still, since Abel did not avert his gaze, Rio reluctantly decided to continue. I hate invasion wars. Is there anyone who likes invasion wars? But throughout history, various countries have attacked their neighbors, right? Well, that's true. The Natore kingdom, where Abel ruled, had also been invaded by the Decisive Empire, allied with the younger brother of the crown prince. At that time, Rio had been based in Run in the southern part of the kingdom, and there had been no invasion by the empire all the way to Run. However, when he received reports that the kingdom had lost a battle and allowed the empire's invasion, he was bewildered. Abel, as king, please do your best to prevent the country from being invaded. Yeah. If we lack military strength, I am prepared to provide 10,000 ice golems from Duke Rondo's territory. Just let me know when you need them. Seriously, at least at this point we can only brace ourselves and charge. I see, just don't become too strong. I think it's fine for you to stay as you are now. At that moment, Abel's mind painted a picture of an army of golems filling the horizon. We need to research more water attribute magic and alchemy and properly form the flying squirrel golem unit. Are you talking about golems that can fly? Yes, that's right. If we coordinate them with the aerial battleship Golden Hind to dominate the skies, and link them with the main force of ice golems on the ground, we won't let the Decisive Empire act so arrogantly. We will definitely not yield to any invaders. The first Duke raised his right fist. That's right, I'll do my best too. While understanding that it was all a figment of Rio's imagination, Abel considered that if it really happened, it would be a little frightening. At least in the Natore kingdom, it seemed that the people close to the center of power were thinking about various things. Of course, the two of them were currently far away from the nation. It had been 3 months since Emperor Tsuin was abducted. Finally, the emperor returned to the imperial capital. Walking alongside Emperor Tsuin were Prince Kuri, the second prince, and Prince Lion, the sixth prince, with a proud army of allied troops from foreign lands marching behind them, stirring excitement among the citizens of the imperial capital. Though it was not publicly announced, they could still hear the news. The Northern Empire, whatever it was called, was advancing southward. It seemed that the Darwei army had lost in the initial battle. However, the emperor had finally returned. The army and princes following him seemed strong. With this, they would surely be able to succeed. Amidst such cheers, the group entered the imperial palace. Juan Shu, it seems you've made quite a bit of movement. Well done, your words are too kind. It is an honor. Juan, the minister from the inspectorate, and Shu, the minister from the censorate, bowed their heads in response to Emperor Tsuin's words. It seems that the people's lives are still fine. Smiles abound. Thanks to the patrolling guards led by Count Hao Jin, that area did not waver. I see, as expected of Count Hao Jin. Emperor Tsuin praised Count Hao Jin, who maintained the order in the imperial capital, nodding vigorously. The emperor was well aware that if the foundation was shaking, it would be impossible to confront enemies who had invaded the borders. That's why Emperor Tsuin highly valued the patrolling guards guarding the imperial capital. Not only soldiers who go to the battlefield to defeat enemies are important. There are also soldiers who dedicate themselves for the happiness of the people. From the perspective of a ruler, both are valuable. As Emperor Tsuin resumed his role as a ruler after returning, discussing strategies against the Chawauchi Empire with his generals. Elsewhere, the masters were joyously welcoming the return. "Our home is truly the best. Well, it is definitely our home in the Imperial capital." These were the words of Rio and Abel as they arrived at the Rondo mansion. Inside the gates, ice golems, who served as the garden watchers, lined up to celebrate the return of their masters. Of course, Abel had no idea whether they were happy or not. "They have become splendid. I hardly recognized them." "Is that so?" Rio cheerfully patted each golem gently, but Abel did not understand at all. Amidst this, something approached slowly. "Oh, Andalusia!" Rio's beloved horse Andalusia had come out from the lawn to greet him at the gate. The horse nuzzled Rio affectionately. Rio happily stroked the horse. A bond of trust transcended species was evident there. Of course, there was also the other black horse. "Faywin, you did well in your duties while I was away." Abel's horse, Faywin, came to the gate as well, licking Abel's face. It was Faywin's expression of affection. "Ha-ha, that tickles." Good boy, there too was a bond of trust beyond species. The two finally returned to the Rondo mansion. "That said, we will be setting out again soon." After taking a bath to wash off the grime from their journey and having tea, Rio spoke. "We have to confront the Chawauchi Empire. Although we lost once, Prince Shure must be doing his best with the remaining troops in the north, right? We need to assemble a large army while he buys us time." Abel also commented while sipping his tea. He continued speaking. "That said, we are outsiders. The focus of the fight should be on the people of Darwei." "Yes, I understand. Of course, if requested, I will lend my full support." If he participated, the sacrifices would decrease. Still, he could not simply step in from the outset. Rio always carried such conflicting feelings when he went to the battlefield. However, in war, it is not just about winning. The way they win can determine the future direction of the country and the feelings of the citizens. Having witnessed the liberation war of the Natore Kingdom, Rio clearly understood this. War seems to be part of politics, but politics is truly difficult. I cannot deny that." Rio shook his head while complaining, and Abel acknowledged it with a wry smile. "It seems that there are indeed peculiar individuals who wish to engage with such troublesome politics themselves. The world is vast." The day after the group returned to the Imperial capital, Rio and Abel were summoned to the Imperial palace. Emperor Tsuin called them to his private chamber, the Bunka Hall, to thank them for various things. No, it was just something that needed to be done. Don't worry about it." Both Rio and Abel responded in their usual manner. In the meantime, Emperor Tsuin informed them that he had summoned them because information relevant to the two had come up. "I believe I mentioned that to go to the Central Nations, one must pass through the corridor when the wall is open." "Yes, I remember. It's located in the northwest of Darwei, right?" "Indeed. Regarding that, I had been investigating old documents even before I was abducted by the Chawauchi Empire, and I found some information." It was said. Over 1,000 years ago, the wall was closed due to alchemy. The reason was to prevent something from entering from the Central Nations. The alchemist who took the lead in closing the wall set the blood of the emperor of the time as the key to open it. Of course, Darwei had only been established for 150 years, so there was no shadow or form of it back then. However, the Darwei imperial family is a descendant of that ancient dynasty. Thus, the blood of those direct descendants of the imperial family, including Emperor Tsuin, may be the key to opening the wall. "I see. So that's why the Chawauchi Empire abducted your majesty to extract blood." Rio nodded. Beside him, Abel silently nodded as well. "I have also received reports from the Censorate's Shu regarding the information held by General Yun, who was captured previously. It seems that a being known as the Phantom King intends to travel to the Central Nations." "Yes, he probably intends to open the wall with your majesty's blood and pass through the corridor. Even if the wall were to open, we still don't know what would happen. They must have been blocking something trying to enter from the Central Nations, right?" "Indeed. However, it has already been several years within these last decades that it has remained open. At least during that time, humans could pass through. The phantoms might not be able to pass through because they are not human. Therefore, we may need to fully open the wall." Due to the lack of information, both Emperor Tsuin and Rio were building upon their speculations. However, there are times in the world when such thinking is necessary. 3 days after Emperor Tsuin returned to the imperial capital, the Northern Expedition Army set out. The expedition led by Emperor Tsuin himself as the supreme commander. The corps consisted of 30,000 from the Forbidden Army, 20,000 from the Black Flag Army under the Ministry of Military Affairs, and 5,000 from the Magic Unit. Additionally, lords from various regions were scheduled to join their forces along the way, with Prince Lion and Prince Kuri accompanying as vice-commanders. While Prince Lion was fine, it was determined that Prince Kuri could not be left behind alone in the Imperial capital, so he was brought along to be nearby. How few reliable allies we have. Indeed. Rio, who was to accompany as an advisor, shook his head in lamentation, and his bodyguard Abel agreed. By the way, Lord Rowan remained frozen and placed in the high-security prison. It's a really hectic departure, but is the formation all right? The Corps should have completed its formation, and they will be organizing the expanding numbers while heading to the battlefield. Is that really all right? From a military standpoint, it's not good. Right, Abel asserted, and Rio nodded. However, they probably have no choice but to act this way in reality. So you mean even if it's incorrect from a purely military standpoint, it's politically correct? Not recently, but there were times during the reign of my father when the kingdom had to do this several times. The people in the political center know that it's not good without needing to be told by the generals, but there are times when they need to quickly get the military closer to the front lines. From a political standpoint, then, since the military is subordinate to politics, military movements are conducted for political reasons, even if they are not appropriate purely from a military perspective. That seems to be the case. It's really quite difficult. It would have been better to just stay at home eating delicious food. Yeah, I can admit that. 2 weeks after departing from the Imperial capital, the Northern Expedition Army led by Emperor Tsuin joined with the forces of Prince Shure. Shure, you held out well. Your Majesty, I apologize for the unsatisfactory outcome. Not at all. It is precisely because of you that the enemy's invasion has been halted. Hold your head high. Despite being defeated in the initial battle, Emperor Tsuin praised Prince Shure for his tenacious resistance. In a corner of the main camp of the Northern Expedition Army, the advisor and his bodyguard were engaged in casual conversation. After defeating the Darwei army in the initial battle and securing Shuntai Castle on the northern bank, the Chawauchi army has remained stationary. It's almost as if they are waiting for this main force to arrive. They probably are, Abel shrugged at Rio's words. Do you think so too, Abel? Of course, the main force led by Emperor Darwei is here. They probably intend to settle everything in this one battle. If we include the 30,000 from the Forbidden Army and the armies of the lords who joined along the way, it will exceed 100,000 troops, right? They are confident they can win against that? Indeed, they might be thinking that they have gathered the numbers. 100,000, just in sheer numbers they have gathered a lot. In a corner of the Chawauchi Imperial Army's main camp, the Phantom King laughed as he spoke. However, even with humans, a number like 100,000 should not be underestimated. Responding was Teorin, wearing a black robe. He held a deputy position to the Phantom King. It seems that His Majesty the Emperor is delighted that Emperor Darwei has come forth. He believes that they can settle everything in this battle. The one conveying the Emperor's current state was General Yun Chen, who was in a position akin to the Phantom King's chief aide for this southward advance. He said it before, if he can lure Emperor Darwei to the battlefield and kill him, then it will all be over. Well, that isn't entirely incorrect. With the second prince, third prince, and sixth prince all present on this battlefield, if all three princes are killed, the only one left would be the fourth prince, who remains half insane in the imperial capital. If we have to install him as emperor, even a great nation will struggle. The Phantom King shrugged as he spoke. However, the problem is whether it can actually be done. Both Teorin and General Yun were not as optimistic as Emperor Wanshin Ku. Now, as for the emperor, I wonder how far my father is aware of things. The Phantom King shook his head lightly as he said this. In the Chawauchi Imperial Army's main camp, the highest command center, there was an excited old man. Finally, I can take revenge on Darwei. It has been 30 years since I was released from the seal. How long have I waited for this moment? The Chawauchi Empire's Emperor Wanshin Ku trembled with joy. In truth, he was not even old enough to be called an old man yet. Perhaps many hardships had aged him more than his actual years, despite being a phantom. 30 years. For 30 years, this grudge has been sealed, and finally I can clear it. His laughter afterward was truly a maniacal one. To those who were unaware of the circumstances, it would be a laugh that one would never approach. No, even those who knew the situation would likely not draw near. Soon, riding on the thoughts of many gathered on the battlefield. The battle on Paiurai Plain, which would later be called the Eastern Three Empires Battle, was about to begin. Finally, the final decisive battle of Part 3. Why do you invade the territory of Darwei? Everything belongs to the Chawauchi Empire. The rightful ruler has merely returned. Don't babble nonsense. Chawauchi is not even mentioned in historical records. I will inform the ignorant people of Darwei about the return of their true ruler. As the Darwei army and the Chouchi Empire army faced each other, each envoy asserted their legitimacy and condemned the other's injustices. They were not merely exchanging insults. In the Eastern nations, such exchanges occasionally take place before clashes on the battlefield. The Chouchi Empire had secured Shuntai Castle on the northern riverbank. The Darwei army advanced north to intercept the Chouchi Empire army, which remained stationary. The battlefield was naturally set in the Payurai Plain, sprawling south of Shuntai Castle. The Chouchi Empire army was positioned on the northern side of the Payurai Plain. The Darwei army was positioned on the southern side. Both armies were led by their respective emperors. As expected, the emperors themselves don't step forward to argue with each other. Well, that would be unlikely. If that happened, it would be troublesome for Darwei, wouldn't it? Is that so? Our emperor is certainly not dull. His concern for the people is genuine. He mentioned that he was dazed after the crown prince's death, but now he seems to have regained his former self. He should not lose in debate? Yeah, that's not the issue. We are dealing with humans, while our opponent is a phantom being. If they were to attack, it would be decided instantly. Ah, Rio was left speechless by Abel's point. Indeed, it was not impossible. Later I might suggest to the emperor to wear the ice armor mist. No, that exchange seems to have concluded formally. The envoys, who had been asserting their legitimacy, returned to their respective camps. Naturally, the outcome of asserting legitimacy would not be determined in such a manner. The two were in a corner of the Darwei main camp. They were near the staff of Prince Lion. Prince Lion himself was attending to Emperor Tsuin, while Chief Chamberlain Rinshun, Chamberlain Wenshu, and Captain Ryo were nearby. There seemed to be several large packages, and occasionally Captain Ryo or the members of the magic cannon firing squad led by her were seen adjusting them, which appeared to be alchemy tools. Of course, Rio was curious, but he refrained from interrupting and only stole glances. Abel observed this and shook his head slightly, but that remained a secret. The enemy has moved, a soldier on lookout duty who had been using a telescope shouted. As expected, they started with monsters. Just as we predicted, goblins. To think goblins would advance so orderly. Captain Ryo and Chief Chamberlain Rinshun nodded in agreement, while Chamberlain Wenshu was surprised by the goblins' unusually orderly march. I've seen orcs with pig heads advance in an orderly fashion, but goblins are usually so haphazard, aren't they? Haphazard? Well, I understand what Rio is saying. Orcs are said to have higher intelligence, but goblins aren't known for their smarts. It's unthinkable for them to advance in an orderly manner. In other words, the phantoms can completely control the monsters. They can give instructions like walk, attack, and so on, not just random commands. That's correct. Previously, the two and Prince Lion had faced orcs in the Green Villa Plain. The monsters led by General Yun were orcs. Although they were somewhat surprised because orcs are known to have relatively high intelligence and can organize themselves in the wild, it was nothing compared to the shock they felt this time. Goblins were different, they simply were. However, seeing Captain Ryo and Chief Chamberlain Rinshun's reactions, it seems this is somewhat within expectations, so the military leadership shouldn't panic. I see. Abel pointed this out, and Rio nodded. Even if it was more than they expected, as long as it didn't surpass their assumptions drastically, it wouldn't be a problem. That appeared to be true in any situation. Approximately 3,000 goblins. Along with that report, orders flew from the Darwei main camp. Engage with the magic unit. The order was issued by commander of the Forbidden Army, Tin Miao. The fact that no particular instructions were sought means it was likely part of their anticipated tactics. Under the order, a barrage of magic was unleashed by the Darwei Army's magic unit. Thousands of fire attribute attack spells flew. Impressive, quite a sight. Even Rio and Abel were in awe, however. Before the spells could hit the goblins, all of the magic attacks were repelled in midair. Hey, something's floating. Rio was surprised, and Abel, utilizing his keen eyesight, pointed it out. Upon hearing those words, Rio hurriedly looked through the telescope. Talisman? Yes, this was it. The enemy was a phantom being. Those who were containers without contents could use sorcery. They could launch talismans. Most likely, the phantoms were still hiding inside the Shuntai Castle, which they had secured as a foothold. Although it's quite a distance to the castle, can they really launch talismans over that distance? From what I heard when Queen Illyriaja was attacked in the Suje Kingdom, they said that such long distances weren't possible. That was after Princess Illyriaja, who was still pre-ascension, had been called to the Crown Princess and was attacked there. With the Phantom King present, does that enhance their capabilities? Enhance? You mean boost? That does seem possible. Marie's a mage, but it feels like phantoms and the Phantom King lean more towards sorcery than magic. True. Is it a racial trait? Perhaps such things exist. Abel agreed with Rio's observation. We don't know nearly enough about phantoms. We don't even know enough about ourselves. It's only natural we don't know about other races. But we're fighting against such beings. Knowing the enemy and knowing oneself, one can fight 100 battles without danger. The art of war is remarkable. Abel nodded in admiration. Protected by hundreds of floating talismans, the goblins continued their orderly advance. In contrast, it seemed the Darwei army was paralyzed, not moving at all. They couldn't have overlooked the talismans, could they? There's a possibility they didn't expect them to come from this distance. Both Abel and Rio were concerned about the motionless Darwei army. However, looking around, they didn't seem to be in a panic. By the way, around referred to Chief Chamberlain Rinshun and Captain Ryo. Chamberlain Wenshu frowned slightly. The goblin squad continued to advance, and talismans floated in front of them, but in a certain moment, all of the talismans that had been floating fell. They fell. In the next moment, as if they had been waiting for this, a barrage of magic from the Darwei army flew forth. Thousands of attack spells struck the goblins directly. What on earth? It's the magical power barrier. The one answering Rio's question was Captain Ryo, who was also an alchemist. A magical power barrier. It blocks magical power. Yes, it's an alchemy tool that I had set up near where the talismans fell earlier. Something like that. An alchemy tool? Even though it's called a tool, it's quite large and takes time to set up and operate. Moreover, even Darwei doesn't have many of them. In fact, it seems Prince Shure got caught up in the melee before he could set up and operate one because it was just too large. But being able to block the supply of magical power is amazing. Rio was excited about the new alchemy tool that Captain Ryo had informed him about. The talismans used by sorcerers are propelled or can generate spells through the supply of magical power from the sorcerer. They don't pack magic stones or anything into the talismans. Thus, if they can block that supply of magical power, it's only reasonable for the talismans to lose their effectiveness and fall. To have had something like that installed and operational in advance means this was likely within the Darwei side's expectations as well. The predictions of the Darwei army are impressive. Prince Lion is leading them after all. When Rio expressed his admiration, Captain Ryo provided the reasoning. Prince Lion appeared to be quite capable as a leader of the army. Damn, what is going on here? On the walls of Shuntai Castle, where the Chawauchi Empire Army's main camp was placed, Emperor Wanshan Ku shouted. There were aides around him, but all were silent. Some among them could guess what had occurred, but none dared to offer advice. An excited Emperor Wanshan Ku would not listen to such advice. It was best to wait until he calmed down. However, sometimes it does take a while to calm down. In the information that Rinsui sent before, there was nothing about something like this. Perhaps Rinsui was also unaware. Fools. That's why I can't stand ineptitude. Rinsui, who was once said to be the closest aide to Prince Bin, for some reason received a scolding. If they can't use talismans, then we have no choice. Bring out the armored ogres. Push them to the front and let the goblins advance behind them. The Emperor Wanshan Ku instructed a push-through strategy. The aides around him particularly did not stop him. They were convincing themselves that it was one way to proceed. Meanwhile, a figure was watching from a little distance away on the castle wall. Our emperor is truly inept at war. The Phantom King shook his head with a wry smile. However, that is likely part of the plan as well. Yes, I hope they continue to push through. That's why I allowed the monsters to be under our command while only giving them containers, the black-robed Teoran said, and the Phantom King supplemented the intention. The more flamboyant their movements, the better the distraction. General Yun and the scout unit are ready. Understood. Let's keep them waiting a little longer. The Phantom King nodded to Teoran, who received the new report. An ogre in armor should reach the enemy. The various maneuvers will commence once we transition to close combat. Now, let me observe the battle between humans and monsters for a little while longer. That movement could also be confirmed from the Darwei main camp. Iron Wall, they're moving. Since constantly looking through a telescope is tiring, both Rio and Abel were mainly looking without aid. Therefore, they noticed that metal reflecting light was lined up like a wall, but they couldn't discern what it was. The enemy is advancing with armored ogres? A lookout soldier attached to the main camp shouted. He was always watching through a telescope. Rio thought it must be tiring. Rio could take over for him. I think it's better to utilize Abel's keen eyesight. In the end, neither of them moved. They thought they should fulfill their respective roles. Indeed, they didn't believe it was a good thing to encroach upon another's territory, so they've equipped the ogres with armor and turned them into moving shields. That's incredibly muscle-headed thinking. Both Abel and Rio were astonished by such direct thought. Although they were amazed, they also understood its effectiveness. At the same time, it was something that couldn't be done by other nations. After all, they probably can't even equip the ogres with armor, right? They wouldn't take such an order. It's impressive that they can control monsters. It seems like there are many things that could come to light that we had never considered before. Rio and Abel sighed. Abel tilted his head. What's wrong, Abel? No, I just feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before. Is it déjà vu? Déjà vu? It's the feeling of déjà vu, the sensation of having seen something before even though it shouldn't be the case. But it's just a trick of the mind, Rio concluded. No, I've remembered, it's the Federation. The Federation, when the Handalu Federation invaded the Duchy of Inberry. Oh, that was when they used artificial golems to assault the castle. Both Abel and Rio recalled it. The Federation had pushed artificial golems to the front lines against the city where Duke Inberry was holed up, disguised as a Vedra-like structure, conducting a brute force attack. The golems at the front had deflected attacks from Vedra coming from the city, ultimately leading to the city's downfall. But the one leading the Federation back then was the Regent, right? Yes, it was Lord Aubrey. That Lord Aubrey is said to be a famed general renowned for his prowess in battle. That's correct. If a similar strategy was employed, then equipping the ogres with armor and deploying them to the front line would mean it's a strategy of the caliber of a famed general. Rio was astonished. To think such an impressive general was on the side of the phantoms. No, is that so? However, Abel was skeptical. I can't say the goblins had good judgment during that last attack. That might have been intentional. Is that so? Sorry, actually. Maybe they aren't that skilled after all. In the end, Rio reversed his earlier statement. Even with a similar strategy, if a highly skilled person executed it, it would be praised, while if not so skilled individuals did it, it would be met with The world was unreasonable. But whatever the strategy, some sort of outcome would emerge. Success or failure, all attacks by arrows are being deflected by the armor, having no effect. Magic attacks are ineffective as there's a new talisman floating in the air, reports came into the Darwei main camp. If we reach the magical power barrier again, the talismans will fall off. But that armor, especially with the ogres, would still charge forward even if magic strikes hit. Even if we defeat the ogres, it will lead to close combat with the goblins hiding behind them. It was a conversation exchanged among aides in the main camp. Emperor Tsuin looked at Commander Tin. Tin, mobilized 10,000 of the Forbidden Army. Understood. Then Commander Tin turned around and nodded once. Receiving this was Deputy Commander Yashima. He was the one commanding the Forbidden Army on the front lines. A commander in his early 30s, trained under Commander Tin and experienced in several battles. He had also intercepted the advancing Peiyu army under Prince Lion's command. They've crossed the magical power barrier. The talismans have fallen off, Abel, using his keen eyesight, announced, and Rio excitedly exclaimed. The armored ogres have started running. Charging head-on, the muscle-headedness is terrifying. Abel and Rio could see the armored ogres had begun to charge. Naturally, the goblins behind them started running as well. After a moment, something was hurled in unison from the Darwei army toward the charging ogres. What was thrown were 2 iron balls the size of fists, connected by a rope. They tangled around the legs of the charging ogres, sometimes entangling both legs and sometimes just one. But in either case, the ogres lost their balance and fell. Bolus! A linked sphere, isn't it? A bit larger than usual? Rio shouted the name of the weapon as it was known on Earth, while Abel called it by its name in the kingdom. Abel, do you know that weapon? Yeah, they exist in the Central Nations as well, but the ones that were thrown just now are a bit larger. They might have prepared larger ones as a countermeasure against the ogres. While the two were discussing this, the situation was progressing. The moment the armored ogres stumbled and fell, a simultaneous barrage of magic was unleashed from the Darwei army toward the goblins running behind them. Even though the goblins were being controlled, if the ogres suddenly fell before them and magic began to rain down, they seemed to panic. Their feet stopped. Charge! The command to charge was issued to the Forbidden Army without delay. The distance within which the bolus could reach was already under 10 meters. In military terms, it was already within arm's reach. The Darwei army had been holding back their movements while facing the 2.5-meter-tall ogres. For ordinary soldiers, it would be impossible. They would be overwhelmed by fear and act recklessly. However, they were the Forbidden Army, the Emperor's personal guard, Darwei's elite. The reason they were the top elite was solely due to their mental strength. The resilience born from restraint and endurance was incredibly powerful. 10,000 members of the Forbidden Army leveled their spears and charged. Even though the ogres were down, moving slowly because of their armor, they pierced through the gaps in the armor with their spears to deliver the final blow. Furthermore, it was a one-sided slaughter against the goblins. The Forbidden Army is impressive. They won't be a match for goblins. Was this operation planned with this much foresight? Considering they prepared larger linked spheres, I would say so. Well done, Prince Lion. Both Rio and Abel held high evaluations for Prince Lion. That was precisely why they had cooperated in the Emperor race. However, they could not help but feel astonished at the further capabilities Prince Lion was displaying. I hope we can take him back to the kingdom and plan the operations of the royal army. That's impossible, Abel denied Rio's murmuring. Of course, their conversation was in a low voice. Even if it was a joke, Chief Chamberlain Rinchun and Captain Ryo, who admired Prince Lion, were nearby. Is there no such brilliant strategist in the kingdom like that? Phelps is that type. Phelps. The Marquis Heinlein's legitimate son, the B-rank adventurer, the handsome one, with popularity among women even surpassing Abel's. That Phelps. I don't know why you added that last part, but yes, that Phelps. Moreover, his father is also known for his deep insights regarding battles. That whole family seems to excel in such things. Abel shrugged slightly. It seemed there were indeed exceptional individuals in the kingdom's core. By the way, does our esteemed Chancellor Marquis Heinlein have anything he's bad at? Cooking, perhaps? Is he bad at cooking? I once heard such rumors. Well, he is a marquis and even the esteemed chancellor, so there's no need for him to cook, right? Yeah, that's true. There are some people who produce top-class results no matter what they do. If they're on your side, there's nothing more reassuring than that. As long as you don't let them cook. While the two were quietly discussing such matters, the situation continued to evolve. The Forbidden Army is overwhelming, but the enemy keeps sending them out one after another. Are the monsters inexhaustible? I'm curious where they're obtaining those monsters from. Could it be that the phantoms have the ability to create monsters? Indeed, they keep coming one after the other, but the Forbidden Army is managing well. They're swapping out about 1,000 at a time. Oh, they're really swapping with the Forbidden Army stationed in the main camp. They're giving them breaks. Is it possible because the front line is so close? One of the advantages of mobilizing a large army is that you can continue fighting while allowing some to rest. The resting troops can become reserve forces when needed. Certainly, Rio nodded at Abel's explanation. While it may be romantic to defeat many with a few, it is not the proper way of war. Darwei was a great nation. Because of that, they seem to have accumulated know-how regarding large-scale military maneuvers. However, this is a kind of stalemate, isn't it? That could be said. Either side could get impatient and unleash a grand technique. Between these two armies, it's absolutely going to be the other side that gets impatient, right? I'm in complete agreement. Then the lookout shouted, "Enemy." Flying bodies numerous, but the people in the main camp looked puzzled. Flying bodies? They looked through their respective telescopes. As expected, they couldn't discern what the flying bodies that had just left Shuntai Castle were. However, there was a water attribute mage among them who could understand movements within a few hundred meters without needing clear sight. No way, however, Rio's expression also turned to one of surprise. What's wrong, Rio? It's the flying bodies that the lookout just shouted about. The lookout shouted again. Wyverns. There are over 50 wyverns. Yesterday, the overall rating reached 320,000 points. This is all thanks to the readers who support, evaluate, and bookmark. Thank you very much. Can they really control even a wyvern? Prince Lion muttered, his face twisted as if he had bitten into a bitter bug. He had anticipated this. He had, but it was the worst possible scenario. It was only natural. Wyverns were entirely different from goblins or ogres, even from demons. One could say that their status as monsters was on a different level altogether. Prince Lion looked towards a corner of the main camp. There were his aides, but the one he was most interested in was already gone. It seemed they had moved as soon as the wyvern was confirmed. "Ryo, I'm always causing you trouble." Prince Lion's muttering went unheard by anyone. The moment it was confirmed that the flying object launched from Shuntai Castle was a wyvern, Captain Ryo took action. Of course, her magic cannon firing squad did too. They headed towards the alchemy tools that were covered and placed in a corner of the main camp. Naturally, this movement came to Rio's attention. "Abel, it's finally happening." "Huh. Look, it's that alchemy tool." The one Captain Ryo was adjusting. We couldn't see it from the outside since it was covered the whole time. "Oh, that huge thing? It's about the size of a carriage." A carriage-sized alchemy tool reminds me of long-distance dispersion divine mercy panacea breath. It was quite effective in the decisive battle against the demon, right? It was effective. Thanks to that, many soldiers' lives were saved. Oh, the long-distance dispersion divine mercy panacea breath was an alchemy tool created by Rio and Viscount Kenneth Hayward, designed to spread light attribute magic's heal across the entire battlefield. Rio himself wasn't there at the time, but later Abel told him about its remarkable effects. Given that the long-distance dispersion divine mercy was about the size of a carriage, it was very curious what this new tool, which was similar in size, could be. The cover was removed and it was drawn forward. A big chair? With a cannon? Abel and Rio were puzzled. However, after a while, something flashed in Rio's mind. This was likely due to his knowledge from Earth. Is it an anti-aircraft cannon? A shooter sat in the chair, with a rapid-fire machine gun mounted in front, aimed at the sky. The chair and cannon rotated together to intercept anything flying in from above. Such a weapon existed during World War II. Of course, it wasn't as refined as that, and the cannon protruding forward was a single barrel. Captain Raya was already seated in the chair. The cannon drawn forward was fixed to the ground by its base. Naturally, it seemed the seat and cannon could move freely with Captain Ryo aiming. Around her, are there about 50 people there? Yes, those are the members of the magic cannon firing squad. It was an unusual sight even from Abel and Rio's perspective. All of them were holding onto ropes extending from the cannon. That mechanism. The magic cannon firing squad members are holding onto ropes. Come to think of it, the Divine Mercy also had priests holding onto extended ropes. Yes, the ropes are used to transmit magical power to the device. After various trials with Kenneth, we found that was the method with the least magical power transmission loss. I believe that the cannon is connected by ropes for the same reason. That's impressive. Perhaps the wise follow the same path. Rio nodded deeply. Viscount Kenneth Hayward was such an outstanding alchemist that Rio considered him his master without hesitation. Captain Raya was also an excellent alchemist, someone worthy of receiving the friendship proof number 2 in Rio's view. From Rio's perspective, both could easily be called wise alchemists. Ryo, attack at the appropriate time. Understood. Prince Lion's command flew out and Ryo nodded. She moved the cannon slightly and fired boom. A surprisingly huge sound erupted, releasing a white fireball. The white fireball hit the head of the wyvern flying at the front, engulfing its entire head in flames. The wyvern's head vanished. Naturally, the wyvern that was directly hit plummeted. Oh, awesome! Cheers erupted from the Darwei army's main camp. However, Prince Lion did not join in the cheers. A wyvern that large can't be protected by a talisman. Still, that power is incredible. Indeed, the power is too strong, Rio praised while Abel frowned. Is the usual lecture from the sword master activating again? You could just honestly praise it for once. No, that tool which releases such strong attacks. How many shots can it fire? Hearing Abel's question, Rio also realized, yes, about the durability of the cannon. Looking at Captain Ryo and the others, they had already locked onto the next wyvern and were preparing to shoot. While many in the main camp were cheering, only Prince Lion remained with a frown. Does Prince Lion understand that the cannon won't hold out? That's right, that's why he has such a serious expression. Is there no plan prepared for after that cannon breaks? There probably isn't. The opponent is a wyvern, right? It said that over 20 C-rank adventurers are needed to take one down. Considering that they took it down in a single hit, that's an incredible alchemy tool. That's for sure. From the perspective of the two who had lived in the Central Nations, it was an abnormal performance for an alchemy tool. However, the way of thinking wasn't complex. Even in the Central Nations, they would say, let's prepare over 20 C-rank adventurers with more mages. For the sake of this alchemy tool, 50 mages were now pouring their magical power into it. There were about 50 wyverns that came up, right? Yes, there were that many. How many can we take down with that cannon? If there was enough time, we might have managed somehow. Yes, the difficulty with weapons lies in their durability for continuous use. Even swords become hot from clashing, right? Swords become weaker when they heat up. That alchemy tool too, since it's releasing fire attribute magic, and it has no time to cool down while firing continuously. At Rio's words, Abel tilted his head in question. What if you cool it down with Rio's water attribute magic? Oh, I get what you're trying to say, but if you cool it too quickly, it will crack. Is that so? I think it needs to cool down naturally and slowly. But right now, there's no time for that. That's why Captain Ryo and Prince Lion understand it won't last until the end. In the extreme situation of war, many things become a race against time. Judgments that one would never make during peacetime and actions that one would never take become necessary. Future historians will analyze and criticize. Yes, that may be true. Yes, that is rational. But the reasons why those choices weren't made should be pursued. Having taken half a step into the field of historiography, Rio thought so. I question King Abel of the Natore Kingdom. Permission granted. You haven't asked anything yet? If something happens, can I intervene? Yes, of course, permission granted. I don't mind if the Chawauchi Empire or Phantoms hate the kingdom for it. I allow intervention as the first Duke of the Natore Kingdom. Yes, a quick decision. Rio highly rated Abel for moments like this. As a king, the highest official managing the kingdom's administration, he grants permission with the determination to bear all responsibility. It's something ordinary people find it hard to do, yet precisely because of this, Rio understood. It is because they can do what ordinary people cannot that they are a king. After shooting down 30 wyverns, the cannon barrel shattered. Is this the end? Captain Ryo's voice was filled with frustration, and the magic cannon firing squad surrounding the cannon to send in magical power hung their heads. Prince Lion grimaced more than ever, momentarily closing his eyes before lifting his face as if he had made a decision. Then he advised Emperor Tsuin, "Your Majesty, let's use the Forbidden Army to deal with the wyverns." At that moment, a voice came from the side. "Excuse me, Your Majesty, may I be permitted to express an opinion?" It was Duke Rondo Rio, who bowed politely with an unusually formal manner. Duke Rondo, wait a moment. Lion, state your next plan against the wyverns." As expected in the main camp of the battlefield, moreover in the midst of combat, the Supreme Commander, Emperor Tsuin, sought to hear the strategy from Prince Lion first. "Your Majesty, there are no other effective measures. If Duke Rondo has any effective methods, I would very much like to hear them." Lion says that. "Duke Rondo, do you have something?" "Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I am skilled at hunting wyverns." Rio said this while smiling brightly. "All right, Abel, here we go." "Okay. This time you don't need to go for the finish on the ones we shoot down. It would be disruptive to cut through where the Forbidden Army is fighting." "Oh yeah, I hadn't considered that at all. Why not? We've always had the division of labor where I shoot them down and you finish them off." "Well, we're on our way back from the Mountain of Demons to run. But with Rio's magic, you should be able to finish them off, right?" "Well, I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure," Rio answered in a deliberately exaggerated manner. Of course, he was full of confidence. "Then here we go. Icicle Lance Shower." The moment Rio cast the spell, countless ice spears generated in the sky surged towards the wyvern. Piercing its wings, pinning it to the ground, and stabbing into its body and head, the ice spears created a graveyard of wyverns on the ground in an instant. Satisfied with the results, Rio nodded. Abel shook his head slightly, as if it was the same as always. However, others in the Darwei main camp were too astonished to say anything. Even more surprised than the main camp of Darwei were those at the Chawauchi Empire's main camp placed on the city walls. Especially Emperor Wanshan Ku. "What is that? What is that?" he kept repeating in a daze. However, the man who was a little distance away had a completely different reaction. "An ice spear, huh? An ice spear? Ice spears that can easily pierce through wyverns, and there are hundreds of them in an instant. No doubt about it, the bastard Duke Rondo is on the battlefield." With a mix of surprise and ecstatic glee, the Phantom King rejoiced. Naturally, he had joined the battle against Darwei because he wanted to fight Duke Rondo. If that weren't the case, he would have surely gone to open the wall to the Central Nations with his own hands. The Phantom King was aware that he was a battle maniac. "All right, I'm heading to the front lines. Teorin, proceed according to the plan from here on." "Understood," the Phantom King said with a laugh, and Teorin received the order, finally. In one corner of the main camp of the Darwei army, a water attribute mage stood happily, having fulfilled his duty. "The winner takes all, huh? Huh! The wyvern magic stones that were left behind earlier. The side that wins this battle can extract the magic stones from those wyverns and take them all." "That's true, but has Abel's perception of value changed since he became king? Back when we were on the way from the forest of Rondo to run, you said we should collect the wyvern magic stones because they have value. Just because you've become a wealthy king, I don't think it's right to laugh at something valuable." As Rio said that, it happened suddenly. Right before their eyes, a man in white Eastern attire with long black hair appeared. "Where did you come from?" Abel barely managed to say that. Rio was speechless. Even Rio, who prided himself on perfect surveillance with sonar, had not noticed when the man suddenly appeared. However, what startled Rio even more was, Phantom King, it was his first time meeting the real body. When he fought at Kubavasa, Duke Helb had been taken over, so the appearance had been that of Duke Helb. But now the presence he felt from the man in front of him was the same as back then, so although he was asking, he was certain. "It's been a while, Duke Rondo. No, it's my first time meeting you in this appearance. Indeed, I am the Phantom King." In that moment, Chief Chamberlain Rinchun and Captain Ryao positioned themselves between Prince Lion and the Phantom King to protect their master. Following them, Commander of the Forbidden Army Tin moved to shield Emperor Tsuin, and Chamberlain Wenshu and the other members of the Forbidden Army also moved to protect their master. "Oh, wonderful subordinates, but I'm not interested in them." "You're only interested in me, then?" "That's right. I hear you defeated Marie at the Summer Villa. She's undeniably strong. I thought she was quite powerful when we fought at Kubavasa, but honestly I didn't think you could defeat her. But now that you have, you pique my interest." "Well, I've already defeated you at Kubavasa, so I'm not particularly interested now." "You bastard," Rio deliberately provoked him. The Phantom King's cheeks twitched with anger. After saying that, Rio began to walk toward the battlefield. The Phantom King, confused, stood there watching. "Hey, Phantom King, you'll be in the way of others if you stay there. If you want to fight, let's do it over here," Rio called out. At the same time, he gave a small nod to Abel. It was a signal to rely on him. Abel nodded back slightly. It was an acknowledgement. Thus, the second round between Rio and the Phantom King began, away from the main battlefield and the Darwei main camp. By the way, what happened to Marie? Why do you ask that? After confronting each other, Rio inquired, and the Phantom King responded with suspicion. She said she wanted to go to the Western nations and the Dark Continent. You're not taking her over like Duke Helb, are you? Taking over Marie, that's impossible. Is it because her heart is strong? I thought so when I met you at Cubivasa, but just how much do you know? The Duke Helb said, if you have a steadfast heart, you won't be taken over. But you took over Duke Helb. The reason you could do that was probably that you made him kill his brother, causing his heart to waver at that moment, right? Well, that's true. The Phantom King admitted Rio's observation as correct. That's cowardly. I won't deny that. Now that you're here, it means you can't take over Duke Helb anymore. Well, who knows? That person will never waver in heart again. Rio believed Duke Helb was an unpredictable opponent. He still thought he might eventually face him as an enemy. However, at the same time, he highly regarded him as an excellent leader. For the recently transitioned Duchy of Atinjo, he should be thawed as soon as possible. Therefore, Ice Coffin, thaw, it's nothing, something you don't need to worry about. That only makes me more curious. He released the ice coffin located far from Darwei to the capital camphor of the Duchy of Atinjo. Yes, once a magical power line is linked, it can transmit instantly regardless of distance. Rio thought of the phenomenon called quantum entanglement in particle physics, which was a peculiar occurrence. Quantum entanglement cannot be explained by classical physics. Quantum particles in an entangled state instantly change when one of them changes, no matter how far apart they are, as if distance doesn't matter. Are they connected by a black hole or white hole, or through some extra dimensions, perhaps? Moreover, this is not just theoretical, but a phenomenon confirmed by experiments. Returning to the earlier topic, could it be that Marie went to open the wall? Hey, you're jumping around too much in the conversation. The fact that you deflected is an acknowledgement, then. Bastard. By the way, Emperor Tsuin of Darwei said that the blood extraction was for the key to open the wall, right? I've heard that even now, the wall is still quite loose, allowing people to pass through, but of course, phantoms cannot pass without properly opening it. Originally, the wall and corridor were constructed to prevent anything from entering the central nations, but is nothing coming in anymore. If you open it, can it be closed again? You don't need to know that. The Phantom King responded, grimacing at Rio's words. Rio was engaging in such conversation before battle to gather information. Opportunities to gather information are rare, and now was that precious opportunity. It's not often one has the chance to talk directly with the Phantom King, who has been around for a long time, at least it seems so. I've had a little hypothesis. There are things that exist in the central nations but not in the eastern nations, yet are mentioned in ancient texts and legends. I wonder if those are the entities that the central nations don't want to come. It's not dragons, as they exist in the eastern nations too. And it's not demons, as they also appear normally even today. To my knowledge, there's one that fits this description. That's the demon. The Phantom King remained silent, but Rio sensed a slight tightening of his facial muscles. Right, demons are referred to by humans. They called themselves Spellno, didn't they? Themselves? You mean to say they identified themselves? You don't mean to say you know Spellno, do you? I do, yes. It's not something to be surprised about, is it? It's certainly surprising. To extract information from the opponent, one must also disclose information. The more valuable information you disclose, the easier it becomes to gain valuable information from the other. If you have insignificant information, you'll just be looked down upon from the start. And by the way, didn't you mention dragons and demons earlier? What you're saying you're familiar with such beings as well. I can say I often fight with them. I've fought against the Azure Dragon twice and against demons about 5 times. They really want to fight me. It's quite troublesome. I see. As Rio spoke with a smile, the Phantom King replied in a disheartened manner. By disclosing some information, Rio's value in the Phantom King's eyes seemed to rise. However, that ultimately pulled the trigger too early. Enough, I get it now. It seems that I will not know unless we fight. Why come to that conclusion? Clang. The Phantom King's sudden slash. Rio received it with Murakumo. However, Rio noticed something about the sword wielded by the Phantom King. That sword is the sword that Duke Helb had at Cubivasa. Oh, you remembered well. That's the holy sword Tatien. Right after freezing Duke Helb, Rio had passed out. After a while, he regained consciousness in a place like a medical room. At that time, he asked Abel about the sword. But Abel had claimed there was no sword. He never expected the Phantom King would possess it. But how did he acquire it? The Phantom King's real body should not have been at Cubivasa. Why do you have that sword? Because I received it back then. How could you obtain it in that situation? Something humans cannot understand. The Phantom King said that with a smirk. In contrast, Ryo grimaced. Because the properties of the holy sword Tatian were the worst for him. If it ascends the holy sword, it completely ignores magic. Exactly. It's a sword that could be regarded as a nemesis for mages. I thought it looked convenient, so I accepted it. When the holy sword ascendance occurs, it shines brilliantly, but for now it was still an ordinary sword. That being said, the Phantom King's swordsmanship was sharp. In terms of sword handling, it seemed smoother than when they fought at Cubivasa. Fighting in this body is much easier than in the possessed one. He chuckled heartily as he said that. Meanwhile, Ryo continued to receive the Phantom King's descending sword with a grimace. Given the situation, it was common to focus on defense, so it was fine. He's strong, yes, the Phantom King was strong. Far more powerful than when they fought at Cubivasa, his sword was strong, fast, and skillful. Moreover, that downward thrust from the angle, Marie used it too. Oh, that's one of her specialties. Yai was beyond me, but I managed to imitate this one. Yes, he unleashed a series of successive downward thrusts from that troublesome Kesagake included in the consecutive strikes. You didn't do that at Cubivasa? Well, it was because I wasn't in my own body back then. Thinking back, it was quite inconvenient, the Phantom King said while laughing. As expected of the Phantom King, even wielding a sword with one hand, his slashes were powerful. Yet when he swung down with both hands once, Ryo felt like his arms supporting Murakumo might break. It was that powerful. The racial disparity that always tormented him. Just how fragile humans are. However, there's no point in complaining. If complaining would change anything, one should complain as much as they want, but most of the time, nothing changes. Ryo took a large backstep. He took a deep breath once. I'll just do what I can, he whispered, and as usual, he held Murakumo in a standard stance. Just that alone changed the atmosphere. Oh, the atmosphere shifts in an instant. Quite interesting. Upon sensing Ryo's change, the Phantom King murmured. That's why it was worth coming all this way. Saying that, he raised his sword with both hands, an atmosphere where neither could easily move. Tension mounted. At some point it would burst because of something, but that would be behind you, suddenly Ryo shouted. At that moment the tent of the Darwei main camp was sliced open, and a sharp light assaulted Emperor Tsuin. Clang. The sound of swords clashing resonated sharply. The only man who moved at Ryo's voice. It's been a while, General Yun. Abel, wielding the red magic sword, received General Yun's slash in a manner that shielded Emperor Tsuin. Further attacks came from the scout unit of the Chwauchi Empire Army. By that time, Prince Lion and commander of the Forbidden Army Tin had also drawn their swords and stood in front of the scout unit. Ugh! General Yun grimaced. The surprise attack had been thwarted, so he wouldn't be in a good mood. However, their charge had disrupted the balance in another place. Don't let your guard down, Duke Rondo. The Phantom King's holy sword Tatian pierced Ryo's abdomen. It dug deep, and the Phantom King's right arm was smeared with Ryo's blood up to his wrist. Creating a state of equilibrium itself was a trap. With a pained expression, Ryo's Murakumo was also buried into the Phantom King's left shoulder. The reason he couldn't slice it off was that the damage Ryo took was greater than a pure mutual hit. Oh, of course, an opponent like you wouldn't make a mistake easily. But I thought that a surprise attack on the main camp would divert your attention even for a moment. Well, if the surprise attack succeeds, then that's good too. Our emperor would be pleased. The Phantom King smiled, even though he was receiving a slash on his shoulder. It seemed he was pleased that such a large-scale operation was going well. I should be honored that you've devised such a large-scale operation just to land a hit on me. You're quite relaxed even with a sword stuck in your belly. I've had my heart pierced by a demon before, so compared to that, are you really human? Ryo, sweating profusely while pretending it didn't hurt, left the Phantom King astounded. After such an elaborate surprise attack, in the end, you only managed to stab a sword into my belly. What do you plan to do now? To provoke me this far is impressive. The Phantom King seemed genuinely astonished. Ryo had a reason for carrying on this long conversation while a sword was stabbed into his abdomen. That was to learn about the holy sword Tatian that the Phantom King wielded. Currently, since the holy sword Tatian was piercing Ryo, it could be said that it was constantly being analyzed by Ryo's water attribute magic. If the properties of the holy sword Tatian were to ignore magic, rather than deflect magic, or not accept magic at all, then even Ryo's water attribute magic might not be able to analyze it. However, the property of ignoring magic. For example, he wouldn't be able to bend or break the holy sword Tatian with water attribute magic. In other words, it could not be influenced by magic. That's what ignoring magic means. But observing through magic seems to be fine. It appears so. Ryo felt that observation might not be strictly possible if it too were ignored, but perhaps it is not exactly ignoring magic either. He hadn't read the instruction manual. The Phantom King merely said it at Cubivasa. In any case, Rio was gathering information at the cost of his own abdomen. Of course, he was ensuring to stretch a layer of ice over his organs and blood vessels to minimize bleeding. That said, that was approaching its limits. The pain is getting stronger. Meanwhile, fierce close combat was unfolding on the surprise attack side. Undoubtedly, the most ferocious battle was the sword fight between Abel and General Yun. This was their second combat. The first had taken place at Rondo Mansion. Due to the low ceiling of the indoor battle, they had to rely mainly on thrusting and horizontal slashes. It was only natural for Rio to evaluate it as cramped. But this time, it was different. Although it was the main camp of the Darwei army, there was no roof. Around them, battles were occurring between the scout unit of the Chouchi Empire Army and the Darwei army leaders, but the sword fight between Abel and General Yun was so intense that they were gradually distancing themselves. Nobody wants to be caught up in someone else's fight. I thought the same during the Rondo Mansion fight, but you're strong. Thanks. Abel tried to draw information by speaking, but General Yun's responses were curt. What? You don't have the luxury to talk while fighting? You only want to draw information from me. I won't fall for that. That's unfortunate. Abel's plan was thwarted. But he noticed that General Yun, who said that, was glancing at Abel's magic sword. What's wrong? Is it your first time seeing a magic sword? No, that can't be. Phantoms live quite a long time, right? I've seen hundreds of magic swords. But that one, clang, Abel and General Yun transitioned into a blade lock. Naturally, that meant Abel's magic sword was right in front of General Yun. It resembles the sword that Richard used. General Yun muttered. That whisper surprised Abel. Well, while it startled him, he was somewhat getting used to it recently. That his ancestor had been quite an active figure. Fighting demons, battling the ghost ship Lurie, it seemed he probably fought against other non-human beings too. It appeared that phantoms were included among them. Yes, it said that the sword was used by my ancestor, King Richard. I only found out recently. Abel intentionally kept a light tone. You're a descendant of Richard, General Yun said with a grimace. It seems you've likely fought against Richard. Did you lose? I didn't lose, rather I was no match for him. Well, that's too bad, General Yun replied in a low voice. Abel sensed a feeling akin to anger from him. Red Swordsman, if you are indeed a descendant of Richard, then it's the perfect opportunity for me to unleash my full power against you. No need to go all out. If we both get injured, it'll hurt. By the way, my name is Abel, General Yun. Understood, Abel. You introducing yourself means you're provoking me to go all out. Did you even hear what I said? For some reason, the calm atmosphere from before had vanished, and General Yun now radiated emotional agitation. Abel lamented the lack of a coherent conversation. After losing to Richard, I sought to master his alchemy. Oh, they say King Richard reached the pinnacle in alchemy as well. As his descendant, you will receive this. Seriously? Imitation. Thousand-armed cannon. The moment General Yun chanted, the sword in his hand shimmered with a faint alchemical light. In the next moment, dozens of invisible slashes attacked Abel. Clang, clang, clang. Can you deflect all of them, as expected of Richard's descendant? You're not at all like the composed general from just a moment ago. General Yun, now excited and talkative, prompted Abel to point out the drastic change. By the way, aren't you a phantom? How can you use alchemy? Isn't alchemy meant to be usable by anyone? Is that so? Facing logic that sounded right, Abel faltered. Yes, the alchemy tools were designed to be usable by anyone. It's not the case that alchemy is made to be usable by anyone. Then how about this? Imitation, thousand-armed cannon all range? The moment General Yun chanted, Abel felt something form behind him. He didn't see it, there was no time to look, but he knew, an attack from all directions. The judgment was instant. The action was also instant. He dashed straight forward toward General Yun. Clang. He locked swords, lowered his stance, and ran past General Yun while turning to face him. By doing so, he positioned General Yun between the countless invisible blades that had emerged from the air and himself as a shield. Your judgment is impressively quick. To survive as an adventurer, speed of judgment is crucial. However, that's a trap. The moment General Yun said that, a wind rushed upward from beneath Abel's feet. Was it something like an air slash? General Yun had set it up, reading Abel's actions. Clink, clink, what? But the rushing wind hit Abel and was deflected. General Yun was astonished. Oh, it's the armor of ice. Is it called ice armor mist? Ice. You don't mean Duke Rondo, do you? As expected of my partner, even while facing a troublesome opponent, he's protecting me. Abel said with a laugh, slightly proud, yet his partner was still impaled with a sword in the abdomen. However, just as the Phantom King had been casually thrusting his sword, he grimaced slightly, withdrew the sword, and leaped back. Rio, perhaps due to having a large hole opened in his abdomen, couldn't pursue him. A groan of agony escaped from the Phantom King, not Rio. Hey, Duke Rondo, what did you do to my body? I didn't do anything, it must be your imagination. There's no way that's true. His shouting voice was not loud. Eventually, the Phantom King ended up kneeling. "Holy Sword Ascendants, scatter!" the Phantom King chanted, but nothing happened. "Impossible!" The Phantom King's muttering was not loud, but his eyes were wide open. "What you just attempted was to scatter magical effects through Holy Sword Ascendants, right? But unfortunately, I have sealed the power of the Holy Sword Tatian. Is that even possible? I couldn't completely analyze it, but I could seal the Holy Sword Ascendants." Rio smiled brightly. It seemed he was satisfied with utilizing the analytical data gathered at the cost of his abdomen. "Damn, I can't gather strength. That sounds tough." Slowly approaching the Phantom King, who was kneeling and unable to move, Rio held Murakumo in his right hand. "I'll ask you again, what did you do?" "I'll answer again, it's just your imagination." Rio was the very embodiment of nonchalance. It went without saying that it was not imagination. The Phantom King, who was unable to move, was proof of that. "Phantom King, then, goodbye?" In that moment, the Phantom King's head was severed and his heart was pierced. Why did the Phantom King suddenly become unable to move? Of course, the information to solve that mystery has already been depicted somewhere, and tomorrow's post will tentatively be the final chapter of Part 3, Eastern Nations Arc. The scene of the Phantom King's head being severed and his heart pierced was visible even from the main camp of Darwei. It was visible to Abel and General Yun, who were still fighting. "It seems my partner did it. Surrender and retreat. I refuse." "What? You're not retreating even at this point? Why not?" Abel immediately shouted. "Rio, I understand," Rio shouted back. So in other words, it wasn't over yet. Even without Abel shouting, Rio had already realized it. They had defeated the Phantom King, but they hadn't finished him off. "This is how you defeat a phantom, right?" Previously, Duke Helb had said so. If he were to be taken over, he wanted them to sever the head and pierce the heart, which is the vessel of the soul. They had done just that, but it felt like they hadn't finished the Phantom King off. And in Rio's mind, related to what Duke Helb had said, another scene appeared. It was within the embassy of the Duchy of Atinjo in Cubavasa. Abel had severed the head of Secretary Zuluma and pierced his heart. Yet the headless corpse of Zuluma had attacked them. That was marked with a star-shaped magic circle on his chest by Duke Helb. Rio slashed the clothes of the Phantom King, who was lying on his back with Murakumo's tip. Indeed, there was a star-shaped magic circle. What does this mean? Is he not the real Phantom King? "That's not it, Duke Rondo," Kakin. Rio deflected the Phantom King's head that had flown toward him with Murakumo and leaped back. In his line of sight, the Phantom King stood up, his head fitting back in its rightful place. However, something was different. "Ah, his hair color has changed from black to white." Yes, the Phantom King's hair had turned into long white strands. But when the Phantom King's face had white hair, could it be Envoy Burke? Yes, that's correct. It wasn't the Phantom King's ruggedness, but rather the polite yet imposing presence of Envoy Burke. Dual personality? Well, I don't know that term. Originally, this body was used by my elder brother and me. My elder brother was fulfilling the role of the Phantom King, and we used it together. Rio's modern terminology didn't get through, but it seemed to be something complex involving two people. Then Envoy Burke clearly smiled and said, "By the way, that move you just used was impressive. Duke Rondo is a water attribute mage." Yes, that was indeed the case. "What do you mean by that?" "By pouring your own blood onto the opponent, you invade their body, mixing your blood and controlling their bloodstream." "No, I hadn't thought of that." "Are you imagining things?" Like a magician perfectly figuring out a trick, Rio tried to divert his gaze sideways. Of course, it was meaningless. "In other words, this current body is also contaminated by Duke Rondo's blood." Could you phrase that a bit softer? Then let me express it this way." As Envoy Burke spoke, 12 talismans danced around them. Karma Flame, at that moment, Envoy Burke's body burst into flames. Rio couldn't possibly understand what that meant. Moreover, the clothes worn remained intact while only the body burned away. The body turned to ash completely, but in the next moment, a dazzling light enveloped the area. When the light faded, there stood Envoy Burke. "Huh, yes. I resurrected from the ashes." "I wasn't confused," Rio answered, frowning. Envoy Burke's new form looked pristine. In other words, the blood of Rio that had splashed on him was completely gone. The technique Rio had used earlier could no longer be employed. Kakin, Envoy Burke's charge was so swift that Rio couldn't even see the sword flash. Of course, Rio had not let his guard down and managed to intercept that strike. "Fast and strong. Thank you." Envoy Burke lightly bowed his head in response to Rio's involuntary murmur. At that moment, Rio noticed something in his view. There were people running in from near the castle. He must have realized that something was amiss. Envoy Burke grinned. "Those are the vessels, right?" "That's correct, Duke Rondo," Envoy Burke answered honestly to Rio's question. The vessels were running. Their number likely did not fall below 10,000. Thanks to General Yun and the scout unit's surprise attack, the command center of the Darwei army is in disarray. There's no better timing to launch an offensive. Moreover, they are accompanied by talismans. Of course, since the command center is in chaos, magic cannon fire will be difficult, but you are here, Duke Rondo. Envoy Burke maintained his smile, but the depths of his eyes were not smiling. Your magic attacks are troublesome, however, even so, with the talismans I can counter them. I'm honored that you hold me in such high regard. Of course, Duke Rondo, if we don't keep you in check, we cannot win this battle. Therefore, clang, 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 I will suppress you. A flurry of strikes faster than before. Even Rio found it difficult to cope with the speed of the assault. No, it would be more accurate to say he had no choice but to focus solely on defense. He couldn't retaliate. Rio took a small breath to steady himself. In response, Envoy Burke momentarily pulled back his sword and leaped backward. The flurry of strikes stopped, but that couldn't be helped. He could feel something immense. He sensed that something had changed for an instant. What had changed, he couldn't tell, but something certainly had. Before him, Rio held his sword in the standard stance. His eyes were half-lidded. Despite Envoy Burke jumping far back to create distance, he did not pursue. It was as though he was inviting an attack, preparing to counter fully. Very well, that's exactly what I wish for, Envoy Burke said, then charged in all at once. It was indeed a series of rapid strikes that the eye could barely follow. Strength, speed, technique, each aspect was at a high level. Rio was entirely focused on defense. However, because of that, it wouldn't break. I didn't expect it to be this much. Admiration slipped from Envoy Burke's lips involuntarily. Unwavering, unbroken, unhurt, it was a perfect defense. It was a complete reception with not even a counter to provoke. Even a phantom being who had lived for as long as Envoy Burke had never fought against a foe so dedicated to purely defense. Interesting, he murmured, then charged again. A strong assault by force, a feint utilizing speed. But he then realized he couldn't utilize technique. Against an opponent with no counterattack, he couldn't bring forth his skills. He had realized something astonishing. Deflecting an opponent's attack, entangling swords, feigning reception to land a blow. All of these techniques depended on the opponent's attack. However, if the opponent was entirely focused on receiving and did not attack, he couldn't use those techniques. I'm amazed, a sincere compliment, but Rio did not respond to Envoy Burke's praise. He remained in a standard stance, his eyes half-lidded, while he showcased perfect defense against Envoy Burke's attacks. Envoy Burke, still suspicious, felt a wave in the next moment. It was the wave of his vessels disappearing under his command. What? There had to be at least 20,000 vessels that had exited the castle. Yet before he knew it, it had dwindled to 5,000, then 4,000, and down to 3,000. Impossible! The talismans were functioning. 40 talismans floated 3 meters above the vessels. In front, to the sides, and behind, a total of 300 talismans were protecting them. And yet, at this very moment, the vessels continued to decrease. He felt the urge to look back and confirm, but that was not possible. Duke Rondo stood before him. Even though he was focused on defense, he would naturally attack if he showed a gap. What to do? Envoy Burke charged at Rio again. Kakin. The sword struck, passing right by Rio's side before turning back. He saw the vessels behind Rio. Are they falling over? Yes, the vessels were indeed falling, as if they were running on an icy floor. And just as they were about to hit their heads on the ground, icy spikes pierced through their heads and necks. Thus they vanished. Unbelievable! The sight of the last one disappearing was etched into Envoy Burke's mind. Anything can happen on the battlefield, Rio whispered while holding a standard stance. Magic can achieve anything. Rio's eyes remained half-lidded. At those words, for the first time, anger colored Envoy Burke's expression. Indeed. I must defeat you, or everything will collapse, Duke Rondo. Receiving that expression and those words, Rio felt a slight sense of relief in his heart, though it was a secret. Yes, it was the usual tactic. Taking away the opponent's calmness is the very basics of combat. Diminishing the composure of a confident opponent is not an easy feat. The most effective method is to exceed the opponent's expectations. The defeat of the vessels was precisely that. Ice wall multi-layer ice 50-layer dome, an opaque hemisphere made of the hardest ice with a radius of 20 meters enveloped the two. Since you can only defeat me, I must also defeat you. This is the final battle within this dome. I see very well. Abel, I leave the outside to you. Understood. Rio entrusted the matters outside to Abel. That was supreme trust. Thus, Rio concentrated on the inside. He had succeeded in taking away Envoy Burke's composure. But the real test began here. If you provoke your opponent and make them angry, clang, their strength increases. Because they are angry, that's to be expected. Rio anticipated this. Clang, clang, but Envoy Burke was. Speed is also increasing. Yes, normally when one gets angry, excess energy is put into unnecessary areas, causing a decrease in speed. But the phantom being before him was apparently not normal. Sometimes there are people who become extremely strong when they snap. Envoy Burke is that type. Rio sighed deeply within his heart. There's nothing to be done. The only thing I can do is return to the basics. Defend, that is Rio's fundamental principle. When in trouble, return to the base and fundamentals. It's a truth that works for everything. That's why daily training and steady practice are essential. Because it is built on that foundation, no matter how difficult the situation becomes, one can avoid despair. Envoy Burke is a sorcerer, so his attacks are not only with the sword but also include talismans and magic. No matter what kind of attack it is or from where it comes to Rio, it matters not. There is only one place where those attacks will reach. Rio himself. Thus there is only one thing to do, protect oneself. What Rio must do remains unchanged. The situation is simple. His thoughts are organized. Rio's concentration reaches its limits. At that moment, Rio's heart was calm. No, it went beyond calm. It sank towards a place of complete stillness. There was a world of silence. Outside, all sorts of attacks from Envoy Burke were being unleashed upon Rio. Far from a state of silence. But within Rio's heart there was nothing amiss, only silence reigning. An eternal silence that could go on forever. Rio thought of nothing. Rio focused on nothing. Rio simply continued to exist there. How much time had passed? Suddenly, Rio's moment of silence ended. He realized that Envoy Burke was finally standing, supporting himself with the holy sword Tatian. Envoy Burke's attacks had come to a complete halt. Thus, it seemed that Rio's moment of silence had reached its conclusion. "Why, don't you crumble? It's the fruit of my efforts." Rio answered Envoy Burke's question not in a triumphal manner, but rather with a wry smile. This overcoming was not due to talent. It would be disrespectful to say it was luck. If so, the only answer would be that it was the result of effort. Thus, the wry smile, against an opponent who surpassed him in strength, speed, and technique. The reason for victory against such an opponent was endurance. Yes, counter-crush. This is nostalgic as well, Rio murmured as he recalled past battles. He had won by outlasting opponents who had surpassed him in every aspect, obtaining victory through the result of his efforts. It might have been a battle that returned to those basics. I see. Then I too shall continue to strive when I am reborn. Envoy Burke, who had finally managed to stand using his sword as support, charged in with movements that were unexpected. Understanding this was the last, Rio also charged in. Envoy Burke's neck was severed. Without a moment's pause, Murakumo pierced Envoy Burke's heart from behind. Ice wall multi-layer, ice 50-layer dome release. Outside the dome, many people had gathered. Huh! Words escaped Rio's mouth involuntarily. Rio, you're safe? Right. Abel looked at Rio and the beheaded Envoy Burke. As you can see, it ended safely. Ah, we also finished here. Completely severing Envoy Burke paid off. We regained the castle and destroyed almost all the vessels. What about their emperor? Commander of the Forbidden Army Tin and Captain Ryo captured him. No problem. That's a relief. Finally, Rio smiled. Then he sheathed Murakumo and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Abel. You too, Rio," there in the northwest of Darwei. Of course, there was no entry for civilians, and even access for the SH-type layer of Darwei was not permitted. Naturally, there were no towns or villages in this area. It should be more than 100 kilometers away to the nearest village. In such a place, a woman stood. Using the red chunk in her hand, she seemed to be searching for something. After walking for a while, suddenly, the red chunk in her hand shone brightly. After a moment, a straight line of light emanated from the chunk. Ah, so I insert this there. The woman, 7-star General Marie Cloche of the Chouchi Empire, murmured as she walked to the place indicated by the line of light and pushed the red chunk in. Perrin, the sound of thin glass breaking echoed around. In the next moment, the place that should have had quite a high row of rocks became a complete void. When I touched it earlier, it was rock. Oh well, Marie said, passing through the opened wall. At this moment, the wall that had roughly separated the eastern nations and central nations for nearly 1,000 years had opened, allowing anyone at any time to pass through the corridor. Leader, I fulfilled my promise. See you, Marie said and began to head west. 1 month after the Battle of the Payurai Plain, a grand ceremony was held in the Imperial Palace of Hanlin. It was a ceremony to mark the departure of Duke Rondo, the first Duke of the Natore Kingdom, who had become a friendly nation with Darwei. We will forever remember Duke Rondo's assistance and the friendship of the Natore Kingdom. Those words will be etched deeply in our hearts and taken back to our nation. Duke Rondo, who is Rio, responded to Emperor Tsuin's words. Amidst the farewell from the 100 officials of both civil and military, Rio and Abel set off from the Imperial Palace. Wow, I have so many memories of the Imperial capital. Yeah, it is. Rio and Abel stood on the deck of public ship No. 10, docked at the Imperial port. Beside them were their two beloved horses. Though Andalusia is far away from the Natore kingdom, let's go together. At Rio's words, the ash-gray horse nuzzled affectionately against him. Naturally, the two decided to take their beloved horses with them back to the kingdom. It was a long journey to the kingdom, and it was better to have horses even if they took their time returning. Well, my Faywin and Andalusia seem sturdy enough, so they should be fine. As Abel said this, the black horse Faywin affectionately licked Abel, an expression of affection. First, I'll return this sword to the Duchy of Atinjo. Rio tapped the holy sword Tatien. Originally, it had been Duke Atinjo's sword. Thus he would return it since he retrieved it on the battlefield. Most likely, Duke Helb would have been thawed at the duchy, so he was considering greeting him as well. After that, we plan to go through the corridor from the northwest of Darwei to the Central Nations and return to the Natore Kingdom. It sounds like it will take a while. There's nothing to be done about that. Let's take it easy. Neither Rio nor Abel were in a hurry. They had two more travel companions. Then, Duke Rondo and Lord Abel, we will set sail. The one who said that was, of course, Captain Rawu of Public Ship No. 10. Ah, please do. Farewell, Darwei. And so Abel and Rio set out on their journey back to the kingdom. Thus ends Part 3, Eastern Nations Arc. Thank you very much. The start of Part 4. Dark Continent Arc is undecided. I would like to inform you in advance that it will likely be quite delayed as I will be quite busy. I apologize for this. At the very least, there won't be a start from April 1, 2023. In the meantime, I recommend reading the book version. I wrote it with the intention that even those who have read the narrow version can enjoy it. In the book version, volumes 1 to 5 feature the side story, the water attribute Mage serialized. Over 120,000 words in total, it is completed in 5 volumes. I encourage those who dislike Oscar to read it as well. You might find your impression change a little. For those who don't dislike Oscar, I hope you read it too. It should deepen your understanding. In addition, the book version has added several thousand words to the main text. Volumes 3, 5, and 6 still unreleased, and Volume 7 currently being written have over 100,000 additional words. There are new chapters exclusive to the book version, and chapters that do not resemble the original form of the narrow version. The current writing of Volume 7 has not even 5,000 words of the original text. 200,000 words are new. If you found the narrow version of the water attribute Mage interesting, surely everyone will find the book version of the water attribute Mage enjoyable. Now, regarding the narrow version, Part 4, Dark Continent Arc, I will definitely post it someday. That's because people are gathering in the Dark Continent and the Western nations just before it. Some people who look like demons are also being sent away, and Marie is heading there. Room 10 and Oscar are also in the Western nations. By the way, there was also a new battle between the Western Church and vampires in the Western nations. And if Rio and Abel go, well, let's just say. In the meantime, I plan to occasionally post stories about Rio and Abel as they return to the kingdom. So please keep your bookmarks as they are. By the way, there's no need to worry that by the time they return, the Natore kingdom will have perished. They will return safely. There will be people waiting for them. Well then, until we meet again. Added on November 23, 2022, the day after the final episode was posted, we surpassed 200 million PV. Thank you. The world is so wonderful. On the deck of public ship number 10, a water attribute Mage raised such a voice. Indeed, it is wonderful, said the swordsman next to the Mage, but there was no enthusiasm in his voice. Naturally, he received a sharp glare from the water attribute Mage. Abel is always like this. He acts aloof and says nothing but cynical things. I think people would follow him more if he were a little more straightforward. No, I genuinely think the view outside the deck is wonderful. I wholeheartedly agree with that, but when you say world, it includes the deck as well, right? As for the deck, on the deck, a small drinking party was taking place. The 4 participants appeared to be quite drunk. Of course, they were not members of the crew of the 10th ship. The crew rarely drinks enough to get drunk while seriously navigating the ship. Ah, drinking on a ship is so nice. This is what it feels like to get drunk. I can't swing my sword like this. When you're drunk, it also becomes a hassle to open the gate and procure more alcohol. Leonor, Pastra, Argenta, and Jean-Jacques, 4 demons, were holding a drinking party. Isn't it a wonderful sight, so peaceful? Is that so? Rio said with a strained expression while Abel cast a skeptical gaze. By the way, why are demons on the deck of a public ship? Because Jean-Jacques opened a gate and came here. Yeah, when I say why, I mean not how, but why. I'm troubled if you ask me, Rio replied, shaking his head. This was an event that happened just 30 minutes ago. The group was departing from the Imperial capital, Hanlin, and heading towards the Duchy of Atinjo. Rio and Abel were leisurely spending the afternoon on the deck as usual. Rio was fiddling with the flying ring he bought in Darwei, and Abel was swinging his sword. Then, without any warning, a pitch-black gate opened, and 4 demons emerged. "Certainly this is just the right place," Leonor said, which Rio could hear. "Right," Jean-Jacques replied, which also reached Rio's ears. "It's nice that they provided a place for an experiment," Pastra nodded and said, which Rio also heard. "It's spacious enough to swing swords," Argenta murmured, and Rio caught that too. After that, the drinking party began. "It's Rio's fault for not stopping them." "That's not my fault," Abel condemned, and Rio hurriedly protested. "Who has ever defeated these 4? Well, that would be me. Then, realistically, who could have stopped them? Well, it would only be me." Rio glanced over at the 4 who were drinking. For some reason he couldn't quite understand, their appearance on this 10th ship was connected to him. He had to acknowledge that, but even so, stopping them. He had only beaten them one-on-one. What if he faced all 4 at once? Absolutely impossible. After all, they are demons, right? By the way, when the crew of the 10th ship, including Captain Ra Wu, first saw the 4 appear, they were surprised, but soon no one cared anymore. They realized that they wouldn't break the ship or harm the crew, and among them information was exchanged in hushed tones. "He's an acquaintance of Duke Rondo." With that single phrase, the crew stopped caring. They returned to their work. That context also put pressure on Rio. It was indeed true that the 4 demons were acquaintances of Rio. Completely true. However, most of them were demons targeting Rio's life. But there was no one else to ask. Excuse me." What is it, Rio? Do you want to drink too?" Leonor replied to Rio's question, and Jean-Jacques invited him to the drinking party. Argenta silently offered a cup, seemingly for Rio to use. "No, I'm fine, but what are you all doing?" "As you can see, we're having a drinking party," Leonor answered, tilting his head, with an expression that implied it was obvious. "I phrased that wrong. Why are you having a drinking party here?" "Experiment." Pastra answered Rio's question in one word. Yes, he knew she was fond of research and experiments. "What kind of experiment?" "To see if we can get drunk from drinking on a ship." Pastra had answered precisely, perfectly. There was nothing wrong with the words. It was a perfect response to Rio's question, yet he couldn't grasp the meaning. Wait, now that he thought about it? Rio realized he had a fundamental question. Do demons even get drunk from alcohol? If you cut the decomposition circuit, they do. Decomposition circuit, a circuit that breaks down alcohol and toxins. Does such a thing exist? Rio nodded at Pastra's succinct explanation. Of course, he couldn't understand the intricate details, but he assumed demons must have such circuits. At the same time, he understood that normally, poisons wouldn't affect them. This could become useful information when they fight next. Possibly, if it's just a possibility, there's always a chance. Rio left the 4 and returned to Abel's side. It seems they're experimenting to see if they can get drunk from drinking on a ship. "Ah, I heard that. They say demons get drunk if they cut the decomposition circuit." "I heard that too." "That's all." Rio couldn't continue speaking. "I wanted to ask why they're here when they'll leave and so on." Abel sighed dramatically. "Well, I thought I should gather such information, but, since they seem to be having quite a bit of fun drinking, I thought maybe it's fine." "I see." Both Rio and Abel sighed. Perhaps it was fine since it was peaceful. However, all right, the conclusion is decided. Leonor declared, standing up. Then, as he approached Rio, he said, "Then Rio, let's battle." "Huh." With a smile, Leonor looked like a pigeon that had been hit by a bean shooter, while Rio was taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure. "That's not acceptable." "Why not?" "Because you're drunk. If I switch on the decomposition circuit, the drunkenness will wear off. The more drunk someone is, the more they insist they're not drunk." Rio firmly asserted, but Leonor tilted his head in confusion. "Look at that swordsman named Abel." He often claims he's not a battle maniac, but is that really true? Anyone who says that is definitely a battle maniac." Leonor strongly nodded at Rio's assertion. "It's the same. One can't recognize that they are drunk." "I see. Then there's no helping it this time. We can battle the next time we meet." Rio's usual trick of obscuring the argument with dubious logic worked again. Hearing Leonor's answer, Rio felt relieved in his heart. The 4 demons left. They had come like a storm and left like a storm. "Phew, I somehow got through that. Still, what on earth was that?" "Hey, Rio, what is it, Abel? You just called me a battle maniac, didn't you?" "Ah, that was just a way of speaking. I had to say that to navigate the situation. Deep down, I was crying for sacrificing Abel, you know." "Oh, really?" Rio said hurriedly, and Abel cast a skeptical gaze. "You always say that, first survive. Making a profit comes after that." "Well, all right." Abel lowered his spear of questioning against Rio. Abel understood that Rio's persuasive kind of talk had made the demons leave. If those demons had caused a ruckus, everyone, including himself and Rio, would have been instantly slain. They were beings he never wanted to be too close to. But why did they show up here? "That's true." Rio frowned and shook his head at Abel's words. Then he continued speaking. When an unusual being takes unusual actions, it might mean that something unusual is about to happen in the future. I don't like that. This time, Abel frowned and shook his head. The visit of the demons confused both Rio and Abel. The 6th volume of the Water Attribute Mage novel will be released on Monday, February 20, 2023. Reservations seem to have started for various reasons. This time, I went all out. An edition of over 120,000 words. Half of this volume is newly written. I worked hard parallel to the serialization of the 3rd part in the narrow version. The Twilight Land, included in the narrow version, only has 99,000 words. To make the next 7th volume entirely about the Liberation War, a large edition was necessary in the 6th volume. So, an edition of over 120,000 words. After Twilight Land, a new chapter titled Prelude to Battle has been added. You might understand its position, but it's the prelude to the 7th volume, Liberation War. So various encounters will happen. Yes, Rio and Oscar will also clash. Many other things too. The Twilight Land itself underwent significant revisions and no longer resembles its original form. Also, several secrets not touched on in the narrow version have been written. I'm not sure if the readers have noticed or remembered them. The author tried quite hard, so please read it. And as for the continuation, the 7th volume is mostly written. In fact, the release date for the 7th volume is almost decided. But it remains a secret for now. The 7th volume should be released not long after the 6th volume. The end of the 6th volume contains various writings. Please look forward to it. All right, it's done. On the deck of the public ship number 10, Rio raised his voice in joy. Good work. Is it alchemy? Abel stopped swinging his sword and praised Rio. Yes, those people. No, those demons suddenly appeared. Something unbelievable might happen from now on. I did it just in case. They say preparedness prevents worry. Is what Rio tinkered with related to the magic formula of Neil Anderson? Rio froze at Abel's words. In this context, Neil Anderson referred to the Rondo-class second ship, the USS Neil Anderson. It was the submarine that Rio created through alchemy. Of course, Abel had also been on that ship, and it had saved them from danger several times. Therefore, Abel was aware of its existence. However, I never said anything like that, did I? Rio muttered with wide-open eyes. Indeed, Rio had never mentioned what kind of magic formula it was. Of course, he hadn't summoned Neil Anderson either. He knew that Abel had occasionally peered over his shoulder from behind. No, I just thought it resembled the magic formula related to Neil Anderson that I was shown before. What did you say? Rio was completely speechless at Abel's words. He realized that Abel hadn't just guessed randomly, because it resembled the magic formula he had seen before. There was no way that could be known. Someone who has never done programming would not know what the code is about just because they saw it. Whether it's Fortran, Lisp, C language. Could they understand Python? No, this was an abnormal situation. What could be considered was, actually maybe Abel is a genius in alchemy, Rio said with wide-open eyes. There's no way that's true, but Abel laughed it off. I've never studied alchemy even once. That's exactly it, Rio countered, getting agitated at Abel's words. It's abnormal to understand it without ever studying it. Is that so? Abel shrugged. Abel, when we return to the kingdom, you should immediately become Kenneth's apprentice. They say to strike while the iron is hot. If you learn now, by the time you reach old age, you could become a renowned alchemist throughout the kingdom. What the heck is that? Rio spoke passionately, while Abel seemed completely unfazed. Besides, I can't use magic. Rio was left speechless by Abel's words. An alchemist can handle magic. Rather, one cannot become an alchemist without being a mage. Come to think of it, he remembered having a similar exchange before. A specialized alchemist who designs magic formulas. Does such an alchemist even exist? I don't know, as I've heard very little. I thought so. I don't know either. The world seemed to be unpredictable. Well, if you correctly guessed that it's related to Neil Anderson, then I'm satisfied. Just realizing that is an amazing feat, Abel said happily, and Rio nodded in admiration. Our readiness, among land, sea, and air, the sea is indeed the most vulnerable, so I took precautions to be prepared for whatever might happen at sea. I understand land, but isn't the air also vulnerable? Abel, you can fly now, right? Abel was wearing the flying ring. It was an improved version by Rio, which consumed magical power but allowed flight even if it wasn't central yellow Darwei. Well, I can say I can fly, but not with that much freedom. So you attract the enemies. In the meantime, I, along with Andalusia and Faywin, will escape. Hey, are you saying you can't risk your life for your beloved horse? Not just for my horse, I want you to think of a way to save my life too. Abel sighed and retorted at Rio's accusatory statement. Well, Andalusia and Faywin can't fly either, so what are you planning to do? I'll create a large cart instantly and load them on it. Since 2 horses weigh about 1,000 kilos, it won't be able to fly even with the water jet thruster activated. But I think it can land slowly. That's what I'm counting on. Rio's image was of the podium that Abel had flown when he performed his ascension ceremony in the city of Run. And if you let me ride too, if you do that, there won't be anyone to defend against the enemies. That's exactly when Rio would be suitable. I'm busy generating the cart and protecting Andalusia and Faywin, Rio stated firmly. Abel shook his head slightly. Moments later, Abel murmured, "When we're thrown into the air, I should grab Rio by the collar." Huh! I can use Rio as a shield. You can automatically generate ice walls and spears, right? A universal shield. What are you saying? Don't you have any pride as a swordsman hiding behind a mage? First, survive. Reflecting on it comes after that. You've been corrupted, Abel said with a smirk, and Rio grimaced in frustration. While the two were having such a conversation, Andalusia and Faywin were basking in the sun on the deck, watching them. Completely low-maintenance, beloved horses. The world was peaceful today as well. By the way, Rio, what is it? You eliminated all the golems that were in Rondo Mansion, right? Yes, except for the friendship proof number 2 that I gave to Captain Rio. Everyone is here. Rio said this and lightly tapped the prop tied to his robe's cord. What is that? It's an inro filled with seasonings. I show this to bad people and say, "Stand back. Do you not see this emblem?" Rio replied cheerfully, feeling like he was in some story. However, Abel showed no reaction. Abel? Oh, sorry. I understood that there are seasonings in it. No, it's not that, but the end of that cord. Rio's inro had a cord attached to it, and at the end of that cord were 2 blue magic stones. In the past, it would have been called Netsuke. Well, this is literally a water magic stone. Could it be the one that was in Rondo Mansion? Yes, you remembered well. Rio was surprised by Abel's memory. This water magic stone was placed in a room in Rondo Mansion, supplying magical power to the golems, and their memories were stored there as well. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all of Precursor Officer number 1 and the Garden Watchers are within these 2 magic stones. When we return to the kingdom, I'll return them. I'm looking forward to it. Rio seemed to be thinking various things, happily nodding. After a while, as the ship continued to sail, Abel spoke up. We'll arrive at the port of the Duchy of Atinjo tomorrow, right? That's right. Let's review about the Duchy of Atinjo once. Review? Abel tilted his head at Rio's words. The Duchy of Atinjo annexed the free city of Cubavasa to make it an autonomous city of Cubavasa and intervened in the civil war of the Jejishlu Federation to establish a puppet regime. They have completely brought these 2 nations under their control. The reason was to counter the rise of the country of phantom beings, the Chwauchi Empire from the north. However, the power of the Chwauchi Empire has been diminished. But in the process, Duke Atinjo passed away, and the influential Duke Helb was taken over by the Phantom King. The 2 were taken over because they were phantoms. However, the new Grand Duke who succeeded the dukedom is human. Duke Helb was temporarily frozen in ice, but is now liberated from it. The public purpose of this trip is to return the holy sword Tadien that Duke Helb wielded at the meeting in the autonomous city of Cubavasa back to the Duchy of Atinjo. Both Rio and Abel understood each other regarding this matter. But I know Abel's hidden purpose, the great desire. My hidden purpose? Desire? Abel tilted his head at Rio's words. You want to eat the delicious food from the Duchy of Atinjo that you missed last time, right? It's obvious. That sounds like a desire of yours, not mine. Trying to deceive me is useless, so Rio doesn't want to eat delicious food in the Duchy of Atinjo, huh? That's a different matter. Of course I want to eat. Well, I don't understand how that's different at all. Yes, at this point, both of them thought it would be a very peaceful visit. Next time, I will post the continuation in mid-February. Visit to the Duchy of Atinjo, a series of several stories, scheduled for daily posting. This will be in line with the release of Volume 6 of the novel on February 20, 2023 Monday. Please look forward to it. Now regarding Volume 6, The Water Attribute Mage Part 1, Central Nations Arc VI, there are 3 types of bonus short stories depending on the purchase method location. 1. To Books Online Store Paper Version 2, Various eBooks Digital Version 3, Support Bookshop's Paper Version. If you order from 1. To Books Online Store Paper Version by January 15 Sunday, it will arrive at your doorstep on the release day, February 20. That's why I'm posting like this today. The accompanying bonus short story is The Day After the Civil War. I wonder what that is. It seems to be a word that wasn't in the Naru version. The American Civil War, which we call the Civil War, is Civil War, right? Adding the or American in front of it. It's a story about the day after that kind of event. As I wrote in my activity report on December 14, 2022, Volume 6 has been significantly revised and extended by over 120,000 words. Probably the largest ever. The Twilight Land from the narrow version has undergone major revisions. Abel and others played a significant role. A new chapter that connects to the next Volume 7, War of Kingdom Liberation, has been written. This Volume 7 has also undergone tremendous rewrites. By the way, the manuscript was completed last year, so that's good. At the back of Volume 6, there's information promoting Volume 7. Among that, there are various details regarding the water attribute Mage, so please be sure to read that far. Also, To Books Online is holding a New Year's Luck Try campaign from January 10 to January 31. During this period, if you buy something from To Books Online, you might receive a coupon if you're lucky. Yes, you just have to buy. For the grand prize, there's a 10,000 yen coupon. For the first prize, there's an 8,000 yen coupon plus 3 free shipping coupons. How about getting the water attribute Mage during this opportunity? Now, the bonus short story that comes with 2 various ebooks digital version is Ryo's Dreamlike Week. Yes, literally, Ryo spends a dreamlike week. It's a secret that the author who wrote it muttered, "I'm envious." Lastly, the bonus short story that comes with 3 support bookshop's paper version is Acre's Night Dinner. The supporting bookstores have not been announced yet, but they will likely be revealed on the TO Books website soon. Please wait a little longer. As for the contents of the bonus short stories, well, I think you'll be able to imagine, for those who have read the narrow version. What exactly happened that night? All of these should be read after finishing the volume. Starting today, February 16th, and until the release date of the 6th volume of the novel, February 20th, I will be posting for 5 consecutive nights. However, it seems that some bookstores in the Kanto region already have the 6th volume available today, 16th. I saw a photo, how wonderful, the following day, public ship No. 10 arrived at the port town of Hoi and in the Duchy of Atinjo. This time, the formal diplomatic route from Darwei has conveyed the visit of Duke Rondo and the docking of public ship number 10. Because of this, everything is going smoothly. "Captain Rawu, thank you to all the crew members," Ryo said, bowing politely as he disembarked at the port. Of course, Abel also expressed his gratitude. The 2 beloved horses were also making sounds, undoubtedly conveying their feelings of appreciation. "No, Duke Rondo, please lift your head," Captain Rawu said hurriedly. Seeing Duke Rondo, who is respected even by the Emperor, bowing so deeply, understandably made him feel uneasy. "I believe the journey still continues, but we all wish for your safe return from all the crew of public ship No. 10, Captain Rawu said, and the lined-up crew members deeply bowed as well. Though public ship number 10 is returning to Darwei, Ryo, Abel, and the 2 beloved horses' journey is far from over. From the port town of Hoi and to the capital camphor of the Duchy of Atinjo, they will travel with a welcoming party. It seems that the welcoming party has already arrived. "We have been waiting for you. Your Grace, Duke Rondo, and also Lord Abel," a familiar figure greeted them. "It's been a while, Zuluma," Ryo said with a bright smile. Zuluma has a fateful connection with the 2 since their time in the free city of Kubavasa. Moreover, he has a deep relationship with them among the people of the Duchy of Atinjo. For this reason, Zuluma was chosen as the leader of this welcoming party. Seeing this welcoming party, Abel commented, "Are there not too many soldiers?" "Now that you mention it," Ryo nodded. "There were perhaps 100 cavalry and 1,000 infantry. Indeed, it is a welcome for an important person from a foreign land, and that person is carrying a sword passed down from the royal family. There must not be even the slightest mistake, that is certain, but still. It's domestic travel, and this is a fairly busy route from the main port to the capital, right?" "Yes. In fact, when we transported Duke Helb's ice coffin previously, we came through this port to the capital, and it was quite busy back then." Abel and Ryo were speaking in hushed voices. Behind the Andalusia and Fey when they rode, the usual ice cart followed them. What's inside? Just books and money, right?" "Yes, the bag contains various books we've received and the money given to us in Darwei. In Darwei, we have bank cards, so we can withdraw money, but we also have cash for use outside of Darwei like this time." With the 2 and the 2 horses centered around the cart, the party began to move. "From here to the capital, it was 2 days, right?" "Yes, last time it took 2 days." Ryo nodded in response to Abel's question. This time, the speed is not much different from the last time. Including Ryo and Abel, some are mounted, but since most of the party consists of infantry, the movement speed cannot be said to be fast. What's wrong?" After they had moved away from the port town of Hoyen for a while, Ryo tilted his head and Abel asked, "We're being monitored, but the numbers? Is it a lot? About 50 people total?" "Huh," Abel exclaimed in surprise at Ryo's answer. "That reaction is only natural. It is impossible for 50 people to be monitoring them. That is far too many." While having a larger number of watchers would indeed lessen the chance of the target escaping, it would also increase the possibility of the target noticing their presence. After all, the monitored target is the welcoming party, and escaping is not an option. Unless something extraordinary happens, it is unlikely that they would lose sight of 1,000 people. Then, the number of watchers should be reduced. No, it has to be reduced, so why 50? Could it be a miscount? Of course, Abel also knows about Rio's high exploration abilities, that sonar thing, but still 50 people, I'm certain there are around 50 people. However, this movement may indicate that there are those quietly protecting this party among them. Oh, I see. Not just the visible guard of 1,000, but also those who silently protect the party, perhaps akin to ninjas from ancient Japan. Like how Sukkaku protects the Maido Lord out in the open, while Yashichi also guards him from the shadows. With such a stringent defense, it's reassuring. Yes, I would hate to frighten Andalusia. When Rio said this, Andalusia made a sweet sound. In response, Rio patted Andalusia's head. Well, it's a good thing to take care of your beloved horse. At Abel's words, Faywin also let out a small voice in agreement. That afternoon, just before 3 o'clock, the welcoming party entered the city. Last time when we carried Duke Helb, we passed straight through this city, didn't we? Yes, we did. We went a bit further and set up camp for the night. It's still 3 o'clock, so if we wish to proceed, we could. Are we still on guard against ambush? Abel and Rio conversed in extremely low voices. They were surrounded by the cavalry of the Duchy of Atinjo from all sides. However, why would this party be attacked? The only valuable item is the sword that Rio is trying to return, right? Abel said, looking at the sword strapped to Andalusia's saddle. That's right, the holy sword Tatian, I believe. It is indeed a valuable item, but it's not like we informed anyone that we were carrying this through diplomatic routes. Is that so? Yes, Rio and Abel will be taking the return items, or something along those lines, so even if information were to leak, the sword wouldn't be mentioned. In that case, it's even more puzzling. Abel was further bewildered by Rio's explanation. If it's people from an anti-government organization, they might attack without much thought to damage authority. Well, that can't be ruled out. If an important person from a foreign country were attacked domestically, it would damage the government's prestige. That's because foreigners might recognize it as a lack of governance, or the citizens might think so too. Either way, it's not a good thing for the government. Maintaining public order is tough, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. You never know when or where the enemy might attack. Thinking about it that way, the Natore Kingdom, where we can move safely, is a wonderful country. I agree. We should be grateful to those who strive daily to maintain public safety. Neither Rio nor Abel are dreamers. They are aware that there are people who engage in destructive activities for reasons that third parties might not understand. For those doing it, there may be something they cannot give up, but for third parties, they are an extremely troublesome presence. They don't want to get caught up in such situations and get hurt or see their important people hurt. I hope they find happiness where we have no relation. Right, Rio said, shaking his head slightly, and Abel agreed with a wry smile. At dinner that evening, the inn had been rented out by the welcoming party and there were no other guests. Zuluma was sitting directly in front of the two. Since it concerns the two of you, you must have noticed, but the security isn't very good. It seems so? Abel nodded at Zuluma's words. Rio remained silent. It was not because he was enjoying the dessert that looked like a pineapple and was having a second serving. No way. Has the independence of Cubavasa or the power struggles of the Jejishlu Federation spilled over? Abel asked a plausible hypothesis. No, it's a problem from the Grand Duchy's homeland. Is it the great nobles? Yes, Zuluma nodded candidly. Recently, Lord Bash, who ascended to the throne, was told by the former Grand Duke to ascend immediately. That's why the ascension ceremony was held so quickly. Just as you said, in fact, Lord Bash ascended quickly, and with the full support of the National Army, this is all that has happened. If it had been delayed, our country might have split into two, Zuluma explained in response to Abel's words. But recently, Duke Helb's ice has melted, right? If that person were to come out, wouldn't everything settle down? Rio, having finished his second dessert, interjected. Yes, because his grace has awakened, it seems the enemies have taken their last gamble. Oh, moreover, while his grace has awakened, he still cannot rise. Is that due to the influence of being taken over by the Phantom King? It seems so. He is recovering day by day, but... Zuluma grimaced and answered with a regretful expression. So if this party were to be attacked, to humiliate Lord Bash and undermine the authority of the government. Rio and Abel nodded in agreement with their thoughts. However, Zuluma's expression was dark. Zuluma? Oh, I apologize. There's also the possibility that it may not be just that. Really, since I am the one responsible, there is a possibility they may be targeting my life too. Huh. Without receiving more answers from Zuluma, dinner concluded. It seems Zuluma has a lot going on as well. When your position rises, various troubles come up. Abel is flaunting his status as the king? No, that's not what I intended, Rio said regretfully, and Abel chuckled. And then, late at night, the inn was ablaze. Starting today, February 16th, and until the release date of the 6th volume of the novel, February 20th, I will be posting for 5 consecutive nights. And to Books, who is publishing the Water Attribute Mage. Finally, indeed, a special page for the Water Attribute Mage has been created. Clap, clap, clap. Actually, it was published on February 14th, and I wrote about it in that day's activity report. Special page for the Water Attribute Mage. This is all thanks to everyone's support. Thank you very much. The fact that they took the trouble to create this special page means that the publisher must be expecting great things from it, I reckon. Yes, yes. Hope is important, isn't it? By the way, on the right side of Book's top page, there is a banner to this special page. Uncharacteristically, Rio has a sharp expression. It's from the cover of the 6th volume. You can easily jump there anytime from here. And yesterday, February 15th, the pre-sale of the 6th volume of the novel began at Bookwalker. It seems the previous volumes are at 50% off. Please let acquaintances who use Bookwalker and haven't purchased it yet know. The discount is available until February 21st. While there are such announcements, the continuation will be posted tomorrow in the Naru version. 677 Visit to the Duchy of Atinjo II. I hope our readers enjoy reading it. I was sleeping so comfortably in a wonderful bed, Rio exclaimed in indignation. Oh, Abel glanced anxiously at the inn. All the lights in the inn were extinguished. There's not much fire left. Of course. It was the bad luck of the arsonist that a water attribute mage was staying here. Rio, disturbed from his deep sleep, had extinguished all the flames in an instant. If the fire spread, it would have caused quite a stir in Andalusia. Horses, as well as wild animals, don't like fire. The stables in Andalusia and Faywin were separate buildings from the main inn where the two were staying. Of course, both horses were confirmed to be safe. The two stood in front of the stables, scanning the area. Those two seemed to be calming down the other scared horses, rather than being frightened themselves, in my opinion. Abel's muttering went unheard by Rio. Battles are breaking out here and there. The sounds of sword fights could be heard approaching the two. They must have intended to start a fire and launch an attack amidst the chaos. An old-fashioned tactic. Rio shook his head slightly. He then continued speaking. We might need to assist, but I can't tell who is an enemy and who is an ally at all. There's no helping it. In situations like this, it's best to focus on protecting yourself and what is important to you. Anyone attacking you is the enemy. I see, Abel, you have a good point. Oh, the important ones are in Andalusia, well, Faywin too. Just protect both of them honestly. Abel let out a small sigh. After the flames were extinguished in an instant by Rio, both of them changed clothes and came down here. Thus, their equipment was all within reach. I brought the holy sword Tatien just in case it was their target, so it's safe with me. Rio said this as he showed Abel the Tatien contained in a bag with his left hand. If that's the case, it would be a hassle if we don't know what they want. Just the midnight raid alone has caused a bit of confusion. It's better that the fire didn't spread. If it had, things would have been a disaster. It's a punishment for disturbing my peaceful sleep. Rio nodded with an air of superiority. The sound of sword fights continued to echo from various directions in the darkness. Are there quite a few attackers? Yes, there were about 1,000 infantry here, so it's strange that it's taking so long to suppress. Rio tilted his head and then cast a spell. Active sonar. He shook his head slightly. Still, there are too many to figure out. I see. Oh, but I can identify this reaction. Zuluma is fighting nearby, Rio pointed. Abel focused on the sound that was faintly audible. Rio could hear a conversation as well. Zuluma, you traitor, you've been swallowed by an abomination, those surrounding Zuluma exclaimed. Give up, Zuluma. Perhaps it was the leader of those surrounding him. A man with an eye patch over his right eye shouted harshly. Despite being injured and on one knee, the light in Zuluma's eyes had not dimmed. With a mind like yours, Lucia, you should understand, this is pointless. Lucia was likely the name of the man with the eye patch. Zuluma grimaced and tried to persuade him. The fall of the Grand Duke's house is our tragic goal. Have you forgotten that, Zuluma? Lucia retorted. However, Zuluma replied clearly. I have declared that my loyalty is to the Grand Duke and Duke Helb. I will not follow the clan's orders. Such a thing is unacceptable. A voice of an old woman who appeared from the shadows countered Zuluma's words. Even the elder comes to the front lines. Are you truly serious about allying with House Bubbly to oppose the Grand Duke's house? You will not win. Humph, the abomination is gone. Besides, the new Grand Duke is not a notably strong human. We could even defeat him with just House Bubbly. Our Juuga clan will ride on that winning horse, that's all. What a foolish thing to say. The elder, referred to as such, scoffed, and Zuluma grimaced at her words. I'll ask you one more time, Zuluma, return to the clan and lend your strength to achieve our tragic goal. I will answer as many times as necessary. My loyalty has been pledged to the Grand Duke and Duke Helb. I will not return to the Juuga clan, Zuluma firmly declared in response to the elder's question. Then die! Clang, the sound of swords clashing echoed loudly. The eye-patch man, Lukia, who had his sword deflected, stepped back lightly, surprised. Between Lukia and Zuluma stood a man wielding a red-glowing magic sword. I don't like ganging up on one person, Abel said nonchalantly while brandishing his magic sword. Are you one of Zuluma's allies? Lukia questioned. No, quite the opposite. I've even beheaded Zuluma before. I cut off not just his head, but all his limbs. Abel responded with a modest fact while Rio stated the whole truth. Was it really necessary to say that much? What's the point of trying to cover up now? Abel complained, and Rio said with an air of exasperation. Indeed, there was no meaning in trying to cover up at this point. Abel, Lord Rondo? Zuluma, still on one knee, lightly bowed his head to the two who had come to his aid. If we kill all three of you, it won't matter. Kill them. The elder commanded, and the eye-patch man Lukia issued the order. Clang, Abel closed the distance in one swift motion, crossing swords with Lukia. Ice Wall Layer 10. The attack that charged at Rio and Zuluma was deflected by an ice wall. Counterattack. Icicle Lance 20, however. All the ice lances were deflected. It was a trajectory that felt familiar, paper floating in the air, a paper that deflected all magic. Just as I thought, Talisman, again with the Talisman, is that all you have? The furious water attribute Mage became even angrier. I have already found a way to counter the talismans, Rio declared proudly. Permafrost, a wide area freezing magic named after eternal frozen ground. It reduces the vibration frequency of water molecules in the air within sight, freezing the air. The talismans themselves do not freeze. However, the space around the talismans freezes. This stops the movement of the talismans. But what follows is crucial. Multi-layer ice transformation, transforming the ice created by permafrost into multi-layer ice. Rio's multi-layer ice is ice that does not conduct magical power. This was the cold, non-freezing ice that Rio developed in the Western nations. The principle is that it sandwiches ice with almost no molecular vibration. Even now, the nature of magical power is not perfectly understood. It is assumed to be gravitational influence from the excess dimension. However, how it changes after coming into this three-dimensional world is still unknown. Nevertheless, one would think that it is still vibrating. Thus, forcing the vibration to stop by sandwiching it with such ice should block the transmission of magical power. So, when the ice around the talismans is transformed into multi-layer ice, the magical power from the sorcerer will no longer reach the talismans. In other words, the talismans lose their power and fall to the ground. This was the counter-talisman method that Rio had finally thought of during his travels in the Eastern nations. However, in reality, all the information had already been gathered. Finally, his thoughts led him to the answer using that information. Impossible! However, to those who suddenly had their talismans dropped to the ground, it was utterly unacceptable. Retreat, that was the elder's voice. Along with it, fire attribute magic was unleashed all around. It was a signal for retreat, likely to set fire to the buildings and create chaos for their escape. Waterjet 256. Once again, the enraged water attribute Mage extinguished all the flames within the detection range in an instant. However, that meant they would let the enemies in front of them escape. They run fast. Abel clicked his tongue as the enemies got away. Being able to escape, Abel doesn't seem so tough after all. Why am I being criticized? Rio shook his head slightly, and Abel voiced his dissatisfaction. Those guys are not knights or swordsmen. What do you mean? They're the likes of assassins. I see. Rio nodded at Abel's words. Thank you both for saving me. Zuluma expressed his gratitude while still on one knee. No problem, this is an apology for Abel's previous rudeness. Hey, Rio asked as he handed a potion he had to Zuluma. Those people earlier, were they from your clan, Zuluma? Yes, you heard them, didn't you? They called you a traitor. Originally, I was sent by my clan to assassinate Duke Helb. What? Zuluma answered honestly, leaving Rio astonished. Abel was also speechless but surprised. However, my strength was utterly inadequate. Duke Helb defeated me in a counterattack and commanded me to serve him. Since then, I have dedicated everything to the Grand Duke and Duke Helb. His expression contained nostalgia, yet there was not a hint of doubt in his eyes. However, upon hearing this, I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. Isn't that about Phelps and Sheena? The two recalled the relationship of the B-rank party, White Brigade leader Phelps A. Heinlein and vice leader Sheena. Sheena had approached Phelps to assassinate him, but ended up serving him after failing the assassination. Is it common for assassins to fail and end up serving their targets? Who knows? Abel tilted his head at Rio's words. Do you know anyone with such a relationship among your acquaintances? Zuluma seemed intrigued. Well, somewhat. From the side that failed the assassination, it makes sense to want to serve. Huh, is that so? Rio was surprised by Zuluma's words. Since they were opponents beyond my capabilities, if someone demonstrates overwhelming strength, one may develop a certain admiration. If they are that strong a person, wouldn't it be natural to want to serve them? I see. That's quite reasonable. Both Rio and Abel nodded at Zuluma's explanation. The problem lies with the ones who are to be served, the assassination targets. Well, they did try to take their lives at one point. It must be frightening to have such a person nearby. Exactly, of course. However, we also demonstrated our strength. If they perceive us as capable and desirable individuals, then they might hire us. Abel nodded. But that's a really big person you're talking about. Yes. Duke Helb is a person of great stature. Well, Phelps is also quite a great person in terms of character. Rio expressed his admiration, and Zuluma and Abel also thought of someone with great stature. Eventually, there will be assassins targeting Abel. I did behead San from the 5 dragons who came before. They weren't worth hiring, I suppose. It was simply a necessity. Abel let out a small sigh. The release of the 6th volume in paperback is on February 20th, but it seems to be on display quite a bit at bookstores in Kanto. Signed copies, and at supporting bookstores, there will be a bonus short story, Acre's Night Dinner, included. List of supporting bookstores, a tweet from To Books. A sneak peek at the illustrations for the 6th volume. The next day, on the way to the capital of the Duchy of Atinjo, Camphor, information was relayed from Zuluma to the two as they traveled. My clan. We are called the Juuga clan, and we once served a nation that was destroyed by the Grand Duke's family. The lord of that nation no longer exists. Now we take on assassination jobs for personal greed. It seems like some assassination cult. Rio interjected into Zuluma's explanation, and Abel shook his head slightly. I believe the House Bubbly was mentioned in yesterday's conversation. Yes, once. Before the previous Grand Duke ascended to the throne, they were the great nobles of the Duchy of Atinjo, second only to the Grand Duke's family. However, they were stripped of much of their power by the previous Grand Duke. Even now, they are by no means weak. If they were to rebel, the status of that house might compel other nobles to follow them. Can we win? If we were to clash head-on, it is likely that the Grand Duke's family would prevail. However, if the Juuga clan were to assassinate the Grand Duke, Zuluma frowned. Had it been the previous Grand Duke, such a thing would have been impossible, because he was a phantom being. From the incident at the embassy, it seemed that Zuluma was unaware that Duke Helb and the previous Grand Duke were phantom beings, but he must have understood that they were astonishingly strong. The elder from yesterday had referred to them as abominations. To give instructions, Zuluma departed from the two. Conflicts are happening all over the country, Rio grumbled, shaking his head. There will always be a certain number of people who seek power in any country, Abel shrugged. In that regard, you are fortunate, Abel. Huh, is it because Rio doesn't crave power? It's because our chancellor is not aiming for the throne. That's true. If Count Heinlein aimed for the throne, he'd definitely be taken down. That's also true. Well, if that time comes, I'd gladly yield. At Rio's words, Abel shrugged once more. This king also seems to be the type who does not cling too much to power. By the way, I am the type who clings to power, Rio said with an oddly proud expression, puffing out his chest. Is that so? Abel questioned, skeptical. With power, I can obtain cake privileges. What if you were told that if you relinquished your power, you could have free cake and coffee every day? Of course, I'd definitely give up power. Free cake and coffee every day? It's a no-brainer. Yeah, it doesn't seem like you're the type to cling to power. You seem more like the type to cling to food. Huh, the reason why the Natore kingdom enjoys peace. A part of it was revealed. That afternoon, the group arrived at the capital of the Duchy of Atinjo, Camphor. As the group arrived, they passed by troops exiting Camphor. That's a large army on the scale of tens of thousands. Is it for the subjugation of a local rebellion? Both Rio and Abel watched, unsure of what was happening. Rio and Abel were guided by Zuluma into the royal palace. Welcome, the new Grand Duke Bash came down the stairs to greet the two. He was smiling, indeed smiling. However, there was a shadow in his demeanor. The reason for that was likely due to the unrest in the country. Duke Rondo and Lord Abel, I am sorry for involving you in our nation's conflict. Ah, no, your majesty, please raise your head. Bash bowed his head, surprising Rio. I heard a general explanation from Zuluma. Did Zuluma perhaps mention his clan story as well? Yes, it seems that those who attacked yesterday were from that clan, so he had no choice but to share. I see. From the way Bash spoke, it seemed that not only Duke Helb but the new Grand Duke Bash in front of him also knew about Zuluma's origins and the fact that his clan had turned against them. The two were led to Bash's private chamber. First, this holy sword. Thank you very much. Thus, the holy sword Tatian was returned from Rio to Bash. I must apologize for the timing of this. Actually, the royal palace will be attacked tomorrow. Yes. Rio's voice rose in surprise at Bash's sudden statement. Abel remained silent but opened his eyes wide. I apologize. I mean the people from the House Bubbly. No, it's not just them. The Juuga clan and others are trying to crush the Grand Duke's family, as I heard from Zuluma. That is the connection, right? Yes, it is indeed the private soldiers of the nobles centered around the House Bubbly who will attack tomorrow, Bash stated clearly. Though still quite young, Bash's expression showed no hesitation or wavering. On the contrary, he exuded a sense of strength. How do you know they will attack tomorrow? Abel asked plainly. Because I orchestrated it to be that way, Bash replied just as plainly. However, he must have felt the need to elaborate. This plan has been in motion for half a month. I thought your arrival would be a bit later. I regret that you have become involved in this matter. Well, such things can't be helped. It likely accelerated due to the currents and winds. During the attack, I would like you two to remain in a safe place within the royal palace. Oh, don't worry about that. Both Abel and I can at least protect ourselves. So please fight to your heart's content, Rio answered with a smile. Next to him, Abel shrugged but did not deny it. Abel nodded slightly and spoke. When we arrived in the capital earlier, an army was leaving. It was quite a large army, and that is related, isn't it? Yes, that was the main force of the National Army, 30,000 soldiers. They left today for a 2-night, 3-day exercise. I see. So they created a power vacuum in the royal palace, trying to lure the House Bubbly out. Exactly, this exercise has been planned for half a month. From the enemy's perspective, such an opportunity is rare. But won't they think it's a trap? They probably will. However, for them, this is their last chance, Bash firmly declared in response to Abel's question, because Duke Helb is recovering daily. Yes, once my uncle is fully recovered, they will have no opportunity whatsoever. Therefore, even if they realize it's a trap, they must act this time. After discussing several other topics, Rio and Abel left Bash's private chamber. As they were guided through the royal palace, the two were conversing. Your Majesty Bash, you've changed. Indeed, previously when I brought the coffin of ice from Duke Helb, back then, I hate to say it, but you had a rather fragile appearance. But now, positions create people or experiences shape faces, I suppose. In response to Rio's observation, Abel nodded. It's a battle of ambush, using one's own life as bait. One must have resolve to do that. Being the lord of the realm is tough, isn't it? I have a strange swordsman next to me who has also become such a lord. There were no choices, it was unavoidable, Abel shrugged. But I think both you and His Majesty Bash can stand up when the time comes precisely because you have received royal education since childhood. Is that so? I don't think that's something that happens normally. I don't know how other countries' royalty thinks, but at least I was taught that all actions of royalty are for the people. When my elder brother died, and I didn't know what happened to my father, and with the royal capital having fallen, I had no other choice but to think of standing as king. I acted believing it would be for the people of the kingdom. I think that's wonderful. Rio sincerely praised Abel's words and his principles of action, to sacrifice one's own life and dedicate everything to the citizens. Such a thing is not something most people can do. That's precisely why Abel, who does such extraordinary things as if they are normal, receives support from the people. And in this Duchy of Atinjo, there is a new Grand Duke who is also willing to expose himself to a difficult path. Speaking of which, Duke Helb also had enemies attack him, didn't he? Could it be a tradition of the Grand Duke's family? What Rio and Abel recalled was the incident of the attack during the conference of the Eastern Nations held in the autonomous city of Cubavasa. At the entrance of the conference venue, the carriage carrying the Grand Duke of Atinjo was ambushed. However, it was a trap where the rebellious forces had bitten the bait set by Duke Helb, resulting in a complete rout by Duke Helb with hundreds of corpses left behind. However, this time it won't be an easy battle for Grand Duke Bash. There are people like the Juuga clan who are trying to attack from behind. If only Duke Helb were in perfect condition. It's precisely because he isn't that they see this as their last chance and will attack. That's right. This is quite a complicated matter. Both Abel and Rio shook their heads lightly. The two were being guided to an annex located within the royal palace grounds. It was something like a guest house where state guests would stay. To avoid lodging outside the royal palace in case something happened, they were encouraged to stay in the annex by Grand Duke Bash. It seems the royal palace is going to be attacked, but this annex is also part of the royal palace, right? Well, the main target of the enemy is the Grand Duke's family. In this case, they would likely be targeting Lord Bash, right? It's somewhat separated from the main palace, so it should be fine. The annex was a splendid single-story building made of stone resembling marble. This is amazing. It is indeed impressive. Both Rio and Abel marveled at its beauty. Incidentally, this annex also had a stable where the horses of state guests would be housed. Naturally, this time, Andalusia and Faywin were also there. Andalusia and Faywin were eating their meals deliciously. You mean to say we can expect the same for ourselves? Abel, don't say everything outright. I said it all, though. That night, the two were served a dinner far beyond their expectations and were able to sleep with satisfaction, and I will record that here. The next day, the Duchy of Atinjo, the day of destiny. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Rio declared this with a determined expression for some reason, and Abel looked at him suspiciously. Of course, Rio had not been given any particular role. He was just making a determined expression on his own. It is not exaggerated. A civil war is about to break out in the capital, and that is a huge matter for the entire country. Lord Bash said he doesn't intend to turn the entire capital into a battlefield. He said he would stay in the royal palace for that reason. The battlefield is the royal palace and its surroundings. Then, let's rephrase it as the day of destiny for Duke Atinjo. Oh, okay. Abel reluctantly accepted Rio's words. Indeed, it might be a day of destiny for Duke Bash of the Duchy of Atinjo. Didn't Darwei also experience a civil war? Ah, the second Prince Kuri. Once there was a civil war in the Natore kingdom as well, wasn't there? Ah, Uncle Raymond, there's civil war everywhere, it seems. Isn't it said that wherever Rio goes, civil wars occur? Why is this my fault? Rio was taken aback by Abel's remark. However, he quickly retorted, the idea that wherever a great detective goes, crimes will happen is just a story in novels. Yeah, I really don't understand that. Rio was referring to the statistical fact that murders occur wherever the great detective Kindechi Kasuk goes, but of course, Abel didn't get it. Rio, I'll say this right from the start. It's okay, Abel, no need to say more. Is that so? You might not be able to have lunch, so you should eat a good breakfast, right? That's not it. Rio's earnest reasoning was denied by Abel. This civil war is purely an internal matter of the Duchy of Atinjo. Is that the principle of non-interference in domestic affairs? That's what I mean, Abel said firmly. He understood that Rio was dissatisfied. You think that if Rio intervenes, the damage would be lessened, right? Well, yeah. Rio, being a generally empathetic person, dislikes seeing people get hurt right in front of him, especially if they are innocent civilians. I understand your feelings, but the people must seize their own fate. Ah, there shouldn't be many things more important than a person's life. As Rio said this, he shook his head lightly. What is important differs from person to person. I believe we should respect the existence of those differences. Diversity is difficult, isn't it? There might indeed be differences in perspective between Abel, who has learned to see the bigger picture as royalty since childhood, and Rio, who has lived in a democracy and a free society. Yet people should be able to understand one another. Regardless of intervention, I will witness His Majesty Bash's determination. Rio clearly stated just that. At 9 a.m., the attack on the royal palace began at the south gate. From this height, we still can't see beyond the castle walls. That's to be expected. Rio and Abel were on the rooftop of the detached building where they were staying. Since it was a one-story structure, it was easy to climb up using the ice ladder. However, the castle walls surrounding the royal palace were quite tall. They must have been about 5 meters high from the ground. From where they stood, they could somewhat overlook the inside of the castle walls, but they could not confirm how many troops the attackers were mobilizing on the other side of the walls. There's no helping it. Yeah, ice bamboo shoot. As Rio chanted, a thick ice stalactite about 4 meters in diameter emerged from the rooftop and lifted them up about 10 meters high. From that position, they could see beyond the castle walls. There are quite a few enemies. Just near the southern castle gate, there must be about 2,000. There are some beyond the eastern castle wall. Oh, and there are some beyond the western castle wall as well. Altogether, there must be around 5,000, right? Indeed. The north side of the royal palace is a cliff, so a large army can't be deployed there, but attacks are coming from the other 3 directions. I don't know how much fighting power Duke Bash is using to defend, but it's certainly not going to be an easy battle. Both Rio and Abel had experienced enough battlefields up to this point. It had not been a pleasant experience at all, but they had gained experience. Because of that, they could understand at a glance how much fighting power the enemy had and how much their allies had. Naturally, they could also tell which side had the advantage. The attacking side's magic cannon fire, honestly, there isn't that much. That's right. Moreover, all of it is being deflected by the Duke's talismans. Oh. Along with the arrows, they're likely engaging in close combat toward the castle gate. Of course, they're being shot at with arrows from the top of the walls. Rio and Abel felt somewhat emotionally aligned with the Duke's side. That was to be expected. The new Grand Duke Bash was trying hard to fulfill his duties with sincerity. Many people must want to support him. Conversely, the attacking side, centered around House Bubbly, had no acquaintances there. There was no reason to support them, but still the attack seems unrefined. It's crude, both Rio and Abel thought so. That said, the siege is inherently difficult. Indeed. In my hometown, there are sayings that to attack a castle, you need 4 times the forces of the defending side, or even 6 times, or that attacking a castle is the pinnacle of folly. I always think it's amazing that in your hometown there are books about imperial governance in the town library and many books related to military strategy. The importance of preserving those historical perspectives in books must have been understood by people in the past. For some reason, Rio was puffing out his chest pompously. Of course, it was not due to Rio that many books had been preserved. Anyway, everyone recognizes that siege warfare is difficult. Yes, no military strategist would deny that. Then this south gate is just a decoy to draw attention. I see. The attacking side isn't aiming to break through the castle gate and get inside. It seems another unit is meant to decide the battle. Naturally, that means the Jiuga clan from which Zuluma hails. Both Abel and Rio agreed on this perspective. Somewhere the Jiuga clan, like assassins, infiltrated the main palace to assassinate Duke Bash. If that succeeds, it would mean victory for the attackers. Perhaps they've already. They might have infiltrated already. Rio and Abel looked toward the main palace from atop the ice bamboo chute. The assassins advanced quietly and without a sound. The layout of the main palace was known to everyone. The Duke's personal guard who protected the palace was certainly not weak. However, before they could realize the anomaly, their necks were cut. Silently, shadows began to infiltrate the main palace. The invasion was by the Jiuga clan, but clang, clang. Sounds started to emerge in the world that had been silent. The battle between shadow and shadow began, a true covert struggle. The combat techniques of the Jiuga clan were superior. However, this was the royal palace of the Duchy of Atinjo. The stronghold of the defending shadows, they had the geographical advantage. The man with the eye patch leading the Jiuga clan clicked his tongue involuntarily. These are Zuluma's trained men. Their skills are crude, but they're familiar with combat in this building. Of course. The moment he heard that voice, the eye patch-wearing man, Lucia, instinctively twisted his body. The sword swept past where his head had been. You've fallen into a trap. Shut up! Zuluma and Lucia confronted each other. Everywhere, the invasion of the Jiuga clan was being halted, and intense sword fights began. The Special Guard unit of the External Affairs Ministry, a unit prepared to confront assassins like the Jiuga clan within the royal palace. With a makeshift technique, you think you can stop us? You should know, since you were also called one of the best of the Jiuga, that Jiuga's blade cannot be stopped. Because I was one of your clan, I understand the strength of the Jiuga. At the same time, I know their weaknesses. What are you? Just as Lucia was about to retort to Zuluma's words, a small red light darted from Zuluma's hand. It was not an attack spell. A signal, Lucia muttered. In the next moment, the area was illuminated by a flash of light. At the same time, a deafening roar echoed. In the room, the flash of light and the roar occurred. Triggered by Zuluma's red signal, the alchemic flash and roar installed within the royal palace activated. The Special Guard unit of the External Affairs Ministry, who were already on alert, were not harmed. However, the Jiuga clan was different. For those accustomed to darkness and combat in low-light indoor environments, the flash and roar were fatal. Their vision was stolen and their hearing was destroyed. They reflexively froze. Even the experienced ones quickly leaned against the wall, but ultimately they were unable to move for a while. A one-sided slaughter by the Special Guard began. The situation clearly tilted in favor of the Duke's side. Finally, tomorrow, February 20th, is the release date for Volume 6 of the novel. It's the final day of the 5-night consecutive postings. Clang. Lucia deflects Zuluma's strike with a loud sound, despite being unable to see and having damaged hearing to withstand this strike. Zuluma expresses his surprise, but Lucia remains silent. Due to the roar of the trap, her hearing is still not restored. Blinded by the flash of light and deafened by the roar, Lucia continues to fend off Zuluma's sword. Impressive! Zuluma gives an honest compliment. Even though they are now enemies, they have honed their skills together in their clan's village. He knows her abilities better than anyone else. That's why. Surrender, Lucia, he calls out in a slightly louder voice to suggest her surrender. Are you joking, Zuluma? Lucia's hearing seems to be gradually recovering. You were always soft, but that hasn't changed, has it? She responds with her mouth twisted into a frown. While her words are mocking, her tone is not. Feeling glad to see her old rival, who has not lost her strength despite their age, and simultaneously resenting her for becoming a troublesome opponent, is a mix of emotions. Moreover, the preparation of such traps and actually defending their intrusion with the forces they raised. It feels impressive on a completely different level than mere individual combat. However, still, surrender is not an option. Look closely, Lucia. More than half of your subordinates have been taken down, you know. I still can't see due to the flash. Are you joking in this situation? Zuluma frowns. But at that moment, a sense of discomfort flashed through his mind. Lucia was raised from a young age to become a commander. Her individual combat skills are of course high, and so is her ability to command. Having high command ability means not only executing strategies perfectly, it means being able to keep damage to a minimum. She would never let her allies die unnecessarily. So why isn't she surrendering? No, why is she not retreating? Why is she staying here, luring Zuluma and the others? A diversion tactic. Damn it, a decoy, Bash Sama, in the main conference room of the royal palace. This is where the defense of this battle is being commanded. Grand Duke Bash and the commander of the national army have gathered. Naturally, the Grand Duke's personal guard is securing the area. However, suddenly the door bursts open and several shadows rush in. Enemies? Ugh! There's no time to scream as the Grand Duke's personal guard falls one after another. Protect His Majesty. Ring the alarm for enemy attack. Voices fly around. But the attackers are the Jiuga clan, those who make a living as assassins. They won't let the enemies ring bells or call for reinforcements. While it's impossible to be completely silent, the combat unfolds in a remarkably quiet manner compared to the fighting outside the castle walls. However, the Grand Duke's personal guard is elite. As time passes, they begin to regain their composure. With that elite guard coordinating, spirit talismans start to fly. The one launching them is the target being protected, Grand Duke Bash. This provides a slight reprieve for the personal guard. Finally, the alarm is sounded. This indicates that something abnormal has occurred around the Grand Duke within the royal palace. Hurry. The enemies are gathering. The Jiuga clan, who had been attacking silently, finally let out a voice. The voice belongs to an old woman. The elder herself is directly leading the attack on the Grand Duke. But this also means that her position as commander is exposed. 8 talismans fly towards the elder, controlled by Grand Duke Bash. You little brat, you can control 8 talismans? The elder mutters bitterly. Sorcerers manipulate talismans. Most can only control one at a time. Advanced practitioners can manage 2 talismans simultaneously. If one can control 4 talismans, they could be considered among the nation's most skilled sorcerers. To be able to control 8 talismans while being human is not normal. Of course, there is no one in the Jiuga clan who can do that. Even the elder's limit is 4. The result of the desperate effort Bash made to close the gap with his great father and uncle. From the moment he became aware, Bash understood that his father and uncle were completely different existences than himself. It was not about him. He realized that the two were extraordinary. What arose was not a heart that rejected them, but an admiration for them. He is different from the two. He cannot become like them. He understood that. He accepted it, but still. He wants to get closer to them. Thus, he endeavored wisdom, martial prowess, and sorcery. He has surpassed the level of what is acceptable for a nobleman, but he never consciously aimed for such a level. When he inherits the position of Grand Duke in the future, the citizens will compare him with his father and uncle. That's why he wants to close that gap, even a little. The Duchy of Atinjo has grown into a great nation during his father's reign. Thus, the expectations for whoever inherits the Grand Duke's position are also high. He has not cut corners in anything and has continued to strive in all areas. The result is evident now. The ability to manipulate talismans that surpass even the elder of the Jiuga clan. However, even so, the Jiuga elder is formidable. Bash quickly understood that he could not defeat her in a battle of talismans. Bash focuses the talismans on defending the allies, allowing the elite guard to concentrate on attacking and bringing down the Jiuga clan. You little brat, I'll acknowledge your effort, but as a sorcerer, you still have much to learn. The elder murmurs this, retrieves the talismans she was manipulating, and pulls 2 new talismans from her pocket. If a careful observer were to look, they would realize these are not talismans. The 2 talismans stick to the ceiling. From there, something begins to emerge from the ceiling. An abomination? A spirit talisman? Bash quickly understands the guard's exclamations, though he is surprised. Indeed, these are not talismans, they are spirit talismans. Spirit talismans do not launch sorcery. Undead, armored undead, they keep appearing. From the 2 spirit talismans stuck to the ceiling, armored undead emerge one after another. They bear swords and wear armor, but their eyelids are sewn shut or closed, right above Bash. I'll take down the undead. The personal guard should concentrate on the assassins. Bash shouts as he draws his sword, Holy Sword Tadien. He strikes down the falling undead in a single blow. With Tadien's flash, the undead dissipate. After all, is the essence of magic the same as that of sorcery? Bash mutters. The effect of Holy Sword Tadien is to ignore magic. The undead born from the spirit talismans are, in a sense, generated by sorcery. If magic and sorcery are essentially the same, it makes sense that they would be annihilated by Tadien's strike. Bash has not only worked hard on sorcery, he has also put effort into his swordsmanship. Thus, his sword technique is solid. However, nevertheless, the manipulation of talismans is becoming unstable. The elder smirks as she whispers. While cutting down the falling undead with his sword, Bash must manipulate the talismans to protect the Grand Duke's personal guard. Manipulating talismans requires a highly delicate technique, and even a slight disturbance of the mind can have a significant impact. In fact, it is much more delicate than a mage handling magic. Even for Bash, who has never neglected his efforts since childhood, simultaneous manipulation of swords and talismans is impossible. This is the nuance of battles between sorcerers. It's not determined merely by how many talismans one can handle. You little brat, you truly remain a little brat. The elder's murmurs go unheard by anyone. Bash's talisman manipulation is only slightly disturbed. But his opponent is the Juuga clan led by the elder. That slight disturbance is more than enough to exploit. With the talismans that were serving as defense slightly disrupted, the Grand Duke's personal guard begins to fall. After cutting down 5 falling undead, Bash realized, "Is that the goal?" He feels frustration but can do nothing about it. The difference in battle experience among sorcerers has shown itself. The undead keep falling, and the Grand Duke's personal guard is defeated, with the gap widening at an accelerating rate. Clang! Bash's sword deflects a throwing knife aimed not only at the undead, but at himself. Finally, the Juuga clan's attacks have broken through the personal guard. Damn it! Bash understands its meaning. Collapse is looming right there. Almost simultaneously, Zuluma bursts into the conference room, but it's too late. Bash locks eyes with the elder. Die! Bash braced himself for death at that moment. Clang, clang, clang. All the throwing knives aimed at Bash are deflected. What the? The atmosphere changed. In that instant, no one could move. Clack, clack. Footsteps can be heard, however, he does not want to look over there. Instantly understanding that it is the footsteps of death. Clack, clack. Without a moment's hesitation, the footsteps draw closer. If he moves his neck just a little, he would know the identity of the footsteps. But he doesn't want to move. He doesn't want to know. He certainly doesn't want to know the identity of the one taking his life. In the midst of that, Bash turns his face with conviction. A man dressed in light purple clothing, with long black hair neatly tied up, adorned by a small crown glowing faintly in purple. The source of the footsteps was Duke Helb. "Uncle, Bash-sama, you have grown so much. Your elder brother." No, the former Grand Duke would have been immensely pleased. Duke Helb maintains his usual cool expression. He also addresses the person who had just flown in through the door. "Zuluma, you held out well." "Ha-ha!" Zuluma hurriedly kneels in response. Up to this point, not a single member of the Juuga clan could move. It was not due to reason. They realized that moving first could give them an advantage in this situation. They understand that. They know it in their heads, but that's all it is. Even if they understand it in their minds, their bodies won't move. No, for some, even thinking such thoughts is impossible. Nothing can be thought of. Only fear fills their minds. They wish that time would simply pass without incident, hoping that the death before them would overlook them. It is said that when death approaches, a person's experiences race through their mind like a lantern show. That is a lie. Such a reward is only granted to those who have found some measure of satisfaction in their lives. Ordinarily, such rewards are not received. Only fear remains, a fear that leaves one helpless. Even those who can still utter words while aware of this fear are few. "The abomination has awakened," the elder whispers. This doesn't refer to an abomination in the sense of something not human. But regardless of whether it is human or not, how much significance does that difference hold? It doesn't change the fact that it cannot be won against, nor that it will bring absolute death. An abomination? There are actually 2 true abominations residing in the royal palace that are far beyond my level. Ignorance is bliss, I suppose. Duke Helb gazes at the roof a little distance away. Their 2 figures, a swordsman and a mage, are secretly hiding, peeking into the conference room. They likely intended to intervene in Bash's battle if things turned dire. Duke Helb slightly bows his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "For now, let me prove that there is no problem before the true abomination intervenes." "What do you intend to do?" "As you might imagine." In response to the elder's inquiry, Duke Helb answers without changing his expression. Die. In that instant, every member of the Juuga clan in the conference room collapses dead. Something thin pierced through the back of their necks, all at once. How many realized that they were pierced by astonishingly thin talismans? The moment they were pierced, Duke Helb took a deep breath. In truth, he has not fully returned to his original state yet. Even so, various things were barely made to fit. With a faint smile still on his face, Duke Helb walks forward, and when he reaches Bash, he bows his head. A remarkably graceful and beautiful bow. "I, Duke Plack Helb, have arrived. Uncle, your Majesty, please command the suppression of the rebellious forces attacking the royal palace." Duke Helb, without changing his expression, pleads for orders. Bash takes a deep breath. This completely calms both his mind and body. The words that come from his mouth are unwavering. "I command Duke Helb, annihilate those attacking the royal palace. This is an Imperial decree. The Imperial decree has been received." This is the first command from the new Grand Duke Bash to Duke Helb. Duke Helb bows deeply and begins to walk toward the exit of the conference room. A smile unexpectedly spills from the corner of his mouth. The expression on his face is that of a mentor pleased with their disciple's growth. "You said to annihilate. He, as expected of you, Bash-sama. Your elder brother's blood is undoubtedly passed down to you." That whisper, of course, is unheard by anyone. "Dissolve or eliminate would not suffice. Let's ensure a thorough annihilation so that they will never think to rebel again." Shortly thereafter, within just 10 minutes, the forces of the House Bubbly, centered around the attack on the royal palace, were completely wiped out. It is said that over 4,000 corpses lay scattered. The swordsman and mage who had been secretly observing the battle in the conference room were none other than Abel and Rio. Duke Helb's annihilation. They did not see that moment. They assumed it would be a horrific scene and thought that if Duke Helb had emerged, nothing unexpected would occur. They witnessed the aftermath once everything had ended. Indeed, this is the path of dominance. Is it the path of dominance of righteous or tyrannical paths? Yes, that's it. Countless corpses litter the ground outside the royal palace. The annihilation of the attackers was achieved solely by Duke Helb. Seeing this, Rio used the term path of dominance. Certainly, it's an easily imaginable concept, but the path of dominance isn't merely about displaying power. Solving everything through force isn't enough. Is that so? Yes, that is just muscle-headedness. Oh, Rio asserts this, and Abel somewhat accepts it. He has no particular reason to deny it. To demonstrate power, and for that power to captivate people. That is the essence of the path of dominance. Power captivates people. It's true that people are fascinated by powerful forces. I do not deny that. Perhaps it might be clearer if you consider it as a state that has expanded to the level of national governance. Each citizen becomes captivated by that power. Thus, they find it comfortable to be governed by that power. Feeling comfortable being governed, is that so? Yes, the emotion of wanting to be governed by someone overwhelmingly strong is part of human nature. In some worlds, such a being might be called a god, but I believe that's the essence of the path of dominance. Rio, who has dipped a toe into the world of history studies, has been interested in the very act of governance and has researched it. To study governance is also to understand the essence of the people. Why did the democratically governing Athens lose power? Why did the Roman Republic transition to the Roman Empire? Why is it that Western countries struggle to establish democracy in the Middle East and Africa? Of course, there are dozens of answers for each. The shape of the correct answer differs based on the perspective from which one looks. One of those answers exists when focusing on the people. It's as simple as that. Abel, please pursue the righteous path rather than the path of dominance. Why, yes. The path of dominance does not suit you, Abel, Rio states firmly. Is it really just a matter of whether it suits me or not? Naturally. Personally, I believe neither the righteous path nor the path of dominance can be deemed right or wrong. It involves the suitability of the ruler, the suitability of the people, the historical suitability of the region. There are many complex elements intertwined that lead to what is deemed correct or incorrect. Rio explains. Abel tilts his head. It seems he cannot fully agree. Do you think the righteous path is superior? Yes, that's just a feeling I have. If you think that, then the righteous path indeed suits you better. I see, that's what it means. Abel nods several times as if he has come to an understanding. The world is made of diversity. What is justice for some people can be injustice for others. If one force of justice is forcibly imposed, resistance will arise. That is undoubtedly true. What is deemed right in the Central nations does not necessarily hold true in the Eastern nations. A week after the Duchy of Atinjo was attacked, Rio and Abel are set to depart from the capital of the Duchy of Atinjo, Camphor. Thank you, Duke Rondo and Lord Abel. No, Your Majesty Bash, we are grateful for your hospitality. Bash expresses his gratitude, and Rio reciprocates. Thank you for delivering the holy sword Tatian. I'm glad to see Duke Helb has also recovered. Duke Helb and Abel express their thanks to each other. Our long-range cruiser from the port town of Hoyan will take you to Darwei. Yes, thank you very much. Thus, Rio and Abel, who have crossed Andalusia and Feywan, return once again on their way back to the Natore kingdom. On this day, February 20, 2023 Monday, Volume 6 of the Water Attribute Mage novel has been released. Everyone, do you have it in your hands already? Assuming you do. At the back of Volume 6, probably on the page after the afterword, there should be a preview for Volume 7. There are several important pieces of information listed there. 1. Volume 7 will be released in the summer of 2023. 2. The production of Part 2, Western Nations Arc, has been decided. 3. A limited edition including Prince Willy's Adventure will be released. The release of Volume 7 Limited Edition. Yes, number 1 is straightforward. Volume 7 will be released this summer. Please wait a little longer. And for number 2, take a good look. The production of Part 2, Western Nations Arc, has been decided. The entire second part has been greenlit. Until now, it was a decision made one volume at a time, but this time it's different. We'll be able to continue exploring the world of Water Attribute Mage for a while longer. Wonderful. If you know anyone around you who hasn't purchased the book version yet, please tell them. Since the first part will conclude in the next Volume 7, and the second part is also being produced, let's buy it. I believe that will lead to connections in various ways. Thank you very much. Finally, number 3. Volume 7 will also have a special edition released. This will be exclusively available at Books Online. This will be a little more expensive, but it comes with a booklet titled Prince Willy's Adventure, exceeding 100,000 words. I managed to finish it somehow, but it ended up being around 115,000 words. The usual bonus short story ranges from 5,000 to 10,000 words, but this time it's actually going to be a proper booklet. This will contain an episode that took place during the 3 years between Part 1, Central Nations Arc, and Part 2, Western Nations Arc. In the narrow version of Part 3, 656 Expedition Fleet, Rio briefly touches on Prince Willy right. In the narrow version of Parts 2 and 3, Prince Willy does not appear at all, does he? The reasons for that will be revealed. Also, at the end of the extra, intermission, short story posted on March 10, 2021, Prince Willy was a sacrifice of Rio. That result is what this booklet, Prince Willy's Adventure, is about. What happened during those 3 years? The episode of the first year. Aren't you curious about the content? Of course, Rio, who is the protagonist throughout the entire text, also appears quite a bit. He takes the delicious portions. Ah, that's a secret. This was originally an episode I wanted to write somewhere. Initially, it was planned to be around 120,000 words. But this time it's about 115,000, so I managed to write it almost as planned. This has been in the making since the first part of the narrow version. It has been thoroughly polished. Heh. In any case, I believe something interesting has been created, so please be sure to get the special edition. It's exclusive to the TO Books online store. On the right side of the TO Books HP, there is a banner for the official Water Attribute Mage HP. It should be available there soon, I think. Normally, new postings start on April 1st, but I am too busy to prepare, so please forgive me for 5 consecutive posts. Once again, those guys, Rio said with frustration. Yes, those guys that Rio mentioned. There is no need to say, there is only one group he could be referring to. The swarm of Krakens was troublesome, Abel replied, shaking his head. Indeed, the ship they were on had once again been attacked by Krakens. Moreover, this time it was a swarm. This happened 1 hour after departing from the port town of Hoi An. While watching the continent to the left, Rio and Abel were peacefully spending time on the deck of the ocean cruiser. Their beloved horses, Andalusia and Faywin, were also enjoying the sunshine. The first to react were those 2 horses. Suddenly, they stood up and neighed. Rio and Abel, as well as the crew of the ocean cruiser, were surprised. At that moment, Rio finally noticed. Something is coming from underwater. In the next instant, something white pierced from the bottom of the ship to the deck. What is that? Is it an arm of a Kraken? Both Rio and Abel understood instantly. The long arm of a Kraken. There must be a large hole opened up in the bottom of the ship. Naturally, it would sink. Come forth, Neil Anderson Modified, Rio chanted, summoning the submarine generated by alchemy next to the ocean cruiser. Andalusia and Faywin jumped aboard almost immediately. They must have instinctively judged which was safer, the ship they were on or the submarine summoned by Rio. In fact, it seemed that Rio and Abel were the ones who were slower. The moment they jumped aboard, multiple Kraken arms sprouted from the deck of the ocean cruiser. Each Kraken uses 2 long arms for attacking. In other words, the appearance of multiple arms meant that several Krakens were underwater. As Rio and Abel boarded Neil Anderson Modified, it wasn't long before the ocean cruiser folded and sank. Damn it! We have become the target. Perhaps because the ocean cruiser sank, an attack from the swarm of Krakens began against Neil Anderson Modified. It's frustrating, but we will escape, Rio declared, his face contorted with determination. Abel noticed that Rio had checked Andalusia and Faywin, who were riding at the back, before making that declaration. He had made the decision to take precautions for the sake of his beloved horses. That decision reflected positively in Abel's eyes. "I support Rio's judgment," he stated clearly. From that point on, Neil Anderson Modified focused solely on fleeing. The swarm of Krakens pursued them one after another. Using the alchemy exterior, generated by Neil Anderson Modified to withstand repeated attacks, they gained distance with the Mark 256 torpedoes' suppressive attack towards the rear. Finally, they managed to shake off the swarm 1 hour after the ocean cruiser sank. We somehow escaped, but the pressure of the swarm closing in from behind was overwhelming. Rio and Abel finally let out sighs of relief, and once they felt relieved, anger surged within them. "Once again, those guys," Rio said with frustration. "The swarm of Krakens was troublesome," Abel replied, shaking his head. "Well, since the Krakens chased us, the crew of the cruiser should have survived. Even though we lost the ship and were thrown into the sea, we weren't too far from land." Both Rio and Abel felt it was a good thing that by acting as decoys, they had saved the lives of the crew. Suddenly, Rio looked at the rear hangar of Neil Anderson Modified. There were their 2 horses, sitting quietly. "Andalusia and the others are more composed than us." "Yeah, I think so too." Rio and Abel nodded, looking at their beloved horses who were sitting there with trusting eyes. "By the way, is this ship a submarine? It's significantly larger than the previous one." Yes. The Rondark-class 3rd battleship Neil Anderson Modified was resized with the assumption of carrying Andalusia and Faywin. The front control room where we sit and the rear hangar where they can enter. The previous tank section had to be made considerably larger. However, since the hangar can also carry food, it has become capable of long-distance navigation. "If only we had food." "Yes, if only we had food." Abel and Rio looked back simultaneously. There were Andalusia and Faywin, and there was a bag frozen in ice along with cash. Even in that situation, it's impressive that we managed to bring the money we got from Darwei. "Money is important," Abel praised, while Rio nodded in agreement. "There are indeed worlds where people kill for a mere amount of money. However, we have no food. Yeah, we couldn't recover the food that was loaded onto the cruiser. Because of those guys. Damn Kraken. Should I not avenge this grudge?" Rio spoke words of resentment. "First, let's surface. There might be an island nearby." "That's true." Thus, Neil Anderson Modified, carrying the 2 of them and the 2 horses, surfaced. "Looks like the vast ocean. There is not a single island." What was visible from the surfaced Neil Anderson Modified was an endless horizon. Moreover, thick clouds covered the sky, making it impossible to determine the position of the sun. "This is troublesome. We don't know the direction. Shouldn't we move across the sea?" "Yes, let's proceed and see if we can spot an island in the distance. If we go back, there might be Krakens." "But," Rio frowned. "Is there something wrong? The sonar is tricky on the surface." "Sonar? Ah, the one that uses magic to determine if there are enemies?" "Yes, that's the one." Abel tilted his head, not understanding what was difficult. "On the surface, we have to search for attacks from both above and below the water, right?" "Well, yes. The density of water molecules in the air and underwater is completely different. Therefore, the information received from each is entirely separate." "Yeah, I don't understand at all." Abel responded with a big nod to Rio's explanation. It was truly refreshing. Originally, sonar is designed to detect movements in environments filled with water, such as underwater. "I see, I can somewhat grasp that. I made it so that I can detect movements using the moisture in the air. The thin, small water molecules, even on land." "Ah, I don't quite get that. In other words, it's troublesome because we have to deploy both at the same time on the surface." "I see, that's tough." "Good luck." As Abel patted Rio's shoulder in encouragement, Rio lost his words. "I thought it was unavoidable if you couldn't do it, but if it's just tough, that should be fine, right? Will it really be okay?" "You can do it, Rio." "You'll be fine," Abel asserted confidently. Rio looked at him with a doubtful expression. At that moment, Abel delivered a decisive statement. "You'll be fine for Andalusia's sake, right?" "Of course." "That's easy." He flipped his stance and retracted his previous statement. Rio nodded vigorously and gave Andalusia, who was sitting in the rear hangar, a thumbs up. Seeing that, Andalusia neighed happily. "I'll be partaking in this too," Abel said with a wry smile. Should we say luck was on their side? 6 hours after shaking off the Kraken. "What is that?" "It's an island," Rio asked with a questioning tone, and Abel affirmed. Abel had good eyesight. "We should be able to land before it gets dark. That is, unless we encounter those guys." "Abel, you're being ominous." Abel shrugged, while Rio grimaced in dissatisfaction. Those guys. The Krakens were indeed a nuisance. After a while, the full view of the island came into sight. Of course, only the side facing them. They had no idea what the other side looked like at that moment. "A ship is coming from the front." It appeared from beyond the island. Is it just one? There are 3 ships. Could it be? They're heading straight towards us. Both Rio and Abel recognized that the 3 ships were approaching them. Even though this Neil Anderson modified is invisible, on the surface, people floating are not easily recognized, right? How did they figure it out? There might be watchtowers on the high ground of the island. Ah, I see. While not recognizable from the sea, perhaps such structures existed on the island. Even if there is a possibility of pirates occupying the island, I think it would be unwise to initiate a preemptive strike. Yeah, you sound like you're proposing that, but I didn't suggest anything. Don't you dare do it. That don't you dare should be do it. My dullard crusher has struck, the terrifying dullard crusher Abel. Rio tilted his head in disappointment. While the two were discussing this, the distance between Neil Anderson modified and the 3 ships rapidly shrank until they finally met. However, they are trying to communicate, but I can't understand. This language. Could it be Archipelago Sea language? Archipelago Sea, like Suje Kingdom or Kamakura Feudal Kingdom? Ah, come to think of it, we had a translation device. It broke during the successive fierce battles. Mine too, Rio and Abel sighed. In the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom, they had purchased alchemy tools that could translate the local language, namely the Archipelago Sea language, into the Central Nations language. However, after crossing the continent, they both studied Eastern Nations language, and since then they had been able to communicate in Eastern Nations language, so before they knew it, they stopped using the translation device. By the way, didn't Queen Illyriaja speak Eastern Nations language when we met at the meeting in Cubavasa? That's right. Should we try talking to them? It turned out to be a successful communication. We are the Northern Navy of Suje Kingdom. The person wearing the best clothes, who seemed more like a squadron commander than a captain, introduced himself. I am Commander Mebeli of the Northern Navy. We will now conduct an inspection. Comply quietly. Please do, please do. Neil Anderson modified was floating on the sea. The ceiling of the front control room was open, so it didn't entirely look like a ship. By the way, the rear hangar remained covered with a transparent ceiling because Andalusia and the others were inside. Since the deck of the Navy ship was at a high position, it shouldn't be difficult for them to board Neil Anderson modified. Commander Mebeli and 6 others boarded. What are you? Commander Mebeli asked in a very businesslike manner. Ah, we are adventurers. We are 6th-rank adventurers. The two showed their adventure cards, which they had not used much since entering Darwei. Commander Mebeli checked the cards while his expression was grim. Rio and Abel exchanged silent glances. They seem to be suspicious of us. They don't seem to have a good impression. Such silent communication. I understand that there are adventurers on the continent, but I cannot determine if you are truly one of them. Ah, Rio involuntarily let words slip out in response to Commander Mebeli's words. Come to think of it, there were hardly any adventurers in the Archipelago Sea region. Their adventurer registration was done only after crossing to the continent. A soldier behind Commander Mebeli was asserting something in a language Rio and Abel couldn't understand. Another soldier seemed to agree. They're definitely trying to capture us. That might be the case, but it might not be. Rio and Abel whispered to each other. Even if that's the case, I don't want to resist to the point of getting hurt. Why not? At the very least, this captain seems serious. Even if they were to capture us, there must be some circumstances that led to that judgment. Abel, it's because of His Majesty the King who maintains the country's order, but this seems too naive. For some reason, Rio criticized. Naive? There are bad officials in this world. Those people secretly torment common citizens like us and do terrible things for their own selfish desires. They would surely rob us of our possessions and line their own pockets. Well, there are officials who can't be called integrity and purity, but Rio's argument seems too distorted. Is that so? Rio made a pouty face, reluctant to accept what Abel said. However, what Abel mentioned was something different. Hey, Rio, what is it, Abel? Wasn't Suje Kingdom this far north? Didn't we get sent to autonomous city of Cubavasa by the Suje Kingdom's warship? Yes. It was the Rondark of the Suje Kingdom Navy, right? The northernmost point of Suje Kingdom is the city of Banra, right? Yes, I remember. We docked there with the Rondark, didn't we? It was when the swarm of crabs came. The crab soup was delicious. After leaving that city of Banra, well, we took a detour eastward and even had encounters with ghost ships, but it took us a while to get to Cubavasa, right? Did it take around 2 weeks? Rio counted on his fingers as well. However, this time it took only a few hours. It seems that Hoyan and Cubavasa are not that far apart, so if we consider it to be about the same distance. It's just a few hours from the southern part of the continent? That's too close, something's off. But the commander said it was the Northern Navy of Suje Kingdom. Rio and Abel pondered, twisting their heads, but no good answer came. After listening to his subordinates for a while, the commander turned to them and opened his mouth. I would like to hear your purpose. Upon Commander Mebeli's inquiry, Rio and Abel exchanged glances. Rio didn't know how to answer. Abel was about to respond. We were trying to return to Darwei from the Duchy of Atinjo when we were attacked by Krakens. We fled desperately without knowing the direction and ended up here. It seems we've gone south, which is the exact opposite of where we originally intended to go. Abel answered very honestly. Content-wise, it was quite unbelievable. The subordinates were discussing. Seeing that, Abel asked Commander Mebeli, "We also have something we want to ask. We have visited Suje Kingdom before. We've been to its capital, Puri, and we have met Queen Illyriaja." Upon hearing Abel's words, Commander Mebeli opened his eyes wide. Certainly, it was months ago when we left Suje Kingdom. But at that time, the northernmost point of Suje Kingdom was the city of Banra. That should be over 10 days south from here. Where exactly are we? It was once part of Baal. Baal, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Commander Mebeli responded to Abel's question while Rio tilted his head. After a moment he remembered. It's the archipelago-type large ship. What is that? Remember. It was the one that was attacked by the ghost ship Ruri. Oh, that was the country that belonged to that ship. Rio's words reminded Abel too. The Rondark that they were on had helped a ship that was attacked by a ghost ship. That ship belonged to the country of Baal. Baal was an archipelago nation. Perhaps Commander Mebeli heard Abel's words as he nodded. Then he continued with a shocking statement. Baal has perished. The series of 5 consecutive posts will continue until April 5th. The posting time is still at 9 p.m. as usual. Also, on March 30th, the 13th episode of the comic was updated. Finally, the battle with that demon begins. Rio is doing his best. Please make sure to read it. Well then, see you again tomorrow at 9 p.m. Chapter text, Night 2 of the 5-night consecutive posting. Are you telling me the Suje Kingdom has destroyed Baal? Given that Baal has perished and its land is now claimed by the Suje Kingdom, it seems reasonable for Abel to think so. No, that's not the case. However, Commander Mebeli shakes his head. Abel, it was destroyed by a ghost ship. The 2 from Ruri must have. Isn't that a bit too much? I don't want to believe it either, but since they failed to collect the skeletons at that time, they must have attacked the island directly. Is that so? Let's negotiate directly with the 2 from Ruri and ask them to release the people of Baal, Rio said with a determined expression. After hearing the conversation between the 2, Commander Mebeli shook his head once again. Baal was destroyed by a volcanic eruption sinking overnight. Unexpectedly, it was the Atlantis route. A natural disaster. There's nothing people can do about it. Rio and Abel were astonished. The capital was destroyed, losing royalty, government, and the core of the economy, so our island, which is called Lulu Island, held a vote among all residents, and it was decided to come under the umbrella of the Suje Kingdom. So, that's why it's the Suje Kingdom Northern Navy. Abel nodded at Commander Mebeli's explanation. However, someone was tugging at Abel's sleeve from the side. Of course, it was Rio. Hey, Abel. In a voice even softer than before, Rio leaned close to Abel's ear and spoke. Something feels off. Normally, when a capital is destroyed, it's not common for them to want to come under another country's umbrella. Is that so? Don't people usually think about rebuilding their own country? Now that you mention it, that might be the case. After Rio pointed it out, Abel realized that it might be unnatural. Certainly, when faced with such a situation, they might think about rebuilding their own nation instead of quickly submitting to another country. Moreover, the Suje Kingdom should be quite far from here. This place is likely closer to the southern continent than to the archipelago sea region where the Suje Kingdom is located. Would such an island really want to come under the distant Suje Kingdom? Please don't take offense at my question, but didn't the people of Lulu Island think about rebuilding the perished Baal? Abel decided to ask directly. Rio, who had been listening from behind, widened his eyes in shock as if to say, "What a question!" But he ignored it. They did not. But Commander Mebeli stated clearly. Lulu Island was originally occupied by Baal 30 years ago. If they were occupied, they probably wouldn't have good feelings toward Baal. There were people who wanted to regain independence and remain only on their island. However, they feared being occupied again by a country like Baal. The people of Lulu Island are certainly not weak, but the war with Baal and the subsequent occupation left them with unpleasant memories. I see. There were also those who wanted to fall under the umbrella of a country on the continent. But the Duchy of Atinjo, a strong country in the southern continent, is experiencing internal strife due to the Grand Duke's death. Both Abel and Rio inadvertently voiced their agreement. After all, they had just recently been present at that scene. The Jejishlu Federation, which is under the Grand Duchy's control, is also becoming unstable again. Thus, the people of Lulu decided to come under the umbrella of the strong Suje Kingdom, which is rapidly gaining power with the ascension of the new queen. I see. Abel nodded at Commander Mebeli's explanation. Behind Abel, Rio was nodding repeatedly. The people of Lulu have good judgment, and with Queen Illyriaja there's no doubt, he muttered while crossing his arms, trying to appear dignified. Ignoring Rio, Abel continued speaking. I've understood a lot, thank you. However, Commander Mebeli began to ponder. What's wrong? I don't know. Rio and Abel quietly observed him. After thinking for a while with a grim expression, Commander Mebeli opened his mouth. As I mentioned earlier, I cannot determine whether you two are adventurers. Also, even if you are adventurers, I cannot deny the possibility that you might be obstructors. Obstructors? Abel tilted his head. The truth is, tomorrow a delegation from the Suje Kingdom will arrive. They will bring a royal decree that officially recognizes Lulu Island as part of the Suje Kingdom. Wow, there will be a ceremony, but the timing of your arrival here just before that is a bit too coincidental. I see, you think we might be obstructors trying to disrupt that event, right? I understand your point. Abel shrugged. Rio nodded as well. Even if they were in Commander Mebeli's position, they would likely have doubts. Therefore, I'm sorry, but I would like to detain you for a while. I have no problem with that. Huh. Abel nodded without changing his expression at Commander Mebeli's proposal, causing the other soldiers to look surprised. Until the handover of the royal decree is completed tomorrow, right? That should be fine. Thank you. Commander Mebeli nodded at Abel's words. Thus, Rio and Abel were to be detained. Surrounded by 3 ships of the Suje Kingdom Northern Navy, the modified Neil Anderson floated as it moved. Commander Mebeli said he would detain them, but he was not convinced that they were obstructors. On the contrary, he likely thought they had been chased by a kraken, as he had mentioned. Thus, the encirclement during their movement was somewhat lax. It's too dangerous to have such a loose surveillance system against the notorious swordsman Abel. Is that so? What would Rio do? First, freezing Abel is essential. Also, the magic sword and Faywin must be kept away. In case something happens, it's basic to reduce Abel's fighting power. I see, Rio explained while nodding, and Abel shrugged in response. For now, that should suffice. What? Is that all it takes? Huh, with that you might suffer a painful counterattack. Like what? Rio asked with a skeptical expression. If I unfreeze you, I'll feed you cake every day. What, you think Rio would unfreeze you? Well, there's a possibility. Then I'll hold a dagger to Andalusia. That's cowardly. I don't want to hear that from Rio, Rio protested while Abel laughed. As they exchanged such trivial conversation, the modified Neil Anderson docked at Lulu Island. The 2 horses, Andalusia and Faywin, will be taken care of by the Northern Navy at the stable. You are allowed to come and check on them in the morning and evening with the Navy soldiers. Commander Mebeli informed Rio and Abel. After leaving their beloved horses at the stable, they were guided to a splendid stone building adjacent to them, on the 3rd floor. This is a spacious officer's room. I want you to stay here. Meals for tonight and tomorrow morning will be brought to this room. There will be Navy soldiers outside the door, so if you need anything, feel free to ask. I hope you don't cause any disturbances. Understood, I'll try my best. Please take care of Andalusia and the others. Abel nodded at Commander Mebeli's explanation, while Rio entrusted their horses to him. Thus, the 2 were confined to the officer's room. I didn't expect to be locked up in such a scary place as a dungeon, Rio remarked. The window opens normally, too. Abel was relieved to find the room decent, much more than he had anticipated. Given it was on the 3rd floor, he was surprised that there were no iron bars on the windows. I hear the delegation from the Suje Kingdom will arrive tomorrow morning, so we just have to endure until then. Since the port is visible from the window, we might be able to see that delegation arriving as well. Rio and Abel had no complaints about the meal delivered that night, finishing it without hesitation and slowly falling asleep. Then, the next day at 10 o'clock in the morning, a ship carrying the delegation from the Suje Kingdom appeared on the horizon. The water attribute Mage is spreading its wings in the world, and currently both the Taiwanese and Korean versions are being published. On April 15th, the 2nd volume of the Korean version will be released. What a wonderful thing it is. Whether you want to study Hangul by placing the original and the Korean version side by side, or if you want to display all the language editions on your bookshelf, it's all good. I hope many people will pick it up. From now on, I ask for your continued support for both the Naru version and the book version. Many people from the island are gathering at the port. There are quite a few. Everyone looks so happy. Anyone who isn't happy probably wouldn't come out, right? Abel, you're always so cynical. Can't you be a bit more straightforward? For the islanders, the Suje Kingdom is a beacon of hope. Rio spoke passionately for some reason. If this area is incorporated into the Suje Kingdom, my books will spread to this island as well. Speaking of which, there was such a book. Rio looked delighted, while Abel had completely forgotten about it. Rio's bag, filled with various books, was placed with the cash, frozen in ice to be kept hidden from view, among Andalusia and the others. It was incredibly heavy, and with Andalusia and the others present, it should have been safe from theft. The ship from the Suje kingdom, which had been slowly approaching from beyond the horizon, was finally about to dock. Too bad for you, Abel. What do you mean? If you had been a bit faster, you could have turned this place into a territory of the Natore kingdom and used it as a stepping stone for world domination, right? I wouldn't think that. His Majesty the King firmly denied the first Duke's words. The policy of expanding control or exercising power over territories of other ethnicities or nations is known as imperialism. Huh? What's wrong? Rio tilted his head and raised his voice, causing Abel to pay attention. No, that ship from the Suje kingdom. Could it be the Rondark? Is that so? There were plenty of similar ships, right? Abel tilted his head at Rio's words. Of course, Rio was not entirely sure either, so he didn't continue speaking. As the ship docked, a man disembarked. He tossed his cloak dramatically, exuding a commanding presence. He stood about 180 centimeters tall, in his mid-30s, with hair closer to brown than black and a tan complexion. His light blue eyes stood out strikingly against his bronze skin. He had a well-defined face, but there was a faint scar from a blade on his right cheek. That is, without a doubt, it's Lord Protector Kavui Samaru. Both Rio and Abel could not mistake him. He is here with the royal decree to formally incorporate the territory. There's no one more suitable than Kavui Samaru. Abel nodded. You used to visit places like Darwei, right? Afterwards, Your Majesty the Queen came to the autonomous city of Cubavasa. The central government of the Suje kingdom is quite agile. Agile? I don't quite understand, but I suppose diplomacy is about visiting the other country, right? That's how you show them I trust you. Well, that's true, but it can be scary if you're attacked while traveling. They're protected by sufficient guards, right? Rio's concerns were valid, and Abel's thoughts aligned with that. They both understood this well, and both remembered what kind of person Kavui Samaru was. He specifically came to the Kamakura feudal kingdom to meet Princess Illyriaja. That's right, on just one ship. Both Rio and Abel knew that Kavui Samaru was a bold man. Bold people are cool and popular, but Abel, please be moderate. Huh, why's that? Because you seem likely to charge and head first beyond just being bold. I can't accept that coming from Rio. I'm a mage, focusing on safety and security as my motto. I don't want to be lumped together with a reckless swordsman. We should reevaluate the definition of a mage. Just using magic doesn't mean you can charge in swinging a sword. That's a different type of being altogether, Rio asserted confidently, and Abel countered. While the two were having this conversation by the window, their eyes met with Kavui Samaru's. Rio inadvertently waved his hand. Perhaps that's why Kavui Samaru's eyes widened in surprise. He must have recognized them as Rio and Abel. He looked surprised to see us here. Wherever Abel goes, trouble follows. That proverb surely crossed his mind. Don't make up random proverbs. Rio and Abel then turned their attention to the person walking behind Kavui Samaru. That's Captain Gorik, right? Then, as Rio said, that ship is indeed the Rondark. Hee, I told you so, didn't I? Rio nodded proudly, a bit smug. The Rondark is a ship with a deep fate between us. We owe it a lot. The two reminisced about their journey through the eastern nations, recognizing Lulu Island as a part of the Suje Kingdom's northern autonomous district. In the central square, Lord Protector Kavui Samaru read the royal decree and handed it to Aminga, the representative elected by the islanders. With this, Lulu Island officially became part of the Suje Kingdom. At that moment, cheers erupted from the square. Wow, we did it! Ultimately, all the cheers coalesced into one phrase. Long live Your Majesty the Queen! It seemed that the new queen of the Suje Kingdom was wonderful. The islanders had heard this countless times from those visiting from the Suje Kingdom. Although the islanders occasionally visited the Suje Kingdom for work, they were always astonished by its development. If only we could also. And then came the disappearance of Baal's main island. The 10,000 inhabitants of Lulu Island found themselves at a crossroads. Suddenly, they were in a position to decide their future for themselves. Of course, there were those who had migrated from Baal's main island to Lulu Island, as well as stationed troops from the Baal Navy. Many lamented the disappearance of Baal Island, but those who had moved to Lulu Island because they liked it, and who had volunteered for the stationed troops, did not raise their voices for Baal's restoration now. After several twists and turns, they ultimately wished to be incorporated into the Suje Kingdom. Today, that wish was fulfilled. Afterward, there was a celebration held by the entire island. In the central square, food and drinks were distributed for free. Ordinary islanders also contributed what they had made at home. Your Excellency, the Lord Protector, thank you very much for your visit. No, Representative Aminga, it is a joy for the kingdom to gain new allies. Your Majesty the Queen is especially delighted. Representative Aminga of Lulu Island and Kavui Samaru exchanged greetings. After discussing the escalating situation in the southern part of the continent, Kavui-Samaru asked about something that had been on his mind. "What is that stone building over there?" "That is the headquarters of the Suje Kingdom Northern Navy." "Is there something the matter?" "No, I was just curious. A friend of mine was watching from the window of the corner room on the third floor." "Oh." It was a coincidence that Commander Mebeli arrived just as Kavui-Samaru and Aminga were having that conversation. "Ah, Commander Mebeli, what perfect timing." "Yes." It was inevitable that Commander Mebeli would be caught by Representative Aminga. "Right now, Your Excellency the Lord Protector mentioned that there was someone familiar in the corner room on the third floor of the Northern Navy headquarters." "Who is that?" "The corner on the third floor is the officers' quarters. However, at this time—" Commander Mebeli glanced at Representative Aminga and Kavui-Samaru, hesitating slightly, but he couldn't avoid saying something. "I reported yesterday that 2 individuals claiming to be adventurers adrift have entered." "Ah." The commander mentioned there was a possibility they were suspicious. Representative Aminga nodded at Commander Mebeli's words. She remembered that it had been reported as a precaution that the Northern Navy would take them in. Hearing their conversation, Kavui-Samaru was smirking slightly. "Your Excellency, the Lord Protector?" Representative Aminga asked with suspicion. "No, my apologies. I thought it might be someone I know. Can we meet them now?" Thus, Kavui-Samaru was guided to the officers' quarters of the Northern Navy. And 3 days later, Rio and Abel were seen on the deck of the Rondark. Kavui-Samaru was a very persuasive person. "Give up. I've already given up." Rio and Abel were on the deck of the Rondark, returning to the royal capital Puri of the Suje Kingdom. As usual, they were sitting on ice chairs with coffee placed on the ice table. Meanwhile, Andalusia and Faywin were sunbathing as if it were the most natural thing. The pressure to meet Queen Illyriaja was immense. Yeah, it was the same kind of pressure as when Alexis gets serious. "Marquis Heinlein, I imagine our Chancellor's serious pressure would be quite something as well. There's no point in resisting the pressure from those who have gone through thick and thin." Both Rio and Abel sighed softly at the thought of Kavui-Samaru and Marquis Heinlein. Indeed, they were being persuaded by Kavui-Samaru to head towards the royal capital Puri of the Suje Kingdom, to meet Queen Illyriaja. There's no helping it now. We'll be a little late returning to the Natore Kingdom, but let's enjoy this new journey. With how much we've traveled through the eastern nations, I feel that being a little late is just a minor detail. Both Rio and Abel were quick to switch gears. Just then, Kavui-Samaru, who had strongly urged them onto the Rondark, arrived. "If you two are here, Her Majesty the Queen will be especially delighted. We didn't get to talk much at the recent conference in Cubivasa," Abel replied, recalling the joint conference of the eastern nations held in the autonomous city of Cubivasa. "By the way, Lord Protector, you used to ride on the rain shooter, didn't you? Like when you came to the Kamakuta feudal kingdom. But this time, and when you came to Darwei, it's the Rondark, right? Has the flagship changed?" "No, by the time we met in Darwei, the only ship and crew capable of sailing north of Cubivasa was the Rondark. Besides, I feel that the Rondark carries some sort of mysterious protection." "Protection?" Rio tilted his head at Kavui-Samaru's words. "When in crisis, somehow we can escape it. Of course, that's thanks to the crew's daily training. Many who live in the sea have various experiences that can't just be explained by rationality, including myself. There's also luck, whether it's with people or ships." Abel nodded at Kavui-Samaru's explanation. "For those in leadership who hold the lives of others, relying on things like protection or luck is not possible. At the same time, it can't be completely ignored, because lives are at stake. I don't want to say that my subordinate died because of bad luck. No one wants to say such words. If it works out well with protection or luck, I want to use it to be protected. I honestly feel that way," Kavui-Samaru said clearly, even sporting a smile. Rio watched that expression with a sense of awe. To clearly state such things in front of a third party is the mark of a big-hearted person. Rio knew. Compared to the principles of the world, the influence of humans is very small. Kavui-Samaru's words were those of someone who understood this yet had continued to strive. It was precisely because he had continued to strive that he could honestly ask for help from protection and luck. It goes without saying that wishing for things to go well without putting in effort is on a different level. After Kavui-Samaru left, Rio spoke to Abel. "Luck, or feeling like the tide is with you, that happens in battle too. It does. I don't know why or how it happens, though. Someday. Yes, maybe a few hundred or 1,000 years from now, we might find or identify some scientific, logical explanation for that." Rio nodded gravely while saying this. Seeing that, Abel shrugged. "Sometimes Rio says interesting things. How rude. It's not sometimes. I always try to say interesting things." "Yeah, that's a completely different meaning." After a while, Adu approached. "Long time no see, Your Highness Abel." No, Mr. Abel, your grace, Duke Rondo. Yes, Captain Gorick knew that Abel was the king of the Natore kingdom, and Rio was the Duke Rondo. When they met at the Rondo mansion in Darwei, Gorick had made a strange way of walking with his right hand and right foot moving at the same time. No, Captain, please just call me Rio. And I'm Adventurer Abel, Rio and Abel said with wry smiles, indicating how they wanted to be addressed. Captain Gorick had returned to calling them Rio-san and Abel-san, but this time there was another person with a different attitude. Rio-sensei, I'm a fan, and if it's okay, can I have your autograph? It was Lieutenant Renat, who was always calm. What she pulled out was a portable version of that Abel is a hungry swordsman I, which she seemed to always carry with her. Is that volume 2? It has been published. Yes, it's my favorite book. Rio signed swiftly with the pen offered along with the book, which appeared to be based on the manuscript he had given to Kavui Samaru previously. Now that he held the position of First Duke, he had, in fact, seen an increase in opportunities to sign. Of course, compared to King Abel or Chancellor Heinlein, it was a much smaller number. Holding that signed book, Lieutenant Renat looked deeply moved. Thank you, I'll treasure this for life. With that, she hurriedly left towards the stern. Rio was surprised at her swift departure. I think it will be stored in Renat's treasure chest. A treasure chest? Captain Gorick explained with a wry smile, while Rio and Abel tilted their heads. Lieutenant Renat has a treasure chest with waterproof and moisture-proof functions made through alchemy, which she brought to share a room with Saoshi. It seems she keeps her precious items there. I see. Rio's expression turned to one of surprise, but also happiness. To have one's signed book cherished that much was the dream of a novelist. After Captain Gorick and Lieutenant Renat left, another important figure came to meet Rio and Abel. This person would add color to their journey aboard the Rondark and was quite an important individual. I'm looking forward to it today, Saoshi head chef. Since today is Friday, dinner will be curry. Oh, yes, aboard the Rondark was the wonderful female chef, Saoshi. We did it, Abel, it's curry. Saoshi head chef's curry is delicious. Even now, Abel still pronounces it as curry. Both Rio and Abel were aware that curry was served in the Suje Kingdom Navy. Moreover, it was delicious curry. Just being able to eat this makes riding on the Rondark worthwhile. Rio looked very delighted. That evening, during the curry dinner, the two met their mentor who came out from the engine room. The chief engineer's job is tough. Gunno-san, long time no see. Oh, Mr. Abel, Rio-san, sorry for the late greeting. No, more importantly, you've become fluent in the languages of the Eastern nations. The chief engineer Gunno was the one who taught the two the languages of the Eastern nations. It would not be an exaggeration to say that thanks to him, their journey through the Eastern nations went smoothly. No matter how much gratitude they expressed, it would never be enough. Thanks to the chief engineer. Thanks to that, we didn't have any trouble communicating wherever we went. Both Abel and Rio expressed their sincere gratitude after reuniting with the nostalgic crew of the Rondark. 10 days later, the Rondark entered the port of the royal capital Puri of the Suje Kingdom. You too, please come with me to the royal palace, Kavui Samaru said as Rio and Abel followed him. As they entered the royal palace, a man hurriedly approached Kavui Samaru. Lockday, I've met some remarkable people. Her Majesty the Queen will surely be pleased to meet them. Your Excellency, there is someone quite significant here to visit Her Majesty the Queen. Kavui Samaru said this with a joyous expression, while Lockday looked visibly troubled. Watching them from behind were two others. Isn't that the person who got a sword thrust into him by Abel, leaving a big hole in his stomach? That's Admiral Lockday. What Rio said is true, but something about it feels off. Then would it have been better to say the Admiral and Mage who stabbed Abel's stomach and feet with stone spears? That is also true, but it makes me feel worse than before. Selfish Abel? That would be better. The acceptable words differ from person to person. In a corner of the royal palace was the Lord Protector's room. The room's owner, Kavui Samaru, the Admiral Lockday, and the guests, Rio and Abel, were seated. So Lockday, who is visiting the king? It is His Royal Highness the Second Prince Hendrawa of the former king. He is alive. Kavui Samaru let out a small sigh. Rather than being happy he was alive, his expression suggested trouble was at hand. The second prince of the former king means he is the brother of Queen Illyriaja. Yes, he should be 31 years old now. When the former first prince turned 18 and became crown prince, he was adopted by a small country in the southern part of the continent. I remember hearing that due to his mother's low status, it was a difficult position to remain in the Suje kingdom, Abel asked. Sitting next to him, Rio nodded sagely. It was Rio who had once told Abel such stories. You are correct. However, the country he was adopted into was swallowed by the Jejishlu Federation 2 years later. The Jejishlu Federation? Rio murmured. It was a country that often came up around the Duchy of Atinjo in the southern continent. He had certainly remembered it. It seems he was hidden by the Jejishlu Federation for a long time, Admiral Lockday supplemented. More than 10 years, right? I believe during that time the Federation also had a fierce civil war. I've heard that it is now effectively under the control of the Duchy of Atinjo. That is correct. But I don't know the details as talks are still ongoing. Admiral Lockday shook his head slightly in response to Abel's inquiry. Are the talks being held in the executive office? No, in the Foreign Affairs Conference Room. The Foreign Affairs Conference Room. That's a meeting room used for diplomatic matters. The king is to be admitted there? Yes. Admiral Lockday nodded in response to Kavui Samaru's question. Did His Highness Prince Hendrawa bring anyone from the Jejishlu Federation with him? That is correct. His Majesty predicted that he would not only come to visit after such a long time, but would also bring troublesome demands with the power of the Federation behind him. After thinking for a moment, Kavui Samaru muttered this and stood up. Excuse me for a moment. With that, Kavui Samaru left the room. The three that remained behind. One of the admirals glanced around as if wanting to say something. However, it seemed difficult for him to speak in front of the two guests. What is it, Lockday? Abel prompted him. Oh no, how should I put it? This is the Lord Protector's room. It would be ideal if Your Excellency were here, but well, Your Excellency has left. Huh, Abel, don't let him say more than necessary. Lockday carefully chose his words, while Abel tilted his head and Rio offered help. Admiral Lockday wants to go eat because he is hungry. No, that's not it. Lockday immediately denied Rio's words. Abel shook his head silently. Let's move to another room. Lockday decided to be direct. Since this is the Lord Protector's room, it must contain confidential documents. If someone like Abel, a potential troublemaker, sees it, it could lead to serious consequences. Rio would be the bigger problem, wouldn't he? I'm a mage of safety and security, right? The danger level of a swordsman who quips cannot be compared. Rio said this with an oddly confident expression. Abel shook his head silently again, and Lockday wisely stood up and began to move. Rio and Abel were guided to a very large conference room. At the front was a rather large oval table, and at the back of the room, numerous conference desks and chairs were lined up. Presumably, important people would gather at the front to discuss and give instructions based on the documents laid out on the oval table and the materials posted on the walls. And at the back of the room, detailed information would be collected and analyzed, and delivered to the front when needed. Of course, for now, there was no one else present besides the three of them. It feels like a crisis management center. Rio's murmured comment was heard by Abel, but since he didn't understand the meaning, he said nothing. It feels like a crisis management center. Rio murmured again, this time louder than before. Yet Abel still said nothing. Crisis management? I can hear you. The third time, Abel could not help but respond. It was wrong for Abel to ignore it. Well, it's not that I ignored it. I just don't know what Kikakan means, so I couldn't say anything. I think if you don't know, you should ask honestly. If you pretend to understand and deceive, you'll face a severe backlash later. I see. So what is Kikakan? Being a straightforward guy, Abel asked earnestly. It's where important people gather to give instructions when a national-level crisis arises. It's designed for easy information gathering. But Rio's words trailed off, becoming quieter. Yes, the desks and chairs are like that, but it's just a conference room, right? From what Rio said, it sounds like special alchemy tools are prepared too. Yes, that's correct. Rio had seen a crisis management center where a massive monitor was fitted on the central front wall, along with 40 small monitors and dozens of computers and landlines on the desks. It's understandable that there isn't a giant monitor, Rio murmured a little regretfully. Lockday had been silently listening to their conversation up close. However, when the front door of the conference room opened, he noticed several people entering, and he tilted his head. The newcomers were attaching materials to the wall and laying large maps on the oval table. It seems a meeting is about to start. It's time for the Crisis Management Center to spring into action. For some reason, Rio nodded with a determined expression. Of course, Rio held no position of responsibility. Naturally, he was unaware of what the meeting was about. That's strange. There shouldn't have been any meetings scheduled for this room today. Lockday was tilting his head repeatedly. Of course, he had confirmed that there were no meetings scheduled and had led the two here. Since Lockday himself did not have the information, he went to ask one of the people preparing. What is this preparation for? Yes, Admiral, we are preparing for an emergency meeting as per the Lord Protector's orders. The Lord Protector's? Did he mention what this emergency meeting is about? No, not in detail. He just instructed us to prepare the kingdom's main land map and information about major cities. Other departments received other instructions, so I believe it's something quite large. Upon hearing the response from the person he questioned, Admiral Lockday tilted his head again. Preparations for something were steadily progressing. After a while, Lord Protector Kavui Samaru entered the room and approached the three. Actually, His Highness Hendrawa has demanded the throne of the Suje Kingdom. What? Kavui Samaru stated succinctly, and both Rio and Abel raised their voices in stunned unison. Lockday frowned in silence. Perhaps he had considered it as a possibility. Queen Illyriaja is the sixth princess of the former king, and he claims that since he is the second prince, he is the rightful heir to the throne. Of course, backed by the power of the Jejishlu Federation, right? Exactly. Kavui Samaru nodded in response to Abel's confirmation. What does this mean legally for the Suje Kingdom? The foremost priority is the will of the former king, and His Majesty commanded, through Imperial decree, that Princess Illyriaja should ascend to the throne. It was Kavui Samaru who delivered the handwritten Imperial decree to Illyriaja. Is that matter publicized? Partially. It has been announced that by the will of the former king, Princess Illyriaja will ascend to the throne. However, due to the death of other princes and princesses, the Imperial decree itself has not been publicized. I see, so Prince Hendrawa has seized upon that. Well, it would be fine to reject him, but the preparations for this meeting are not for that, are they? Abel said, glancing at the materials being prepared for the meeting. Yes, that is correct. After nodding, Kavui Samaru continued speaking. To make a demand for a throne that will never be granted. What does that mean? Why did he come all the way to the royal palace to make a demand knowing it wouldn't go through? If, at this timing, Queen Illyriaja were to pass away, they would have no choice but to make Hendrawa king. The Federation likely believes they have already landed enough forces on the mainland to carry that out. So, this is a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Actually, we have already conducted searches in some promising locations and discovered and captured individuals suspected to be in the execution force. Impressive. Abel nodded in admiration at Kavui Samaru's words. So does that mean the Jejishlu Federation is landing forces to assassinate Queen Illyriaja? Yes. Rio widened his eyes in surprise, and Kavui Samaru nodded. At that moment, the front door opened, and a woman entered. Your Majesty! The people who had been preparing in the conference room knelt on one knee all at once. No, please continue with your preparations as they are. Queen Illyriaja gently said this and walked further into the conference room. Mr. Abel, Rio-san, it's been a while. I'm sorry for not being able to attend to you. Don't worry about it. Please focus on the national administration. To Queen Illyriaja's words, both Abel and Rio nodded in response. There are priorities in matters. It also changes depending on one's position. What the Queen should prioritize is addressing the urgent issues the nation is facing rather than rekindling old ties. After bowing, Queen Illyriaja returned to the front of the conference room. Kavui Samaru also followed her. After seeing them off, Admiral Lockday remained with Rio and Abel, but he looked noticeably restless. Lockday, you want to join the meeting, don't you? Go on ahead. Rio and Abel encouraged him with laughter. Is that so? I'm sorry, I'll just go for a moment. Lockday said this and went to look at the information laid out on the oval table in the conference room, then took command of the information analysis. Within a few minutes, the conference room began to function. Information started flowing in from various parts of the royal capital. Lockday and the others scrutinized the information and swiftly tossed the necessary details onto the oval table. Information was instantly reflected. Lord Protector Kavui Samaru began directing the deployment of troops. As the highest decision-maker, Queen Illyriaja would make her decisions. To Rio and Abel's eyes, the organization seemed to be operating very smoothly. We weren't told to leave this room. Right in front of us, top-level confidential matters of the nation are being discussed. That's true. The fact that we weren't asked to leave is likely intentional. Intentional? Rio tilted his head. They're deliberately showing us this scene. For what purpose? To project that everything is all right, Abel answered half-jokingly. Suje Kingdom is functioning without issue. It shows that Her Majesty Queen Illyriaja and the administrative government are managing the governance of the nation effectively with Rio and me cooperating. Oh, I see. Rio nodded at Abel's explanation. People involved in administration must always be conscious of how they are perceived and how they appear. Is that because they are paid with taxes from the citizens? That's part of it. But they also need to consider the gaze of the outside world. Abel answered with a wry smile to Rio's question. Those in the national center must be aware of how their country is seen by other nations or foreigners. They must not be underestimated by other countries. Yes, they must not appear easy to deal with. Otherwise, that could lead to the worst-case scenario of their own country being attacked. A proper country should make neighboring countries think. This is a country that is difficult to attack, so let's refrain from intervening. That is the most effective means to avoid getting dragged into war. Abel concluded with a slight grimace. 3 years ago, the Natore Kingdom failed to do that. It made the Empire think it could win by attacking. Of course, it was the Empire that was in the wrong. That goes without saying. However, that is merely the opinion of the common populace. Those at the national center must not allow their country to be seen as weak. This is not something that can be managed by just a few departments. The entire government and all departments that make up the administration must operate with that awareness. If they don't, they will be drawn into war. It's an obvious point, but the side that invades a neighboring country does so believing, we can win. So how do you prevent that? Making them think, we cannot win is the best way and there is no other method. If they believe they cannot win, they won't invade. Is our Nature kingdom all right? Honestly, I don't know. Abel said clearly, and Rio grimaced hard as he looked back at Abel. Right now, the kingdom doesn't have its strongest forces. The strongest forces, King Abel? Rio responded while tilting his head. No, it's Rio. There's no doubt the strongest force is Duke Rondo's Rio. Abel looked directly at Rio and stated it clearly. But national strength isn't necessarily military power alone. Plus, there's no need to defend all by yourself, right? That's what alliances are for, right? Yes. Well, alliances aren't guaranteed either. That's true. Alliances are ultimately just alliances. They are formed for one's own benefit, not for the benefit of the other country. If it no longer benefits them, it will be dissolved. No one can blame that. Indeed. We must ensure that there are benefits to maintain it. Hence, national strength beyond military power. Absolutely correct. As long as the other nation possesses economic power and scientific capability that are necessary for their own country, they would want to avoid dissolving the alliance. That's why, without exception, those at the core of national administration must not slack off. Rio stated firmly, the strength of a country is not just military power. Exactly. Economic strength, scientific and technological prowess, or even culture. There might be a power of influence as well, something that makes people from other nations admire them. That can be a form of national strength. Like how the people of Lulu Island admired the Suje kingdom and wanted to come under its umbrella. That's right. Abel nodded vigorously at Rio's confirmation. Becoming a vassal state or forming an alliance may have similar aspects. There is no such thing as a completely equal alliance. Abel nodded at Rio's words. In practical terms, in alliances between nations, completely equal alliances are virtually non-existent. Looking back at history worldwide, they are almost non-existent. Usually, a clearly strong country leads the alliance. I wonder if the relationship between the Grand Duchy and the Jejishlu Federation is similar. The Jejishlu Federation. The documents probably state alliance, not vassal state. In that case, we can also interpret the recent movements of the Federation. Rio said this and continued speaking. For the Federation, they would want to keep the Suje kingdom under their wing to avoid being abandoned by the Grand Duchy. They likely want to possess enough strength so that they are not underestimated. By bringing the Suje kingdom under their control, they would gain the power to ensure they aren't easily discarded by the Grand Duchy. Politics really is quite complicated. I completely agree. Neither Rio nor Abel were particularly good at politics. Actually, I thought we might need to relaunch the Neo operation. Neo? It's the one where Abel and I stand behind Queen Illyriaja, glaring at everyone. But that's unnecessary. Yeah, it seems so. Unlike back then when no one was on our side, now we have many powerful allies. Abel and Rio looked towards the front of the conference room. Centered around Queen Illyriaja, everyone was working together to resolve issues. It's different from those days. Yes, the princess has grown to become a queen. Abel said it clearly. Rio nodded in silence. The Suje kingdom, which even those from Lulu Island who had never visited admired. Its political center was filled with a refreshing atmosphere. Tomorrow, with 685 loyalty, the 5-night consecutive postings will come to an end. Chapter Suje Kingdom Central Navy Command, 1st Assault Unit. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the strongest group in the Suje Kingdom Navy, both in deck battles and land warfare. Leading them is Commander Monlashu. However, the person next to Monlashu does not look strong at all. He just joined them after coming from the conference room. A middle-aged man, not particularly tall and not very muscular, whose personal combat ability does not seem high at all. His appearance is merely passable, and one would not believe that he has enthusiastic supporters among women. Hey, Lochte, isn't it unnecessary for the Admiral to come all the way to the front lines? Monlashu grimaces and addresses the middle-aged man, Admiral Lochte. I thought so too, but I was directly instructed by Lord Kavui Samaru, so in a way I had no choice but to come here. Lochte grimaces and answers. Well, while being part of the meeting and serving as a host for terrifying people, which is quite nerve-wracking. This is certainly better. Terrifying people? Monlashu tilts his head at Lochte's words. Monlashu thinks of the faces of those in the government and command center, but there is no one he would describe as terrifying. At most, it would be his direct superior, Kavui Samaru, or the respected Queen Illyriaja. But he can't imagine Lockday expressing such people as terrifying. Yes, actually, there are two terrifying individuals named Abel and Rio staying here. It seems they joined the Lord after arriving from the northern Lulu Island, which has recently been added to our kingdom. Lockday deliberately refers to them in a previous manner, rather than as Duke Rondo. Abel and Rio. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Of course you have. It was Abel who crossed the 200-meter-long ice bridge to board the flagship, cut off your arms, and stabbed a sword into my stomach. That magic sword guy? Mon Lashu completely remembers upon Lockday's explanation. He had no choice but to attack the fleet of the Kamakuta feudal kingdom, which was transporting the then 6th Princess Illyriaja. However, at that time, they suffered a fierce counterattack, and the swordsmen boarded the flagship, causing them pain. I see indeed that swordsman's name was Abel. Then that Rio is the partner Mage? Yes, he built the long ice bridge. I later heard that he did it all by himself. It's unbelievable. Hey! Lockday, being a mage himself, shakes his head, while Mon Lashu, who doesn't use magic, frowns further due to his position as commander and his knowledge of magic. By the way, Rio is also famous as the author of the currently popular That Abel is a Hungry Swordsman. That's an interesting one. Ah, so we have another avid reader here. Mon Lashu nods vigorously, and Lockday is surprised by the spread of its influence. Yes, That Abel is a Hungry Swordsman is steadily becoming a bestseller. I see, so that Abel character in the story is the one I recognized. Mon Lashu nods repeatedly. The reconnaissance has returned. How did it go? There are about 100 enemies. The command center predicted 50 to 70, a bit more than expected. Well, it's within the margin of error. Mon Lashu shrugs at Lockday's words. The Prince and the Federation's diplomatic mission, which are staying in a corner of the Royal Palace, the State Guest House, have been surrounded and neutralized. Therefore, according to the Lord, this base seems to be the main force of the Jejishlu Federation. If we crush this place, those who threaten Her Majesty the Queen will be gone, Lockday reports, and Mon Lashu nods vigorously. The members of the assault unit around them also nod repeatedly. Everyone has expressions filled with determination. Originally, the assault unit would board enemy ships and break through the battlefield. But because of that, their loyalty to the kingdom's navy and their pride surpassed that of anyone else. No one is more loyal than they are to Kavui Samaru, who has led the kingdom's navy. At the same time, their loyalty to Queen Illyriaja has recently become very strong. Wasn't the former king's second prince? Showing up now would only cause confusion. The subordinates nod at Mon Lashu's words. Even Lockday, who cannot simply agree due to his position, shrugs in agreement. Finally, the Suje kingdom is calming down, unifying and starting to grow as a nation. If he shows up at such timing, the support of the people will not be obtained. However, both the second prince and the Jejishlu Federation likely do not seek that. While they exchange such trivial conversations, things are moving around them. The operation was planned long ago, and the enemy numbers are within expectations. Since Mon Lashu mentioned margin of error, it is indeed within expected limits. Therefore, there is no need for Mon Lashu to issue instructions, nor does Lockday need to intervene. What they are required to do is, Commander, all preparations are complete, a subordinate reports. All right, then we will commence the operation. Mon Lashu makes the decision to activate the operation. With bravery, the Central Navy's 1st Assault Unit begins their charge. 20 minutes later, the enemy has been annihilated, and we have secured the base. Good. Mon Lashu commander nods in satisfaction at the subordinate's report. However, he notices that the Admiral and Mage next to him has an absent expression. What's wrong, Lockday? I've set up the alchemy tools to prevent escape. 3 escapees have been captured. Admiral Lockday says this and quickly takes off. In silence, Mon Lashu follows behind. There was a report that the enemy was annihilated, wasn't there? Mon Lashu asks while running. They probably dug underground passages beforehand for escape. If there is an Earth attribute magic user, it is not that difficult. As expected, your words carry weight when spoken by someone who is an Earth attribute magic user. Lockday is indeed an Earth attribute magic user. I had placed the alchemy tools at quite a distance from the base, anticipating this. It was good that I was prepared. You're really amazing, you know, Lockday says casually, earning praise from Mon Lashu. Since the painful defeat in Kamakuta, Mon Lashu has held Lockday in high regard. Of course, even before that, he had rated him higher than the other kingdom's navy soldiers, but now he recognized him as second only to Kavui Samaru in excellence. All 3 of them are running about 100 meters west ahead. West, there are several inlets there. Do they have escape boats hidden there? Inlets, if that's their destination, there's a nearby beast path. If we chase from there, we can catch them before they reach the inlet. How do you know all that? I also had quite a bit of trouble on land until I became an admiral, you know. Lockday laughs as he says this and steps ahead of Monlashu, turning onto a side path. Monlashu follows him 5 minutes later. I've got them. Hold them down, Monlashu replies to Lockday's report. Stone spear as Lockday chants, 6 stone spears fly forward, 4 of them pierce the feet of the 3 running ahead. Only the person in the middle, dressed in a white robe, was not hit by the stone spears. The reason becomes clear immediately. A talisman, that robe belongs to a sorcerer. Lockday raises his voice. Though he likely did not hear, the white robe stops and turns toward the 2. Monlashu catches up to the 2 who fell to the ground with their feet pierced and kicks their heads to knock them unconscious. At that moment a stone spear comes flying toward him. Of course it was not fired by Lockday. Clang, clang! The stone spears were aimed at the 2 who had been knocked unconscious. One is deflected by Monlashu's sword. The other is repelled by a stone wall created by Lockday. In the next moment Monlashu swiftly slashes at the white robe. Clang! The white robe blocks Monlashu's strike with his sword. Is this a gag order? What a ruthless thing to do, Monlashu says while adding consecutive strikes, but the white robe silently takes them. In the meantime, the 2 who Lockday knocked out were covered by the stone wall. They are prisoners or witnesses for this incident. Tusk! A small yet sharp click of the tongue escapes from the white robe's mouth. You're surprisingly composed, aren't you? Cautious to the point of being cowardly. Stop talking nonsense and get it over with quickly. Monlashu's words seem to have been heard by Lockday, who offers his criticism. No, Lockday, this white robe is strong with the sword, too. You're the commander of the 1st Assault Unit, right? There aren't many sword users stronger than you. Moreover, that person is a sorcerer. Even so, in reality, Monlashu's slashing attacks are sharp. What he wields is a straight sword that is too short to be called a sword, but too long to be called a knife. It's his usual beloved sword, which he swings aboard the ship. The sword wielded by the white robe is also not long. Its length is likely about the same as Monlashu's sword, however its appearance is completely different. What a rare sword you're using, Monlashu murmurs without thinking. The sword wielded by the white robe is wavy, it isn't soft. It is likely made of iron. The sword made of iron itself is shaped like a snake, twisting and curling. I've seen it for ceremonial purposes, but this is the first time I've seen it being used. Then, make sure to engrave it in your memory before you die. The white robe finally opens his mouth and steps in suddenly. Clang, the swords slip against each other. The sliding sword attacks Monlashu's chest. But Stone Spear, Lockday's stone spear, attacks the white robe from above. The talisman fails to activate in time, and the white robe pulls back his sword and jumps back significantly. Get lost, the white robe glares at Lockday. In the next moment he grimaces. I remembered the name Lockday, the Admiral of the Central Navy and the Tyrant Stone Emperor Sorcerer. It's an old title. Lockday, too, grimaces at the mention. He does not like that title very much. Clang, clang. While Lockday and the white robe are conversing, Monlashu once again jumps in and unleashes consecutive strikes. However, every single one is perfectly blocked by the white robe. What is this hardness? Were you the commander of the 1st Assault Unit, Monlashu? Your training methods are different from ours. Shut up! An angry Monlashu increases the speed and strength of his strikes, but the result does not change. Watching the sword fight between the 2, Lockday begins to tilt his head. Monlashu catches this out of the corner of his eye. What's wrong, Lockday? Don't just stand there, lend a hand. That white robe swordsmanship is probably royal palace swordsmanship. Huh, Monlashu doesn't understand the meaning of Lockday's words. No, he understands the meaning of royal palace swordsmanship. It is the swordsmanship handed down in the royal palace of the Suje kingdom. It's not particularly exceptional, but those who can use it are special. Excluding the swordsmanship instructors from generations past, it can only be used by the royalty of the Suje kingdom. In other words, being able to use it means that white robe is the former king's second prince, Hendrawa. Ah, Monlashu grimaces at Lockday's words. Humph, you've caught on. The white robe, or rather Prince Hendrawa, smiles with the corners of his mouth turned up. What will you do? The navy that serves the royal family cannot point swords at me, the prince. Quite the opposite. With that, Monlashu swings his sword sharply. If you disappear, those who threaten Her Majesty the Queen will quiet down. They'll have no one to rally behind. For the future of the Suje kingdom, I will kill you here. Monlashu refers to him as you, rather than Prince or Your Highness. I am a member of the Suje royal family, you know. So what? How is the loyalty of the kingdom navy only that much? Prince or not, don't misunderstand. Monlashu frowns clearly as he speaks. Do you think just because you're of royal blood, you can receive unconditional loyalty? That's why it's no good. What did you say? The former king was devoted to the people and the nation. The navy swears loyalty because they know that. And so does Her Majesty Illyriaja. It's not because you're of royal blood. They pledge their loyalty to the way you act, throwing everything away for the people and the nation. That is the navy of the Suje kingdom. While speaking, Monlashu does not let up on his sword strikes. Humph, it was an interesting speech. It didn't resonate with me at all, though. What? Hendrawa laughs as he says this, while Monlashu narrows his eyes. Clang, Hendrawa deflects Monlashu's sword with a large swing and jumps back significantly. At the same time, a rain of fire pours down. Stone wall, locked a chance, and a stone wall appears in front of Monlashu. It deflects the fire attribute attack magic. Furthermore, a rain of arrows follows. What is this? It's enemy reinforcements. Lockday answers Monlashu's words with a grim expression. He expands the stone wall, doubly covering the two of them and the two prisoners. Is this too much? Yes, they are getting farther away. We can't chase them even with the alchemy tools. Damn it. It can't be helped. Just capturing these two prisoners is a good enough outcome. Monlashu looks regretful, while Lockday shrugs. Thus, the assault unit of the Jejishlu Federation was exterminated. The day after the Jejishlu Federation's diplomatic mission left the Suje Kingdom. Rio stands at the port, looking northwest. In that direction lies the Natore Kingdom. By the way, Abel is standing next to him. Should we just cross the sea to the west? The Queen Rain shooter probably came through this sea, and if we're lucky, I really want to do that, but... Rio glances back briefly. There are two beloved horses that he brought along for a walk. If something happens, we would be thrown into the sea. If it's just Abel and me, we can figure something out, but what about Andalusia and the others? What if Rio protects them with ice? Magic will probably still be stolen from us. Rio looks regretful, while Abel shows a look of understanding. Even Rio, who has become proficient in water attribute magic and honed his magical control, cannot prevent a Kraken from stealing magical creations. To put it simply, he cannot use magic. If it's something generated by alchemy, it won't be stolen. Therefore, if he faces only one opponent, he should be fine. However, if he faces multiple opponents, the possibility of being crushed by their physical violence is quite high. In the end, I am still weak. No, it's a matter of comparison. But this is not the end. Oh, someday I will definitely subdue even the Kraken with magic, Rio declares, raising his fist. Abel watches him. In the back, Andalusia and Faywin are making small noises. They might be celebrating Rio's declaration. The 5-night consecutive posting ends here. The story of revisiting nostalgic places is complete, and from next time we will finally step into a new location. Finally, they are truly stepping onto the path back to the Central Nations. Why did it take so long? Anyway, look forward to it. From today, we will be posting for 3 consecutive nights, 1 month after the turmoil in the Suje Kingdom. Rio and Abel had returned to the Imperial capital, Darwei Hanlin. We made it here from the Suje Kingdom without any problems. Abel, Rio called out Abel's name with an exaggerated sigh at his words. Did I say something weird? Don't you think it's odd to imply that it's boring that we weren't attacked by a Kraken? No, I didn't say that at all, did I? I could tell by the atmosphere. It's a misunderstanding, Rio declared, while Abel shook his head slightly, insisting he was wrongly accused. It's because we were on the Rondark. Yeah, that ship is a lucky ship. That might be true. Since there was no particular reason to deny Rio's claim, Abel agreed. The two decided to head north along the southern river from the Imperial capital, Hanlin, ultimately passing through the corridor, located northwest of Darwei, traveling by land to the Central Nations. At one point, they considered crossing the sea, but this journey involved not just the two of them who could manage well. The safety of Andalusia and the others is our top priority. When Rio said that, Andalusia leaned her cheek against Rio's. Well, let's take our time returning by land. When Abel said this, Faywin licked Abel's face. It was an expression of affection from their beloved horses. The two and their steeds successfully boarded a boat heading upstream. It was shaped like a cargo ship, but it had a movable roof for rainy weather. It was the same type of ship they had ridden when they went down the southern river before. 4 days from the Imperial capital to Sanzwan, meals included with 2 people and 2 horses for 4 gold coins. Just like the last time we boarded near Fenmu and came to the Imperial capital. Back then, Rio was of no use at all. What are you talking about? Abel sighed as he said this, while Rio averted his gaze. Rio ate too much for breakfast, and I ended up having to search for the ship alone. I feel like that might have happened or it might not have. Eating too much is dangerous. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Rio nodded obediently at Abel's word of caution. The two spread out the map of Darwei they received when they departed from the Imperial capital. Sanzwan is the city on the southern riverbank opposite Balhan, where we boarded the ship to the Imperial capital. That's right. From there, it's completely overland. As they looked at the map, Rio and Abel considered the anticipated route ahead. It seemed that heading northwest from Sanzwan led to the corridor that connects to the Central Nations. Despite being called a corridor, it wasn't a hallway. It was a relatively flat area nestled between mountains that ran north to south, referred to as the corridor. Once we reach San Juan, we'll need to buy a lot of supplies for the journey. Supplies for the journey? Buy a lot? What do you mean? Up until now, it was just me and Abel, so we managed with a simple travel preparation. We could even source food locally, living day by day. Oh, I see. But from now on, it won't be like that. As Rio said this, he looked at Andalusia and Faywin, who seemed to be enjoying themselves comfortably on the deck. For some reason, the two horses suited the deck very well. Well, it's true that we should prepare various things for the journey for the sake of the two horses. Abel nodded in agreement. He didn't want his beloved horse to suffer either. And Abel, I'm going to return to being an adventurer from now on. Huh, what do you mean by that? Abel tilted his head at Rio's declaration. The Duke Rondo is a temporary guise, the true identity is. Rio, the water attribute magician? I don't quite get it. In other words, there's no need to hide behind being Duke Rondo anymore. Hiding behind. Well, being an adventurer is generally easier. Abel, being the king, understood this quite well. Originally, Rio had revealed his identity as Duke Rondo to avoid combat in Fenmo. That ultimately led to him using that identity even in the Imperial capital, but it seemed that there was no longer much need for that. Both were publicly recognized as sixth-rank adventurers. 4 days later, the city of San Juan, where they landed, was quite large. From what they knew, it might be the second largest city after the Imperial capital, Hanlin. If that's the case, we should be able to prepare perfectly for our journey. That's true. Abel nodded at Rio's words. Yes, Abel nodded. 2 days later, the two set off from the city of San Juan on their beloved horses. From here, they would first head north. There was a large road cut through the forest, so they decided to head north along that road. Rio, riding his completely trusted horse Andalusia, looked cheerful. With Andalusia, we can go anywhere. Today, we'll make it to the city of Chulo, he said excitedly. Abel and Faywin rode alongside them. Since Abel was originally skilled at riding, he could handle any horse without issue. But among them, he felt his compatibility with Faywin was exceptional. However, at times, Abel glanced back behind them. No, it would be more accurate to say he couldn't help but look back. This large road saw many travelers. Those passing by Rio and his horse almost always looked back at them as they passed. Hey, Rio, what is it, Abel? I think it's a good thing to prepare perfectly for our journey. Yeah, but isn't this a bit over the top? Abel pointed at the cart following behind Rio. 4 carts were trailing behind them. Just 4 carts, huh? Rio replied with a puzzled head tilt. If there were dozens lined up, that would be something, but just 4. Rio was genuinely puzzled. No, each one is quite large. Abel shook his head as he pointed that out. That was true, it was the usual cart magic. But usually it was only about 2 square meters in size. However, this time the carts were significantly larger, measuring 4 meters in width, 12 meters in length, and 4 meters in height. They were, of course, completely encased in ice, and the reflectivity was altered, so it was impossible to tell what was inside. It's to prevent Andalusia from having to struggle, Rio answered with a determined expression. Andalusia responded with a happy sound. I see, then it can't be helped. Right, Abel resigned himself, misunderstanding that he had won the debate. People can find happiness even when passing by. After a while of traveling, they spotted several cargo carts stopped on the road. Is there a commotion? I'm sure they bumped shoulders and were cursed by fate. Cursed by fate? People like you, Abel, who are scary, tend to do that sometimes. You have to be careful when passing by. I feel like I'm being made the bad guy for some reason, Rio insisted, and Abel shook his head in exasperation. Hey, get out of the way. You guys get out of the way. You bumped into us. Stop messing around. About 10 carts were colliding and falling over, surrounded by dozens of intimidating people shouting at each other. Not just shoulders colliding, but the carts themselves are crashing into each other. Those do look like intimidating guys. Rio and Abel exchanged remarks. Around them, there were others watching the commotion from a distance. What a nuisance. Oh, they finally threw a punch. Of course, Abel and Rio did not step in to stop it. A fight broke out among them. The area around the carts heated up. But amidst it all, they noticed a group of 10 people standing with crossed arms, watching the fight with frowns. Those 10. Despite being the most heavily armed, they aren't joining the fight. That must be. They're probably guardian adventurers hired by the merchant caravans. That's right. Abel and Rio's views aligned. They were likely guardian adventurers hired by the 2 merchant caravans that collided. They wouldn't intervene in the fight. Well, if they were to join in, it would quickly escalate to a deadly affair. A deadly affair? Oh, if they started slashing with swords, it would go that way. Abel, please don't go charging and saying, my sword is itching, or something. What does it mean for a sword to be itching? I'm not going anywhere. Rio acted like the voice of common sense to stop Abel, who merely shook his head as if it didn't need stopping. Adventurers are indeed rational beings. Looking at this scene, it may not seem like it. Are there really hot-headed adventurers like you, Abel? No, I was talking about those from the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association in the Imperial capital, remember? Oh, yes, Abel and Rio had observed the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association in the Imperial capital, Hanlon. There they had witnessed adventurers fighting each other in the waiting room. According to the guide, it was a common occurrence. This is obviously a different Adventurers Mutual Aid Association from the one in the Imperial capital, right? Probably. It's quite far from the Imperial capital, and the city of San Juan we passed through was also large. It certainly might be the Adventurers of San Juan. That mutual aid association in the Imperial capital must have been particularly unusual. I'm starting to feel that way too. Since they were also adventurers, they had visited many adventurers' guilds or mutual aid associations in various cities, including Darwei, of course, and other countries as well. But in truth, they had only encountered a scene of adventurers fighting among themselves in the Imperial capital, Hanlon. Perhaps people get too stressed in the Imperial capital with so many people. What does that even mean? Abel was astonished at Rio's casual comment. Adventurers who get into fights because of stress. That wasn't the kind of person one would want to hire. Of course, the earlier part was based on Rio's imagination, which I must clarify here. They're fighting all over the road. Can't we just pass through? Shall we wait until we can get through? That sounds good. But if it takes too long, we won't make it to the city of Chulo today. Should we give up on the city of Chulo? I don't mind, but if it's a small town or village, the horses won't find a comfortable stable to rest in. Rio snapped to attention at Abel's words. Then he declared, I won't allow that. Well, I can't do anything about that. For some reason, Rio put on a scary face towards Abel, but Abel had no way to respond. Are you telling me to go into that fight and forcibly stop it? I don't particularly like drawing attention like that, Rio said, frowning. Am I the only one who thinks you're drawing a lot of attention already? Abel pointed at the 4 huge carts. I'm sure your definition of drawing attention and my definition are different. Did you say something? No, I didn't say anything. Abel was a pacifist. He avoided conflict. But, did you say Rio's definition of drawing attention is different? I can hear you. I just said it casually, but it happened to be true. Well, too bad for you. For some reason, Rio was feeling quite hurt in this exchange. While the two were having this conversation, people in carts began to pile up on the road. It can't be helped, Rio said with a small sigh. Then he quietly chanted in his heart. Waterjet 256, the scene of conflict was bypassed, and the trees in the forest were finally cut. A path through the forest was created, and now the path through the forest was paved with ice. Oh, look, there's a path here. With this path, it looks like we can get through. Come on, let's go, Rio said loudly enough for everyone around who was in trouble to hear. It was quite exaggerated, but Abel didn't say anything. Then Rio and Andalusia began to move forward. Abel and Faywin quietly followed, shaking their heads slightly. Following them were the 4 massive carts. Those who saw it could do nothing. Even those who had been arguing couldn't move. After a while, it seemed like they regained their senses, and the people who had been stuck began to move. They started to pass through the path that Rio and the others had cleared. Did you see that, Abel? This is what you call a smart solution. Is that so? Rio puffed out his chest, looking satisfied, while Abel gave a very skeptical gaze. We resolved it without causing any problems or hitting anyone. That's true, but you definitely drew a lot of attention. That can't be. Rio widened his eyes in surprise. Sure, I might have raised my voice a bit too much and attracted some attention, but I acted like I found a path that was already there, didn't I? You probably think it stood out because you have a suspicious outlook. That's fine. Abel shrugged at Rio's flustered explanation. He didn't particularly want to debate it further. In any case, it seems we'll make it to the city of Chulo today. Yes, if it's a large city, I'm sure we'll find an inn with a stable where Andalusia and the others can comfortably rest. And at 4 in the afternoon, the group arrived at the city of Chulo. This 3-night consecutive posting is a very adventurer-like story. Yes, both of them are adventurers. It looks like Andalusia and the others are feeling quite nice on the beautiful straw bedding. That's true. Just looking at the stable can tell you if it's a good inn or not. Thank you very much, Rio praised. Abel agreed, and the guide leading the 2 smiled and bowed their head. Rio, Abel, and their beloved horses managed to secure accommodations in the town of Chulo, and it was the best inn. This was the result of Rio asking a fruit vendor at a stall just after entering the town. The vendor, seemingly under invisible pressure from the massive cart, had a strained expression when answering. The name of the inn the vendor mentioned was Blossoms on the Peak. So, about this cart, it's a bit oversized. Is there any place we can store it? It would be difficult indoors, but would it be all right outdoors? Perhaps we could cover it with a large waterproof cloth. Ah, outdoors is fine. I don't need the waterproof cloth. It can just stay as it is. In that case, over to the backyard. Please follow me. When Rio inquired about the storage for the 4 carts, the guide led them to the backyard. A high-class inn can meet every demand of its guests. That's why people choose to stay there, even if it is a bit pricey. Even if something is physically or logistically impossible, the response is not, "We can't do that," but rather, "How about we try this method instead?" A proposal for problem solving. It's truly a result of employee training. That night the two soaked in the inn's hot spring. Yes, a hot spring. I can't believe there's a hot spring here, Rio exclaimed excitedly after getting out of the hot spring. In contrast, Abel, who honestly did not quite see the difference from a regular bath, remained calm. By the way, I had heard there was a hot spring near the Imperial capital of Hanlon, but I couldn't go in the end. I'm lucky to have found one here. Why, yeah, since this is a hot spring inn, the food must be delicious too. Is that so? With Rio asserting this, Abel inquired. As far as I know, there's a high probability of that being true. Well, the fruit vendor said it's the best inn in town. I guess we should look forward to it. That night, at the dining area of Blossoms on the Peak, the two enjoyed a wonderful dinner. That was delicious. Yes, I was surprised, especially the mapo tofu. Was it mapo tofu? It was extremely spicy beyond just being mildly hot, but it had a flavor that made it addictive. Ah, that. It felt like deliciousness was crashing in between the spiciness. As expected of Abel, that's a great expression. Both Rio and Abel relished their dinner. As they finished their dessert and sipped tea leisurely afterwards, the inn's guide came over. How was the dinner to your liking? It was delicious. It was exquisite. In response to the guide's question, both Abel and Rio replied with satisfaction. That's wonderful to hear. The guide said with a smile before uttering something slightly confusing. Someone from the daimyo's office has come to visit you too. The daimyo's office? Why us? Both Abel and Rio tilted their heads in confusion. Excuse me, but is there some kind of mistake? It was only natural for Abel to ask this. They did not know anyone. They confirmed it after checking the large 4 packages stored in the backyard, and they were certain. Ah, that is indeed our luggage. While Rio acknowledged this, he still tilted his head in confusion. Well, let's meet. That's all we can do. Abel and Rio followed the guide and left the dining area. They were led to a corner of the lobby, where chairs were arranged for a relaxed atmosphere. There about 10 people were seated. Upon seeing Rio and Abel arrive, they stood up. These are the representatives from the Chulo daimyo's office who have come to see you. The guide introduced them before bowing and leaving. I am Hylan, the vice daimyo of Chulo. However, before we proceed, what do you think? Hylan, appearing to be in his mid-40s, said while asking the 5 adventurers standing behind him. Indeed, those 2 are the ones. One of the adventurers responded. Rio and Abel exchanged glances. Both had noticed. The 5 adventurers had been watching the commotion during the day when the hired merchant group had a fight. In other words, they were the guards for that merchant group. Nodding once, Vice Daimyo Hylan opened his mouth. You must be surprised by this sudden visit. First, let us sit and talk. Thus, Hylan, the 5 adventurers, and Rio and Abel, a total of 12 people, sat down in very comfortable chairs. These 5 are the 3rd-rank adventurer squad Winter Thunder based in Chulo. Vice Daimyo Hylan introduced the 5 adventurers. They nodded lightly. May I ask your names? 6th-rank adventurer Abel. Likewise, 6th-rank adventurer Rio. Both Abel and Rio answered Hylan's question honestly. There was no need to hide anything. Hearing this, for some reason, the 5 members of Winter Thunder nodded. So you are indeed adventurers. I thought you were merchants because I saw you carrying large luggage. You saw us carrying it? Yes. Just as you passed by the commotion, we happened to be coming from behind. The luggage was so large that it left an impression. Vice Daimyo Hylan replied. Hearing that, Rio widened his eyes in surprise. That's ridiculous, he muttered. I was trying to be inconspicuous. In response, Abel merely shook his head slightly and said nothing more. I would like to confirm something. During the commotion, you used water attribute magic, didn't you? Rio hesitated slightly in answering Hylan's question. Such questions would surely lead to troublesome matters. However, why yes, that would be the case. He decided to answer honestly, thinking there was no need to lie. If you are a user of water attribute magic and an adventurer, then the discussion is swift. Vice Daimyo Hylan leaned forward and began to explain. In short, he wanted assistance with flood prevention work being directed by the daimyo's office. Changing the flow of a river that floods every heavy rain is a common example, where the plans of the public and the administration align across time and space. As a water attribute magician, Rio would surely be useful. However, there were questions. Hasn't flood prevention work been conducted even without water attribute magicians in the past? Rio expressed a simple doubt. Yes, flood prevention work has been carried out even without water attribute magicians. It is done all over the world. It has been done throughout history. Even in a world where magic is not used, no, according to Michael, in a world where magic has not been used, countless flood prevention projects have been carried out without magic. Why would Rio be needed for this? Is the flood prevention work a river project, changing the flow of the river? No, what we are currently doing involves relocating a lake. Relocating a lake? Rio was surprised by Vice Daimyo Highland's answer. River projects that change the flow of rivers have been commonly conducted throughout history. However, the notion of artificially relocating a lake is something he had not heard much about. Typically, lakes or ponds are either drained or filled in rather than moved. Vice Daimyo Highland was an experienced administrator. He understood that such projects of relocating lakes are practically non-existent. Thus, he seemed to feel the need to provide a detailed explanation. It is an old lake known as Aminoru Lake, but we have come to a point where it must be cut down for this flood prevention project. However, there has been strong opposition from the surrounding residents. After moving it about 1 kilometer away and establishing a new waterway for irrigation, we finally gained the people's understanding. Vice Daimyo Highland explained with a wry smile. In many cases, large-scale projects proceed without regard for the wishes of the people. Rio's evaluation of Vice Daimyo Highland was rising. Being fundamentally a good guy, Rio felt inclined to help. The new Aminoru Lake has already been created. Therefore, we tried to connect the waterway to stop the inflow of water into the old Aminoru Lake and drain the lake, but the water-draining waterway has, for some reason, always had its tools break before action is taken on the last section, and the embankment that stops the inflow of water has been destroyed overnight. What? Rio, surprised, looked at the troubled expression on Highland. Abel remained silent but frowned. Seeing someone in distress made Rio want to help. He was too kind-hearted. That said, this was. That seems unrelated to water attribute magic. That might be true, still, since it has all been happening around the lake. We thought we should have an excellent user of water attribute magic take a look at it. However, there is not a single registered water attribute magician in the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association here in Chuolo. Ah, Rio nodded slightly. He had heard that even in the Mutual Aid Association of the Imperial capital Hanlin, there were hardly any water attribute magicians. After all, water attribute magicians do not become adventurers. Honestly, I don't quite understand, Rio stated, glancing at Abel. Abel nodded silently. That meant okay. I would like to see the site at least once tomorrow. Oh, that would be wonderful. Highland nodded happily at Rio's words. Well, whether or not I accept the request can be decided after that. That's fine. Even just coming to see it will allow you to receive a reward from the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association. Of course, if you accept the request, we will provide even more. Ah, yes, Rio nodded under Highland's pressure. They made a promise that Highland would come to pick them up at 8 in the morning, and the 10 left. After the 10 left, Rio and Abel had tea again at the dining area. I have a bad feeling about this request, Rio murmured with a serious expression. From the side, Abel was looking at him with a narrowing gaze. He seemed to see right through him. What is it, Abel? That look, Rio protested. No, you just said that without any basis, didn't you? Huh, at Abel's inquiry, Rio's gaze flickered. Somehow it feels like if I just say something like that, it will seem profound or something along those lines, doesn't it? How did you know? Just a hunch, since it's something Rio might do, I can tell now. The techniques I've polished are being uncovered one by one. I feel like I'm peeling like an onion. What kind of analogy is that? Abel shrugged at Rio's strange analogy. Rio gathered himself and after taking a sip of tea, opened his mouth. Abel, you are technically His Majesty the King, aren't you? That's right, I am technically the king. Which means you would also be knowledgeable about the flood prevention projects happening in the Natore Kingdom, right? I don't know if I can say I'm knowledgeable, but I have studied what is necessary, Abel answered without feeling any discomfort at Rio's pointed words. That is the power of familiarity. Within that vast experience, have there been similar cases like this? No, first of all, lakes are not relocated. I thought so. Rio agreed vigorously with Abel's answer. Yes, that's where the issue begins. Regarding problems related to flood prevention projects, it would be about land rights, but that would be solved before starting the project so construction can begin. You're talking about resolving things with money. Rio nodded at Abel's explanation. With a certain amount of money, most problems can be resolved. That is how public works operate. Rio's memories regarding public projects seem to have become distorted. However, if tools are being broken, it implies someone's sabotage. It raises the question of who would do that. I think it's Lake Pirates. Lake Pirates. What is that? Rio answered confidently, while Abel tilted his head in confusion. Robbers that appear in the mountains are called mountain bandits, and those that appear at sea are called pirates. This time they are robbers appearing in a lake, so they are lake pirates. I've never heard of such robbers. What are they like? Well, hey, I just thought of it now. I was wrong to expect anything from you, Abel sighed heavily. Even with familiarity, there are limits. Perhaps there is a secret base or stronghold under the lake. And at night the lake cracks open and a flying battleship for the lake pirates takes off. That's just Rio's imagination, right? Yes, of course. You really do come up with a lot of ideas. Proudly asserting himself, Rio began to impress Abel, who was starting to be more amazed than bewildered. Imagination is indeed a precious thing, but when you think about it that way, everything fits together, doesn't it? It only fits together. Well, it's fine. I will make the noble lake pirate, that Abel is a hungry swordsman, appear as a rival in the sequel. What? He might become your eternal rival? How should I respond to that? Abel shook his head slightly. In the end, it was the usual response. Early the next morning, Rio and Abel woke up a little earlier. Of course, it was to enter the hot spring after getting out of the hot spring. The morning hot spring is wonderful, isn't it? Rio nodded in agreement with Abel's lively words. The two of them enjoyed breakfast cheerfully. After they filled themselves with energy, they went back to their room, and when they looked down from the stairs at exactly 8 o'clock, their ride had already arrived. It was there, but isn't that just the adventurers from yesterday? Yes, just the 5 of Winter Thunder. Vice Daimyo Highland isn't here. Abel and Rio tilted their heads as they descended the stairs. The 5 from Winter Thunder bowed their heads. The spear warrior in the center opened his mouth to begin explaining. We are the Winter Thunder introduced yesterday. I'm the squad leader Kyunrai, this is the scout Lanwu, the earth attribute magician Go, the fire attribute sorcerer Mar, and the healer Feiwei. The spear warrior Kyunrai made a brief introduction. Rio and Abel had already been told their names yesterday. However, there were questions, and Abel was the one to speak up in such situations. Vice Daimyo Highland, who was here yesterday, isn't coming, right? I thought he would be here to pick us up. There has been an anomaly at the site, and it seems he has been over there since last night. Someone from the daimyo's office came to inform us. That's why we came alone to pick you up. An anomaly? We only heard the word anomaly, so we don't know the details. I apologize. Kyunrai could not answer Abel's question. He could only shrug. Abel noticed the water attribute magician beside him who was restless. However, since Abel and Kyunrai were conversing, it seemed they were patiently waiting for it to finish. Rio, is there something you're worried about? You asked well, Abel. I have a question for Go and Mar. Yes. At Rio's words, magician Go and sorcerer Mar responded in unison. The two looked very similar. They were probably twins, Go dressed in earthy colors and Mar dressed in burgundy. First, I have a question for sorcerer Mar. Yes. Do sorcerers also have attributes? Yes, they do. Oh, Rio was surprised by Mar's answer. Somehow, until now, he had not clearly heard about this. Sorcerers use talismans. Talismans can unleash the 4 attributes of magic. But when viewed at the level of magical power, they do not differentiate by attribute. For instance, just because an ice spear is unleashed from a talisman does not mean that water attribute magical power is being used. Rio is confident in this because he verified it during battles with sorcerers. It is said that the attribute each person possesses is determined from birth. Therefore, whether one is a sorcerer or a magician, the attributes they can use are decided. Ah, indeed. Rio nodded vigorously at Sorcerer Mar's answer. He had heard from Michael, who manages this world Phi, that attributes are determined from birth, so Rio remembered. Thinking this way, it's natural that sorcerers have predetermined attributes. Rather, it seems the talisman itself is special. Isn't it that the talismans themselves are attributeless? Rio's muttering was only heard by Abel beside him. Oh, that's right. One more question, this time for both Go and Mar. Yes, if the two of you fought, who would win? That would be me. The one who answered without a moment of hesitation was Magician Go. Oh, Rio felt a bit happy as a magician. No, depending on my condition, I could win, so the difference wouldn't be significant, Sorcerer Mar countered. Oh, Rio was surprised by the intensity of that rebuttal. Mar, my odds of winning are higher, right? Brother, at best, it's about 60%. It's a small difference. The squabble between Go and Mar was settled quickly. Both are weaker than me. We will be heading to the site now. The spear warrior Kyunrai declared outright. Go and Mar shot him resentful looks. So it seems the eternal enemy of both magicians and sorcerers is the frontline professions. Yeah, don't just make them your eternal enemies on your own. Rio nodded as if he understood, while the frontline professional Abel shrugged. In the meantime, the two women, Scout Lanwu and Healer Feiwei, maintained their silence. However, Abel was watching. He saw the mouths of the two move silently, as if saying, "Here we go again." Finally, the release date for Water Attribute Magician Volume 7 has been announced for Thursday, July 20. The comic Volume 3 will be released on Saturday, July 15. Both the novel and comic are being released in the same month. Along with that, reservations have started on to books online. As I mentioned before, there will be a special edition for the novel Volume 7. The product name has changed to, with an original booklet. There will also be the usual edition without the additional content. The ones lined up in bookstores will be the usual editions. The Water Attribute Magician Part 1, Central Nations Arc VII, with the original booklet, is exclusively available at the TO Books online store. The approximately 115,000-word original booklet is about Prince Willy's adventure. After the War of Kingdom Liberation, Prince Willy, who had come to the royal capital from Jew Kingdom. Well, it revolves around such events. The main character is Prince Willy, but since it is a side story from Water Attribute Magician, Rio, the main character of the original work, will also appear. He gets the most delicious parts. No, I can't write more than this. Since it includes the 115,000-word booklet, it is somewhat pricey, 31.90 yen, but for those who love Water Attribute Magician, it will undoubtedly be a delightful read. Yes, absolutely. It is a side story that the author has envisioned since before the first volume was released. Within the narrow version, there are foreshadowings sprinkled throughout, and this side story will resolve those. I hope as many people as possible get to read this booklet. The cover of Volume 7 is really nice. You can see it prominently on the special page. I will write about the highlights of the main story in Volume 7 in tomorrow's afterword. You can purchase both Volume 7 alone and the one with the booklet from the special page of Water Attribute Magician. At the top of the page, there's a section that links to both versions of the cover featuring Rio and Abel, the cover of Volume 7. By the way, there's also a link to comic Volume 3 in the bottom left corner. If you order from To Books online, you will receive a postcard. Water Attribute Magician's special page To Books tweet it's a 4-part tree. They're really putting their effort into this, how thankful. 1 hour's walk from the place where Rio and Abel were staying, Blossoms on the Peak. The group arrived at the problematic lake. There were quite a few people around the lake. People likely involved in construction, people who seemed to be from the daimyo's office, and locals. Isn't it strange that there are so many people here even though an anomaly has occurred? Are they really okay? Maybe the anomaly doesn't harm people? Both Rio and Abel had no idea what was happening. As the group approached, a man came toward them, a familiar face. Lord Rio, Lord Abel, thank you for coming. I apologize for not being able to greet you this morning. The one who said this was Vice Daimyo Highland. Was there an anomaly? Yes. Well, it appeared to be precise. Appeared? Highland frowned at Abel's question and Rio tilted his head in confusion. It was on the other side of the lake. Let me guide you. Saying that, Highland began to walk. Rio, Abel, and the 5 members of Winter Thunder followed him. Are there people praying here? Rio asked while looking at the gathered people. Yes, they are locals. After answering, Highland continued. I've informed the construction workers not to go ahead, so only those from the daimyo's office are on the other side of the lake. After walking for a while, they reached the other side of the lake. In a somewhat distant spot, an elderly man wearing blue stood. However that was, he is not human. When Abel said this with conviction, Highland nodded. The blue elder appeared to be flickering slightly. Suddenly, the elder began to walk. It seemed he recognized the group and was approaching them. He hadn't moved at all since appearing last night. That was Highland's whispered observation. Perhaps those words brought them back to their senses. The 5 members of Winter Thunder took a combat stance. Wait, however, it was a sharp voice of restraint. It was Rio who spoke. Rio, Abel asked suspiciously. He feels similar to my master. Master? Yes. My sword master, the one who gave me this robe and sword. Ah, Abel nodded at Rio's explanation. An existence that is not a person, in the forest of Rondo. As the blue elder approached, Rio took a step forward. He moved just enough so that any conversation exchanged would be audible to Highland and the others without going too far ahead. The blue elder stopped about 5 meters in front of Rio and opened his mouth. He simply muttered that one word and began to observe Rio from head to toe. Nice to meet you. I am Rio, an adventurer. Rio decided to greet him first. My name cannot be spoken by human mouths, but it would be difficult to converse like that. You may call me Samptu. Then, Samptu-san, a conversation was established between Samptu and Rio. Once it was clear that a conversation could happen, many issues would begin to resolve. In most cases, you, said Rio, you wear the robe of a king, the shoes of a king, and carry the sword of a king. You must be rather favored. Ah, so you are related to my master. Rio's robe was given to him by the Dullahan who trained him in swordsmanship in the forest of Rondo. That Dullahan is said to be the Water Fairy King. Does that mean the blue elder in front of him is related to the Water Fairy King? To call the king your master, and that droplet overflowing from your body, you are not human. Yet you are not an elf, spellno, or vampire, nor are you a demon or dragon, quite vexing. No, I am human, Rio declared this confidently. It seemed that reaction was unexpected. The blue elder blinked in surprise. Well, but I am human. Even so, I am human. I see. Understood, human Rio. Yes, please recognize me as such. The blue elder gave up resisting, and Rio nodded vigorously. In the back, someone whispered, Rio's insistence is strong, but it was a secret. The one who broke the tools and the dam is you, Samptu-san, right? Yes. Rio abruptly got to the point, and Samptu affirmed it. That was not the issue. From Rio's perspective, Samptu, a companion, or perhaps a relative of the Water Fairy King, was not a bad existence. Furthermore, Rio had no doubt that he was a very powerful being. If there was such a being in the lake, and if the dam broke and tools were destroyed, it would likely be a result of Samptu's actions. That hypothesis held. At the same time, there must be unavoidable circumstances as well. Could you tell me why you are doing such things? Right now, this lake, humans call it Aminoru Lake. In this Aminoru Lake, the Baoyi is about to be born. What? The one who exclaimed in surprise at Samptu's answer was Vice Daimyo Hylan, who had been listening from behind. But it wasn't just him. The 5 members of Winter Thunder also widened their eyes in astonishment. The only ones who didn't react were Rio and Abel. I apologize. We are not from the Eastern nations, so we don't quite understand what this Baoyi is. Rio said apologetically. Abel nodded slightly in agreement. It was Hylan who provided the explanation. Considering your appearance and Abel's hair color, I assumed as much. The Baoyi is also called the treasure fish, a rare species that one hardly ever sees. Hylan paused for a moment and continued speaking. Moreover, it is also referred to as the treasure of the nation. The treasure of the nation? Yes, the region where the Baoyi exists is blessed with abundance, ensuring that it becomes a prosperous nation. Such is the legend. That's amazing. Rio was astonished by Hylan's explanation. However, he noticed that Hylan's expression was not cheerful. But your expression doesn't seem bright, Hylan-san. Yes, while the Baoyi is a precious species, it rarely lays eggs, and it takes a long time for the eggs to hatch into juvenile fish. Time? How long does it take? I've heard it takes 5 years. 5 years for eggs? Rio was shocked by that. And he understood what Hylan's expression meant. It likely meant they couldn't wait 5 years. But since it's a valuable species, right? Something that's called the treasure of the nation. You're absolutely right. If this were solely Chulo's water management project, the daimyo would have been persuaded to somehow secure time. However, you mean it involves other lords and ultimately the central government? Hylan answered with a bitter expression, and Abel showed his understanding. Samptu, who had been silently listening to the humans, finally spoke. Well, that is likely. An existence that likely lives far longer than humans seem to understand matters of the human world. Because of this, I intended to continue interfering for the next 5 years. What a muscle-headed, no, a tough-minded way of thinking. Rio almost let slip a straightforward, muscle-headed remark at Samptu's thoughts. I fully understand that this is ultimately a matter of human convenience, and I expect you to be angry. I am not angry, however I have no intention of retreating, Samptu stated clearly in response to Hylan's words. Rio tilted his head in query. Isn't it true that you are angry about humans altering nature to suit their own convenience? Manipulating nature is human nature, isn't it? I've watched humans for tens of thousands of years. I've learned at least that much. The Blue Elder responded with a laugh. But if you go too far, if you overdo it, it will come back to bite humans and lead to their extinction. That is true for everything. For organisms and monsters alike, if they overconsume their prey, it will come back to affect the survival of the species. The truth of living beings is the same in all regards. If you overdo it, it will come back to you. Isn't that so? I see, Rio nodded. The being before him seemed to transcend human emotions. The destruction of nature by humans is part of the natural order. He doesn't blame it, nor does he intrude as an independent species. If they go too far, it will lead to their own extinction. It is not a particular species that will destroy humanity. The consequences of human actions will return from nature, and that is something he understands as a principle. With that, Rio returned his thoughts to the present situation. Probably, if left alone, there would just be conflict for the next 5 years. Samptu would interfere to prevent the old Aminoru Lake from disappearing, while the humans would try repeatedly to shorten the construction period. Such conflicts would ensue. It's common for public projects to be delayed due to the interests of landowners, but if the military gets involved, it becomes troublesome. If the humans tried to solve the issue by force, using military power, the results would likely not be good. With the current Darwei central government, it seemed unlikely the Emperor or Prince Lion would engage in such foolish acts, but local government officials who didn't want to report construction delays to the central government might not feel the same. Or perhaps the local government contact points on the central government side. So Rio made a reasonable proposal. Is it not possible to relocate those Baoyi to the new Aminoru Lake? That is impossible. They already have eggs inside them. In this state, their strength is barely holding up. Moving them is not an option. At that point, Samtu fell silent. He placed a hand on his chin and began to think. The group watched him intently. If the relocation of the Baoyi were possible, everything would be resolved. However, everyone present understood that it was difficult. If it were possible, Samtu would have likely done so himself. It was apparent to Hylan and the 5 members of Winter Thunder that he was a being with such power, an existence that far exceeded humans. After a while, Samtu lowered his hand from his chin. Then he gazed intently at Rio and spoke. Is that droplet overflowing from you, constantly overflowing? The droplet you mentioned is what elves call fairy factor and demons call fairy droplets, right? Yes, that's correct. Samtu nodded at Rio's confirmation. Since the terminology differs depending on the species or existence, it was necessary to confirm properly. Honestly, I'm not quite sure myself, but it seems to be constantly overflowing. An acquaintance who is a spirit beast mentioned that it extended their lifespan. Rio remembered that the spirit beast in Nil's village had said something like that. I see. Samtu's eyes widened, and he nodded once. Perhaps Rio can do it. Rio's fairy factor is amazing. It has no effect on Rio himself, though. Yes, I wish it could make me invincible or allow me to heal instantly from injuries. Samtu was delighted, Abel looked surprised but a little exasperated, and Rio lamented that he wanted more tangible effects. Cart, a rather large cart, measuring 5 meters on each side, was generated. Although, compared to the 4 carts stored in the back garden of blossoms on the peak, it was small. But the water attribute mage who generated the cart tilted his head. What's wrong, Rio? It's just that since we are transporting a large amount of water, it will be heavy. Also, if we move a distance of 1 kilometer, it would put a significant burden on the Baoyi in the water as well. Even if we spread out an ice path, ideally I want to completely eliminate the vibrations from the ground and the wheels. The best solution would be to levitate it. Levitate. Isn't that quite difficult? Abel answered, suggesting that it would indeed be tough. Rio stared at Abel. Then he had a flash of inspiration. As expected of Abel, that's a brilliant idea. I haven't said anything. Indeed, Abel had said nothing. Ice Create speech platform, what appeared in place of the cart was an ice podium of similar size. Isn't that something you made in the city of Run? You remembered well. It's the one Abel used during the Ascension ceremony. Rio praised Abel's memory. That podium, it did float. Yes, that's right. We will blast water upwards with water jet from below and lift it just a little to push it forward. Rio's image was like air hockey. In air hockey, air comes out from the table, lifting the puck, but this time water would be sprayed from the ice podium to lift it. Due to the lack of friction with the ground, it could be pushed with just a finger, and more importantly, it wouldn't pick up the bumps from the ground, so it shouldn't stress the Baoyi in the water. The Baoyi relocation operation starts now. Okay. Thus began what Rio referred to as the Baoyi relocation operation. Rio gently dipped his hand into the edge of the lake. So there are 2 Baoyi, right? Yes, you understood well. Yes, it's my specialty, Rio replied somewhat proudly, having only used active sonar. After all, the presence of the Baoyi was fundamentally different from that of other fish. They were about 1 meter long. They were large for freshwater fish, but more than that, something was different. Rio's sonar utilized vibrations and reflections in the water to analyze targets. Since the reflection changes depending on the material of the target, it can be analyzed. At that moment, Rio realized that the presence of the Baoyi is fundamentally different in composition from fish. Neither a living creature nor a monster. Rio felt that way but didn't voice it. It would be fine if it was just Samtu and Abel nearby, but Hylan from the daimyo's office and Winter Thunder were also present. I will make the surrounding water cold ice and place them directly onto this podium. Samtu-san, could you communicate this to the 2? Understood. Samtu lightly closed his eyes. 10 seconds later, he opened them. They said it's ready whenever. Got it then. Ice Create fish tank. As Rio chanted, the water surrounding the Baoyi turned to ice and was cut away. The fish tank, held up by icicles, slowly moved to the lakeside. Ice path. The fish tank was gently moved from the icicles to the ice path, and it slid onto the ice podium and quietly froze on top of it. Well, it's okay now. Rio confirmed various aspects, nodding in satisfaction. In the next moment, the podium holding the fish tank lifted about 5 centimeters off the ground. Then, let's set off. Rio immediately proposed to start. The water inside the tank contained a significant amount of air. In the 1-kilometer move, the Baoyi shouldn't suffer from oxygen deprivation. Even so, it was an environment different from usual. If there are eggs, it would be better for them to stay in this condition for a shorter time. The group set off, 1 kilometer from the old Aminoru Lake to the new Aminoru Lake. However, due to the many ups and downs of the path, it would take about 20 minutes. It really seems light, Abel commented as he walked beside Rio, who was pushing the podium. Although Rio was pushing it, it looked incredibly light. Of course, that's the amazing thing about this podium. When we return to the kingdom, I'll showcase that even heavy loads can be transported like this. Showcase? I'll promote it and start selling alchemy tools like this podium. Money will come pouring in, Rio replied happily. However, Abel, listening beside him, tilted his head. What is it, Abel? You don't expect me to say, I want a cut because it was my idea, or something like that, do you? Rio asked with an obviously wary expression. No. It's just that the reason that podium is floating is thanks to your water attribute magic, right? Yes, that's right. If you were to create the podium as an alchemy tool, that would mean you'd have to use water attribute magic to make it float, right? Yes, that's correct. Then what kind of magic stone would you use? For a moment, Rio didn't understand the implications of Abel's question. But after thinking for a while, his expression grew tense. And then, the blue water magic stone, perhaps, he answered in a small, murmuring voice. Yes, Rio understood too. Water magic stones are precious. No, it's almost safe to say they are hardly available to the public, because they can only be obtained from water monsters, and water monsters are difficult to capture. Rio felt as if he might crumble to his knees, but he hurriedly forced strength into his legs. Right now they were in the middle of transporting the Baoyi. Damn! I will solve that problem when we return to the kingdom. For now, I will focus on the transport. That's right, that's the best course. 20 minutes later, the group arrived at the new Aminoru Lake. Following the opposite procedures from the old Aminoru Lake, the fish tank was lowered, and the 2 Baoyi were moved to the new Aminoru Lake. How does it look? Rio asked Samptu with a tense expression. Yes, both appear to be well. They seem to be in better condition than when they were in the previous lake. Thanks to you, Rio. I'm glad to hear that. Samptu smiled, and Rio also smiled back. Hearing their conversation, the group cheered in joy. The Baoyi relocation operation was a success. Yes, the Baoyi relocation operation was a success. Actually, I have a personal consultation for Rio. What is it, Samptu-san? Actually, there were other fish in the lake over there. Indeed, Rio had seen a considerable number of fish with sonar earlier from the old Aminoru Lake. I thought the loss of life due to human development was part of the natural order, but seeing the relocation of the Baoyi, you don't need to say more than that. Just leave it to me. Rio thumped his right fist against his chest. It was a gesture of complete trust. Behind him, Abel shrugged. Rio is too much of a softy, he murmured, 4 hours later. With this, the relocation, is complete. Rio was utterly exhausted. Well, he was barely standing on 2 feet. Rio, thank you so much. The blue elder Samptu gave a deep bow. No, I haven't done anything that great, Rio replied with a smile. Though tired, this was a moment to put on a brave face. As expected of the man the king has high hopes for. We water fairies shall never forget Rio's devotion. Saying that, Samptu disappeared. After he vanished, Rio realized he should have asked many more questions. Damn it! He felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, disappointed in his oversight. However, the work was not yet finished. On behalf of the Chulo Daimyo's office, I extend my gratitude. Vice Daimyo Highland said and bowed deeply as well. Behind him, the 5 members of Winter Thunder bowed similarly. Further back, hundreds of local people also bowed their heads. Among them, some were crying. They bowed repeatedly. No, really, it was nothing significant. Rio felt pleased to be thanked, but he was embarrassed by such deep and widespread gratitude. In the end, Rio and Abel stayed the night at Blossoms on the Peak, and it was the following day when they departed from the city of Chulo. Naturally, they rode on Andalusia and Faywin, with 4 large carts following behind. This time it was a very peaceful adventure. Well, I suppose so. Abel seems very dissatisfied. Dissatisfied? No, I wouldn't say I'm dissatisfied. That's a lie, Rio accused him in a strong tone. You were expecting more of a choppy, blood-pumping battle and felt let down? No, I wasn't hoping for that at all. Humph, even if you lie, I can tell. Many barbaric melee fighters like yourself probably think that way. You've revealed Rio's bias. As usual, Rio and Abel bantered, while their beloved horses happily whinnied behind them. Their peaceful return to the kingdom had only just begun. The next post will be from July 15 to 21. It will be a series of posts for 7 consecutive nights. Yes, it coincides with the release of the 7th volume of the novel and the 3rd volume of the comic. Unlike this gentle and peaceful story, there are plans for choppy, blood-pumping battles. Probably. Please look forward to it. Now a little bit about the 7th volume main story. It will be the final chapter of Part 1, Central Nations Arc. The War of Kingdom Liberation will take up an entire book, exceeding 250,000 words. An increase of 100,000 words, and many parts have been rewritten. When I wrote it for the narrow version, I thought I had put in all my effort. However, over time, upon rereading it several times, I found many things I wanted to add. Once I incorporated those additions and revisions, the original form disappeared. Ahahaha. In the narrow version, that ship, which made only a brief appearance, also has a significant role. I made parts that were somewhat unclear much clearer. I utilized foreshadowing laid out in the 6th volume. Overall, I take pride in saying that it has become even more enjoyable. That 7th volume will be released on July 20, 2023 Thursday. Reservations are already being accepted at Books Online. There is also a version with a newly written booklet. Please be sure to read it. Thank you very much. Water Attribute Mage Special Pay. I unexpectedly tried posting an SS. We were supposed to leave the city of Chulo, but was there another city right next to it? Rio was perplexed, and Abel was equally confused. The two were, of course, riding on Andalusia and Faywin, with a cart made of ice following behind them. Despite that, they were unable to comprehend the situation. Before them stood a castle gate. It was a massive gate like the ones found at the entrance of a city. However, just 30 minutes ago, they had left the city of Chulo after resolving the transport issue at Aminoru Lake and were hastily continuing their journey. And yet they had arrived at a city almost immediately. Perhaps it was a different city from Chulo. Moreover, they found themselves right in front of that gate. Lord Abel and Master Rio, I presume. We have been waiting for you. An elegant elderly man greeted them with a polite bow. Indeed, we are Abel and Rio, but old man, is this a different city from Chulo? Abel asked on behalf of the two. This is the residence of Earl Vivi, Lord Spoo, who rules over Chulo and its surrounding areas. The mansion gate, though it is rather large for that, the elder replied, and both Rio and Abel were astonished by its scale. It was so large that they had mistaken it for a city gate. Even if he was a lord, it was hard to believe this could be just a personal residence. The two were courteously guided inside. Upon entering the building after leaving Andalusia and Faywin, a man was waiting at the entrance and bowed respectfully. I am Lord Spoo, Earl Vivi. I cannot express how delighted I am to welcome such esteemed guests to my residence. Spoo spoke, bowing deeply again after addressing the two. In contrast, Rio and Abel were confused. Ah, Lord, please lift your head. It was merely a matter of circumstance regarding Aminoru Lake. It was only natural for us to do so as adventurers. We were, of course, asked for help by the residents and the water spirits, non-human entities as well. Abel and Rio replied. Yes, I have received a report from Vice Daimyo Churin as well. Just a few minutes ago, in fact. We were truly fortunate that you passed by in front of my residence. Otherwise, I would have had to run after you, Spoo replied with a smile. However, that is not all. Huh, yes, Spoo bowed again and continued speaking. You two are the Duke Rondo and the escorting Lord Albert, are you not? The two hesitated to respond to Spoo's smiling inquiry. I was also present at the Kaiwankai event. Ah, Abel could only nod in response to Spoo's words. Rio nodded silently in agreement. Should you leave without being properly entertained, it would be an everlasting disgrace for Earl Vivi, who has treated you generously. Please allow me to host you to preserve my honor. Ah, now that you mention it, thus the two were treated to a delicious meal. It was almost a veritable feast. Though that might be an exaggeration, it truly came one dish after another. However, Rio had something slightly concerning him even while eating. They were dining in a spacious room resembling a banquet hall. There was a massive table set in the center. According to Spoo, it was a place used for banquets with high-ranking officials and military leaders. In one corner of this hall there was a covered instrument. Only the upper structure was visible, so Rio could only speculate about it. Just when everyone had begun to enjoy their drinks, Rio stood up and walked over to the instrument. Then he gently lifted the cloth covering it. I knew it, Shenron. Indeed, what lay there was a grand piano. Shenron? Abel didn't quite understand. Look, it's a piano. Oh, a piano. It seemed that this was something Abel could grasp. I ordered it at the Kaiwankai and bought it, Spoo said, glancing at a lady beside him. Spoo's wife smiled sweetly in response. Yes, she smiled to cover it up. She seemed to have grown tired of practicing the piano. Learning an instrument takes time, after all. That's true, Rio nodded, and Abel agreed as well. In response, Spoo's wife nodded several times. Spoo gave a small shake of his head and sighed. Then, for some reason, a violin was brought in from the instrument room, and the two found themselves obliged to perform. Preparations were underway, including the piano. But suddenly, Rio looked up as if he had noticed something. What is it? I just need to check the pitch of the piano, Rio replied and approached the piano that was being moved. He opened the lid and pressed the key. Oh, it's at the right pitch. I'm glad it wasn't a half step off. Rio sighed in relief, closed the lid, and returned to Abel after bowing to those preparing the move. A half step off? Yes, it wasn't off. It was at the usual pitch. Before playing the violin, you adjust the strings, but do you do that with the piano too? Usually, it's once a year. Of course, before a concert, a tuner is called in to do that, but a piano that hasn't been played in a while is risky. Rio nodded vigorously. Of course, Abel tilted his head, not quite understanding. In the past, there was a musician in my hometown named Brahms, well, a pianist who traveled with a violinist. And during a concert in a certain city, the venue changed just before the performance, and when we tuned the piano, all the keys were a half step flat. That sounds terrible. The violin has 4 strings, so it can be adjusted quickly, but a piano has so many strings. Yes, there wasn't time to retune since the performance was about to start. What happened? I played the piano a half step higher. A half step higher? Abel made a grimace. This was hard to imagine with a violin. The piano has both white keys and black keys, and they are offset by half steps. So you ended up playing where you should have pressed a white key on a black one. However, there are no black keys between E and F, which is a half-step difference, and there are also no black keys between B and C, which is another half-step difference. Switching between black and adjacent white, I don't get it. Yes, it doesn't make sense. I managed to pull it off almost entirely improvised. That's the brilliance of Brahms. For some reason, Rio nodded vigorously. If it's Rio, could you do it? Absolutely not. Once again, Rio nodded vigorously. I'm really glad it worked out this time. Yes, absolutely. Both of them nodded emphatically. Now, regarding the performance, who goes first? Shall we try playing together? Rio suggested an unexpected proposal in response to Abel's question. The piano was newly acquired in this so naturally, Abel had never played along with a piano before. By the way, Rio also had never played alongside a violin back when he was on Earth. Oh, really? Uncharacteristically, Abel appeared shocked. However, Rio had good news. Abel, please play Paganini's 24 Caprices as usual. I'll accompany you. Accompany? If I get into the mood, feel free to improvise a little. Improvised? I might do that too. It's a jazz session. Jazz session? Abel couldn't understand Rio's words at all, but that was Abel. Well, okay, let's just give it a try for now. He made a snap decision, a king's decision. The judgment speed of one accustomed to bearing the consequences of their own decisions. Preparations finished, Rio sat at the piano. Abel stood tall with the violin in hand. And then he struck the characteristic opening phrase of 24 Caprices. Rio's piano followed suit. They intertwined, chased each other, sometimes overlapping. The 24th Caprice featured its distinctive theme appearing repeatedly. Without missing a beat, they simply followed their hearts. Weaving and connecting, a new variations on Paganini's theme was born, just once. The audience was caught up in the whirlpool created by the two. Spoo's family, his retainers, and even the horses. Music impacts all living beings, a great force that transcends all boundaries, the great power born from the two. It brought happiness to those who listened. The day after the impromptu concert, the two departed from Earl Vivi Spoo's residence. Wow, music is truly wonderful. Yeah, I believe the key to world peace lies in music. World peace. That's quite a grand statement, Rio asserted, and Abel chuckled wryly. Eventually, when King Abel embarks on a path of world domination, music will be the key to its success. Well, saying domination already distances itself from peace in my opinion. A king should not sweat the small stuff. Besides, I prefer peace. So you're going to lull neighboring countries into a false sense of security and then launch a sudden attack? What a schemer. I feel like it's absolutely wrong for Rio to say that. The first Duke and the King were always mindful of the safety of their nation. I think this place is quite far from the center of Darwei. What's with the sudden statement? Piano has spread even to places like that. Perhaps because it's a wonderful instrument? Well, if you can play it. Abel shrugged. Playing instruments is never easy. While it's true a piano produces sound when you press the keys, that hardly qualifies as playing. But I feel like it might eventually cross cultural boundaries and reach the Central Nations. It probably will. Although Rio's feeling was merely a hunch, Abel seemed to be certain about it. Why are you so confident? Because people like good things, Abel stated firmly. Even if it's something difficult to master, it will eventually become mainstream. I believe that's a fundamental human trait. You have a knack for grasping the essential parts of things, Abel. Rio nodded with admiration at Abel's words. Rio shared the same opinion entirely. It will likely come down the path we take. We also need to continue our journey toward the Central Nations, Abel said, and Rio expressed his determination. In response, Andalusia and Faywin neighed. The two steeds continued on toward the Central Nations. I added in this little duo episode of Rio on the piano and Abel on the violin that I had wanted to include somewhere. The real deal will come much later, cough cough. I can't say any more than that. I was inspired to write this SS because the cover of the special booklet Prince Willie's Adventure included with the 7th volume of the novel was so incredibly cool, I wanted to promote it. As I have mentioned before, the 7th volume of the novel, released on July 20, comes with a special booklet included edition. Special booklet included Water Attribute Mage Part 1. Central Nations Arc 7, it's exclusively available online at Books. It's priced at 31.90 yen including tax. Is that a bit expensive? Well, I'll skip about 6 lunches to make the money, what happened during the 3 years between Part 1 and Part 2. Aren't you curious? That's detailed in the special booklet Prince Willie's Adventure, and this booklet is completely different from the usual supplementary SS. It has a proper cover designed by a professional designer. It looks super cool. With 110,000 words and a cover, the price is a bit high, but please bear with it as it's the price of a stylish paperback book. This special booklet included Water Attribute Mage Part 1. Central Nations Arc 7, if you order by June 18 Sunday, it will arrive on your hands on the release date, July 20 Thursday. Exclusively available online at Books, not sold in bookstores special pay. Now, let's meet again starting July 15 for 7 consecutive posts. Starting tonight, we will have 7 consecutive posts, 10 days after Rio and Abel left the mansion of the Earl Vivi. Isn't Abel His Majesty the King? That's right, he is the king. Isn't it true that many kings use their power to oppress the people? I don't recall doing that, but there might be some kings like that. Rio attempts to spark a debate, which Abel skillfully redirects into a general discussion. Many kings are bad people, so does that mean Abel is also a bad person? Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. It seems they are having a discussion that has nothing to do with logical development. By the way, isn't Rio the first duke? Huh, well, yeah, that's a possibility. Rio tries to brush off the unsettling implications of Abel's words. A duke is on the side of the powerful. Among those who wield state power, they're near the top. Why, yeah, there might be people who think like that, or maybe not. In the end, Rio must also be a bad guy. I strive to be a duke who is close to the people, making efforts every day. Rio counters Abel's assertion with his daily commitment. He is sincere in that feeling, ... probably. As they engage in such trivial conversation, they continue on their way. Of course, each of them is riding their beloved horses, and behind them are 5 large ice carts following along. Yes, somehow the number had increased from 4 to 5. After leaving Darwei, we don't know when or where we can resupply, Rio explains, a result of his purchasing. Rio is not the type to travel haphazardly. He is very methodical. When it was just me and Rio, it was incredibly casual. Of course, Abel can endure it, but we cannot make Andalusia suffer. Hearing Rio's words, Andalusia lets out a happy whinny. Rio has taken it upon himself to believe that Andalusia fully understands human speech. At that moment, huh! Words slipped from Rio's mouth without thinking. Even Abel, riding beside him on Feywin, could hear it. What's wrong? After a moment of tilting his head, Rio continued walking. Ice wall layer 10. A transparent ice wall was erected around the party. It was Rio's ice wall, prepared in anticipation of an attack. Because it was layer 10, an ambush, I think it's still just reconnaissance, but I suspect it's bandits or mountain robbers or something like that. This area can be considered a frontier for Darwei. In the last 2 or 3 days, we've only seen small villages. But just because it's a frontier doesn't mean the public safety should worsen. That's true, but in reality, it probably does. Rio's indignation for the people living in the frontier was met with Abel's shrugging off of the harsh realities of governing as a king. No one likes poor public safety. Living securely, that is one of the most important and wonderful things for both the people and the country. There shouldn't be anything that must be obtained at the cost of public safety. It seems implausible. Peaceful, safe, and secure is the best. That's right. Both Rio and Abel are adventurers who understand the importance of peace. A minute later, Rio tilted his head again. What's wrong? The number of watchers has increased. Rio answered Abel's question, but it seemed he was dissatisfied with some part of it. Does that mean an ambush is near? No, it's just, I think the new watchers are from a different group. So you're saying 2 organizations are watching us? Yes, that's what it means. Rio nodded at Abel's words. We were planning to camp tonight, right? Yes, that's right. At least the map we received didn't depict any large towns. In villages, we can't stay in homes, and realistically, we would just borrow some space in a corner of the village, right? So in the end, we'll be camping. Both Rio and Abel, being adventurers, were used to camping, even if you call it camping. I'll use an ice wall to surround us so it won't be a struggle at all. Rio, you're so convenient. Hee, this is the true value of water attribute magic. Rather than just water attribute magic, it feels like Rio is not normal. Rio puffed out his chest in pride, and Abel subtly corrected him. In any case, they wouldn't be able to stay in a luxurious inn with a guest room and an open-air bath. That is certain. As they proceeded further, What's wrong? Did something happen again? Rio tilted his head once more, and Abel asked. It seems the two groups that were watching have started fighting. Oh, I see. Abel nodded at Rio's report. It seemed he had some understanding of the situation. In other words, those two organizations were originally in conflict in this area. Then we got mixed in. They were watching each other, thinking the other might be a new force. I see, that would explain things, sort of. Sort of. Is there something more plausible? Rio's suggestive statement made Abel tilt his head this time. Actually, one of them is the group of bandits that Abel once led. What? Before Abel became king? No, it might have been before he formed the Red Sword. That bandit group was cruel and committed all sorts of evil acts. This was all because of the cruel leadership of Abel. The Watchers were delighted and surprised to see the return of the former cruel leader Abel, but they weren't the only ones to find Abel. The local daimyo, who had suffered greatly at the hands of Abel and his group back then, also found him. They initiated an attack on the Watchers from the bandit group. They thought that if the surviving bandits and their former leader Abel joined forces again, they might face misfortune once more. That is the reality of the battle happening now. Of course, Abel changed his ways afterward and succeeded as an adventurer. He became king, but even so, the departed bandits had not forgotten about Abel. They must have lived believing that one day, that cruel Abel would return and lead them again. Having finished his narrative, Rio seemed surprisingly satisfied. On the other hand, Abel was silent. Of course, he was not at all satisfied. I often think it's amazing how you can keep coming up with these delusions one after another. Abel sighed as he said this. Well, it's not that much. I'm not praising you. For some reason, Rio felt shy and Abel shook his head. Of course, it was all Rio's delusions. After a while, it seemed the battle had ended. And 5 minutes later, 3 figures stood waiting in front of the path the two were walking on. Rio understood that these were the bandits or mountain robbers who had been watching them. As the two approached, the 3 knelt on one knee and offered their greetings. Then they opened their mouths. Welcome back, Lord Abel. Today, on July 15, 2023 Saturday, is the release date of Volume 3 of the Water Attribute Mage comic. It features Rio and that demon facing each other on the cover. Volume 7 of the novel will be released on July 20, but it's already available on Amazon Kindle. As I mentioned in my activity report, it has been on the bestseller rankings during the day. Yes, not just in light novels, but in overall as well. Volumes 5 and 6 of the novel also seem to be selling well. I'm very grateful. This time, Volume 7 is, above all, the conclusion of Part 1, Central Nations arc. Rio and Abel are pumped up. For those who haven't received their copies yet, please wait a little longer. And this narrow version will have 7 consecutive posts starting today. Please enjoy. Abel was stunned, unable to say anything. I knew it, Rio murmured, nodding with a smug expression. The past of Abel, which should have been buried, has now been revealed. No, confused, Abel couldn't even refute Rio's words. However, there were words that inadvertently spilled from his mouth. It must be some kind of mistake. Criminals always say that, Rio accused him. They clearly said, Lord Abel. That may be. True, but, Abel, just admit it. Besides, the story Rio just talked about is just Rio's delusion, right? It's strange that a situation overlapping with that exists. Abel resisted with logic. The story that came to my mind must have pierced through the truth. Until now, I have seen many forms of Abel. I remember all of his words and actions. The story imagined from there must have brought to light the past of Abel, which I had not consciously known or been informed about. That's impossible. There is a saying, truth is stranger than fiction. Even if you can't believe it, the truth is the truth. No matter how much one tries to hide it, that is impossible. The sun sees all. Rio deliberately mixed fact and truth in his pursuit. Abel, feeling confused, found himself in an unusual state of disadvantage. Of course, there was nothing constructive in Rio's pursuit of Abel. Yes, this was a futile interrogation. Then he noticed the curious gazes of the 3 people watching them. Look, Abel, they are waiting for your voice. No, even if you say that, Rio urged Abel. Abel looked at the 3 kneeling on one knee and opened his mouth. Hey, are you sure you're not mistaking me for someone else? At this point, Abel is still saying such things. No, I mean... Rio shrugged in disbelief, and Abel, still bewildered, retorted. The man in the center of the 3 opened his mouth. That red hair, the rumored appearance, and the sword on your back, isn't it a magic sword? Yes, it is indeed a magic sword, but... See, Rio provoked. However, Abel was left with questions about the man's words. Did you just say rumored appearance? Yes. You don't actually know me, but you've heard about my appearance from someone else? Yes. I heard it from the previous leader who passed away a year ago. I see. Abel nodded significantly at the man's answer. The confusion on Abel's face disappeared. He then turned to Rio and said, "Got it. That's how it is. That's unfortunate. It was just a bit more." "What do you mean by just a bit more?" Abel's suspicion of being the leader of the bandits was cleared. "I want to hear the details of what that leader said." When Abel said this, the man in the center began to speak. "The previous leader sometimes saw things about the future." "Future sight?" Rio involuntarily murmured at the man's words. Abel glanced at Rio, but silently returned his gaze to the man. "The previous leader mentioned Lord Abel, no, King Abel, just before his death. Was it a last will? Yes, we, the ones left behind, interpret it that way." As the man said this, the two men kneeling beside him began to cry silently. "We have been in conflict with a certain faction for a long time." The man in the center chose his words carefully as he began to speak. "The previous leader led us for a long time but lost his life in a large-scale battle a year ago. Just before his death, he conveyed the message about King Abel to everyone. That faction you are at odds with, is it the one you were fighting earlier? Impressive, you even understand that." The three men were surprised because Abel's intuition had pinpointed the truth. Of course, it was because Rio had informed Abel about what he sensed with his sonar. Thus, Abel caught a glimpse of Rio behind him, nodding in approval, which made him feel all sorts of things. After taking a deep breath, Abel continued speaking. "Well, since we were able to repel them, that's good, right? The opponent was a cultist, a human." The man in the center replied with a frown. "Just because they were cultists. That means the real enemy isn't human, right?" Abel questioned the meaning behind the words. "Yes, the previous leader said that they were." "Who exactly are these guys you are dealing with?" Abel asked. But the man in the center shook his head slightly. "I'm sorry, I don't know for sure, just, the previous leader said this, demon cultists." "Demon cultists?" Both Abel and Rio tilted their heads at the man's answer. "Are you talking about that demon?" "I don't know. By the way, Rio mentioned it before, the demon." Back then it was Spilno. Spilno invaded the Central Nations and became quite a nuisance. "Yes, I asked the Phantom King about it. I think the response was correct. From here, I assume that the corridor was closed to prevent them from entering. And since there are no more demons in the Central Nations, it's safe to reopen the corridor." Rio and Abel expanded their hypotheses. "That makes it strange, that there are beings called demon cultists in these Eastern nations. Yes, it is illogical that there are those who seem to worship demons, even though they shouldn't be present in the current Eastern nations. Perhaps they are using legends or something to gather believers. That seems the most plausible." Abel nodded at Rio's hypothesis. "Such things exist in religions. But if that's the case, then the person leading the believers, like a founder, must be quite capable." "Is that so? Creating an organization is quite difficult, gathering money and people. On top of that, they would also have to have a combat group to fight these people, right? Isn't this a situation where Darwei should deal with it as a state?" Abel shook his head slightly. However, at that moment, Ice Wall Layer 10 clang. Rio and Abel reacted simultaneously. Rio constructed an ice wall and Abel unsheathed his sword to attack and blocked the opponent's sword. The man suddenly appeared there. With blue hair and red eyes, he had a tall stature comparable to Abel, but he was quite muscular. Abel parried the downward strike of this man with his usual magic sword. Oh, the blue-haired man smirked, lifting one side of his cheek. "I hadn't heard a report that a magic sword user was among them, so you just joined them, huh? Rio, cover me. This one is mine." "I'm fine. I'm already defending." Ignoring the blue-haired man's words, Abel and Rio conversed. "A magic sword user, did you just say you would take me on?" "Blue hair, if you didn't hear me, should I say it again? I will take you on." "That's interesting," the blue-haired man shouted with a malicious expression. Clang, clang, clang. The consecutive strikes began. Their power and speed were tremendous. To receive them head-on would be difficult for any human. However, you are deflecting all of it. "What's wrong, blue hair? Is this all you've got?" "Magic sword user." At Abel's provocation, the blue-haired man increased his sword speed. However, Abel's defense remained unbroken. The blue-haired man clicked his tongue and jumped backward. He was trying to change the rhythm of the battle and create distance. But just then, he tilted his head slightly as if someone called out to him from somewhere and frowned. And then, "Are you serious?" he murmured and sheathed his sword. Abel, sending a suspicious glance, held his sword at the ready without letting his guard down. "Let's reset." "Hey, are you running away?" Abel provoked him. He understood that this was a strong enemy but had not gathered much information yet. If he could exchange swords a little longer, he could gather more information. So he provoked him. "Humph, we'll have plenty of time to fight eventually. Until then, see ya." The blue-haired man said that and vanished in an instant. Yes, a speed that even Rio's sonar couldn't track. He couldn't track him when he appeared, nor could he when he left. "That's outrageous," Rio said regretfully. "It seems the previous leader was right. Abel, I know because I've fought before. That blue-haired man is a demon's kin. That blue-haired person defeated the previous leader. The three men muttered with expressions filled with anger. That blue-haired person is definitely a demon's kin. Did they fight against him and the previous leader? Yes, for many years. There was no one besides the previous leader who could fight evenly with him. The man in the center answered Abel's question. That's amazing, isn't it, to think that he could fight against such an abomination? No. Although Abel praised the previous leader, the three men were hesitant. Compared to when he fought against the previous leader, he has become incredibly strong. Honestly, he wasn't that strong before, the three of them declared clearly. Their faces turned pale. They had witnessed how unbelievably powerful the enemy had become. Of course, he was strong before. Ultimately, the previous leader was defeated. But the current strength? No, the current speed. It was unbelievably fast. Rio nodded as well. Certainly the sword flash was sharp, but was it really as much as Rio says? Yes, the movement of his body, I don't know what to call it. When he appeared and when he left, I couldn't catch him with my sonar. Rio frowned. Did he just move normally? What do you mean by that? Isn't it more like a transfer, like the Baron from the Empire? No way, Rio was surprised by Abel's words. It was indeed a movement that felt more fitting if he had suddenly appeared with a transfer and suddenly left with a transfer. By the way, Miss Marlin from the Western nations was skilled at transfers. Even though she used the power of the dungeon, she managed to transfer Roman and the others from the Western nations directly to the kingdom. Rio muttered as if he just remembered. That's right, the demon Jean-Jacques was also skilled at transfers. The magical combat between Miss Marlin and Jean-Jacques was incredible. Miss Marlin used magic related to gravity or inertia. After all, demons are adept at handling gravity. Einstein said, gravity is the distortion of space. It could be reasoned that demons who can directly handle gravity can also use distortions of space, such as transfers. Thoughts flowed out of his mouth. Those demons can use 6 attributes like the water attribute magic we use. No, at least the 4 attributes of wind, fire, earth, and water. My hypothesis that gravity split into the other 4 attributes of magical power might not be wrong. Could gravity-related magic fall into the category of attributeless magic, meaning it splits from attributeless magic into the other 4 attributes of magic? Of course, that ties into my hypothesis that magical power is the gravity found in an excess dimension. Can demons who can directly handle gravity use the 4 attribute magics better than us? No, that's a leap in logic. Though not a loud voice, both Abel and the 3 men could only watch Rio in silence. In physics, all forces present in this world can be classified into 4 types: strong force, weak force, electromagnetic force, and gravity. The 4 attribute magics can essentially be considered as derived from electromagnetic force. In other words, they stem from the motion of electrons revolving around atomic nuclei. The strong and weak forces only act within an extremely narrow range, even at the atomic level, and they do not interfere with our daily lives, including magic. There's no necessity for them. It was said that these 3 forces, strong force, weak force, and electromagnetic force, could eventually be expressed in a unified equation. That's the so-called unified field theory. However, even with advancements, gravity remains incomprehensible. Even the most brilliant physicists in history, the geniuses of geniuses, still have no prospect of creating an equation that encompasses all 4 forces, including gravity. To create an equation is to mean understood. Therefore, the inability to create an equation suggests a lack of understanding. The fusion of theoretical physics, magic, and magical power. It was a special act that only Rio could perform. I believe gravity should be considered a fundamentally different entity. Compared to the other 3 forces, it is incredibly weak, so weak that it could almost be described as error. Yet no one can ignore it, and even though the other 3 forces can be consolidated and explained, gravity remains elusive. A continuous eruption of thoughts. The 4 forces, including gravity, were once a single force at the time of the universe's creation. As temperature and pressure decreased, gravity separated first, followed by the strong force, then the weak force, eventually splitting into 4 forces. Really? Is it wrong to center the concept around gravity? Is it strange to consider gravity as the main force, with the strong force, weak force, and electromagnetic force branching off from it? No, we need to return to theoretical physics and re-examine this. Ah, if only I had come to this world while remembering all those beautiful equations. Rio closed his eyes, recalling the numerous formulas hidden in the depths of his hazy memory. His expression was calm, radiating a presence that could be described as joyous. Hey, Rio! Hey! At Abel's call, Rio opened his eyes in surprise. Abel and the 3 were looking at him. It was only then that he realized he had been speaking his thoughts out loud, a bit embarrassing. The person from earlier was a kin, but is the actual demon also here? A question to mask his embarrassment. There shouldn't be. However, Abel immediately answered Rio's question. How can you be so sure? If there were, they would have easily crushed him. I see. The demon's kin is strong, incredibly powerful. So much so that it's difficult for humans to resist. However, the actual demon is even stronger, to the extent that resisting would seem futile to everyone. In any case, I want to hear a bit more detailed information. Please come to our village. At Abel's words, the man in the center called out. The men flanking him nodded. Abel glanced at Rio. Rio nodded slightly. Of course, Rio had no objections. After all, they would need to rest their bodies somewhere soon. No, worst case, it wouldn't matter how much hardship Rio and Abel faced, but he didn't want to make things difficult for Andalusia. However, Rio realized something. I still haven't introduced myself, have I? Abel was surprised by Rio's words. Indeed, the two had not introduced themselves. I am certainly Abel, and this is Rio. I am Rio. It's a pleasure to meet you. Abel and Rio introduced themselves. It seemed that Abel was already known, so it was just Rio who needed to introduce himself. I am Rania. These two are Bata and Hatta. The leader who was answering their questions introduced himself as Rania and introduced the other two. All right, then let's visit the village. It's fine to leave the large load of ice outside the village, but it would be helpful if we could bring the two horses inside. Of course, it's fine to bring in that ice. Load into the village as well. Rania nodded in response to Abel's inquiry. Thus, Rio and Abel decided to stay in the border village that was in conflict with the cultists of the demon. 30 minutes of travel passed. The village came into view. That is our village of Farafao. Rania's voice, guiding them, sounded a bit pleased. A village? Shouldn't it be called Towering Walls? Abel and Rio were astonished by the appearance of the village of Farafao. Yes, they were genuinely surprised. Having heard village, what Rio and Abel imagined was a cozy little village. A village that could be aptly described as idyllic. Given the presence of an opposing force, they thought there might be some sort of fence. But they imagined it would be something at most like logs stacked together, or something like that. However, the reality was different. What they saw was only walls, and without a doubt, stone walls. What came to Rio's mind were the stone walls of Japanese castles. Among them, the beautifully cut, rectangular stones stacked in a technique known as kirakomi hagi. Creating a gentle arc, the slope steepened as it rose. The so-called fan-shaped slope, beautiful, it truly is a work of art. After the surprise, Rio let out a sigh of admiration for its beauty. Well, I think it's impressive, but Abel didn't seem quite as moved. Honestly, to not be impressed by such beautiful walls, or rather stone walls, as a king, I find that hard to believe. Even so, it's completely different from the royal capital's walls. Of course it is. I could easily lecture you for an hour about Kiyomasa Kato's style of stone masonry. Rio seemed somewhat frustrated for some reason. Kato's style involves stabilizing the lower part of the stone walls by creating a gentle slope and giving the upper part a slight overhang. Being from Kyushu, Rio had memories of being impressed by Kumamoto Castle's stonework, which was built by Kiyomasa Kato. The walls of this village resembled it. Such an artistic wall. That aside, doubts still arose. The height of these walls was likely over 5 meters. For a fence protecting a village, it was far too enormous and out of place. This shouldn't be possible. Well, I've never heard of such a thing. But a village having massive walls wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, would it? It's not bad, but economically it's simply impossible. Is that so? Simply put, it's like a person with no money living in a mansion. That makes sense, but also doesn't. Rio's analogy seemed to somewhat confuse even Abel. Well, anyway, these stone walls are magnificent. Rio nodded with satisfaction. The construction was directed by the previous leader. Oh, the leader had said he would build a watchtower at the corners of the walls, but he passed away before it could be accomplished. What a surprise! Rio was astonished by Rania's explanation. Naturally, his surprise was because he wondered if the previous leader was a reincarnator. The design was done based on a design document. A design document? There was a castle called Kunmamo Castle in this area. It had a very unique shape. I've heard it was a truly special castle that couldn't be seen in other regions of Darwei. They planned to use the design document of that castle as a reference to construct the stone walls and build the watchtower on top. Kunmamo Castle, the words that floated to Rio's mind were naturally Kumamoto Castle. I definitely want to see this Kunmamo Castle. Rio's words made Rania's expression turn slightly apologetic as he replied. Kunmamo Castle no longer exists. The expression on Rio's face at that moment could only be described as despair. No way. Yes, it was attacked by the cultists of the demon and destroyed 5 years ago. What a tragedy, Rio frowned, showing his frustration at Rania's explanation. However, after a while, he lifted his face. Kunmamo Castle may have been destroyed once, however it will surely be revived one day. I declare here that it will definitely come back to life, Rio said firmly. In fact, there was a village near Kunmamo Castle. That village discovered a rich iron deposit 4 years ago and has been developing significantly in recent years. Oh, the spirit of Kunmamo Castle has not been extinguished. What is certain will be inherited. Why does Rio have such an attachment to Kunmamo Castle? While Rio passionately celebrated its revival, Abel looked confused, not understanding. Of course, he didn't realize that Rio was overlapping Kunmamo Castle with Kumamoto Castle. Even Kumamoto Castle, which collapsed due to an earthquake, was restored through human effort. And Kunmamo Castle, which was destroyed by the demon cultists, also had its spirit carried on by people. For some reason, Rio raised his right fist high. Abel watched coolly as usual. However, Rania, Bata, and Hatta had somewhat awkward expressions. Seeing that, Rio asked, why do you three have such expressions? The town that has become a city, now called the city of Jiraju, has developed significantly. However, they have no intention of reviving Kunmamo Castle at all. What do you mean? The previous leader called upon them to revive Kunmamo Castle. However, the people of the city of Jiraju refused. That was 4 years ago, right when the iron deposit was discovered, and they became busy with that development. Ah! Rio shook his head sadly. Of course, he didn't intend to blame the people of the city of Jiraju. He could understand that it was one of their choices, but still, it can't be helped, Abel. Me. Abel was surprised by the sudden shift in the conversation. Let's revive Kunmamo Castle with our own hands. Wait. Isn't it important to consider the feelings of the people living there? If they aren't motivated, even if we rush ahead, it won't lead to good outcomes. Ugh! Rio was suppressed by Abel's rational argument. At that moment, Rania added, instead of the people of the city of Jiraju who do not wish to revive it, the previous leader attempted to revive Kunmamo Castle in this village. I see, Rio revived. In other words, these towering walls are a manifestation of the will of Kunmamo Castle. How wonderful! Well, when you put it that way, it does feel impressive. With joy trembling through him, Rio nodded again at the massive walls as Abel looked on. The 3 men, Rania, Bata, and Hatta, looked pleased watching the two. Thus, these 5, along with the 2 horses and 5 carts, arrived at the base of the walls. It's wonderful. The curves of this stone wall are indescribable. Rio praised the curve depicted by the stone walls. It feels like a wall that stands tall. Abel was impressed by its height. Open the gate! As Rania shouted, the gate opened wide. The basic structure was a wooden gate, but the surface was covered with iron plates. Perhaps it's a countermeasure against fire arrows. That would be the case. A wooden gate could burn down. Abel nodded at Rio's words. Of course, the castle gate of Kumamoto Castle that Rio knew was made of wood. As the group entered through the castle gate, Rania, welcome back, a woman who appeared to just have reached adulthood said with a pleased expression. Leader, we've had a wonderful encounter outside. That young woman seemed to be the current leader. Rania turned around to introduce her. As you can see, this is King Abel. Oh, people began to gather. Their expressions were all filled with surprise. The leader bowed her head before Abel. I am Ange, in charge of the village of Farafo. King Abel, please allow me to make your acquaintance. I am Abel. I've heard about the previous leader from Rania. Well, we were promptly attacked by the demon's kin, Abel said with a laugh. Upon hearing that, the villagers seemed astonished. They began to talk among themselves. That demon's kin, could it be? Ah, the one with blue hair. My father's rival? Ange squeezed out her voice, her face contorting in response to Abel's answer. I see the previous leader was your father, Ange? Yes. He told me that we would meet again someday. What do you mean? That has been weighing on my mind. I would appreciate the opportunity to stay in this village for a while. Of course, Ange immediately responded, her eyes wide open to Abel's suggestion. Rio, Abel, and their 2 beloved horses were accepted into the village of Farafo. I am Rio Mihara, the top vassal of King Abel. Oh, let us support King Abel together? Oh, the villagers of Farafo erupted in excitement at Rio's declaration. Come, Rio-san, let's have a drink first. Whoa there. Drink up. Rio gulped down his drink in one go. Oh, what a good drinker, just as expected from King Abel's top vassal. Ah, it's nothing special. The villagers and Rio celebrated over the banquet. Abel watched from a slight distance. He shrugged his shoulders. Beside him, Rania was explaining various things. I'm sorry, my father. No, it was Baron Ban, right. Well, Rio has a natural charm with people. Rania felt embarrassed as he watched Rio's mug being filled with drink by his father, while Abel laughed, knowing it was fine with Rio. However, Abel's gaze drifted to a woman who was quietly enjoying her drink alone in the distance. Is that Ange? Yes, the leader has been like that for the past year, Rania replied to Abel's words. His expression was mixed with loneliness and sadness. It seems we may not be able to move forward until some resolution is reached with the cultists of the demon. That's troublesome. Abel frowned at Ranya's words. Dealing with the cultists might be manageable, but the enemy had kins, a single abomination that could stand against thousands or tens of thousands of humans. Abel shook his head lightly and returned his focus to the map spread out before him. That town which became a city, the city of Jioraju, was it? Is it really that large? Yes. This village is also relatively large for a village, but its population is only around 500. However, the population of the city of Jioraju is approaching 100,000. 100,000? That's quite large. Abel was astonished, but at the same time he frowned. There hadn't been such a large city along the route they took. I heard that the two of you traveled north along the northern river's bank, and then changed direction to northwest partway through, so you must have used this road. As Ranya spoke, he traced a path on the map with his finger. This village of Farafao is located around here on the map. He pointed to the upper left at the very edge of the map. It's truly the outskirts of Darwei. Yes, to be honest, it might be on the very edge of where the influence of central Darwei reaches. Influence? Yes. As I mentioned earlier, the city of Jioraju, which grew due to the iron deposit, has a garrison of the Northwest Regional Army stationed outside the city. There are about 4,000 troops there. This area is a border region, so there are bandits and such. This is to eliminate them. I see. Abel nodded at Ranya's explanation. In any nation, when the scale exceeds a certain degree, border regions exist. And border regions tend to have worse security compared to areas where the central government is located. Therefore, as one of the barometers to measure a nation's governing capability, there is the question of how security is maintained in border areas. To stabilize security, military or police force becomes necessary. Of course, it must be a force that can be controlled, and it also must be a force of a certain strength. The two were unaware that on this night, the garrison of the Northwest Regional Army would be attacked. The fourth day of consecutive posts at midnight, the area surrounding the Northwest Guard military outpost had transformed into a hellish scene. A man with blue hair and red eyes observed it all with a displeased expression. Beside him stood a girl with black hair flowing down her back and golden eyes. The girl was smiling. It was a wicked smile that did not suit her age. Her beautiful face only accentuated the malevolence of her grin. Heh. I can feel it. The blood of the fallen humans is becoming my flesh and blood. The way he expressed that sentiment was entirely unsuitable for someone of the girl's age. Lord Raja, I don't like bullying the weak, the blue-haired man muttered with a sigh. Raja, the black-haired girl, glared at him and snapped back. I know that. That's why I came along. If Danon takes command, it won't turn into a massacre. He'll let the weak escape instead of killing them. Well, I can't deny that, but deny it. You should follow my orders and kill them all. You are my kin, you know. I won't deny that. Of course not. The blue-haired man, Danon, shrugged his shoulders slightly, while the black-haired girl, Raja, frowned angrily. Danon-sama, we've completed the outpost suppression. Good, now it's time for the main outpost. Speaking of which, we haven't received any reports from those attacking the outpost. Danon nodded at the report from his subordinate. However, he soon realized that he had not received any reports about the suppression of the Northwest Guard military outpost itself. He turned to look at Raja, the black-haired girl, and asked, We haven't received any reports. Have we? We haven't suppressed the outpost at all. The fragments that those who live for battle possess are the strongest flesh and blood, yet none have fallen to the ground at all. Ah, the cultists who were listening to the conversation at that moment didn't understand at all. They were unaware that the black-haired girl, Raja, was actually the demon they worshipped. For them, Danon, the blue-haired man, was their guiding leader. There's no helping it, I will go. Raja interrupted Danon's words. Danon made a face that clearly showed his displeasure. Hey, Danon, what's with that face? Raja pointed angrily at Danon's face. Well, because, no matter what you say, I am going. With those words, Raja began to walk away briskly. Danon followed behind her, shaking his head slightly. The Northwest Guard military outpost was resisting fiercely. All surrounding outposts had fallen, but the main outpost seemed to still be unharmed. The demon cultists were besieging it, but they were not succeeding as well as they had with the outposts. The cultists were receiving the protection of the demon, and their strength was increasing. That said, they were essentially still human. It was not easy to forcibly suppress a location where trained military personnel were holed up. Just then, their leader, the blue-haired Danon, arrived. Alongside him was the black-haired girl he had brought with him. It was rare for the black-haired girl, who usually remained deep within their base, to appear at the forefront like this in battle. How many are holed up inside? About 2,000, I think. 2,000. There are still not even half of the Northwest Guard left, Danon said in surprise. No wonder we feel so weak. Only Danon could hear Raja's mutter. Well, they have grown considerably over the past 3 months, Danon murmured softly. That's because the walls of the corridor have opened. I don't know who opened it, but thanks to that, the power from the Central Nations has started to flow in. It's the power from the ley lines. Until now, I've been gradually collecting fragments by sending demon insects and capturing Kunmamo Castle, so that your presence, Raja, wouldn't disappear. I know. Once I completely resurrect, I will reward you. You too have become stronger as my power has filled. Well, I won't deny that. Raja and Danon were speaking quietly, and their conversation couldn't be heard by the cultists due to the commotion in front of the Northwest Guard military outpost. Even if they had heard, they wouldn't have understood. All right then, I shall personally take the fragments of God that flow through humans. Ah, with a wicked grin, Raja declared. Danon sighed. Raja began to walk slowly towards the outpost. As she walked, she raised her hand into the air. Then the space split. She reached into the split space and pulled something out. What she held was a curved sword about the length of her body. If Ryo had been there, he would have shouted, "It's a Japanese sword," though compared to a typical Japanese sword, it was nearly twice the length. This body is too small to swing, Hataru, but, well, it's fine. Laughing loudly, Raja approached the outpost. That long Japanese sword seemed to be named Hataru. Meanwhile, Danon followed about 10 steps behind her. He knew what was going to happen next. He did not wish to be too close. However, he also thought it would not be right to be too far away. Of course, he did not believe that Raja would be harmed. Even if she was still far from a complete resurrection, he understood that humans could not hurt her. On the surface, Raja undoubtedly appeared as a girl. Under normal circumstances, if such a child approached, they would surely be questioned. "What are you?" or "Do not come any closer," would have been heard. However, no such voices came from the outpost. The Northwest Guard recognized the approaching enemy as a foe wielding a massive sword. As Raja stepped closer, dozens of arrows were shot towards her. Yet all of them missed. Those who were paying attention might have noticed that even arrows that were on a direct hit course had bent away before reaching Raja. It was as if the path the arrows were supposed to fly had been distorted. If Ryo had been there, he might have understood that space was being warped. But the Northwest Guard did not think that way. They thought their aim was just poor and that they could hit if they aimed better. A second volley was launched. The result was the same. "This is ridiculous. What is happening?" Even within the guard, unease began to spread. They understood that something dangerous was approaching. Reluctantly, they were forced to come to that realization. Such a dangerous presence arrived at the massive door of the outpost. Humph! With a single sweep, Raja struck the door with her great sword. In one blow, the massive door was cleaved off, without any resistance. What followed was pure slaughter. With each step Raja took, soldiers' heads were severed. Blood gushed forth. Raja walked through the fountain of red with a pleased demeanor. Danon, following 10 steps behind, did not get splattered with blood. To be honest, he did not like human blood very much. It was sticky, and once it got on clothes, it couldn't be washed out. "I'll have to throw away Rajasama's clothes again." Thinking such thoughts, he couldn't help but sigh. "That's why I didn't want you to follow." The cultists were human. They had to be fed. To do that, money was needed. Now they had a reserve that could be described as inexhaustible, but it had been tough to reach this point. Danon was a hardworking type. The fountain show lasted about 10 minutes. It felt good. Raja, drenched in blood from head to toe, smiled a mix of malevolence and allure. "And did you feel your power increasing a bit?" Danon asked with a sigh. "Do you want to know? Then I shall share the power I've gained." Just then, the next moment, "Ugh!" a voice escaped Danon's lips involuntarily. It was a voice of agony. "Ha ha ha! This is amazing! Truly amazing, Rajasama!" The expression of the hardworking Danon was nowhere to be seen. What stood there instead was a demon's kin wearing a wicked smile as Raja's subordinate. "I feel my power increasing." "Is that so?" Raja nodded contentedly at Danon's words. The fragments of God, held by the 4,000 members of the Northwest Guard who had experienced many battles, had a purer quality compared to ordinary people. Both Raja and Danon, who had lived for a long time, understood that. However, this time, combined with the power flowing in from the ley lines of the Central Nations, an unprecedented synergistic effect was being created. The ley lines must have built up power while the corridor was closed. Over these 3 months, it has been flowing in at an incredible rate, and with this gathering of fragments of God, amazing. Does this mean Rajasama's complete resurrection is near? Yes, there is no doubt about that. Hehe. Thus, the Northwest Guard military outpost was reduced to ashes. The news of the annihilation of the Northwest Guard reached Kona village at noon the next day. It was the people of Joraju City who came to inform them. When the villagers heard the report, no one spoke a word. Amidst that silence, it was Rania who first opened his mouth. "Is Joraju City safe?" Yes, the city is unharmed. The demon cultists only attacked the outpost and killed all the military personnel. Someone else must have run to report to Count Fanlin. Count Fanlin is a lord with territory in the east, right? That's quite far. Well, yes, but we have to notify someone, both Rania, who asked, and the reporter understood that it would take several days for a report to reach them. They were that far apart. That was precisely why such a massive military force of 4,000 had been placed in the borderlands of the Northwest Guard. Yet, it had been annihilated overnight. Abel, the one who attacked the Northwest Guard, must be related to the demons, right? Probably, Rio asked Abel, who was a bit away from Rania. Abel answered, but had an expression that suggested he was thinking about something else. Abel, is there something on your mind? Yes, even though they attacked the guard outpost, they didn't touch the nearby Jiraju city, did they? Seems that way. Why is that? If they were attacking the outpost, wouldn't they run out of time and might attack the city tonight instead? No, I don't think they will. Abel shook his head slightly. I think they target those who are not ordinary civilians like adventurers and soldiers. Oh, I see. Was that the same for the demon that appeared in the kingdom? What was his name again? Ah, Garwin, initially we didn't realize it was such a clear target. Even after being sent to the eastern nations, I thought about it a lot, but for some reason, I believe they aim for the lives of those who fight. Abel spoke while thinking. His conclusion was correct, but there was no information at hand to confirm it. Demons require fragments of God in the process of their resurrection. Humans, especially soldiers who have walked the battlefield or adventurers who have survived life-and-death situations, tend to possess many of them. When they die, the fragments of God they held within flow into the earth along with their blood. That becomes the power for the resurrection of a demon. If Abel had at least known the term fragments of God, he might have been able to connect it with the knowledge Rio had obtained in the Western nations. Even if Abel is certain, Rio looked at Abel with a suspicious expression. It was the opposite of their usual positions. Hey, what's with that look? Abel, you always look at me like that. Is that so? Well, now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Experience what it feels like to be looked at like this? Even if you say that, Abel smiled wryly and continued speaking. By the way, that prediction earlier was something Viscount Devo had hypothesized. Viscount Rasharda Devo, the legacy officer of the temple, right? Rio recalled meeting him regarding the demon insects. He was a remarkably talented individual concerning legends, so much so that the temple had gone to the lengths of keeping him within their ranks as a special case. At that time, Viscount Devo himself wasn't so confident, but now we should consider it accurate. If Rasharda said it, then it must be true. Do you really believe me just because I said it? Of course, there's a difference between trust and achievements. For some reason, Rio spoke with an air of authority, looking down on Abel. By the way, Abel was His Majesty the King, while Rio was the first Duke. In other words, Abel was Rio's direct superior. Yet Rio maintained the upper hand. Speaking of Viscount Rasharda, we were indebted to him in Kona village. That time it was regarding the demon insects, right? Demon insects? Abel tilted his head at Rio's words. Just then Rania arrived, so Rio decided to ask him. Excuse me, Rania? Yes. Have you ever seen a bug about the size of a little finger's nail with 10 legs that when crushed exudes a red bodily fluid like blood? When Rio asked this, Rania's eyes widened. Ah, yes. We called it blood bug. There have been many blood bugs around here since ancient times. They were around all year, but come to think of it, I haven't seen any recently. Recently? Yes, for about 3 months or so. Strange, isn't it? After Rania answered, he was called away by other villagers. Rio, could that blood bug, the demon insect you mentioned, be related? Yes, it seems to be the initial stage of gathering power for the demons. It was reported that it also appeared in Kona village, but it didn't last long there, probably because they drained the power of a vampire. I remember seeing that in the report. The vampire who had their power drained was Count Haskir Kalinikos. That's the one. That vampire mentioned they had their power drained. Normally, they would gather power for an extended period like the blood bugs around here. They said they hadn't been seen for about 3 months. Right around when the walls of the corridor opened. Yes, it's likely related. Because of that, the demon's kin may have gained power. Both Abel and Rio shook their heads slightly. With Oranju during Garwin's time and this blue-haired one now, do the kin have a lot of strong swordsmen? Garwin was the demon we fought in the kingdom, right? Were his kin also strong in swordsmanship? Yes, they were strong. Miss Marlin in the red outfit said that even though they are all called demons, their traits or specialties differ. Yet all the kin are skilled with swords? That might be the case. It's troubling. Once again, both Abel and Rio shook their heads slightly. At a certain base. The black-haired girl tilted her head. Are we close to awakening Rajasama? The blue-haired Danon asked. Just a little more. Just a bit more, but is there not someone somewhere with many fragments of God? I might have something in mind. Though Raja muttered without much hope, Danon mentioned he had an idea. Do you have one? Raja asked, frowning in suspicion. From her expression, it was clear she didn't entirely believe him. Nevertheless, a hint of hope that perhaps such a person truly existed seeped through, a complicated feeling. The other day, the cultists reported that they fought against the people of Farafao village. Yes, I remember, the leader. Was it Rania? They were annihilated, right? Is it possible that it was Rania? No, actually, I attacked them afterwards. What? I didn't hear about that? Danon, looking embarrassed, retorted angrily at Raja. I'm sorry, it was a bit difficult to say. Why was it difficult to say? Because if I said it, Raja-sama would probably want to fight. Humph, of course. That's why. Huh, that magic sword user is my prey? For a rare moment, Danon insisted upon Raja. This surprised her, though they had a truly long relationship as kin. It was rare for Danon to demand something so strongly. Well, if that magic sword user dies, I can collect the fragments of God, so I can leave it to you. Thank you. It would be boring to just watch. Shall I face this Rania? Oh, by the way, there was a mage who seemed like a partner to that magic sword user. Oh, I think that one is quite strong too. Are you implying I should take on that one? Raja shrugged her shoulders. And then she spoke. Very well, I will deal with this mage. That said, I will keep an eye on your battles. Raja-sama will not intervene? Enough, I said I wouldn't intervene. Then will you just be watching? Really? Danon's eyes expressed considerable suspicion. It seemed he found it hard to believe Raja would only watch without intervening. You are fighting against a magic sword user whom you are so obsessed with, right? You won't get to see it often, will you? Doesn't it sound interesting? With that, Raja laughed heartily. Let's go right away. Thus, a sudden attack by the demon and its kin was executed. In front of the castle gate of Farafao village, a black-haired girl and a blue-haired boy appeared. Hey, that blue-haired one? That's him. Go call the Lord and Rania. The lookout at the castle gate became frantic. Within a minute, the current Lord, Ange, and Rania climbed up to the lookout. They then confirmed the identities of the girl and the boy. Blue-haired, my father's rival. Calm down, Lord. Rania tried to soothe the trembling Ange, who was filled with rage. Rania was suspicious about why the blue-haired rival of the previous leader suddenly showed up in front of the village's castle gate. He had no followers with him, and he was not alone, as he had an unknown black-haired girl beside him. He had never heard any reports about such a girl, nor had he ever seen her. Both of you don't come any closer, Rania shouted. Both the blue-haired boy and the black-haired girl, without needing to be told, stopped at a safe distance. What are you here for? Rania asked. Before I explain the reason for my visit, let me introduce myself. My name is Danon, and this black-haired girl is Raja. We've been fighting against you for quite a while, but I never introduced myself. Danon answered with a laugh. Beside him, the black-haired Raja shrugged her shoulders, looking bored. Then Danon continued speaking. You've added a new magic sword user to your ranks, right? I want to challenge that person. What? Rania couldn't help but respond with a voice filled with suspicion at Danon's words. It was only natural. If the leader of a rival faction suddenly appeared and said he wanted to challenge a newly added member, one would think something was amiss. Though they couldn't hear it, Rio and Abel climbed up to the lookout, and they showed their faces. Did you say you want to fight me? That's right, you the magic sword user. Fight me? A fight? What? Are we going to race to see who's faster? Of course not. Then should we play chess? Not to brag, but I'm not that strong at it. It's swords. What kind of nonsense is this about racing or chess? There's no way I would challenge you with anything other than swords, Danon responded, his anger oozing. Beside Abel, Rio nodded while murmuring, taking away the opponent's calmness is the most basic of basics in a duel. If you want to fight with swords, just say so from the beginning. Don't you learn that kind of thing as a demon's kin from your demon lord? What? Danon's expression turned sharp at Abel's suddenly pointed remark. What, did I say something weird? You said kin. Yeah, you're a demon's kin, right? Interesting magic sword user. Danon nodded a few times quietly. Rio had been intently watching the black-haired girl beside Danon, and with a certain conviction he nodded once and whispered in Abel's ear. That black-haired girl is a demon. Seriously? She's been revived? Abel was astonished. Then he turned to Rania and asked, Rania, have you ever seen that black-haired girl before? No, I haven't. I was wondering about that too. What is she, a kin? It appears she is the master of the kin. What? So she's a demon? Rania was surprised by Abel's words. Ange, who had overheard their conversation, widened her eyes in astonishment. I want to know the reason why the demon herself, who has never shown herself until now, has finally appeared. Let's talk a little more. Abel murmured that and called out to the two in front of the castle gate again. Hey, kin, no, was it Danon? And that girl is Raja? Is Raja the name of the demon? Abel's words were like a bombshell. Hey, that was all Danon could say. His expression had drastically changed. He no longer had any composure, his face a mixture of shock, anger, and confusion, a very complicated expression. Abel pressed on. I heard you attacked only the Guardian army, right? You didn't go after ordinary civilians, but instead took down experienced fighters to awaken the demon. So it was the final stage? You. Who the hell are you? Damon's surprise grew, as he was not completely sure of his own conviction. It was proof that Abel's deductions were correct, extracting information while breaking the opponent's calmness, as expected of Abel. Even as a muscle-headed swordsman, I can never match him in this kind of tactical nuance. Rio admired Abel in his mind. Yes, just in his mind. He thought that if he expressed his admiration out loud, Abel might get carried away. Damon trembled with frustration. However, a clear reaction came from the girl beside him. Ah-ha-ha-ha, the black-haired girl laughed heartily. Raja, Damon was taken aback. How amusing. Damon, this guy you found is very interesting. Raja nodded repeatedly, then she continued speaking. I should have realized this sooner. Look, Damon, at his red hair. Huh, there are no people with such hair in these eastern nations. That means he's from the central nations or the western nations. So, it means he has been involved with other demons and their kin over there. Raja looked at Abel as if to say, right? Abel shrugged his shoulders in silence. That was a sign that he had no intention of denying it. Who did you meet? No, it's strange that you were informed of such details in the first place. You weren't helping us demons over there, were you? Hey, there's no way that could happen even if the world turned upside down. Many knights, including myself, fought with all their might. I won't say it's hatred, but we are clearly enemies. Then the fact that you're still alive means, obviously, it's because we defeated the demons and their kin, Abel stated clearly. In the great war against the demons, the kingdom had rallied its full strength. It could be said they won with that. Humans won? Unbelievable. No, you guys too were cut off from reinforcements because the corridor was sealed by the wall, and at the same time, anything that would have aided you was blocked, right? Now that it has been opened, you're regaining your strength. In other words, it was sealed by an alchemist or something. Raja shook her head slightly, but Abel clearly countered. Yes, someone from hundreds of years ago sealed the corridor. It was likely done through alchemy. As a result, Raja, who had been left behind in the eastern nations, lost her power. But 3 months ago, that corridor was opened. That's why Raja regained her strength. Enough already, one voice cut off the conversation between Raja and Abel. It came from beside Raja. Oh, Damon is getting impatient. Raja frowned and shook her head. It was a rare emotional outburst from Damon. Magic sword user, come down and fight, Damon shouted. Well, fighting won't give me anything, will it? I'll answer what you want to know. Oh, Damon growled in response, and Abel's interest was piqued. All right then, Raja. Don't intervene. Got it. I'll just watch over here. At Damon's words, Raja waved her hand and walked a little distance away, generating a stone chair and sitting down. Lord Abel, Ange called out to Abel, who was trying to descend. Lord Ange, I will take revenge for my father. Abel said that with a cheerful smile. However, after walking for a while and standing next to Rio, he spoke in a small voice. If anything happens, I'll leave it to you. You put on a grand show for Ange, didn't you? That's the only thing I could say, Abel smiled wryly. Those demons' kin are something else. Their strength is unfathomable. I believe in you, Abel. Yeah, but those guys don't die. As long as the demon is alive, they can just revive normally. What the? Rio can go ahead and defeat the demon on his own. Abel just needs to take down both of them. Don't joke around. Rio's right fist lightly touched Abel's right fist. Thus, Abel plunged into his second battle with the demon's kin. I'll introduce myself once more. My name is Damon. Now that you mention it, I hadn't introduced myself. My name is Abel. Damon and Abel face off outside the castle gate. Of course, Rio, Ange, and Rania, along with most of the villagers of Farafo, have climbed up the castle walls to watch the two confront each other. Rio, son, do you think Lord Abel will win? It's a direct question, and yet Rania asks it quietly. She heard Abel say he would take revenge for Ange, so it's a question she doesn't want Ange to hear. Honestly, I don't know. The demon's kin are incredibly strong. Rio answers honestly. Of course, he wishes for Abel's victory and believes he won't lose. Even so, battles with non-human beings are unpredictable. Back when I was in the kingdom, Abel fought against the demon's kin. Rania is left speechless by Rio's words. So what was the outcome? He reportedly severed the kin's head. Oh, however, the kin came back to life. Rania is left speechless again. It seems that the entire conversation is just barely out of Ange's earshot. Unless you defeat the demon itself, it seems they can resurrect no matter how many times they are killed. The demon? Rania murmurs as she sits cross-legged on a stone chair, watching the two's battle begin. She is a beautiful girl with a strong disposition, exuding an overwhelming sense of composure, but she doesn't appear to be stronger than the kin they are about to fight. It would be bad to attack that girl. Yes, that must never happen. In response to Ranya's confirmation, Rio nods vigorously in agreement. Under mutual consent, a duel between Abel and Danon is about to take place. A duel is a sort of vow, a commitment that no one else will interfere. It is a sacred battle held within that vow and commitment. Anyone who breaks such a thing would be met with furious wrath. Right now, all we can do is trust in Abel and watch over him. When Rio says this in a louder voice, all the villagers atop the castle walls nod in agreement. And so the battle begins. It's not like a gong sounded to signal the start. Both Abel and Danon suddenly sprang into action, each preparing their beloved swords. Danon took the initiative. Perhaps this was related to how their prior conversation had robbed Abel of his calm. However, whether that was the case or not, Danon's initial strike was fierce. Clang, clang, clang. As he unleashed a fierce initial attack, Danon followed it up with consecutive strikes. With a precise angle on his sword, Abel deflected each and every one. Danon, the demon's kin, surpassed him in strength and speed, but Abel countered with his sword technique. The composition naturally became Danon's offense and Abel's defense. In the midst of Danon's consecutive strikes, a horizontal slash was integrated. Abel dodged it without taking the hit. More than any other strike, Danon's afterimage shifted. With a half-step forward into Danon's shifted stance, Abel thrust his sword out. It was a reception at a point different from usual, a point where Danon's strength wasn't applied. Even for the demon's kin, who boasted overwhelming physical strength compared to humans, ignoring the principle of things is impossible. Danon's sword was deflected widely. The roles of offense and defense had switched. Now it was Abel on the offense and Danon on the defense. Oh! Cheers erupted from the villagers of Farafa watching from the castle wall. However, Rio was not among those who cheered. As expected of Abel, but Danon's kin is strong. This is likely to drag on. Though Rio is often perceived as a joker, he takes battles seriously. That's because lives are at stake, which is only natural. That's why he never slacks off in training and approaches it earnestly. It's precisely because of this that he highly regards Abel for his continuous efforts to reach his current heights. No matter how you put it, perhaps Rio is the one who holds the highest regard for Abel. Rio likes physics, and he believes that the principle of the sword is the principle of things, that is, physics. Let's consider the defensive side receiving a downward strike from the opponent. The defensive side has three options. First, to firmly receive the strike. The method is to hold the sword parallel to the ground. By doing so, they can receive and negate the kinetic energy of the descending sword head-on. The second option is to deflect the opponent's sword. The method is to tilt the sword. If we consider the angle of the sword during the first method of firmly receiving it to be 0 degrees, then to deflect it, the sword tip would be tilted at 45 degrees or more. In that case, the opponent's sword would hit theirs and then flow to the right side. Alternatively, if you tilt the sword tip at -45 degrees or more, the opponent's sword would flow to the left side after hitting theirs. This phenomenon occurs regardless of sword techniques, strength, or speed, because it's a matter of physics. Thus, the principle of the sword is the principle of things. By the way, the defensive side's third option is to dodge, ensuring neither the sword nor body touches the opponent's sword. Ultimately, the defensive side's choices can be summarized into these three. Such physics manifests in the sword. However, Rio knows. He knows that many who dedicate themselves to the sword end up pondering about humanity in their later years. The principle of the sword, the principle of things. Perhaps philosophy takes shape beyond that. The legendary swordsmen who left their names in history eventually, to put it in Western terms, delve into philosophy. The conflict between people is embodied by the sword. Those who dedicate their lives to that sword may naturally ponder what it means to be human and what relationships among people are. Since ancient Greece, the finest physicists were also philosophers. At first glance, physics and philosophy seem to be worlds apart, unlikely to intersect. But in reality, perhaps those two extremes are adjacent when you circle back around. Such abstract thoughts drifted through Rio's mind. He shook his head slightly. What he should focus on now is the battle unfolding before him. Unconcerned with the audience, including Rio, the two combatants poured all their nerves into the battle at hand. This is unbelievable. This magic sword user, is he really human? This is insane. Danon was internally astonished, and at the same time filled with joy. It had been a while since he experienced such exhilarating combat. Yes, he must be human. His strength is within the human range, albeit at a high level. However, that's not it. This magic sword user? Was it Abel? This Abel has incredible speed. No, it feels like he's exceeding the highest speed a human can achieve. The reason is that he has stripped away every unnecessary aspect as much as possible, not just the movements of the sword. From head to toe, he has eliminated all waste. He's the epitome of refinement. This was the battle Danon had longed for. The unfolding conflict surpassed his expectations. It was truly extraordinary. And so he reveled in it, understood it, and tried to embrace it all. The speed he has achieved can be said to be due to mastering his technique. Of course, all of this is a result of having earnestly engaged with his own body and sword. His technique has been refined, and his speed exceeds the bounds of humans. Yet this Abel is still human. He must have had some talent. However, it might be proof that if a person continues to think and strive, they can reach this level. Ah, to think I can fight someone like this. I'm glad I didn't cede to Lord Raja. Danon genuinely rejoiced in having asserted his own will. Throughout his long life as a kin, he had fought against very few opponents of this caliber. For instance, his master Raja was strong. Danon would likely not win against her. Yet what was before him now, delighting Danon, was not that kind of strength. It was pure swordsmanship, a strength born from dedicating everything to the sword. That was what brought Danon joy. I had a premonition. I sensed something in the air, but I never imagined that facing a human would lead to such thrilling combat. Ah, this is all from the depths of my heart. If I feel the potential for someone to become such a swordsman, I might not be able to kill anyone from now on. At that moment, Danon let out a bitter smile, of course, only internally. Not likely, that's not going to happen. This kind of swordsman, one in hundreds of thousands, millions, does not exist. It's more like one in hundreds of millions. Yes, even the potential itself is that rare. So what is it now, engaging in a real sword fight with such a being? Is it a miracle? That demon's kin swung his sword joyfully. As expected of the demon's kin, he's strong. On the other hand, Abel continued to fight while suppressing any expression of surprise, internally amazed. Garwin's kin. Was it Oranju? He was impressive, but this Danon guy is incredible too. His strength and speed are nothing like a human. If I misjudge my reception even once, it's over. While surprised by the strength he had anticipated, he calmly analyzed the situation. This was a completely different situation than when he faced Oranju, although Abel himself was hardly aware of that fact. The reason this different situation arose was solely because Abel had become stronger. During his travels in the Eastern nations, he regained the strength he had in his former days as an A-rank adventurer, surpassing it significantly. If I mess up even once, it's over for me. Yet this guy manages to get by with sheer strength. This is so unfair. Abel continues to fight while mentally complaining. Even while thinking such things, the combat with the kin continues without a hitch, which is a stark contrast to the sword fight against Oranju during the Great Demon War. At that time, Abel had no such composure, but now he does. The differences breed composure, differences in strength, experience, perspective. Many differences exist, but any one of them is sufficient. The differences create composure, and that composure leads to noticing further differences, which in turn creates more composure. The difference between Abel and Danon is not in strength or experience. It is a difference in perspective. What are they looking at, where are they aiming, and what are they comparing themselves to? The sword fight between the two transitioned into phases where offense and defense sharply swapped. There is a clear reason for that. It is Abel, because Abel's sword had grown unstable, but it was Danon who grew angry. Hey, Abel, what are you testing out? Huh, you've been testing something since earlier. Focus on the fight. What an unreasonable thing to say. Abel smiled wryly, yet it was indeed true that he was testing something. I thought your sword style was interesting. Huh, this. As Abel said this, he thrust his sword forward, further than his usual point of reception, and redirected Danon's sword. See. The way you channel your strength is more efficient and effective than what I've been doing, so I'm testing it, but still, it doesn't always go well. Abel explained this calmly, causing Danon to grow angry. Yet Danon's anger was laced with joy. Normally, you don't test things in life-or-death situations. Just because you think it's interesting doesn't mean you can pull it off immediately. No, I managed to. That's exactly why it doesn't normally happen. Abel, you're abnormal? That's definitely an unreasonable accusation. Abel frowned. This guy's an abomination. Ah, there's no doubt about it. This guy named Abel is an abomination wearing the skin of a human. Danon screamed internally. He screamed in joy. To possess such sword techniques and still be growing. Is he trying to adopt my techniques? If he manages to master them, he will reach even greater heights. But to test in the middle of a fight where lives are at stake? What kind of wild imagination allows for that? Danon shouted only in his heart. In contrast, Abel's words remained calm. While it's true this is a life-or-death situation, that only applies to me. Huh! You demon's kin don't die even if I sever your heads. The one whose life is on the line is me. How unfair is that? Wait, do you know other kin? Danon was surprised by Abel's complaint. Huh, didn't I mention I fought before? I only heard that you fought against other demons. In that case, I won't answer your previous question. Abel said with a slight frown, and Danon's expression mixed with anger and joy. Abel was testing Danon's techniques. This indicated that he had that much mental composure. However, in reality, there was hardly a difference in skill between the two. No, perhaps it could be said there is no difference at all. They were that evenly matched. What lay between them was a difference in perspective. A perspective. On what they are looking at, Abel is looking not at the present fight, but at a future where he will become even stronger. Focus on this battle right now? Ah, that's absolutely right. Abel smiles wryly at Danon's shout. But you see, once I want to see something, I can't help myself. Want to see something? I want to see the version of myself that has mastered your techniques and is even stronger than I am now. You! In response to Abel's words, Danon returns with an expression mixed with anger and joy. He was angry, telling Abel to concentrate solely on the battle at hand. Yet he rejoiced at Abel's desire to adopt his techniques, even during a life-or-death struggle. The human heart is complex, but so is the heart of a kin. I used to think every day about wanting to become stronger, Abel suddenly said softly. He reminisced about how, after becoming a king, or perhaps even before that, from the time he formed the Red Sword, his desire to grow stronger had been eclipsed by the desire to fight for his comrades. Even so, he had been growing every day. However, he was aware that there was no intense thirst for strength. He remembered that thirst for strength, or rather, he had been gradually recalling it even before this. Probably since meeting the water attribute Mage who was watching the battle from atop the castle wall. After being sent to this eastern nations together and continuing their journey, that thirst had become clearer. It manifested now as he faced a sword of equal strength. I want to become stronger, Abel declared with determination. Interesting. All right then, try to defeat me and see if you can grow stronger. I'll make the effort, Abel replied, taking a sharp but deep breath. In an instant, he focused solely on the battle before him. The sword flashes grew even sharper. Hey, is he going to get even faster? Can a human really achieve such speed? Wait a minute, this guy truly might not be human. Danon's astonishment began to show on his face. Only two people in this scenario noticed the change and the reason behind it. One was the demon Raja, and the other was Rio. The light of Abel's sword has blended with green. That murmur reached Rania, who was next to Rio, but Rania didn't understand its meaning. Abel's sword was a magic sword, so it glows red. It felt like there was no difference in that glow. I haven't fought against him, but I have a vague memory of hearing about it, that it was Richard from the Natore kingdom and his sword. I heard that no one else could wield it but this swordsman named Abel is mastering it. No, even so, he's not at full power, is he? How is he able to use it? Is he a descendant or something? As Raja watched the battle, he murmured, and he added with a slight smile, Danon, you're lucky. He desires a battle with a strong opponent. That is the nature of demons. It's a feeling similar to how people crave delicious food. Therefore, it's unavoidable. Just as there are those who, like sages, do not obsess over food, there are also those demons who do not obsess over fighting. But those are merely oddities, or rather strange demons. Somewhere they might be dressed in red. When they see their kin fighting against a strong opponent, they feel envious. Naturally, they desire to fight that strong opponent. That feeling is natural, yet if asked whether they would want to snatch away the chance to fight, the answer would be no. For demons, their kin are, in a sense, like children. No, rather than children, they should be seen as extensions of themselves. They are beings created by sharing their own strength and are also the ones to whom they supply their power. If they are extensions of themselves, they wouldn't wish to snatch away the joy of those extensions, right? Of course, if their extension were to be defeated, they would desire to battle the opponent. As Raja watches, the battle continues. Abel, you are indeed a battle maniac. Huh, Danon, don't say such random things. I'm a normal swordsman. Then why are you smiling? Smiling? Abel is surprised by Danon's observation. He had no awareness that he was smiling. You're smiling faintly. It's just your imagination you're misreading. There's no way, Danon points out that his opponent is faintly smiling. There's no way he could be mistaken. However, the swordsman before him refuses to admit it. Listen, Danon. A battle maniac refers to someone like you or that Rio fellow atop the castle wall who brandishes a sword and challenges in close combat. It certainly doesn't refer to someone like me, a peace-loving swordsman. Abel's way of speaking resembles that of a certain battle maniac mage, likely due to their long acquaintance. I'll admit that I'm a battle maniac. I'm a demon's kin after all. My master Roger is miles more of a battle maniac than I am, but that's just because she's a demon. But Abel, you love battle too much for a human. Hey, hold on, don't say something that could lead to misunderstanding, Abel retorts against Danon's words. Saying you love battle too much might be fine if it's just as a swordsman, but if the king is said to be that, then that's quite problematic. A kingdom ruled by such a king wouldn't make its citizens happy. I haven't fought much, but there was once a man who defeated demons while still being human. His name was Richard. Ah, Abel couldn't help but let that ancestor's name slip from his lips at the familiar sound. He was apparently one who loved to fight too much. I see, King Richard. The kingdom ruled by King Richard is said to have thrived. That prosperity connects to the present kingdom, reigning as one of the three great nations of the Central Nations. If so, then being called a king who loves battle too much might not be such a bad thing for Abel. If he is similar to the great King Richard, perhaps it's acceptable. The battle between Abel and Danon continued. It might have been around 30 minutes in. Is it about time? Rio murmured. That murmur was unheard by anyone. The villagers atop the castle were absorbed in the battle, swaying between joy and despair. The demon's kin, Danon, had been smiling throughout the fight. Though it might seem quite eerie to an outside observer, it couldn't be helped. He was filled with a sense of happiness he had never felt before. Meanwhile, Abel also fought with a faint smile on his face. To those who could see, he may have looked more eerie, but that couldn't be helped. He was aware of his own growth even while fighting. 30 minutes of sword fights were undoubtedly a long battle. In a long battle, usually, humans find themselves at a disadvantage. This is due to their lack of endurance. Moreover, among living beings capable of wielding weapons, humans are particularly fragile and soft. Not to mention demons, kin, and vampires. Even centaurs would be stronger by comparison. However, the magic sword user fighting here is not at all bad at long battles. In fact, one could say he excels at them. Why? Because he excels in thought. As he fights, he analyzes the opponent's strengths and weaknesses, and even exposes their vulnerabilities. Furthermore, he grasps their sword techniques and optimizes his defense against them, becoming stronger while fighting. For Abel, that was actually a daily occurrence. Yes, that's right. Abel the swordsman is sneaky. Rio murmured softly for some reason as though he were denouncing Abel. The truth is, Rio has a similar aspect to him. Neither of them realizes this. It was just a fleeting moment. It's about time, isn't it? What? Abel's murmur reached Danon, who had been locked in a clash with swords. Instead of receiving Danon's descending strike with his sword, Abel evaded using body movements. As Danon transitioned from a downward strike to a horizontal slash, he connected the two. Normally, Abel would dodge this horizontal slash. But, clang, he stepped in decisively, bringing his body close to the base of Danon's sword and raised his sword to receive the horizontal slash with his entire body. Using the principle of leverage, when swinging a sword, the tip of the sword becomes the fastest and carries the most power. Conversely, the closer one gets to the hilt, the slower it becomes and the less power it carries. Thus, even at the hilt, Abel could withstand Danon's immense strength. With a series of precise steps, he spun his body to gain momentum, severing Danon's wrists. Continuing to spin, he decapitated Danon's head and both legs, finally piercing his heart with the sword. The sword fight between Abel and Danon concluded with Abel's victory. This is dedicated to all Abel fans, showcasing his current prowess. On July 20, 2023, the 7th volume of the novel was released. As it is the conclusion of the first part, it features Rio and Abel on the cover. In this 7th volume, Abel is also very active. The entire 250,000 words cover the War of Kingdom Liberation of Natore. The developments and conclusions in this book differ from the narrow version. To everyone who read the narrow version and thought, "This is interesting," I hope you will definitely read this. And the next volume, Part 2, Western Nations Arc, Volume 1, will be released in the fall. It'll be quick. You won't have to wait long. If there are those who haven't read the book version yet, I encourage you to take this opportunity. Wonderful, Rio's voice echoed from atop the castle wall. Since the moment Abel defeated Danon, everyone had remained silent, but Rio's words triggered a flood of exclamations. "Woohoo, we did it! Awesome! Just as expected from Lord Abel." Hearing the voices from atop the wall, Rio jumped down. Of course, he activated the water jet thruster only at the moment of landing to avoid injury. He thought it best to get closer to Abel as quickly as possible. In case the demon attempted to strike Abel, he wanted to be able to defend him. However, the demon Raja was... Clap, clap, clap. He slowly walked forward, applauding. "What a splendid battle!" He nodded as he said this. His destination was Danon's severed head. He picked it up slowly. "You look so pleased." Indeed, the expression on Danon's face was one of complete joy. "You are called Raja the Demon?" "Yeah," Abel called out to Raja. "Please revive that kin Danon elsewhere." Are you satisfied now that you've fought?" "No, there's a girl whose father was killed by him who is watching the battle. By severing Danon's head, I think she has found some closure. However, if he were to revive right in front of her..." "Abel, you're quite the softy." Raja smirked, raising the corners of his mouth in mockery. "I don't deny that. What if I said I would revive him right here?" I would kill you, Demon Raja. Abel locked eyes with him. That sounds amusing, but... Raja chuckled. That's not acceptable. A voice interrupted their conversation. Of course, it was Rio. Abel is tired. I'll take it from here. And Demon Raja, I will seal you for thousands of years. What? I had the opportunity to study sealed alchemy when I witnessed the revival of another demon. Also, thanks to my acquaintance with Miss Marlin from the Western nations, I fought Garwin as well. When it comes to fighting demons, I have considerable experience. Rio declared confidently. Raja's laughter faded and he frowned clearly. Are you acquainted with the Red Robe and the Fool? The Red Robe is Miss Marlin, right, Garwin? He really is a fool. Rio shook his head slightly at Raja's words. Putting aside Marlin, Garwin, it's a pity. After looking at Danan's limbs scattered on the ground, Raja shrugged and opened his mouth. Well, that's fine. I have no interest in humans. However, I did enjoy the battle. As a reward, I will grant you one wish. What an upper-handed stance. If you accept, that's all that matters. Rio frowned while Abel chuckled wryly. However, Raja, saying this, looked Rio up and down. He examined him several times. I have a bad feeling about this, Rio muttered. Abel shrugged silently. You are a water attribute mage, aren't you? Robe, you mean me, right? Yes, my name is Rio. I see, water attribute mage Rio, you are loved by the Fairy King, aren't you? His tone was not particularly strong. For Raja, it was probably just a confirmation. However, Rio's reaction was excessive. Abel, everything has been exposed. We must seal her mouth and bury everything in darkness. Why? Because if we don't, Abel will be accused, right? It would be revealed that Abel has done something wrong. I haven't done anything. It's just that Rio's true identity has been exposed, right? Abel, you're not giving up, are you? Why am I being blamed? There are situations in the world where whoever speaks first wins. However, because the party involved, Demon Raja, was left out, it became no longer a first-come, first-served situation. The child of the Fairy King and, presumably, a descendant of Richard. Quite an interesting combination. Abel, all sorts of things are being exposed after all. Rio, there are many things in this world that cannot be helped. Raja's words made both Rio and Abel understand that they had no choice but to surrender to various matters. Raja turned to Abel and spoke. Abel, you are quite strong, thank you, but you still cannot defeat me. I see. Rest assured I won't fight you here. Danan will want to train again and will ask to fight you. I see. Abel, taken aback by Raja's condescending words, had trouble responding. If Danan wishes for a rematch, that's fine, but don't cause trouble for the people living here. Huh, you all have attacked many people before, haven't you? Yeah, we have. Raja nodded without any guilt at Abel's words. Stop that. Is it really necessary? ... It is absolutely necessary. Raja frowned at the question while Abel nodded. Why do you attack people anyway? It's bothersome. Even if you say that, humans don't eat rice or wheat with the intention of causing trouble, right? Rice and wheat. Isn't it because you need them to live? From the perspective of the rice and wheat, don't you think they feel like, there's no need to eat us, and wonder why we must eat them along with meat and fish? Are you saying that demons attacking humans is the same as humans eating rice and wheat? In terms of form, yes. Raja shrugged. Abel grimaced. Next to him, Rio shook his head slightly. The demon just stated a reasonable argument about environmental impact caused by humans. It feels like humans are a bad existence for plants. It's the long-standing argument that the disappearance of humans would be the best for this planet. Now Abel shook his head, while Rio frowned. Do demons have to attack humans to survive? That's true during the recovery phase. Raja answered Abel's question straightforwardly. Recovery phase? Would it be easier to understand if I said it's when one is released from a seal? So now, to be precise, it was just a moment ago. What? Could it be? Ah, I have fully revived. Raja said this with a sinister smile. A wave of tension ran through Abel's body. He barely managed to restrain himself from reaching for his sword. Since my main body is at my stronghold, it's unfortunate that I cannot show you my true form now. No, I certainly do not want to see it. Abel replied immediately to Raja's words. Raja tilted his head slightly before opening his mouth. By the way, I have one thing to confirm. What is it? Will you two stay here after this? What do you mean? Abel paused for a moment at Raja's question. He considered the possibility that if the two left, the village might be attacked again. Earlier, he had indeed said not to cause trouble for the people living here, and it had seemed like Raja accepted that. Don't worry. I won't attack the people here anymore. Since I've passed the recovery phase, it's unnecessary. I won't say anything that contradicts that. Seeming to understand Abel's concerns, Raja grinned and said, However, if Danan wishes for a rematch with you, or if I want to fight you as well, I was wondering where we should go. Come to the Dark Continent. We'll be moving from here after a while. I see, so the Dark Continent is your stronghold. Rio answered from the side, and Raja nodded. Then let's meet at the Dark Continent. With that, Raja collected Danan's scattered body parts and departed. Active sonar, Rio scanned the surroundings. Yeah, it's okay. They are no longer in the area. Rio nodded in relief. At that moment, Abel tilted his head in question. Rio, are you going to the Dark Continent? I'm not. Huh, didn't you just say you would go there? Please recall my words accurately. I said, come to the Dark Continent. We'll be moving from here after a while. I did not say our stronghold is there or that we are going. I see. Rio puffed out his chest for some reason, while Abel looked at him with narrowed eyes. Those eyes seemed to say, that's a bit sneaky, isn't it? Does Abel want to go to the Dark Continent to fight the demons? No, I don't want to. Right, we might go there, perhaps in 200 years. So in that sense, I'm not lying at all. Well, I don't think I'll be alive in 200 years, Abel shrugged. Abel has, for the time being, defeated the demon's kin. Congratulations. Huh, but the demon himself warned you that you cannot win. Right, so don't get carried away. I have no intention of getting carried away. As Rio and Abel exchanged such conversations, they entered the village. There, the villagers who had come down from the castle walls were all teary-eyed. It was completely different from the joy expressed when they were on the wall. However, those tears were by no means filled with sadness. Thank you, Lord Abel. Ange, at the center of the tears, expressed her gratitude. You avenged my father, now I can move on. Yes, Abel said with a smile, and Ange replied with tears and laughter. Farafo village was enveloped in happiness. By the way, the fourth part of the water attribute Mage is titled the Dark Continent Arc. Yes, indeed. Even if Rio has no such intention, the author certainly does. Well, today marks the end of the 7-night consecutive posting. Thank you for your company. I will post again soon, so please wait a little longer. That said, when will the two reach the kingdom? From today, I will be posting for 3 consecutive nights. 2 travelers, 2 beloved horses, and 5 gigantic ice carts. An extremely large party. From any angle, it can be said to be a very rare traveling group. Abel may be a wonderful king and a very capable swordsman. However, in this border region, such privileged status and position don't matter. Everyone is equal here. Oh, I've seen you glancing back at the carts multiple times, and I know what you're planning. Planning? Abel tilts his head at Rio's accusation. It's only natural to be curious about the giant carts following them from behind and to look from time to time, so there's no particular scheme in his mind. You're thinking of sneaking in and hogging all the contents for yourself, aren't you? I see right through you. I had no such intention at all. That's a lie. They say that Heaven's network is vast and doesn't let anything slip through. Bad things don't go well. I don't know about this Heaven's network thing, but it's true that bad things don't go well. That's right. Rio nods pompously for some reason. The cargo in those massive ice carts, all of it is for Andalusia. Oh, at least make it for the Andalusian people. Well, fine, it's cargo for the Andalusians, including Feywen. When Rio says this, Andalusia and Feywen make happy noises. Hearing that, Rio once again nods with an air of superiority. Rio has it tough too. Why am I the one who has it tough? The cargo is for the horses, so that means you won't get any food from it, right? Why, yeah, that might be true. Right now, hunting is easier because we still have the forest, but isn't the area around the corridor, wildlands, or desert? Abel presents information he heard before leaving the Imperial capital. Rio's eyes widen significantly. If we starve, the Andalusians would be troubled too, so as an emergency measure, we should take some food for ourselves from here. Are you going to take food from Andalusia and Feywen? Rio falls silent. Abel isn't saying this to bully Rio. He simply wanted to hear what Rio thought about food procurement for the future. However, it seems Rio hadn't thought that far ahead. I guess there's no helping it. I'll show you Abel's true resolve today and tomorrow. 2 days later, the gigantic ice carts following the 2 travelers and their horses had increased to 20. They hunted and gathered fruits together. And this was the result of their food procurement. They've increased. It's just in case something happens. Besides, the carts just follow us on their own, so it doesn't matter how many there are, right? Rio shrugs at Abel's candid remark. That's true for land travel, but what if we have to take a boat, like when we went upstream on the southern river? We can't ride them, so we'd be stuck on land the whole time. When it's a boat, only Rio and the Andalusians will ride, right? What about this cargo? It'll be in the river. Abel is left speechless. In his mind, the image of 20 ice carts traveling along the riverbed flows. These are ice, Abel. Do you know what happens to ice when it goes in water? It floats. Exactly. These carts will float on the river's surface and follow us. What's wrong? Abel asks when Rio suddenly goes quiet. On land, the wheels move to navigate, but they won't move forward if the wheels turn on the water or underwater. Rio covers his face with his palm. He's probably thinking, oh no, we need to think of another way. After a while, he raised his face and declared that, well, it doesn't necessarily mean we'll need a boat, right? Besides, there aren't any big rivers like the Southern River anymore, are there? That may be true, or it may not be. I don't want to be in a situation where I have to say, I hadn't thought of that when the time comes. Why, yeah, that's true. Abel nods, feeling pressured by Rio's determination. It's not a bad thing to anticipate things in advance. As Rio fusses over possible scenarios, the group continues onward. Because they are completely trusting their beloved Andalusia, this is possible. Meanwhile, Abel shrugs slightly and sways on Faywin's back as they move. Night. The two travelers and their two horses camp out. For the past few days, they have passed through no towns or villages where they could stay. While the horses are fine, it is quite difficult for the two of them to take turns keeping watch. After all, they can only sleep half the time. However, with Rio around, that doesn't matter. In a safe place surrounded by ice walls, Rio, Abel, and of course Andalusia and Faywin can all sleep soundly. In that regard, Rio's magic is quite convenient. Isn't it, isn't it? Sure enough, Rio nods pompously. Abel shrugs and looks at the map. The plan is for tomorrow, right? Yes. It's the place where the invisible wall blocking the corridor between the Central Nations and us used to be. Marie opened it. A few months ago, I believe. I wonder how it is now. Marie. That phantom being? Rio says excitedly, while Abel remembers the woman whose sword technique caused him great trouble. There must have been various changes since the wall that separated the Central Nations and Eastern Nations has disappeared. That's true. There's a possibility we won't be able to proceed. Something like the ground collapsing, is that it? Yes, of course, it's just a possibility. Abel is saying something ominous again. Rio frowns and shakes his head slightly. The next day, the group reached the problem area. It should be around here, right? It should be around here. Both Rio and Abel sway on their beloved horses as they advance. Yes, they progress without any issues. There's nothing strange here, right? Nothing at all. Well, we don't even know specifically what that phantom being did. I'm glad Abel's strange predictions didn't come true. Predictions. Imagine if some massive cataclysm occurred, the ground split open, magma spewed out, and all living things perished. I would hate to see a world like that. That's more a reflection of your delusions than any prediction of mine. Abel shakes his head slightly. The group continues on without incident. Surely we've passed beyond any invisible walls, right? That would be the case. In the end, it seems there was nothing. Abel lets out a sigh of relief. So that means we've passed through the Eastern Nations? That would be correct. So that means we've entered the Central Nations? Rio asks excitedly. However, Abel tilts his head. Is that so? It's true we've passed through the Eastern Nations, but isn't this still the so-called corridor? I've never heard anything about that corridor. In other words, claiming this is part of the Central Nations would mean it's a place even the king of the Central Nations doesn't know about. Are you saying it's a place that won't be recognized as part of the Central Nations because of Abel's lack of knowledge? Rio looks at him with a dubious expression. I'm not saying that. This area is a place that doesn't belong to either the Eastern or Central Nations. Fine then, I'll let it slide for Abel's sake and consider it that way. Hey, Abel is about to get angry at Rio's words. As a king, he has learned to show restraint, so he won't lose his temper over something like this. Even if this isn't part of the Central Nations, if we keep going west, we will reach the Central Nations, right? Yeah, probably. Which country in the Central Nations will we arrive at? Most likely. The Federation or one of the surrounding small nations. When you say surrounding small nations, are you referring to Duchy Kingdom? Rio asks. Duchy Kingdom is the homeland of Prince Willie, Rio's disciple. Before departing for the Western nations, he had still remained in Duchy Kingdom, but what about now? Yeah, while Duchy Kingdom is technically a small nation, among the surrounding nations of the Federation, it's one of the larger ones. Is that so? Yeah. There should be several countries that are much smaller than Duchy Kingdom. The official name of the Federation is the Handalu Federation. As the name suggests, it's a union of many small nations. So there are small nations that aren't part of the Federation to the east, and there are many beyond this corridor. That's right, Abel nods. Abel is the king of the powerful Natore kingdom within the Central Nations. Before becoming king, he was an adventurer, but he received proper royal education from birth until he turned 18. This included information regarding the Central Nations as a whole. No matter what Rio says, he is a serious and capable king. The two travelers, their two horses, and the 20 carts continue further west. In fact, they had once completely consumed the food from one of the carts. However, shortly after that, they were attacked by a wyvern that came from nowhere. As usual, Rio pinned the wyvern to the ground and Abel finished it off, preventing disaster. They also obtained a magic stone and the wyvern's meat. Since the amount of meat was equivalent to 1 cart's worth, they were back to 20 carts again. There really are wyverns everywhere, huh? Moreover, this one was a mature dragon. Normally, wyvern hunting is done with juvenile dragons. To the north and south, you can see a range of mountains. Did it come from there? That might be the case. Given that it's called a corridor, it should be somewhat close. But those mountains are quite tall, aren't they? Did you say the Mountain of Demons north of the Forest of Rondo? It could be the same height or even taller. That may be true. Calling this place corridor between the two mountain ranges is quite fitting. Both Rio and Abel are casually chatting while swaying on their beloved horses. Since both Andalusia and Faywin are wise, there is nothing for them to do. For the most part, they just enjoy the scenery and engage in trivial conversation. That being said, Rio still has his passive sonar turned on. For example, it would be terrible if they were suddenly attacked by an invisible monster. However, what's wrong? Abel reacts to Rio's murmur. It looks like about a kilometer ahead there are people. No, it seems like there's a village or something resembling a settlement. Oh, what's with that reaction? Is King Abel going to issue a command to attack the village without a surrender ultimatum? I don't understand that at all. Why would we attack a village? In my hometown, we have a saying, the early bird catches the worm. Personally, I feel reluctant to attack a village that hasn't done anything wrong, but if Abel orders it as king, I have no choice but to comply. As Rio makes a gesture as if wiping away tears for some reason, he says such things. Of course, it's a fake cry. To begin with, Abel wouldn't issue such an order. He wouldn't even think to. Don't attack the village. Don't issue a surrender ultimatum. I want to build a peaceful relationship. How does that sound? What if we receive a preemptive strike? What if the villagers say, you have nice horses, leave all your cargo and horses behind? That's not something people typically say. What if? Since you're the king, you should expect the worst and hope for the best. That's the way of a ruler. I see if that happens, Rio will protect us with your usual ice wall. Are we going with defensive measures? Fine then. Let's pray the enemy's attack power is low. An attack that could penetrate Rio's ice is something no human could manage. Abel's final mumble was not heard by Rio. After proceeding for a while, "Stop! Get off your horses!" 5 men rushed from the village, brandishing spear-like objects, and shouted, "See, it's the get off your horses and leave everything behind scenario." "Is that so?" Rio asserts, while Abel expresses doubt. The weapons the 5 men hold are long like spears, but the tips aren't made of metal. They're just carved wood. Could people like that really be attempting to rob them? Abel finds it hard to imagine. "Well, I'll get off my horse. You won't be able to escape at full speed now." "I wasn't planning to do that anyway. I can't see it, but Rio's ice wall is surrounding us, right? You figured it out well, as expected of a former A-rank swordsman." Rio praises him pompously. Abel shakes his head quietly without saying a word. The two get off their horses. Rio hands the reins of Andalusia to Abel and steps forward. "Hello, we are not suspicious individuals, just ordinary traveling adventurers." With a cheerful greeting, Rio smiles. His friendly smile certainly doesn't look like that of a suspicious person. It's the charming smile that Abel often talks about. "This is the village of Bondrin. What do you want here?" the man at the center of the 5 asks. He seems to be the leader among the 5. He has been the only one speaking up until now. The other 4 maintain their stance with their spear-like objects. However, Abel notices. All of them are trembling slightly. "We're on our way west, towards the Central Nations. If you're telling us not to stop by the village, then we won't." As Rio continues to smile cheerfully, the 5 men exchange glances. At that moment, a voice calls out from behind the men. "Stop it!" The clear voice comes from an elder approaching from the village. Seeing several people following behind him, he seems to be the one in power in the village. "Elder," the man at the center of the 5 manages to squeeze out those words. "My apologies for startling you guests. I heard the word adventurers just now. I remember hearing it before. They are those who get paid to resolve the problems of those in trouble." "Yes, well, that's mostly accurate." Rio nods at the words of the elder, referred to as such. At the very least, it's not wrong. The two were led into the village. On the way to the village, Rio saw something unusual. A green pond. For a moment it looked like that to Rio, but he quickly realized it was something different. Ocean green glass. Could it be trinitite? Trinitite, an artificial mineral created during the world's first nuclear test. Sand was blown up, melted instantly, and recooled to solidify into trinitite. The presence of that means there was something of extremely high temperature. While considering such things, the group was invited into the village. On October 20, 2023 Friday, the novel The Water Attribute Mage, Part 2 Western Nations Archive will be released. With over 80,000 words added, episode Duchy has been completely revised. It has been reborn as a story where Rio shines brightly. In the narrow version, he didn't have such a big role. The complete rewrite isn't for nothing. Because of that, or should I say thanks to that, the subsequent Part 2 will feel entirely different. Well, it can't be helped. As of October 18, I'm currently writing the manuscript for Volume 3 of Part 2. This 2-3 needs over 100,000 words of additional text. And I'm revising existing sections, so it takes time. If all goes according to plan, the novel version of Part 2, Western Nations Arc, should have a faster publication pace. Everyone, please look forward to it. Special site. This is the second night of 3 consecutive postings. Right now, the villagers are on edge. I apologize for that. The village chief bows his head. On edge. In negotiations like this, Abel takes the lead. Tomorrow, all the men in the village are planning to go hunting. Hunting? Is the target troublesome? Yes, after all, the opponent is a salamander. A salamander. Both Abel and Rio exclaim in unison. Abel is astonished. Rio is filled with delight. Of course, Rio doesn't know much about the monster known as a salamander. It wasn't even listed in the Monsters Encyclopedia, beginner's edition that Michael prepared. However, according to fantasy knowledge from Earth, salamanders breathe fire and reside in magma. They are very famous fantasy creatures, and if we talk about Phi, it is likely a fire attribute monster. Until now, Rio had never seen a fire attribute monster. No, come to think of it, he might have seen a red bear in the Western nations. However, that was probably a mutation or a special individual. But a salamander should be a monster of the fire attribute as a species. There's no way he wouldn't be thrilled to hear about such a monster. After that, the village chief was called by the villagers and stepped away. Naturally, it became a time for the two of them to discuss. Abel, it's a salamander. A salamander? Rio is excited. Do you know about the salamander, Rio? Of course. It's a fire attribute monster, right? That's true, but where have you seen one? They are not found in the Central Nations. Is that so? Ah, that's why I've never seen one until now. How can you claim to know something you've never seen? Rio asserted that he knew. Abel had no idea why. Then do you know about the salamander, Abel? I don't. I know nothing but the name. Abel firmly declares his ignorance. His stance is refreshingly honest. You claim to be a former rank adventurer, but did you buy that rank with money? Of course not. Rio looks at Abel with a dubious expression, and Abel retorts with a small but sharp voice. After all, you don't know the famous salamander, do you? Famous? I think most adventurers from the Central Nations only know the name. Just because you don't know. Then how much do you know about the salamander, Rio? Abel asks. Thank you for asking. The salamander is a fire attribute monster that should live near lava and such. Should. In appearance, it looks like a wyvern or a large newt or salamander. Looks like it uses super high-temperature fire attribute magic. That's for sure. Is that the only thing that's certain? What's with that tone? I provided more detailed information than you, Abel. That's all speculation, right? GRRR? Abel shrugs his shoulders and Rio grimaces. In conclusion, neither Rio nor Abel had reliable information about the salamander. While they were having that conversation, the village chief returned. Rio decided to show off his difference from Abel. I have a question for the village chief. Yes, what is it? Are the villagers planning to hunt the salamander because the village has been attacked by it? Why do you think that? The village chief is surprised by Rio's question. In response, Rio looks at Abel with a smug smile. Why are you looking at me? I was showing off the difference between us and Abel. Saying something like that, Rio is a straightforward guy. Actually, a few days ago, a salamander came and the southern field burned down. Oh dear, the southern field had just been planted, so the damage was minimal. However, the crops in the northern field will be ready for harvest in a month. If it comes again before then and burns everything, the village will be finished. The village chief explains the situation grimly. Are there no other villages or towns in the vicinity? No. The nearest town, Kokori Town to the west, takes about 3 days by carriage. A long time ago, there was a conflict in the town, and we, the defeated ones, moved here 30 years ago. The village chief explains with a wry smile in response to Abel's question. So you can't ask for help from the town? Yes, merchants do come, so it can be said that trade is conducted. However, no one from the village has set foot in the town for 30 years. Perhaps those who fought have since passed away, or they might have forgiven the past. I see. Abel says that and glances at Rio. Rio silently nods. In response, Abel continues speaking. Depending on the conditions, we can subjugate the salamander. The village chief is surprised by Abel's words. Earlier, the 5 men who welcomed us seemed inexperienced in battle. Their weapons were merely sharpened wooden sticks. If you cannot expect reinforcements, they will likely be wiped out. The village chief asks with wide eyes. What are the conditions? As you can see, this isn't a very wealthy village. No, I'm not asking for money or anything like that. If we hunt the salamander, we want all the skins and meat, including the magic stone. How does that sound? Is that all right? The village chief is astonished by Abel's proposal. In essence, the village is offering nothing. They are saying they will take care of a troublesome monster and simply take everything afterward. I have never seen a salamander either. From the perspective of gaining experience as an adventurer, it's not a bad deal. As Abel says this, Rio nods with a smile. It's a chance to help people while satisfying their intellectual curiosity. There couldn't be anything better than that. Well then, thank you very much. Thus, the contract was established. Before we actually hunt it, there are a few things I want to know. Yes, please ask anything. The village chief nods in response to Abel's words. Did the salamander originally live nearby? Yes, there is a cave about 2 kilometers south of the village. We have heard stories that monsters lived in that cave since we moved here. And yet you built a village here? Yes. That monster, it was confirmed to be a salamander after a while, but it never came out of the cave. More than anything, this location has a large area of medicinal herbs growing to the north. That can be used for trade through merchants, as you said. While we can be self-sufficient for a lot of things including food, we can't do that for salt and such. There is a reason why a village is built away from towns. There is a reason why that location is chosen. However, this time that balance has been disrupted. It was the first time the salamander came out of the cave, right? To be precise, it was the second time. The first time was about 3 or 4 months ago. It came out of the cave for the first time. What happened then? It stayed near the cave entrance, but actually a few weeks later, a traveling woman came from the east. The moment it saw her, it attacked. A traveling woman from the east, Abel and Rio mutter in response to the village chief's explanation. In their minds, a woman named Marie is drawn. At the same time, they realize the reason why the salamander, which hadn't come out for 30 years, emerged, and why it attacked the woman. Did opening the invisible wall activate the salamander, or did it anger it? Either way, that must be the cause. Rio shakes his head slightly in his mind. So, what happened to the attacked woman? Yes. Actually, I was watching that scene from a distance, and as the salamander lunged, she struck it with her sword. The salamander seemed to have sustained quite a deep wound. The woman then just left towards the west. She injured the salamander and left without finishing it off? Yes. Abel narrows his eyes as he asks, and the village chief nods. A wounded monster becomes ferocious. Abel sighs as he tries to articulate his thoughts. The species of humans that injure it will harbor resentment towards those that resemble humans. It probably came out again now because its wound has healed. But the resentment hasn't disappeared. If it were an adventurer, they would have definitely delivered a finishing blow. That person was not an adventurer. Rio shakes his head slightly at Abel's words. That's right, Marie is a phantom being general. Do you two know that woman? I know of her, but she was someone we fought against recently. Abel affirms the village chief's question, and Rio clarifies that they are not allies. I understood the first attack. What about the second? It was 4 days ago. Since the first time I had been monitoring the cave entrance, and it came out. It moved slowly but headed straight for the village, so I had no choice but to intercept it outside the southern field. But I couldn't stop it in the end. 3 villagers died. What did you do to repel it then? I couldn't repel it, but when it started to rain, it ran back into the cave. Rain, Abel nods slightly. If it's a fire attribute monster, it makes sense that it would be weak against water. Thinking about it, Rio, being a water attribute mage, might be suitable for this request after all. A little before the second attack, a merchant caravan came by with some concerning news. Concerning news? Yes, they said monsters around Kokori town have become active, or rather violent. Monsters that hadn't come out from the depths of the forest until now have started to appear near the town and attack people more frequently. Has it been for the last 3 or 4 months? That's right. Just like the salamander. The village chief sighs as he says this. Perhaps even without the incident with Marie, the salamander and the village were destined to clash sooner or later. It was indeed Marie who opened the invisible wall, but it was said that it had been crumbling for a while. Once it breaks, similar events to this would occur. Is it lucky that we happened to pass through at this timing? There's no choice but to think that way. Abel shrugs in resignation, and Rio does the same in agreement. What is made by human hands will eventually break. That might be unavoidable, even in alchemy. Finally, tomorrow, October 20, 2023, Friday, the Water Attribute Mage Part II. Western Nations Edition I will be released. It seems that some bookstores have already lined it up on the shelves. Once again, there are supporting bookstores, from Hokkaido in the north to Okinawa in the south. Yes, finally to Okinawa. In fact, there is a branch of To Books, which has published the Water Attribute Mage in Okinawa. Supporting bookstore list also on October 2, the Water Attribute Mage was released as a junior library edition. There are no changes in content, but all kanji has furigana. The cover and illustrations by Taka-sensei are different from both the paperback and the comic. It's great too. Limited edition paper book benefits. Includes a newly drawn 4-panel comic bookmark. And this 4-panel comic is quite entertaining. Even if you can't find it in bookstores, it's always available for purchase from the TO Books online store. Please go through the special page below. Both the paperback and comic, please take care of them. Water Attribute Mage Special Page. On the third night of the consecutive posts, it's the final day. Rio and Abel moved towards the cave under the guidance of the village chief. Along the way, first they passed a place that looked like a green pond. Just as I thought. Trinitite, Rio muttered as he looked at the hardened green mineral. Trinitite? It's trinitite. It's an artificial mineral that is formed when sand melts at extremely high temperatures and then cools down. It must be the result of the Salamander's fire attribute magic. Sand melts? Is it like a vessel? Yes, it feels like porcelain, but it must have been at an extremely high temperature compared to a furnace. Trinitite on Earth was created by the Trinity test of the atomic bomb. It was said to emit strong radiation, but that was different. This was likely due to pure high temperature and cooling. We need to be careful of the salamander. Rio's murmur was serious. Rio and Abel arrived at the entrance of the cave where the salamander was said to be. The villagers, including the village chief, were watching from a nearby hill. Isn't that cave a bit hot? Maybe there's lava flowing inside. Just as expected, salamanders love lava. There were legends saying that salamanders eat lava. Didn't you say you don't know about salamanders? I did say that. But as an adventurer, I don't know. Legends are just tales, they don't count as knowledge. Abel shrugged as he said that. Even knowing legends wouldn't help in the activities of an adventurer. Active sonar, Rio chanted. About 300 meters deep inside. Is it going to be tough to go in? Yes, the cave is just wide enough for a person to pass through. By the way, I don't know what it's like more than 500 meters inside. Not even with Rio's magic. Active sonar is by no means omnipotent. The deeper it goes, the hotter it gets, and the movement of the steam is too distorted. It's impossible. Rio reported with a hint of regret. Sonar is like ripples spreading across a calm water surface. If the water runs out along the way, you can't grasp any more information. It would be best to lure it out of the cave. Then we attack with water attribute magic. Oh, what happened? It seems like it noticed us and is coming this way. That's just right, Abel said, drawing his sword. As planned, I will hold it back with ice wall and you finish it off with your sword, Abel. Got it. The moment Rio spoke, Abel answered. It's coming. The salamander suddenly increased its speed and burst out of the cave. Ice wall 10 layers, Rio constructed an ice wall in front of the salamander. Bang! With a loud noise, the salamander collided with the invisible ice wall. It was supposed to go as planned, sizzle, but in an instant the ice wall melted. Magic is melting. Is that even possible? Even magic is a physical phenomenon. If that's the case, it makes sense that it would melt once it exceeds the melting point. Understanding calmed him down. Abel, the salamander is too hot? Yeah, I never thought Rio's ice would melt. Just pointing out the facts caused me psychological damage. Abel frowned as he spoke, looking regretful. Indeed, when they intervened in the battle between the Alliance and the Duchy of Inberry, Rio's ice path had melted by the Alliance's artificial golem. But even then, the ice floor hadn't melted in an instant. To evaporate the moment it touches, Abel, be careful. Yeah, but is that even a target a swordsman can attack? Abel was holding his usual magic sword. He was prepared, but the monster wrapped in heat that melted even ice like Rio's. Was a bad match for close combat jobs like swordsmen who had to approach to attack. However, it was also a bad match for a water attribute mage like Rio. Both of us are up against a bad match. I should have charged more for the adventurer's fees. That's not quite right. Of course, I'm joking. You're impressive for being able to joke in this situation. Abel was exasperated. They were joking around, but neither of them could come up with an appropriate countermeasure. While talking, Rio tried to set up multiple barriers and attempted to hinder movement with ice paths. But none were effective, naturally, because the ice melted the moment it touched, even when he tried to launch an icicle lance. It's not hitting, it melts the moment it gets close. Abel, with good eyesight, caught the moment the ice spear melted. It hadn't even reached the salamander's skin. This is seriously dangerous. I can't think of any means of attack. Both Rio and Abel were cornered. I'll stop its movements. How? Dynamic steam mine aye. When Rio chanted, the steam in the air surrounding the salamander turned into mines. If touched, they would freeze. With this, if the salamander moves, it will freeze. Oh, Abel praised, indeed with this, sizzle, 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 the magic is activated and freezing, but it melts and evaporates instantly. The dynamic steam mines were activated, but the ice that was formed was evaporating. That's some truly extraordinary heat. We can't even stop its movements. Both Rio and Abel frowned. So far, neither had taken any damage. The salamander was running towards them, but honestly, it wasn't that fast. They could keep their distance. As long as it didn't get close, the heat wasn't scary. Swish, Abel's sword flashed. Just now a ball of flame flew at us. Rio was surprised, and Abel answered back, astonished. His body moved without thinking. He slashed the ball of flame released by the salamander with his sword. In other words, it was a ranged attack using magic. I didn't even see the fire starting. Neither did I. My body moved on its own, but not being able to see the beginning of the magic. That's bad. Abel knew. The difficulty of continuously slashing something invisible. Eventually, it would completely fall apart. Even so, we can't stop it. We're being attacked from a distance, and all our attacks are being nullified. When I heard about the battle with Marie, I thought it was just a charging monster that recklessly rushed in. It might have learned from that phantom being. A monster that's smart despite being a monster? Reversely. That means it holds a deep grudge. We have to defeat it somehow. Eventually, the villagers will become sacrifices. Both Rio and Abel understood they were in an unavoidable situation. Marie, that phantom being, landed a hit with a sword, didn't she? She said that. It was probably a sword-drawing technique. Bat-Jew, oh, high-speed sword unsheathing technique. That sword flashes truly in an instant. Heat propagates. That means they had to finish it before the heat was transmitted. In other words, they had to end it before the heat could be transmitted. Probably. If I can reach the salamander before my sword melts. Abel seemed to understand. It would be great if it would charge at us. Yeah, if it releases flames like before, especially from close range. I can't slash it even then. Both of them shared the same concerns. They probably learned from the battle with Marie that charging in could lead to being slashed and taking damage. No, it was highly likely. So what should they do? Saturation attack is justice. We will launch an attack with so many moves that it can't handle them. If we're lucky, we might damage it, and even if we don't, it should hinder its counterattack and buy us time. That might be true, but the salamander doesn't do anything, and Rio's ice melts just by getting close, right? Yeah. So this is a serious saturation attack. As a water attribute mage, I will crush the fire attribute monster head-on. Rio took a deep breath once. Afterwards, he naturally inhaled deeply, forcing a deep breath. Permafrost multiplication, a magic that reduces the vibration of water molecules in the air, freezing them, named permafrost. Icicle lance shower ice spears began to rain down. Directional dynamic steam mine II, adding movement to the usual dynamic steam mine, from all directions aimed at the salamander. Downpour, having heard that it escaped due to rain, it should surely inflict damage even if they couldn't defeat it. Icicle lance shower pierce, concentrating tens of thousands of ice spears on a single point. 5 water attribute magics were unleashed toward a single target. Oh! Abel couldn't help but let out a voice. It was an unimaginable sight. Flames melted the ice, magic clashed in annihilation, and the atmosphere raged. The world froze and melted, then froze again. The falling ice melted and fell again. The atmosphere evaporated, then approached again. The rain evaporated, then fell again. The ice spears that once pierced even the Pope's absolute defense pierced the salamander. But I can't finish it off. A sense of frustration leaked from Rio's mouth. Even with Rio's full saturation attack, the salamander couldn't be defeated. Still, whether it was consciously releasing fire attribute magic to repel Rio's magic, its feet had stopped moving. Now Rio was not alone. Leave it to me. The moment he heard Abel's words, purple lightning flash, Abel's slash beheaded the salamander. When did you get behind the salamander? Rio was astonished by his swiftness and the sharpness of his sword flash. You said it right. You thought it would hinder its counterattack. That's why I thought I would deliver the finishing blow. During that storm of magic, there's a sword technique called Absolute Shadow. It's the pinnacle of evasion. I activated that and slipped through the gaps between your magic and the spells. The salamander seemed to be having a tough time dealing with Rio's magic. I could tell its focus was mostly on that. What's with that line, like a genius swordsman protagonist? Abel said nonchalantly, while Rio could only be astonished. I got all the tasty parts taken by Abel, but that's okay. What does that even mean? Abel chuckled at Rio's words. In any case, they succeeded in subjugating the salamander. However, everything was not yet over. It's been about 30 minutes since it died, and it's still sizzling. We've been cooling it down with Rio's rain all this time. Rio and Abel intended to disassemble the salamander. They had promised that any magic stones or other items obtained would belong to both of them. However, the salamander remained hot. Is the blood hot? Probably. The blood flowing from the severed head makes a sound when it hits the ground. Normally, we would raise its hind legs with ice to drain the blood. Even Rio's ice melts in this abnormal heat. We have no choice but to wait a little longer. To be given such humiliation, I need to improve my mastery of water attribute magic even more. Just do your best. Rio had a frustrated expression, and Abel offered a little encouragement. Facing a monster that can instinctively use magic is quite challenging for humans to confront with magic. Abel knows this, but he also knows those words won't comfort Rio. Well, even if Rio takes his magic training seriously, it won't be a bother to anyone else, so that's good. As he muttered that, Abel shrugged. 30 minutes later. The salamander's corpse no longer sizzled, even as Rio's rain fell. Abel touched it with the tip of his sword. It crumbled. Seriously? Abel broke it with sheer strength? You saw it too. It crumbled just by being touched with the sword tip. Let's just say that. Yes, the salamander's body crumbled easily. What remained was a deep red, fist-sized. The red means it's a fire magic stone? Yeah. It's something rarely seen in the Central Nations. Will the royal family of Natore buy this? Yeah, probably they will. Half of the rights belong to me, so I'll charge a high price. Stop saying that in front of the person buying it. Abel shook his head slightly. Abel was the head of the Natore royal family, His Majesty the King. In a way, he was the one doing the buying. Moreover, he held half the rights to this magic stone. Abel, please hold on to that magic stone. Me? I'm a bit overloaded with baggage. Rio said that, and his gaze subtly moved. He was lying. Abel understood the reason. You think the magic stone might be hot? What are you talking about? It seemed he hit the nail on the head. Too bad for you, Abel said, and without a moment's hesitation picked up the red magic stone. Oh, see, it's not hot. Magic stones don't emit heat. Is that so? Yeah, you've touched wyvern magic stones before, right? There wasn't a single hot magic stone was there. Now that you mention it. I didn't know magic stones don't emit heat. Ignorance is a disadvantage. Rio tilted his head while looking at the red magic stone in Abel's hand. Even though magic stones don't emit heat, the salamander emitted that much heat? That's how it appears. It's a mystery. Yes, it's very mysterious. There seem to be many secrets that Rio still didn't know about this Phi. I want to properly research magic stones someday. You'll use magic stones in alchemy, right? Yeah, that's true. But I'm not very strong in that area. Is that so? I had an interest in magic formulas, so I researched various things with Kenneth. As Rio said that, his eyes became nostalgic. When I return to the kingdom, I need to work harder on alchemy than ever. Weren't you just saying you need to improve your mastery of water attribute magic? I will work hard on both. That sounds tough. With a determined expression, Rio, while Abel smiled, wryly watching him. In any case, the subjugation of the salamander ended with them obtaining the fire magic stone. When they reported back to the village, they were thanked by the village chief and all of the villagers. After a feast that night, the two set off from the village the next morning. We ended up having to fight a rare monster like the salamander just after entering the corridor. I'm not sure if it's rare, but it's certainly a monster not found in the Central Nations. With Abel, I feel uneasy about the future. Me. The salamander isn't my fault. That's something that time will prove. Time, Rio asserted, and Abel made a troubled expression. Long ago, a great sculptor carved a marble statue called The Time to Reveal the Truth. It was truly magnificent. What does that have to do with me? Nothing at all, really. Hey, time will reveal everything, that's all there is to it. I see. There's one undeniable truth regarding time that everyone must face. What is it? As time passes, everyone gets hungry. As expected of the hungry swordsman Abel. While exchanging such conversations, the group finally exited the eastern nations. The two, along with 2 horses and 20 carts, moved further west. On this day, October 20, 2023, Friday, the Water Attribute Mage Part II, Western Nations Archive has been released. Please read it. If you do, some mysteries may be solved. For those who purchased the previous volume, the 7th volume with a booklet Prince Willie's Adventures, you may have figured out what the pattern on the back side of the booklet is. Yes, that is the coat of arms of Duke Rondo, created by Rio. The booklet edition is available at the TO Books online store at any time. You can find it in the special site under the 7th volume section. It's a bit costly at 31.90 yen, but it seems it sold well, and the editor was relieved. It became a wonderful coat of arms thanks to the designer. There were some ideas that couldn't be included, but I had them put on the pointed hat. It's the author's favorite. Now, the next narrow version is scheduled to be posted on November 10th. It's a very short SS. I'll explain why it's short in the afterword on November 10th. Both stories feature Rio and Abel, but in terms of the timeline, they are from the novel Central Nations Arc Volume II, scheduled for 9 p.m. The Art of Red and White, scheduled for 10 p.m. Meta Reasoning, see you on November 10th. Since this was written as a short story for a postcard, it's quite brief. Do you know, Abel, people live with flesh and die with flesh? Yeah, I don't know, Rio spoke passionately while Abel lightly brushed it off. The two were now heading over the mountains. Before that, they were gathering meat as food supplies. Their bags were filled with dried meat, and they each held the pieces of meat that wouldn't fit inside. Meat is art. It is the art of red and white. Don't you think that's a wonderful saying? What do you mean by red and white? Red meat and marbling. Even just red meat feels like it's meat. But when the balance of the two is perfect, it becomes art. I see, I didn't know that saying either. Please remember it. If you say it to a gourmet, their perception of Abel will surely change. By the way, is that a quote from someone famous? No, I just thought of it now. Hey, meat is delicious. Delicious things are justice. Therefore, meat is justice. Proof concluded. I'm really sorry for how short this is. Actually, on January 15, 2024, Water Attribute Mage Part 2. Western Nations Arc II. Water Attribute Mage at COMICS 4. Water Attribute Mage Junior Library Part 1. Central Nations Arc II. These three will be released simultaneously. Announced today special page. When you purchase the paperback and comics simultaneously from Books Online, you will receive a postcard as a bonus. There will be a short story of about 400 characters included on it. The one that got rejected has been posted today. It comes with 2 illustrations and short stories, one by Mr. Amano and one by Mr. Bokutengu. Of course, the editor didn't say it was rejected. It's a short story written because I didn't read the email from my editor properly. I felt it was a shame for it to sleep inside my PC without seeing the light of day, so I decided to post it this time. I'll post another one at 10 p.m. Now, as mentioned above, on January 15, the paperback will be released on the 15th, not the usual 20th. Various books will be released. Especially since the paperback is published in 3 months, I think I didn't keep you waiting too long this time. Along with this, there will also be a post on the Naru version. From January 10 to 16, there will be 7 consecutive posts. Finally, Rio and Abel have returned to the Central Nations. What will happen? Please look forward to it. This is the story of Rio and Abel venturing into the night of the city of Run, as featured in Volume 2 of the light novel and Volume 4 of the comic. Since I was able to write a better SS, I submitted that as a postcard SS. If you purchase both the Water Attribute Mage Part 2, Western Nations Arc II, and Water Attribute Mage at COMICS 4, at Books Online on January 15, 2024, you will receive a postcard featuring the better SS. Abel, the job I was hired for was to find the useless Night Order members, right? Calling them useless Night Order members is a bit harsh, but yes, that's correct. However, what we ended up doing was dealing with dangerous intruders. Well, we did manage to fend them off. In front of Rio and Abel lay 4 adventurer-like individuals who had attacked them but were now knocked unconscious from the counterattack. I think this is a breach of contract. Breach of contract? Since we took on work outside of the contract, we will incur separate charges from what we were initially paid. Therefore, about those alchemy tools we confiscated earlier, I won't ask for them, but I would like to take a look. Oh, can you tell just by looking at them? Probably not. Hey, Abel seemed to have been expecting a bit more. He frowned when Rio responded that he didn't understand. Abel, the pinnacle of alchemy is far beyond reach. There's no way I could grasp it easily since I'm just starting to learn. You're either too humble or just boastful. It's quite busy. No, it's not like that. I'm not complimenting you. Saying that, Abel handed over a small box-shaped alchemy tool. Rio accepted it and looked at it happily. He flipped it over, examined it as is, lifted it up and looked at it from below. He studied it thoroughly and intensely. Thank you very much. So, did you understand anything? Yes, as expected, I didn't understand anything. I see, just as I predicted. The pinnacle of alchemy was, as expected, far too high. It must be a communication tool. It might only be capable of sending messages. You understand that much. In such cases, there are often such patterns. Patterns, also known as meta-reasoning. If you say something that sounds plausible, it tends to be correct. Yeah, so from now on, I guess I shouldn't trust Rio's words. Abel, those who believe will be saved, you know. You should trust me. Isn't it strange that the more someone says to trust themselves, the less trustworthy they seem? Must be Abel's twisted personality. I don't want to hear that from you, Rio. In the end, it feels like Rio and Abel are quite similar, but that might just be my imagination. Next time, from January 10 to 16, 2024, I plan to post for 7 consecutive nights. Finally, Rio and Abel return to the Central Nations. And on January 15, 2024 Monday, the Water Attribute Mage Part 2, Western Nations Arc II, Water Attribute Mage at COMICS 4, and Water Attribute Mage, Junior Library Part 1, Central Nations Arc II, will all be released simultaneously. The 9th volume of the novel, Water Attribute Mage Part 2, Western Nations Arc II, will include several new episodes. In the end, Rio will finally engage in THE Letter 3007 Letter 3007 battle. Ultimately, it should have almost 100,000 additional words. There are many corrections as well. There are parts that were touched upon in the Naru version but were not collected. I wonder how many readers notice such details. All of this is written in Water Attribute Mage Part 2, Western Nations Arc II. And the comics and Junior Library will be released on January 15, 2024 Monday, special page. From January 10th to 16th, I will be posting for 7 consecutive nights. I hope you enjoy reading it. It's definitely a wasteland, but there is a road here. That means people are coming and going. There must be merchant caravans. That means the economy is developing, which means there are delicious foods. Both Rio and Abel love delicious food. Now, after leaving the village of Bondrin where they defeated the Salamander, they have passed through 2 other villages of similar size. The mountains that tower to the north are now quite far away. To the south, the mountains are not visible. As a landscape, it can no longer be called a corridor. But there's nothing about this area in Abel's knowledge, right? Yeah, I don't know. Originally, the small nations to the east of the Alliance are highly volatile. Volatile, they are born, perish, merge, and split apart. What a transient existence! Rio gently shakes his head at Abel's explanation. The group continues along the highway for a while. Though it's not a full merchant caravan, they have begun to see freight carts. There are more merchants besides us now. This is a sight we haven't seen in the previous villages. It is indeed a sight we haven't seen, but we are not merchants. Abel corrects himself with a sigh. However, he understands. If he looks behind him at the 2 of them and their 2 beloved horses, there might be people who recognize them as merchants. Yes, what follows them are ice carts. 10 of them, by the time they pass through the corridor. Half of the food in those carts has already found its way into their bellies. The fact that we are seeing freight carts means that it seems likely we will reach a large city before we eat up all the supplies in the carts. Weren't the supplies in the carts meant for Andalusia and Faywin, as Rio said? Why, yes, but in an emergency we had no choice but to eat. It couldn't be helped. Indeed, while passing through the corridor, there were hardly any monsters or even animals in the wasteland. The few villages they stopped at were built around places where water sprang up like oases, and the inhabitants were focused on food production. Thus, Rio and Abel resorted to the food in the carts. I did say we should stop. Yeah, it was Rio who took the initiative to eat, saying it's okay. B, but it does seem like we will make it to the city. Right, that's good. Rio, who is pouting in a manner that perfectly fits the onomatopoeia pun, and Abel, who shrugs his shoulders. It was in the afternoon when an unusual, or rather majestic sight appeared before the group traveling along the highway. That is a rocky mountain, right? Yeah, there's even a lookout point, but it's a kind of fortress. What entered Rio and Abel's eyes was a fortified town with several rocky mountains and lookout points constructed upon them. It seems like the road continues down below the rocky mountain, but there seems to be something like a gate. Ah, there are guards. Well, their clothing is all different, but they are definitely there. Everything is different from the villages we have passed through so far. A town with military power. What do we do? Should we enter the town as we are, or do we decide to refrain from entering? Somehow it feels suspicious. Suspicious? Yeah, Abel nods. Even while they have this conversation, the group continues to approach the rocky mountain. There are lookout points built near the top of the rocky mountain, and along the way they can see those wielding bows and arrows watching the highway. And around the gate there are those carrying spears. In the village of Bondrin, the villagers had spears that looked like sharpened tree branches, but these are completely different. They have proper weapons. Yeah. Moreover, I get the feeling that they are quite tense. Is that so? Isn't this how towns supervise? In response to Abel's words, Rio tilts his head. They are keeping watch to prevent suspicious individuals from entering the town. It seems natural for them to be tense. If the relationship with the surrounding area were not tense, it wouldn't be like this. Generally, they come for trade. That's good for the townspeople, and as the economy flourishes, the taxes collected would increase, allowing the guards to receive proper wages. So they would welcome rather than be tense. Well, that certainly makes sense. Abel's explanation is valid, and Rio nods in agreement. But I want to make sure that Andalusia sometimes gets to sleep on proper straw. Ah, that's why I want to stay in a good inn. Rio insists, thinking of Andalusia. Abel wants to accommodate that wish, but what about money? What we have is money that can be used in the Eastern nations, right? Ah, Rio is left speechless by Abel's observation. Indeed, they are no longer in the Eastern nations. There hasn't been significant trade with the Eastern nations for a long time. That means the currency from the Eastern nations likely won't be accepted here. It can't be helped. Abel will. I won't attack bad merchants. Was that preempted? Rio grimaces. However, at that moment, Abel seems to come up with an idea. A merchant, Well, I suppose it can't be helped. After all, the righteous swordsman Abel will raid the greedy merchants and conveniently steal their hoarded money. That's definitely illegal. It's not for selfish reasons. The powerful Abel stands up for the oppressed people. So that means all the money we take will go to the people. Part of it is necessary for our operational expenses. Rio struggles to justify himself. Abel shakes his head slightly. While they were having such a conversation, the group arrived at the gate at the bottom of the rocky mountain. What a heavily guarded place. Indeed, while their clothing is different, the weapons like spears and swords are proper. They seem to be. Showing their cards, it's probably the Merchant's Guild card. Rio watches the guard's verification process, and Abel responds, seeing the cards the visitors are presenting. I only have the Adventurer's Guild card. That'll be fine, I'm counting on you. What about you, Abel? You really think I have one? I retired from being an adventurer. That's right, Abel is a former A-ranked adventurer. Please let Abel represent himself as a 6th-rank adventurer from the Eastern nations. It won't work here. Indeed, they are no longer in the Eastern nations. So that means Abel is my baggage carrier as a C-ranked adventurer. I'm somewhat dissatisfied, but I suppose I'll accept it. No, after all, Abel is indeed the hungry swordsman. You can endure anything if it's for the sake of delicious food, right? If I'm the hungry swordsman, then Rio is the gluttonous mage. Gluttonous mage. I have been given quite a few titles that I like, such as Duke Silver or Icefall. But gluttonous is a bit. Gluttonous Rio, it suits you perfectly. That's not cool at all. Rio makes a face and shakes his head slightly. After a while, their turn comes. I'm C-ranked adventurer Rio. Saying this, Rio presents his Adventurer's Guild card. Adventurer, not a merchant. While receiving the guild card, a person who seems to be the captain of the guards looks at the freight carts lined up with suspicion. This is food for ourselves and our horses. Is there any reason we can't conduct business as adventurers? No, anyone can do business. As long as you can prove your identity, it's fine even if you are an adventurer. The captain answers Rio's question and examines the guild card closely. Natore Kingdom, affiliated with Run? Yes, is there a problem? No, when it comes to Natore, it's a major nation in the west, right? That an adventurer from there is all the way out here in the east. Yes, various circumstances have led me here. I'm on my way back to the kingdom now. The captain looks Rio up and down. Rio maintains his usual smile. Yes, it's what Abel calls his charming smile. After looking at Rio, the captain shifts his gaze sideways to where Rio's diagonal back is. What about that guy? I'm the baggage carrier for C-ranked adventurer Rio. Abel answers when questioned, and the captain replies in a bewildered tone. Baggage carrier? Yeah, baggage carrier. In response to the captain's inquiry, Abel repeats the same answer. It's not unusual for adventurers to form parties with baggage carriers. In fact, it can be said that it's quite common for solo adventurers. They often hire baggage carriers to transport the meat of subjugated monsters. However, the man in front of them does not have the presence of an ordinary baggage carrier. That said, since the adventurer, who is the employer, presents the guild card and assumes all responsibility for the baggage carrier, the guards can't do anything unreasonable. Well, that's fine. You understand that the adventurer who hired the baggage carrier bears full responsibility for their actions, right? If anything happens, C-ranked adventurer Rio, it falls on you. Yes, understood. Then you may pass. Welcome to Fort Zalash. Thus, the two of them and their 2 beloved horses entered Fort Zalash. On January 15th, Monday, the following 3 types will be released. Novel Paperback Part 2, Volume 2, Comic, Volume 4, Junior Library, Volume 2. Signed copies may be available at bookstores before the 15th. The novel Part 2, Volume 2 has been expanded by nearly 100,000 words, as usual. Yes, the expression, as usual, 100,000 words is a bit strange. After all, the Mage of Water attribute has around 230,000 words in the first volume generally. Paperbacks have around 160,000 words. That's exactly why I say it. The paper version is written in 2 columns. I can write in many words, the early release narrow version and the heavily revised book version. I hope that all readers will want to read both versions, and that is why I write. From now on, please continue to support the Mage of Water attribute. It is the 2nd night of the 7-night continuous posting. Added at 22:21 on January 11th, the last line had disappeared. I apologize. So this is a fort, huh? They said it was Fort Zalash. Rio and Abel rode on Andalusia and Faywin, passing through the gate while pulling 10 massive carts behind them. Even after passing through, this was still not the town. That's quite a large bridge. The massive carts can easily pass through, but it's heavily guarded, as expected of a fort. Inside the gate, there was a large, long bridge. From the perspective of defense, it would be very effective. A rocky mountain with a lookout tower, a river, and a bridge. A river? It seems it's not accurately a river after all. This is a fort in the middle of a lake, probably. It's a huge oasis, not a lake. Unbelievable. Indeed, from the bridge, the two saw a sight that resembled a massive oasis, with the fort sitting on an island. A huge oasis and an island fort beyond the wasteland. You couldn't tell it all from the main road. This oasis is surrounded by rocks, kind of like a caldera lake. Caldera, what's that? No, it's an oasis inside a giant dish-shaped rocky mountain, and there's an island in the center. Rio gave up on the explanation and organized his thoughts. The inner and outer appearances of the Rocky Mountains were completely different. There are many Rocky Mountains on the island, too. It looks like people live inside the carved-out rocks. As the two crossed the bridge and entered the island, they were surprised once more. What they saw there was definitely not what one would imagine a fort to be. It was much closer to a desert trading city. There were stalls lined along the path and buildings made of stacked bricks. However, there were also many rocky mountains with buildings visible along the slopes and at the summit. Surely, the important people must live at the top of the Rocky Mountains. Is that so? Yeah. And daily they likely take pleasure in watching us commoners below. They probably drink while saying, "Look, people are like ants." As always, Rio's image is quite distorted. Abel shrugged at Rio's delusions. Abel is the king of the Natare kingdom. In other words, he is the most important person in the kingdom. By the way, Rio is the first duke of the Natare kingdom. In other words, he is the second most important person in the kingdom. Does Rio also live in a high place and say those kinds of things? Of course, I wouldn't say that. I'm a duke who stands close to the people. For some reason, Rio answered proudly. I don't think I would say such things either. You might not say it now, but eventually Abel might become an arrogant king or something. What's that supposed to mean? If that happens, I will stop you by force, Rio said with an unexpectedly grim expression. Okay, then please do. A friend who stops the king's rampage. It would undoubtedly make for a wonderful story. This is definitely beyond the scale of a fort. Yeah, there are a lot of people and it's huge. Both Rio and Abel were astonished by the scale of Fort Zalash. While I can't say it's as big as Run, it might have a population similar to Kairati. How many people does Kairati have? I think it's around 20,000 to 30,000. That's in one fort. It was indeed not the scale of a fort that they were accustomed to. After walking for a while, "Oh right, we need money. Pardon, Rio, can you quickly produce the funds from the Eastern nations?" "Yeah, I can, but it won't be usable in this fort, right? It may not work as currency, but it should as gold." Huh. As Abel continued on, Rio, still tilting his head in confusion, followed him. The 10 massive carts were following along as well, but the wide road posed no issues. There were no problems, but they attracted attention. After proceeding for a while, "This is the place," Abel said, stopping in front of a store that displayed the emblem of a balance. "What is this place?" "It's the Merchants Guild," Abel answered Rio's inquiry. "I'm not registered with the Merchants Guild." "That shouldn't be a problem since you're registered with the Adventurers Guild. You're not trying to open a full-fledged shop or anything." With that, Abel tied Faywin in front of the store and entered. Rio hurriedly followed. The inside of the Merchants Guild was quite spacious. In one corner, there were numerous tables and chairs where discussions were likely taking place. It must have been traders negotiating among themselves. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be several private rooms. Surely transactions were taking place inside those. As Rio stopped to look, Abel raised his right hand slightly. Seeing this, a young man who seemed to be a guild employee approached. "How may I assist you? I want to make this usable," Abel said, showing the Darwei gold coins he received from Rio. "Understood, please come this way," the man said, guiding the two to a private room. After asking them to wait a moment, he left the room. "How many did you take from the cart?" 100 gold coins. "Well, that should be enough," Abel nodded at Rio's response. Just then the door opened and a stout man walked in. He looked like a merchant at first glance. "I am Meifa, the exchange manager of this guild. I am Abel, bearer of C-ranked adventurer Rio's luggage." "That C-ranked adventurer Rio?" The order of introductions was a bit odd, but it shouldn't matter. Meifa's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he said nothing as he verified the Adventurer's Guild card presented by Rio. "I have confirmed that. Now then, you wish to make some rare currency, specifically the gold coins, usable." "Ah, this one here." Abel handed a single Darwei gold coin to Meifa. Meifa examined the received gold coin closely. Further, he weighed it using the balance that was set in the room. After a few confirmations, "I can confirm that this is a very high-quality gold coin. However, I must admit I have never seen this currency before. From which country does this gold coin originate?" "It's from the Eastern nations, the Darwei gold coin." "Darwei?" Abel answered, but Meifa tilted his head in confusion. "Right, you wouldn't know. We from the Central nations learn about the Eastern countries as the center of the Eastern nations. The current dynasty there is the Darwei dynasty, and it's simply called Darwei over there." "I see. So it's currency from the East," Meifa said, examining the gold coin once more. Recognizing that the Emperor's face depicted on it was different from those in the Central nations, he nodded. "I understand. However, currency from the Eastern nations cannot be used here." "Ah, I understand that. That's why I came to the Merchants Guild, and I believe that's why the exchange manager came out, right? It seems Lord Abel is quite knowledgeable about the Merchants Guild, Meifa said with a smile. At that moment Rio felt it, the smile of a merchant. Yes, it was the smile of a merchant who detected the scent of money. Even if it cannot be used as currency, its value as gold does not change, right? Indeed, you are correct. Abel intended to have it accepted not as currency, but as gold. Gold, the value of gold is high everywhere in the world. Gold standard, Rio murmured about a system that existed on Earth long ago. After that, a back-and-forth exchange took place between Abel and Meifa. Understood. Then let's settle it at 850,000 florin. I would like to receive 50,000 florin in silver coins. Not a problem. The 100 Darwei gold coins were exchanged for 80 Central Nations gold coins and 500 silver coins. At the moment Meifa left the room, Rio spoke to Abel. You're quite knowledgeable about the Merchants Guild and transactions. Well, after all, I'm the king of the Natore Kingdom, you know. His Majesty the King is knowledgeable about the Merchants Guild and transactions? Of course. I involve merchants in national projects, right? It would be problematic if the king isn't knowledgeable. If I can't judge which merchants or trading companies to involve, it wouldn't make sense. Leave it to the bureaucrats. That would be a hotbed for corruption. That's true. I studied such things while I was in the royal castle. Without sufficient knowledge, merchants will easily manipulate you. Why, yeah, that's true, Rio nodded, recalling acquaintances from his Earth days and merchants like Gecko. Still, elder brother was even more amazing. The former Crown Prince Cain. I must work harder so that I won't be laughed at by elder brother. I think it's impressive that you continue to strive, Abel. A politician involved in the core of state affairs must be knowledgeable in various fields, more than the bureaucrats and officials. That's what it means to be the person in charge. The populace must always grasp whether their country is in such a state. If there's an opportunity, I'll let the citizens know how hard King Abel is working. That's kind of embarrassing, so you don't have to do that. Abel blushed and stopped Rio. Even after becoming a king, Abel was still shy. Rio, being a C-ranked adventurer, are you considering working in this Fort Zalash? No, I apologize, but do you have any plans to work? Work? I plan to leave right after staying one night. Rio tilted his head at Meifa's question, but Abel answered immediately. Is that so? That's unfortunate. However, if you do wish to work, please feel free to inquire here, Meifa said, handing over a single piece of paper. Looking for fighters? Prefer experienced individuals. What, are they going to go to war with someone? Rio tilted his head as Abel inquired. No, it's for self-defense. They'd like experienced individuals to train the town's defense team. I see. It seems the Fort Training Guild is recruiting. Yes, it's not a suspicious organization. It's just a part of the office for this Fort Zalash. Meifa answered with a smile, the same smile that Rio sensed as the merchant's smile. I have one question. Yes, what is it? Which country does this Fort Zalash belong to? That's a very difficult question. At Abel's inquiry, Meifa's smile faded and his expression became serious. I'm just the exchange manager of the Merchants Guild. In other words, I have no responsibilities beyond the Merchants Guild, so to be clear, officially I think it doesn't belong to any country. An independent state? I can't say that outright either. Compared to his previous demeanor, Meifa's tone had become less decisive. Until 10 years ago, it was undoubtedly part of the Go Kingdom. I see. However, a political upheaval occurred, resulting in the demise of the Go royal family. The Marquis Nusher attempted to ascend to the throne, but some nobles and influential merchants loyal to the Go royal family, along with part of the populace, opposed this, leading to a civil war starting 5 years ago. That civil war is ongoing. I see. The rulers of this fort are not the nobles. As you might guess, it's under local self-governance. The center is the influential merchants. Yes, Abel spoke decisively, and Meifa did not deny it. Meifa, the exchange manager of the Merchants Guild, appeared knowledgeable about the movements of the merchants. To be frank, if the merchants are indeed in control, wouldn't it be better to collaborate with the newly appointed Marquis Nusher rather than oppose him? I would think many merchants would make such a judgment. Well, I can't say for certain as a mere exchange manager. Meifa, with that merchant's smile, deftly avoided Abel's scrutiny. After receiving some information about accommodations, the two left the Merchants Guild. The time was 4 p.m. With that, Rio and Abel thought it best to start looking for a place to stay for the night. How did you know that influential merchants are at the center of it all? If nobles were governing, wouldn't the guards at the gates all have the same uniform? However, if it's self-governance by merchants, it's understandable that they're wearing different clothes. Why did you think the populace wasn't in charge? First of all, you can't have self-governance without money. Generally, those at the center of self-governance are the influential individuals who possess a lot of wealth. Most of them are merchants engaged in some kind of trade, right? Abel smoothly answered Rio's questions. Rio thought of the city of Sakai, where influential merchants had practiced self-governance during the Warring States period. In the end, they yield to the threat posed by Oda Nobunaga's military force. So, but the Forest of the West. That's an exception because it's the elf's forest. Abel sharply dismissed Rio's resistance. Every answer was clear. In such cases, I honestly think Abel is amazing. Stop it. Rio's honest praise made Abel blush. The negotiation with Meifa was also remarkable. 100 Darwei gold coins for 85 florin gold coins. Well, purely considering the value as gold, that's reasonable. Didn't Meifa initially say 80 coins? If you're a merchant. Well, more accurately, if you're a member of the Merchants Guild, that's expected. A 2% service fee. To be honest, I was considering accepting that, but well, it's worth asking. I made a profit of 5 gold coins. With that, you can find a nice inn for Andalusia and Faywin. Isn't that for Rio? We're merely the appendages of Andalusia and the others, Rio declared. Hearing that, Andalusia chirped happily. Oh right, Abel, why did you say we'd leave the fort tomorrow without even listening to the job offerings from the Fort Training Guild that Meifa mentioned? Even if we're planning to leave tomorrow, we could have at least heard the details. Rio is known to be a person with a lot of money. Well, I do have the equivalent of 85 gold coins, so it's certainly a large sum. Huh. You mean who knows that? Of course, Meifa and the Merchants Guild staff know that. The Merchants Guild could surmise that a figure resembling a robed adventurer received 85 gold coins. Well, they probably could. Not fully grasping Abel's meaning, Rio tilted his head. It's an age-old trick. The person known to have money dies, and the money they were supposed to have disappears. Ah, it was commonly seen in old American films, particularly in Las Vegas, where those who made money from gambling became targets. Merchants are scary, huh? Meifa might not have meant it that way, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious. There are all sorts of people in the world. But if we stay at an expensive inn, we'll end up revealing that we have money. Well, true, that's why you can't achieve complete safety. It's just about trying to avoid as much trouble as possible, Abel said with a wry smile. The two turned from the largest street that cut through the center of the fort. Including the roads, it felt more like a town than a fort. Still, why did they mention the training? If their intention was to rob, then that's understandable, but I believe there were other motivations too. Of course there were. It's because Rio is a C-ranked adventurer. Really. I am a C-ranked adventurer, but is that the only reason? A C rank is a mark of excellence. While that's not the case in Natore's royal capital or run, it's certainly not common in a remote place like this. If they know that such a person is coming to obtain money, it's only natural to extend an invitation. I see. Rio nodded at Abel's explanation. Since Rio had only lived in Run and the royal capital, he couldn't quite grasp that aspect. Oh, speaking of which, there are no C-ranked or higher adventurers in Kairati. He recalled the only example in his mind. Kairati, even when good talent grows, they quickly move to Run. How unfortunate for Kairati. The curry there was delicious, though, Rio lamented on behalf of Kairati. Ah, here it is, Sandman's Rest Inn. It has an exotic atmosphere and looks like a lovely inn. Exotic atmosphere. Well, it does indeed look nice. Rio and Abel arrived at the best inn in the fort, particularly the inn Sandman's Rest Inn that takes good care of the horses, as suggested by Meifa. This is the third night of the consecutive 7-night postings. In the clean stable, with beautiful straw laid out, Rio nods multiple times while watching Andalusia's joyful figure. With such satisfaction, the lodging procedures were completed, and the two entered their room. Unfortunately, there was no guest room with an open-air bath. There was a large public bath. The water was great. It's strange to be able to take a bath right in the middle of the wilderness. This was the conversation between the two after getting out of the bath. Since leaving the eastern nations, there had been no baths in the towns where they stayed. That said, Rio is a mage specializing in water attribute magic. Furthermore, he is originally from Japan. Naturally, he filled an ice tub with water and took a bath every night, and Abel also enjoyed it. Well, the bath itself is not a problem with Rio's water attribute magic. Yes, every night I showcase the wonders of water attribute magic, but the large public bath at an inn, that's a different experience. That's true, just having a spacious bath changes the mood. As they said this, they entered the dining place next to Sandman's Rest Inn. Sandman's Rest Inn did not have a dining area, so they were to eat at the adjacent Sandman's Dining Inn. By the name, it seems like it's part of the same series of establishments as the inn. That would be the case. However, while Sandman's Rest is one thing, Sandman's Dining, let's hope they don't serve sand dishes. Their concerns were unfounded. The meal was wonderful. As expected, it was recommended by the exchange manager from the Merchants Guild as the best inn. Naturally, it was a good inn including the meals. Guests can eat as much as they like? That's amazing. This meat seasoning is addictively spicy. Both Rio and Abel were thoroughly enjoying the delicious dishes. Sandman's Dining In felt like a slightly upscale restaurant, and the clientele was generally refined, but it didn't seem like they'd end up feeling like they hadn't eaten enough, which is common in such places. Yes, if they could finish eating until the end, when the two began to tackle the main meat dish. Or rather, the refilled meat dish, the door from outside opened, and 6 men entered the shop. Of course, there had been customers coming and going until now, so they were eating without paying much attention. There they are, those two. Such voices could be heard from the men. The 6 men quickly came to the table of the two and surrounded them. Abel looked at them with a suspicious expression. By the way, Rio was completely ignoring them, not even glancing their way. Those are C-ranked adventurer Rio and his porter. Let's have them come with us. I refuse. The leader of the 6, a light brown-haired man, said this as if it was natural, and Rio immediately rejected them. After saying only that, Rio continued eating the meat dish in front of him. Seeing this, Abel sighed softly and also started eating the meat dish. The 6 men left standing there. Surprised by the attitude of the two before becoming angry, seemed to have their anger gradually increasing as time passed. "Don't mess with us," the brown-haired man yelled. All the customers in the shop began to glance at the 6. "This is a place to eat. I think those who can't stay quiet should leave." Rio's calm voice weaved through the air. Even hearing that, the 6 men seemed unwilling to back down. On the contrary, there was one person who trembled slightly upon hearing such an out-of-character voice. It was Abel. Rio is angry. He understood the feeling. If someone interrupted a pleasant meal, anyone would get angry. That was natural. Hey, bang, finally, the light brown-haired man tried to reach out to Rio, but his hand hit something invisible. What the? Is that a physical barrier? The 6 recognized that they had been repelled by something invisible, concluding that it was a physical barrier. Unbeknownst to them, Rio had protected the two by surrounding them with an ice wall. However, seeing this, Abel thought, what will happen with the dessert that the staff will bring? This thought was extremely delicate for the situation. Rather, it was a typical Rio thought. After a long relationship, Abel might have been influenced by Rio's way of thinking. Until the two finished their main meat dishes, the 6 were literally unable to make a move. It seemed they concluded it was due to the physical barrier, and they were silently glaring at the two. Of course, they didn't dare to swing their swords to break the physical barrier inside the restaurant. Once Rio and Abel finished their meat dishes, they raised their hands towards the concerned waitress watching from the corner of the shop. Seeing this, the waitress approached cautiously. "Excuse me, could I have dessert, please? I would like a Mont Blanc cake. I'll have a millefeuille." "Understood." As Rio and Abel placed their orders, the waitress glanced at the 6 men, then headed towards the kitchen. Though she had been skittish when approaching, after the two ordered normally and the 6 men did not say anything or take any action, she seemed a bit more relaxed as she returned to the kitchen. Then the waitress brought the two their cakes and coffee. The next moment, "Ah, what? Hey, my body is moving on its own. I can't hold my ground." Some of the 6 men surrounding Rio and Abel moved, and there was no one left between the waitress and their table. It must be a combination of ice wall and ice path. While looking at Rio's composed face that said nothing, Abel thought, using ice path to cover the floor with ice and making it impossible to hold ground, then moving the ice wall. Only someone like Abel, who had a long relationship with Rio, could accurately interpret this technique. Of course, those who were forcibly moved tried to act to block the waitress's path, but they couldn't because there was an invisible wall stopping them. "Here are your Mont Blanc cake and millefeuille." The waitress reached the two's table without any issues and delivered the 2 cakes and coffee. The two enjoyed their cakes and coffee, but finally the brown-haired man lost his temper. "Hey, be quiet," Rio said without hesitation. In contrast to the brown-haired man, he was calm and composed. However, those words seemed to carry a physical weight, silencing the men and creating an oppressive atmosphere. Is this Rio's pressure? I had seen it through the echo of the soul before. It's impressive. While Abel thought this with a neutral expression, he remembered when he saw it firsthand. It was like a direct assault of pressure. It was against the inquisitors who had barged into the inn. If someone confronted that directly, of course, they'd be intimidated. Even now, when it didn't seem like Rio was putting in much effort, the 6 men surrounding the two were flinching. It was obvious enough for Abel to notice. The flinching 6 silently watched as the two finished their cakes and drank their coffee. Once Rio and Abel slowly finished their coffee, they exited Sandman's Dining In. The inn where they were staying, Sandman's Rest Inn, was right next door. Following them out, the 6 also emerged from Sandman's Dining In. "We are staying at the adjacent Sandman's Rest Inn. If you have something to discuss, please have your responsible person come tomorrow. Then we will listen." "What?" Rio's words caused the six to show agitation. I didn't say we wouldn't meet, or if we were to argue here and ruin our relationship, resulting in us leaving the fortress, would you take responsibility for that? If you understand, please take your leave. There was no room for negotiation with Rio. The memory of the pressure had been imprinted on the six. Those who were intimidated by Rio had no chance of countering him. Rio and Abel entered Sandman's Rest Inn. Rio is scary when he's angry. Abel laughed as he said this. It's rude to interrupt during a pleasant meal. It's tactless, while it's customary for some ruckus to occur during meals. Ah, Rio's favorite custom. Then why were you angry about it? Abel tilted his head. He knew that Rio adored customs. Customs are important, but I don't want any that make me uncomfortable. Oh, if you had waited until we finished eating before approaching, or if you had spoken to us after we left the dining place, I might have gone along with it tonight. Well, timing is important in everything. He understood that if the situation was urgent, it would be difficult to care about timing. But that was the other party's circumstances. If it was really the case, they shouldn't have come in with a blunt approach from the beginning. Timing is crucial. The way of speaking is also important. If it's an important matter, you'll come again tomorrow, right? Abel shrugged. Even as the king, he did not believe that ignoring the other party's circumstances was acceptable for matters of national importance or organizational importance. If it was truly so, then one should not send a person who would provoke the other side as an envoy. It's a simple notion. The next morning, having enjoyed a wonderful sleep, the two entered Sandman's dining inn with smiles for breakfast. After having breakfast and returning to Sandman's Rest Inn, they found 4 men waiting for them. 2 of them looked familiar. Lord Rio and the porter, I apologize for what my men said yesterday. One of the familiar figures bowed his head first. Seeing that, the other 3 hurriedly bowed as well. Among them was another familiar face, the brown-haired man from yesterday, looking quite embarrassed. It seemed he had been scolded quite a bit. After only giving a glance to the brown-haired man, Abel opened his mouth to the person who bowed first. You were the one guarding the gate yesterday, right? Are you the responsible person? Rio asked in surprise. Yes, the person who bowed first was the leader of the guards verifying identification at the gate to the fortress, the one who had spoken with the 2. My name is Malger, chief guard and military officer of the fortress. In his late 30s, with black eyes, dark brown hair, tan skin, and a height of about 175 centimeters, the same as Rio. He had a toned physique. Is it a tradition for the responsible person to stand at the gate of this fortress? No, it's just that there are simply not enough people. Malger, the chief guard, answered while laughing at Abel's question. To be precise, while there are people, many are in training. When standing guard, they can't practice swordsmanship during that time, right? Right now, we want everyone to train and become stronger as much as possible. We don't have the luxury to let them stand guard to take a break. Guards have breaks, huh? Abel shrugged at Malger's words, but he understood that what he was saying made the most sense. Conversely, this indicates that the fortress is in a situation where they must train inexperienced individuals. I understand that you're busy, but you should choose your messengers. Ah, that's true, there's no excuse for it. At Abel's words, Malger looked with a wry smile at the brown-haired man. It seems he fully understood what was being said. The brown-haired man also bowed his head deeply once more. He understood that his own actions complicated the problem. To make excuses, at that time I was also checking other inns. Were you looking for us? Yes, I told them to kindly ask once they found us. I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable. Malger bowed his head again, and the other 3 also bowed their heads. Seeing them act so humbly, Rio and Abel started to feel that it might be okay. They could sense that the negative feelings from the 2 had significantly softened. After looking at Rio and Abel once, Malger asked, I have one question. Yes, Rio and Abel responded. I would like to know the name of the porter. Ah, Abel glanced at Rio. Rio shrugged in response to Abel's glance, indicating he was leaving it to him. My name is Abel. So it's Lord Abel. You certainly don't look like just a porter. In fact, it's been Lord Abel who has been responding on behalf of C-ranked adventurer Lord Rio. I'm often entrusted with negotiations. Don't worry about it. Is that so? I thought for sure you were a well-known swordsman. Malger glanced at Abel's sword but did not pursue the matter further. What I came to discuss today is a request for adventurer Lord Rio. If it's a request for an adventurer, shouldn't it go through the Adventurers Guild? Yes, normally it would, but there is no Adventurers Guild at this fortress. I thought so. At Malger's words, Abel nodded as he had expected. I walked the streets looking for the Merchants Guild yesterday, and I didn't see a sign for an Adventurers Guild. I heard you spoke with Meifa, the exchange manager from the Merchants Guild. Meifa asked if I would do some training work. That's right. However, I also said it would be impossible as we would leave the fortress soon. That's correct, Abel responded. Rio nodded silently. When Abel is discussing the negotiations, Rio often remains silent. It's a principle of negotiation to focus on one point of contact. In this case, that contact is Abel. I heard that Marquis Nusha overthrew the former royal family, and the fortress is resisting that. That's correct. Is it true that there might be a war with this Marquis Nusha? Is that why you are training? I won't say the possibility is zero, but we want to avoid war at all costs. Is that Mulger's perspective? No, it's not just mine. The merchants who manage the autonomy of this fortress share the same view. Oh, Abel showed a slightly surprised expression. I thought it seemed quite suspicious, but that you were prepared for war. The Marquis' side seems to want to avoid war as well. Is that so? Yes. This Zalash fortress has been known for its impregnable defenses since the time of the Go royal family. It has repelled an attack by 2,000 regular troops with just 200 soldiers. That's impressive. Abel was impressed. In general, it is said that the upper limit of defense is 5 times the number of defenders. To have repelled 10 times the number of attackers proves the excellence of Zalash fortress. That said, those guarding the fortress now are very short on veteran soldiers. Why is that? The civil war has been ongoing for nearly 5 years, right? One would think they would gain experience if they kept fighting. That's true, but until 2 months ago that was the case. There is a town called Bond, not far from here. It would be fair to say it's the center of the Antanusha faction alongside this Zalash fortress. A plague broke out in Bond. And unfortunately, at that time, the priests had left the town, and many people died. I see. The veteran soldiers from this fortress were sent to fill that gap. Yes, the fortress over there isn't as sturdy as this one. If they were attacked, they would face a tough situation, so it couldn't be avoided, Mulger answered with a grimace. Actually, the day after tomorrow, the first meeting between both factions will be held. Oh, I will attend as the military officer, but we have received inquiries from the Marquis faction, albeit internally, indicating that they want to avoid armed conflict. If a large-scale armed confrontation occurs, it could invite intervention from neighboring countries. That is something everyone wants to avoid, both us and the Marquis faction. I think that's a sound judgment, Abel nodded. Indeed, what makes a civil war troublesome is the possibility of intervention from neighboring countries. That remains unchanged across all times and nations. Ending a civil war without armed conflict or avoiding large-scale conflict. That should be a good outcome for everyone. Will there be a mediator or someone in between for that meeting? There will be. The Handalo Federation will act as the mediator. I see. If it is a meeting between factions that have long been at odds, an organization serving as an intermediary is always necessary. In most cases, that is a powerful nation. If one side were to ambush the other at a meeting, it would be a problem. If a powerful nation is mediating and one feels their pride has been offended, they might turn against the mediator. To avoid that, ambushes will not occur, so knowing who is mediating is important. A federation would indeed provide sufficient strength. However, I hear that the Marquis faction is not satisfied with that aspect. Is that so? They believe the Federation ultimately intends to absorb all of us, so it is not neutral. Ah, Abel nodded slightly at Mulger's explanation. They were asking for training help, not just for Rio, but also for you, Lord Abel. The fee will double, you know. I'll somehow persuade the merchants on that, Mulger grimaced. Well, that's fine. How many people at what level do you want to train? 30 individuals who hadn't even held a sword until a month ago, and 20 individuals who have grasped the basics, but are still a bit precarious to send into battle. Technically, there is a sword instructor at this fortress. Oh, he's over 60, but stronger than any of the guards. They call him Elder Masuda. He has been here since the time of the Go royal family, and I was actually trained by him back in the day. Mulger chuckled. But even so, suddenly increasing the number of young trainees by 50. No, there were originally about 20 already in training. Elder Masuda is overwhelmed just with that training, so he says it's impossible to add 50 more. And then a C-ranked adventurer arrives, right? Well, Lord Rio looks like a mage in a robe, but I thought it would be good for you to help with the training. Yes, I am a mage. Finally, Rio spoke up here. He took pride in being a water attribute mage. However, Abel glanced sideways at Rio. Though he said nothing, his eyes spoke, as if to say he might have been the swordsmanship instructor of the Run Knight Order. Rio noticed Abel's gaze but pretended to ignore it with a composed face. That's that and this is this. Can I have a moment to think about it? Of course. At Abel's words, Mulger's eyes widened with a nod. He probably thought it wouldn't happen before they came here, and while they were talking, he likely didn't expect to receive a favorable response. There is a training ground for the Fort Training Guild, so please come there. It's right next to the West Gate. The detailed location is known by the front desk of Sandman's Rest Inn or anyone in the town. With that, Mulger exited. Abel, let's cooperate. In stark contrast to the previous night, Rio actively agreed. That's unusual. Abel was surprised by that. I felt that Mulger's desire to avoid war was genuine, so I want to help with that. I will forget about the tactless ruckus from last night. Ruckus? Abel shook his head slightly. I want to avoid war. Yes, unless one side is belligerent. If both sides wish to avoid it, it's only human to cooperate. You, being a battle maniac, surprisingly dislike war. How rude. Individual combat and wars involving the lives and deaths of many people are entirely different matters. Rio stated clearly. Of course, Rio, who loves history, knows that human history is inextricably linked to war. However, he does not think that war is absolutely necessary for humanity. When it comes to nations, there may be unavoidable clashes due to their size. Preventing such clashes through individual effort would be difficult. As a result, no one ends up happy. That is what war is, though he had forgotten to deny that Rio was indeed a battle maniac. The contradiction of training to prevent war. Yes, ultimately, mutual destruction serves as a deterrent. Though it's not universal, it does contain a certain truth. When one knows that the retaliation is strong and unhesitating, it's difficult to provoke war. It's the same as a bully not targeting someone who is strong and quick to fight. I don't quite understand, but if we can solve problems without war, that would be ideal. Rio nodded silently at Abel's words. It is the 4th night of the 7 consecutive postings. The two, having reached a consensus, left the inn while leaving Andalusia and Faywin behind. If they felt disillusioned after visiting the training grounds, they could just return to the inn, complete the paperwork, and leave the fortress immediately. The training ground had stands constructed atop the walls. From there, one could observe the training and watch mock exercises. The two had come to one of those stands. From there, they watched what kind of training was being conducted. They saw, but they're running. Younger folks, about 50 of them, so are they the ones we've been asked to train? That may be the case, but why are they running without swinging their swords? Abel tilted his head. At that moment, a voice was heard from the stand across. Run, run, run. In battle, if you run out of stamina, you die. Even the most skilled swordmaster will die if they lose their stamina. So run and build your stamina? It seemed an elderly man in the stands was shouting. What he's saying is very reasonable. It resembles Rio's thoughts. Indeed, those who can move until the end can stand until the end. Those who stand until the end survive, Rio declared. Having come to 5 for several decades, he still held that belief without wavering. Rather, as time passed and he interacted with more people, he became increasingly convinced. Is that shouting man the instructor? That would be my guess. Even from a distance, he looks like a swordsmanship instructor. Holding a wooden training sword and with long white hair tied back, he looked unmistakably like a swordsmanship master. While the two were observing for a while, someone called out to them. Oh, you've come. It was Mulger, the chief guard. If it leads to avoiding war. Despite how it seems, Abel is a swordsman. Abel and Rio answered, each with their own thoughts. One of them had a slightly twisted disposition, though. Let me introduce you to Elder Masuda. Saying that, Mulger turned to the elderly man and shouted, Instructor! In response to that voice, the long-haired elder turned to look at them. Understanding the situation, he hurried over to the three. Mulger, are they the ones you mentioned? Yes, this is Lord Rio, a C-ranked adventurer, and Lord Abel, his baggage carrier. Mulger introduced them as he had heard. Lord Rio, I look forward to your training. And, baggage carrier? After shaking hands with Rio, Elder Masuda turned his gaze to Abel, inspecting him from head to toe. You're Lord Abel, right? You look every bit a swordsman. That stature? No, that sword you're carrying is a magic sword, isn't it? How can someone like you be just a baggage carrier? I was called a baggage carrier by Rio, so there's no helping it. Since I don't have a guild card, I'm a baggage carrier? I see. Elder Masuda accepted Abel's outright explanation, albeit with a skeptical expression. While you are a baggage carrier, as you can see, you're quite skilled. I agree. Elder Masuda concurred with Mulger's words. Those who could tell understood. Abel was no ordinary swordsman. Don't mind it, I'm just a baggage carrier. Abel's response remained unchanged. At this point, someone began to feel uncomfortable. Half-jokingly saying, Abel is my baggage carrier. Rio hadn't imagined it would be taken this far. Rio felt a sense of awkwardness. From now on, he decided to use words more carefully. If you're teaching from the basics, then Abel is the right person. Me, why is that? Abel tilted his head at Rio's words. Because you properly learned that Hume-style or whatever it is, right? Oh, the renowned orthodox Hume-style swordsmanship? That sounds reassuring. Elder Masuda nodded vigorously. Even in such a remote place, it seemed Hume-style swordsmanship was known. I learned it quite a while ago. Since then, I've been practicing it on my own as an adventurer. Ah, so you were a former adventurer after all. Must have been a high-ranked adventurer. Abel let slip, and Mulgar nodded while Elder Masuda inferred from the aura Abel exuded. Well, yes, I was a former adventurer, but it's Rio here who's more qualified. Me, I'm just a mage as you see. I suspected that because you wear a robe, Elder Masuda nodded. Don't be fooled by appearances. Although Rio is a mage, he was also a swordsmanship instructor for the Knight Order. Not for the Magical Association, but for the Knight Order. That's right, the Knight Order. In response to Elder Masuda's question, Abel nodded. Please don't involve me. I'm just an innocent water attribute magician as I seem, Rio protested to Abel. Well, in any case, I'm grateful if you'll help with the training. Absolutely. By the way, didn't Mulgar just have a conversation with Chairman Pizek? Yes, if the two of you help, he said he'd pay for both of you. He agreed to it. Mulgar nodded with a smile. Is that Chairman Pizek the person in charge this time? Yes, he's the coordinator for the merchants this term. So, he will also attend the meeting with the Marquis? Yes, he is also the negotiation representative. Mulgar answered Rio's simple question, and Elder Masuda nodded in confirmation. To put it plainly, it seemed that he was the most esteemed individual at the fortress now. If such a person was in charge, it would be reasonable to expect that they would properly pay for both. Good for you, Rio. Good for you too, Abel. Thus, the two ended up helping to train the 50 new recruits. I'll teach the 30 who just started wielding swords the basics. That seems reasonable. I'm not exactly normal in various ways. Your grip is different from mine. That's how I was taught. It's a difference in the principle of the sword. Rio countered Abel's remark. It was merely a difference of whether to bring the fists together or apart, but the purposes and goals differed. When the fists were brought together, power and speed increased. When they were apart, control improved. Which to prioritize, it all changes with just the grip of the sword. Elder Masuda introduced the two, and the training with their respective swords began. Of course, it wasn't with real swords, but with wooden ones. Even swords made of iron with their blades crushed were not used. They used wooden swords. The 30 people being taught by Abel were generally young. There weren't even those in their 20s, perhaps most hadn't even reached 18. Still, their expressions were entirely serious. They were not forced to join the guard squad. All volunteered. That was why they were earnest and dedicated to learning. In Elder Masuda's training, which focused on running, no one had given up and all kept pace. They also engaged earnestly in Abel's teaching, which centered around forms and practice swings. First, they learned the sword's movements. Next, they learned the movements of their body that corresponded. Facing off against an opponent was still a distant matter. First, it was just the sword and themselves. That was Abel's instruction. In contrast, the 20 that Rio was in charge of were completely different. They had acquired the basics, but Mulgar and Elder Masuda judged they were still too early to be sent into battle. While they wielded wooden swords, they were clearly growing accustomed to swinging them compared to the rookies Abel was instructing. Rio had to ensure that was the case. Rio had no knowledge of Hume style or anything like that. In fact, he knew nothing of swordsmanship in Phi. He had been a swordsmanship instructor for the Run Knight Order, but he had been harsh back then. This time, he would not be harsh. Right, left, right, good, no resting, the enemy won't wait for you. Up, you're getting careless with your feet. Stay focused while keeping an eye on the whole opponent. If you get fixated on one spot, you won't see the others. I'm going to thrust, dodge, 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 good, counterattack, oh nice. Without beating them down, he praised and admonished them. Compared to his time as an instructor for the Run Knight Order, it was gentle guidance. In the case of Run, the opponent was the Knight Order. They had the consciousness and resolve of knights. Their will was strong. Originally, under Sira's instruction, he had been asked to beat them down, so he did. But here it was different, choosing appropriate methods so that the opponents could accept them. That was the basics of education. Training is a part of education. If that is the case, it is only natural for the instructor to change their approach based on the learner's level of proficiency. Instruction that the recipient cannot accept is meaningless. Both of them took breaks at appropriate intervals. Rio, you're much gentler compared to when you were with Run. That was just because the instructions demanded at the Run Knight Order were abnormal, Abel remarked with a smile, while Rio frowned slightly in response. He found it unreasonable that the harsh instruction from Run was considered normal. The atmosphere and manner of speaking seemed different, more like a swordsmanship instructor. Is that so? Rio was just recalling the instruction he received at the Kendo dojo he attended 3 times a week back on Earth. Even though they're wooden swords, if you act carelessly, you can still get injured. But if it's only strictness, it doesn't really stick in the mind. That level of finesse is tough. You think it through quite thoroughly. Abel was impressed by Rio's thought process. Isn't it normal? Instead, what did you think I was? A battle maniac. Of course, it was a joke. Abel had seen the instruction for the Run Night Order, but at the same time, he had also observed the instruction for the Water Attribute Magician apprentices of the Gecko Merchant Association. There they truly practiced the praise and nurture type of instruction. He remembered the children happily using their water attribute magic. At that moment, Elder Masuda, the instructor, approached the two. "I watched your instruction and it was wonderful," he praised them. "Oh, it wasn't that much. Well, just recalling what I learned long ago." Both Rio and Abel felt shy. They were both shy individuals. That said, they needed to communicate what they should. Everyone is earnest and trying very hard, but, "Yes, I understand what you want to say." Without Abel needing to say it, Elder Masuda understood too. It will take months or even years to be ready for the battlefield. "Ah, I understand, but it cannot be helped. No one can move forward without taking the first step. Of course, I also understand that it's the adults' job to create a situation where those children won't have to go to battle. In that case, it's fine." Elder Masuda answered with a pained expression, and Abel did not want to pursue the matter, so he sheathed his spear. "The meeting with the Marquis is the day after tomorrow. Yes, both sides wish to avoid armed conflict. That should be a point of agreement. But is there a concern whether the intermediaries truly feel the same way? The Federation?" Abel also frowned. "Does the Federation want a conflict?" Rio asked the two. "Honestly, I don't know. During the era of the Go royal family, the merchants of this fortress, rather, many merchants of the kingdom were trading partners with the Federation. That's why I could bring this matter to the Federation for the intermediary role. It's only natural that the Federation, being populous with a huge market, would be trading partners. However, the Federation operates on its own logic." "The Federation's logic?" Elder Masuda spoke of the past, and Abel nodded while Rio inquired. "Do you know the Federation's official name?" "I believe it's Handalu Federation." "That's right. As indicated by the name of the Federation of Countries, it is originally a coalition of dozens of countries. The Federation's government is run by 10 countries that form the core of the Federation, but it is a fact that it is a coalition of many nations." "How did those nations join the Federation?" "Oh, the Federation expanded. Of course, some nations applied for membership voluntarily when they could no longer sustain themselves, but even that has its shady reasons behind it. Other nations have even been subjected to armed invasions multiple times. In this world, it ultimately seems to be resolved by force." Abel recounted the history of the Federation, and Rio sighed. Indeed, compared to long and complicated diplomatic negotiations, the means of war, wherein victory resolves everything, might seem clearer to the nation's leadership. However, the citizens suffer. It goes without saying that if their nation falls into a disadvantage and becomes a battlefield, even if they advance in victory, sending supplies to the front lines means a decrease in resources domestically. Especially with adult males taken to the battlefield, many sectors domestically face shortages of personnel. The act of war places an excessive burden on the foundations of the nation. I would like the national leadership to make more thoughtful decisions and actions. "Why, yeah." Abel somewhat agreed with Rio's assertion. After all, Abel is a central figure among the national leadership, being His Majesty the King. It might be most beneficial for the Federation if both sides were to mutually destroy each other. Indeed, there may be those within the Federation's government who think like that. Elder Masuda's words made Abel nod along. Including this fortress, the former Go Kingdom is a surrounding nation of the Federation. As a basic principle of national governance, it would be troubling if the surrounding nations were too chaotic, but becoming too strong is also a concern. If they are too chaotic, refugees pour in and security deteriorates. If they grow stronger, there's a possibility of armed invasion or coercive diplomacy being enacted under that backdrop. The ideal scenario is a division where they do not unite, but also do not reach armed conflict. When you think about it that way, this current situation is. It may be ideal for the Federation. Rio's words made Abel nod in agreement. Early bookstores seem to have started stocking the novel Part 2, Volume 2, since yesterday. If you see it at a bookstore, please be sure to pick it up. The 5th night of the 7 consecutive posts, on the evening of the 3rd day since Rio and Abel took on the training guidance. "They seem to be getting used to the flow of training," Rio remarked. "Though it's only been 3 days, so we can't expect to see much improvement in their skills yet. It seems they have established a daily routine among themselves," Abel added. Both Abel and Rio felt satisfied as they observed the expressions of the 50 trainees showing signs of fulfillment. At that moment, an elderly man with long white hair approached them. "Looks good," he said. "Oh, Count Masuda," Rio replied. "Master, thank you for your hard work," Abel added. Count Masuda greeted them with a cheerful tone, to which Abel nodded and Rio offered his greeting. "You two are great at teaching." Far better than I am, Count Masuda praised. That's a bit too much praise, Abel said, humbly deflecting the compliment. Not at all, really, Rio added, slightly embarrassed. Count Masuda, clearly pleased, continued. Honestly, I'm really glad I asked you too. It seems like you both are on your way back to the Natore kingdom. How about staying at the fort for a while? You could easily manage as swordsmanship instructors. That's a bit much, Rio replied. Yes, that's a little, Abel added, agreeing with Rio. It was clear to both that such an option was not feasible. After all, there were people waiting for them back in the kingdom. Count Masuda likely didn't expect them to stay either. He laughed heartily. At that point, all three of them noticed something simultaneously. A figure entering the training ground. It looks like Malgar has returned from the meeting, Count Masuda observed. He seems down, Rio noted. That expression is definitely one that says the meeting didn't go well, Abel remarked. The three of them could clearly see that Chief Guard Malgar's expression was gloomy as he returned. Ah, all of you, he said, his voice heavy with disappointment. From the looks of it, it seems the meeting didn't go well, Count Masuda stated plainly. Given their relationship, there was no need for him to sugarcoat his words. Yeah, instead of coming to an agreement, it fell apart after just one meeting. Neither side wants to meet again, Malgar explained. What? Count Masuda responded, surprised. That's shocking, Rio added. To break down after just one meeting, Abel echoed. Malgar looked despondent while the other two were taken aback. Typically, in large negotiations involving tens of thousands, even if there is no middle ground or compromise seen initially, that is to be expected. It's common to find solutions in the second or third round of negotiations. So it was quite rare for it to fall apart after just one attempt, Rio thought to himself. However, there were concerns regarding this particular meeting. Could it be that the intermediary was at fault? Rio speculated. Intermediary? I heard it was Darwei, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Handalu Federation's Eastern 8th District. He didn't seem very proactive. Since it was the first meeting, he might have thought it best to let both sides discuss freely, Malgar responded, recalling the meeting. Either way, it's bad that they don't want to meet again. And that applies to both sides, Count Masuda said. Yes, that's why I'm feeling down as well, Malgar admitted. Now, Malgar, it's not your fault, is it? Count Masuda reassured him. That may be true. But as the military leader, to only watch the meeting fall apart that holds the future of the fort. Malgar sighed deeply. Both Marquis Nusha and Chairman Pizek seemed calm and collected when the discussions began. Yet, Count Masuda then took Malgar aside to let him relax with some drinks, saying that alcohol was the best way to forget in times like these. Left behind were Rio and Abel. There must have been some underhanded activities by the Federation, Rio declared. Underhanded activities? Abel questioned. They must have done something to ensure it fell apart, Rio insisted. Like what? Abel asked. For example, perhaps they infiltrated both parties with their own people beforehand, so that during the meeting they would provoke each other and ruin the discussion, Rio explained. While that's true for the Marquis' side, everyone at the fort knows each other, right? After living together for 5 years, it's hard to believe anyone could infiltrate, Abel countered. But Abel thought there were as many people as in Kairati, right? 20 to 30,000, even if there are people they don't know, Rio argued. That may be true for everyone in the fort, but the attendees at the meeting were the upper echelons, right? Like Chief Guard Malgar here, upper management individuals should all know each other, Abel reasoned. Rio was stifled by Abel's logic. Indeed, the theory of the Federation's underhanded activities was merely Rio's imagination. There was no evidence to support it. After all, he wasn't present at the meeting, so he had no idea what actually led to its dissolution. Though Abel dismissed Rio's theories, he had his own worries. Rio sensed this and took the initiative. Hey, I was the one who proposed the Federation's underhanded activities first. Don't steal my idea, Abel, Rio exclaimed. I'm not, Abel replied. But you were definitely thinking of something. In this situation, the only thing I could think of is you stealing my idea, Rio claimed. Why would it come to that? Abel asked, exasperated by Rio's assumptions. Abel then elaborated. What I was concerned about was that Deputy Minister Darwei. Darwei, that's a unique and distinctive name, Rio commented, realizing he had memorized it quickly due to its uniqueness. There's a country in the eastern part of the Federation called the Prema Kingdom. I remember hearing that the Count Ray family effectively governs it, Abel recalled. Is Darwei from that Count family? Could he be the Count himself? Rio inquired. I don't know the details, but he's probably not the Count himself. However, I do believe he's a member of the Count Ray family, Abel answered. Then perhaps the theory of the Federation's underhanded activities, Rio murmured in agreement. Even if that's the case, there's only so much we can do, Abel reminded. I understand, but I don't want to see peaceful people getting caught up in war, Rio expressed. I completely agree with you there, Abel nodded. I've found common ground on the policy to prevent the Federation's underhanded activities, Rio stated. Is that so? Abel asked. It doesn't help to sit here thinking about this. Let's return to the inn and show our faces to Andalusia, Rio suggested. While it's good to care for our beloved horses, I fail to see how that relates to preventing underhanded activities, Abel said. Regardless, once they returned to the inn, both Rio and Abel would first stop by the stable. They would greet their beloved horses before heading to their rooms. Of course, the same routine applied before heading to the training ground in the morning. Naturally, the inn they were staying at was Sandman's Rest Inn. Moreover, as a matter of course, it was Abel who negotiated that the accommodation costs would be covered by the contractors, the merchants of the fort. It was such a wonderful arrangement that Rio didn't interject during the negotiations. I wish the negotiations could go that smoothly, Rio said, shaking his head slightly. The next day, Chief Guard Mulger did not appear at the training ground. He didn't show up the following day either, nor the day after that. Finally, on the evening of another day, he finally made an appearance. From a distance it was clear that he looked exhausted, however his expression was bright. I did it, both of you. A meeting will be held again, Mulger announced. Oh, Rio exclaimed. Is that why you haven't been coming to the training ground these past few days? Abel asked. Yeah, I went alone to Marquis Nusha's castle and negotiated directly with him, Mulger explained. That's amazing, Rio said, surprised by Mulger's response. Though full-scale armed conflict hadn't occurred, skirmishes had taken place. Given the prolonged conflict of 5 years, that was to be expected. For a military leader to go alone to such an opponent's territory, there was always the possibility of being captured to be used as a bargaining chip or even killed as a warning. Such risks existed. This was not merely a matter of international relations. The premise of equality could not even be claimed here. Mulger was the military leader of those regarded as rebels or at times even terrorists. No one knew how he would be treated, yet he had gone in order to avoid war. Mulger, that's incredible, Rio said, bowing his head instinctively. No, please stop. I haven't done anything special, Mulger replied, feeling embarrassed. It seemed that those who accomplished great things tended to be modest. That's indeed quite an accomplishment. It's not something just anyone can do, Abel praised. Ha, Mulger chuckled, smiling shyly. Though it's sudden, I've arranged for the second meeting to take place the day after tomorrow, Mulger announced. That's fast, Rio remarked. Before their minds change, no, it's not just the Marquis's side. Our side must remain resolute as well. We need to meet and talk first before we can move forward, Mulger explained. Peaceful relations can only begin through dialogue. First of all, the second meeting will be held at this fort. The Marquis himself suggested that an open place would be best for the people of the fort to observe, so we're planning to hold it in this training area, Mulger revealed. That's bold, Abel said. Wait, the Marquis himself is coming here, right? The first meeting was held in a neutral zone, wasn't it? Rio queried. For the third meeting, it will be held in the Marquis's territory. We'll alternate locations. This guarantees at least 2 more meetings, Mulger explained, nodding happily. Could it be that Mulger is quite the negotiator? Rio wondered. You're more of a diplomat than a chief guard, Abel teased. Please stop, Mulger said, waving his hands in denial. I mentioned holding the meeting in the training area, but isn't it a bit risky in such an open space? Rio interjected. I thought so too. But the Marquis insisted on having an open place. If he's going to visit the fort, he wants as many of its people to see as possible, so I suggested the training area on a whim. And it was accepted, Mulger explained. The Marquis himself will be coming, right? Abel clarified. Yes, this is our moment to shine as guards, Mulger affirmed, his expression filled with determination. If anything were to go wrong there, everything would be lost. It was certain that there would be armed conflict, but if it went well, the people of the fort could witness the meeting itself. It would be better to show the negotiation process than to only present the results. After all, the reason for the existence of a discussion venue lies in publicizing the debate itself. The essence exists in the process rather than the result. It's honest to say that we all want to face this together as a united front. It's not about leaving it to someone else or a specialized person. It's about being participants ourselves, Mulger expressed. That's right, if armed conflict occurs, everyone will be caught up, whether they like it or not, Abel added. At that point, it would be too late to say this shouldn't have happened or why things weren't done properly, Mulger stated. As Mulger expressed his feelings, Abel stated the facts and Rio laid out the reality. Does it change who does it? That's not the case at all. It's not the same regardless of who does it. Such a notion does not exist in this world. The outcome differs depending on who takes action. One must not forget this. There are not only good outcomes, but also bad ones. Thus, rather than holding one specific person responsible, everyone must share the responsibility. That sounds a bit like democracy, Rio observed. Did you say something, Rio? Abel asked. No, just talking to myself. More importantly, we need to train hard for the next 2 days, Rio replied, hurriedly trying to change the subject. Just enough to keep from breaking, Abel reminded. Shouldn't it be to avoid getting injured? Rio countered. Injuries can be healed, however wounds to the heart cannot be healed, Abel responded. That sounds deep yet shallow, Rio commented. I don't want to hear that from you, Abel said, shaking his head slightly. At that point, Count Masuda began explaining in detail. For the security detail, we'll have one experienced person and 2 or 3 rookies working together in a group, he outlined. The experienced ones are the ones who are already here, and the rookies are those we've been training, right? Abel clarified. Yes, of course, the direct bodyguards for both sides and the intermediary will be experienced, but will need help with the fort's security, Masuda confirmed. Understood, having a goal will motivate them, Abel noted, nodding at Masuda's explanation. While actual combat might still be difficult, helping with security was not an issue. If trouble arose and they were pulled into something chaotic, they could simply call for reinforcements with loud shouts or a whistle. The guards were allies, and the fort's inhabitants were, in a sense, allies as well. Above all, feeling useful would serve as motivation for their efforts. At that moment, Count Masuda reappeared. Oh, Mulgar, you're back. By the look on your face, it seems you made some progress, he said. Yes, master. The second meeting will be held here at the fort the day after tomorrow. After that, we've arranged for the third meeting to be held in their territory on a separate day, Mulgar explained. Wow, incredible. I was surprised to hear you went directly to negotiate with the Marquis, but you've produced results. All right, let's celebrate tonight, Count Masuda exclaimed. You just found a reason to drink the other day and ended up getting drunk, didn't you? Rio noted. That served as a mood booster, so it must have helped with this negotiation, right? Indeed, alcohol is wonderful, Count Masuda laughed, playfully patting Mulgar's back. As Mulgar was taken away by Count Masuda, Rio reflected, maybe the most impressive one is Master. He managed to charm even a skilled negotiator like Mulgar. That may be the wisdom that comes with age, Abel remarked, watching the 2 of them leave with a wry smile. But is it okay to casually share the security plans so openly? Rio questioned. Casually, aren't you always saying that communication is important? Abel pointed out. That's true, but that doesn't mean you can share everything with anyone, Rio insisted. What do you mean? Abel asked. If Abel were an agent of sabotage, it could lead to serious issues, Rio responded. That's true, Abel admitted. We need to be careful about who we share information with. If I were an agent of sabotage, what would you do, Rio? Abel teased. I would fight you even if you were my friend. I can't let the hopes of everyone in this fort for war avoidance go to waste, Rio declared confidently. I hope that I'm not an agent, Abel said, nodding with a look of resolve while also shaking his head with a sigh. Rio's imagination knew no bounds. Finally, tomorrow, January 15th, Monday, the novel Volumes Part 2, Volume 2, Comics Volume 4, and Junior Library Volume 2 of 3 different types will be released. You are amazing for listening to chapters 651 to 750 of Water Magician. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.